Chapter 1. The Orlon Continent, Boss City, Ike Magic Academy. Aishi, as the newly appointed mentor of the academy, we have a task for you. The room was enveloped in a somber silence, broken only by the stern voice of Vice President Kent. Aishi understands. Aishi stood at attention, ready for the challenge. Excellent. Vice President Kent nodded in satisfaction, his tone turning venomous. Go and expel that wretched Lin Mu from our academy. Otherwise, that miser will have to cover his tuition for the past 3 years. Lin Mu? Aishi inquired, momentarily puzzled. Is he the one who saved the president's life 3 years ago? Indeed, Kent glared. He has taken advantage of the president's mercy, shamelessly consuming our resources for 3 years without paying a dime. Even more unforgivable, he's been selling the free meals from the cafeteria outside. How desperate for money must he be to engage in such foolishness? Kent's goat-like beard bristled with indignation. He even resides in the academy's sole magical dormitory. It is a place coveted by gifted students. Many have claimed we are biased. Another elder of the academy expressed his discontent. Heavens, that magic wastrel with zero affinity for elements. And yet, over a year since the old president's death, he still dared to attempt access to our library to peruse the rare magical texts reserved for talented students. Another elder exclaimed, visibly agitated. Aishi, this matter is entrusted to you by any means necessary. Even if you must shoot him through the heart with your magical arrows, we shall not hold you accountable. Just ensure he is expelled. Vice President Kent declared, articulating his final wish. Understood. Aishi emerged from the office, her expression one of distress. She had anticipated her initiation task would involve a challenging combat mission, yet the reality was starkly different. Lin Mu seems to be an orphan, a magic failure devoid of elemental affinity. If I expel him, will he be left to wander the streets, scavenging like a stray dog? Aishi, ever compassionate, found herself conflicted. Despite her thoughts, she reminded herself of her duty. Aishi, this is not your fault. It is Lin Mu's own lack of ambition that squanders the academy's precious resources. With renewed determination, Aishi sought out the academy's exclusive magical dormitory. My goodness, the concentration of magical energy here is astounding. I have only felt such potency in the capital. Aishi gasped, finally grasping why Elder Kent was so adamant about expelling Lin Mu. 3 years in such a magical haven could elevate even the most talentless student to the rank of a 3-star magician. Yet, Lin Mu, being an elemental failure, was destined to remain devoid of magical abilities, making his residence in such opulence a sheer waste. I'm so sorry, Lin Mu. This is not my personal desire. Aishi silently apologized once more. However, before she could push open the door, a series of indescribable sounds reached her ears, leaving her momentarily stunned. The flicker of sympathy she had for Lin Mu dissipated instantly. Ah, you vile rogue. Don't come any closer. Stay away. My goodness, this is outrageous. Don't approach me. Don't move. If you move, I swear. The voice was soft and melodic, belonging to a girl. Laced with urgent distress, the situation sounded dire. Lin Mu, how could he engage in such behavior within the academy? At this moment, Ace's compassion evaporated, replaced by disgust. She strode into the magical dormitory, delivering a powerful kick to the wooden door. Bang! The door swung open. Boom! It exploded. A cloud of white smoke billowed forth from the dormitory, followed by the sound of 2 people coughing. Cough! Cough! Who dares? Unprincipled ruffian. Do you believe I want to take action against you? A sharp, acerbic voice retorted. Hiss! Aishi gasped. The explosion she had just witnessed likely possessed at least a 2-star magical force. The speed of the blast was so rapid that even she, a 4-star magical archer, could barely react. It was only thanks to the protective charm of her magical ring that she remained unharmed. As the smoke cleared, Aishi instinctively glanced down, only to find a youth of 17 or 18 sprawled on the ground, his head nearly buried in her skirt, groping about and brushing her toes with his hands. This behavior, combined with the earlier indecorous sounds, ignited even Ace's typically mild temperament. She instinctively kicked. Bang! Ouch! He yelped. What was that for, you vile woman? You scoundrel! Aishi exclaimed, disgusted, stamping her foot. At that moment, she felt an overwhelming urge to rush home and wash her feet. You invade my home, and you dare to complain? Lin Mu retorted, rising with annoyance, brushing the dust off his magical robe. Once upright, Aishi was taken aback. She had never imagined that this so-called magical failure could possess such striking looks. With well-defined brows and bright eyes, his features were strikingly handsome, complemented by a chiseled jawline adorned with a distinctive cleft. His eyes sparkled like clear waters, devoid of any impurities. His pristine complexion only enhanced his allure, and the standard magical robe he wore, rather than being mundane, lent him an air of elegance, fitting for a gentleman of unparalleled charm. Are you finished staring? Lin Mu shot Aishi a disdainful glare, his tone indifferent. Yes, I am done, Aishi replied instinctively. Then let's settle this. Lin Mu nonchalantly dragged a small stool over, plopping down in front of Aishi. What are we settling? Aishi asked, momentarily bewildered. Well, you see, you interrupted my magical meditation, damaged my front door, and kicked me. My stomach hurts altogether. I think 100 magical coins is a reasonable amount for you to compensate me, Lin Mu declared, clutching his stomach. Ace's face darkened. It seemed Lin Mu was indeed as troublesome as rumored. No wonder Vice President Kent had deemed this her initiation task. I am Aishi Kuluz, a mentor of the Academy. Vice President Kent sent me to discuss your tuition fees for the past 3 years. Excuse me? Lin Mu leapt from his stool, staring at Aishi in disbelief. What did you just say? It was Vice President Kent who? Not that part. Lin Mu's eyes suddenly gleamed with eagerness, pressing her for more. To discuss your tuition fees for the past 3 years. Not that either. The previous part. Lin Mu swallowed hard, anxiously awaiting Ace's response. I am Aishi Kuluz. By the Earth Goddess, you have finally arrived. If you had come any later, I would have been utterly ruined, Lin Mu exclaimed, gripping Ace's arms in excitement. Before long, a translucent blue panel appeared before him. Name, Lin Mu. Magic power, 4. Talent, plant space. Ignoring the ecstatic Lin Mu, Aishi shook off his grip, adopting a businesslike demeanor. Vice President Kent sent me to collect the tuition fees. Tuition fees, you say? A mere trifle. How much is it? I have plenty of money, Lin Mu said, his earlier displeasure dissipating, a grin spreading across his face. As the task objective appeared, his spirits lifted, and he noticed that Aishi was rather attractive. Her silky, ice blue hair cascaded down her shoulders, her skin fair and delicate, adorned in an ice blue magical gown, complemented by dainty sandals that revealed her charming toes. The total amount for your overdue tuition, along with the cost of your cafeteria food sales, is 3,500 magical coins. Aishi reiterated the fee. How much? Lin Mu's voice rose in pitch. 3,005? Are you robbing me? Moreover, you owe this amount because I saved the old president's life. Without me, your academy would have perished long ago. Do you understand? Lin Mu raised an eyebrow defiantly. I knew you would say that, Aishi stressed. The old president passed away over a year ago. According to his regulations, only gifted students are exempt from tuition fees, not someone like you, with 0 elemental affinity. So, I shouldn't have to pay, right? I told you. I saved the old president. It's a pity that old man was too stubborn. He became depressed over a mere magical array. I could save him once, but not 10 times. Lin Mu lamented, shaking his head in regret. Hey, are you even listening to me? Your elemental affinity is 0, and you are a waste of potential. You're not suited to be a magician, so please leave the academy. Ace's irritation flared. It was no wonder Vice President Kent insisted on getting rid of this impudent brat. Leave? This academy is my home. You want me to leave? On what grounds? Just 3,500 gold coins? Once I save enough, I will pay you. I can even give you a deposit now. Lin Mu replied, his composure unshaken. Suddenly, he retrieved a golden silk pouch from his bosom and counted out 35 magical coins, slamming them onto the table with an air of grandeur. Here, take these 35 gold coins for now, and the remainder will be paid off over a decade. She glanced at Lin Mu in utter disbelief. He was indeed the miserly figure portrayed in the legends, despite the pouch being evidently plump. Furthermore, she had just glimpsed several high-denomination magical coins within, sufficient for covering tuition fees. Yet he still insisted on a long-term payment plan? 10 years, no less. Well, then it's settled. Be sure to inform Kent and those impertinent wretches that it's not as though I'm withholding funds from you. I shall pay you when I've saved enough, Lin Mu declared, pushing Aishi out the door as he spoke, the heavy door slamming shut behind them. Aishi, now in possession of 35 magical coins, felt utterly bewildered. Ultimately, it was about the tuition fees, and he had not outright refused her merely proposed a 10-year payment plan. No, that wasn't quite right. Aishi suddenly snapped back to reality, feeling as though Lin Mu's seemingly innocuous and handsome visage had deceived her. More importantly, there was a far graver matter at hand, one that was 100 or even 1,000 times worse than the tuition fee issue. Lin Mu had audaciously committed such acts against a young woman within the hallowed halls of the Magic Academy. With this thought, Aishi clenched her silver teeth in anger. Just as she prepared to burst through the door, the intolerable sounds erupted once more. "Ah, you rogue, vile scoundrel! You've touched me. You touch me again. Wah! Get away! Stay far from me, ah! You vile cat! You unworthy scoundrel! You do not deserve to remain at the Yak Magic Academy." Fuming, Aishi raised her foot and kicked the door. Bang! The door swung open once more. Boom! Another explosion ensued. As the smoke cleared, Lin Mu coughed violently. Upon seeing Aishi again, his gloomy countenance transformed into one of bright sunshine, and he stiffly inquired, "Is there anything else, the beautiful and gracious Miss Aishi?" Aishi stepped inside, her eyes scanning the modest confines of the magical dormitory. The small room was laid bare. A bed, a desk adorned with a notebook and pen, and little space left over. There was scarcely room for a pitiful young girl to hide. "Where is she?" Aishi, undeterred, pushed open another door within the dormitory, only to find a neatly kept washroom, yet still no sign of the owner of the girl's voice. "Where have you hidden her?" Aishi questioned, her large, innocent eyes blinking in disbelief. "What girl?" Lin Mu feigned ignorance, yet again shoving the bewildered Aishi out of the magical dormitory. After Aishi departed, Lin Mu sat alone in his solitary dorm room, lost in thought. "It's been 3 years since I crossed over. I wonder if I shall ever have the chance to return to Earth." Lin Mu sighed heavily. Having traversed here 3 years ago following a tragic car accident, he had scarcely ventured beyond the cafeteria and his dormitory since. The reason was simple. This world was treacherous. On the very day of his arrival, he had been ensnared by an ice-armored python, its gaping maw promising to swallow him whole. The one who had rescued him was none other than the venerable headmaster of the Yak Magic Academy, an elderly man named Gallilu. He was the only person Lin Mu had come to know in this world, effectively family. Regrettably, that old coot wasn't quite right in the head. He had become despondent while researching magical arrays and ultimately succumbed to a potion-induced suicide. On the same day, Lin Mu awakened to his own system, his magical power rising from 0 to 4. The greatest wish of old Gallilu was to elevate the Yak Magic Academy to be the foremost magical institution in the Orlon continent. If possible, and provided it does not endanger me, I might attempt to assist him in achieving that, Lin Mu mused to himself. The Yak Magic Academy boasted a formidable faculty, however. The overall quality was exceedingly poor, for otherwise they would not have sought to expel him over a mere 35 magical coins, Lin Mu thought. Plants versus zombies, this golden finger is quite amusing, Lin Mu chuckled to himself as he sat on his bed. Perhaps due to the nature of being a traveler, he lacked elemental affinity, possessing only the waste attributes beyond earth, fire, wind, thunder, light, darkness, and ice. Ah well, tomorrow is the orientation for new students. I suppose I should examine that potato mine, he reflected, recalling that the misunderstanding with Aishi had arisen from the potato mine. Then an idea struck him, and he focused his consciousness on his talent, the plant space. It was a vast grid of 9 squares, surrounded by a foggy haze. At that moment, in the first square, there resided a rather peculiar plant. It resembled a potato, with an elongated head, two large, glistening eyes, a lower lip protruding with two rabbit-like teeth, and atop its head sprouted a lever shaped like a gong. Potato mine. Damage. Cost 2. Attribute, fire. Upon returning to his body, Lin Mu leaned over the only wooden table in his dormitory, pen in hand, recording his findings. Potato mine, a two-cost plant, makes noise, and it's quite the nuisance. After closing his notebook, Lin Mu recalled his earlier attempts to study the potato mine in his dormitory. As for the potato mine's incessant clamor, not only did it terrify Aishi, but it also sent shivers down Lin Mu's spine. It was utterly absurd. To his astonishment, the potato mine could actually speak. You can, damn it. While others hide their landmines in fear of being seen or heard, in our household, the landmine seems desperate for attention, like a bashful maiden caught in a moment of irresistibly intriguing, and once one approaches, it goes kaboom. Lin Mu grinned widely, a mischievous smile spreading across his face. Upon this thought, his body jolted, and smoke began to rise from his hair. Dog coin system. You shock me when there's no task objective. And now that there is, you still shock me. Lin Mu fumed, knowing that as long as he failed to complete his tasks, he would be jolted daily, and the timing was always impeccable. Tomorrow marked the opening ceremony. If he could just accomplish the task of obtaining the Peashooter, Lin Mu brimmed with anticipation, for it was a pivotal force within the plant family. Boasting formidable power, he merely wondered if the Peashooter would be able to converse. This task of acquiring the Peashooter was imperative, absolutely essential. Otherwise, he would be unable to endure the daily shocks. Moreover, failing to complete tasks would hinder his growth. In this magical world, what difference was there between not growing stronger and being a mere couch potato? Around midday, Lin Mu rolled out of bed and stepped out of his private courtyard, making his way toward the cafeteria. Ike Magic Academy spanned a considerable area, at least 7 to 8 acres. Encircled by dormitories to the north stood 3 Gothic-style buildings, exuding a dark aesthetic. The cafeteria, the library, and the lecture hall. As he passed a statue, Lin Mu halted briefly. The statue depicted an elderly gentleman, beaming with pride, donned in a magical robe, wielding a staff, none other than Guru, the late headmaster of Ike Academy. Regrettably, he had passed away a year ago, and this statue was commissioned by Lin Mu, consuming 2.5 years of his savings. Had it not been for his desire to honor Headmaster Guru with a statue, he would not have resorted to selling cafeteria food. Upon entering the cafeteria, Lin Mu was met with throngs of students, with over 1,000 present on the first floor alone. He ascended to the second floor, where the number of students significantly dwindled. The second floor was frequented by 2- and 3-star magicians, and even the academy's instructors dined there. Hey, David, could you please get me 100 pounds of bread, 300 pounds of beef, and ideally 500 pounds of washed fruits? Thank you. Lin Mu addressed a hefty man behind the counter. David found Lin Mu's name cumbersome and promptly shortened it. Glaring in frustration, I will not give you any extra food, not even half a pound. Remember that. You useless brat, he added indignantly. Even if you threaten me with my daughter, it won't work. Selena is now a 2-star magic swordswoman. If you're not afraid of death, you can go and try her. To David, Lin Mu was a devil, constantly using his charming daughter to extort additional food to sell. Calm down, calm down. Lin Mu rubbed his nose. He had merely jested, unaware of David's intense reaction. He then chuckled. All right, I'm just here to eat. You know my tastes. Humph. David snorted coldly, grabbing a tray that held a piece of beef and a loaf of bread, drizzling sauce, and scattering some green onions atop it. I can't eat green onions. I can't eat green onions, Lin Mu exclaimed in a panic. Bang! David ignored him entirely and began serving another student. Taking his tray, Lin Mu found a random seat. His thoughts consumed with the abundance of green onions. How could he possibly eat this? Just as he pondered, a beautiful young woman in her 20s approached, clad in an icy blue magical robe and ice silk shoes, as if she had stepped out of a painting. Hello, I am Aishi Kuluz, the new instructor at the academy. Could I please have a serving of beef and a loaf of bread? Thank you. Aishi politely stated at the counter. All right, of course. David's demeanor transformed drastically as he handed Aishi an extra piece of beef, saying, the beef at the academy is fresh. You can enjoy an additional slice. Thank you. Aishi replied, taking the tray and finding a place to sit, completely unfazed by the eager gazes directed at her from those around. How stunning. Aishi Kuluz, Wait, that name seems familiar. She is indeed the renowned prodigy of the Kulus family. My goodness, it truly is her. What brings her to our academy as an instructor? She is the daughter of a count. Dubbed the most terrifyingly talented magic archer in history, she began training at 7. Became a 1-star magic archer at 8. Single-handedly confronted a 3-star magical beast at 15. And at 16, with undeniable prowess, gained admission to the esteemed Holy Silent Magic Academy in the imperial capital. Shouldn't she be attending school now? Why is she here teaching? Recognizing her, Aishi wore an expression of helplessness and stood to greet everyone. Hello, I am Aishi, your future instructor, and I look forward to your support. Aishi spoke to me. Aishi Kulu spoke to me. O divine goddess of the earth, surely, I cannot be dreaming. A female student excitedly clutched her friend's arm, nearly fainting with joy. This girl has such a remarkable background. Observing the scene, Lin Mu was dumbfounded. However, having been at the academy for 3 years, he found it unsurprising that he didn't recognize Aishi. Contemplating tomorrow's task, Lin Mu boldly sat across from Aishi. Greetings, the beautiful and gracious Miss Aishi. MHM. Aishi responded with little interest, her thoughts lingering on the morning's events, leaving her with nothing but distaste, just as she prepared to place a piece of beef in her mouth. Lin Mu interjected, Aishi, do you eat green onions? What? Perfect, I don't eat green onions either. Let us switch. Without waiting for Aishi to react, Lin Mu swiftly exchanged their trays and speared the beef with a fork. Aishi's expression darkened, her small fists clenched involuntarily. Those around them were equally astonished. That useless Lin Mu? How could he possibly know Aishi, the close associate of the late headmaster guru? This boy, deemed a failure in the magical dormitory, was somehow acquainted with Aishi. It seemed unfathomable that the two should share any connection. Aishi, you are truly beautiful. Lin Mu flashed what he believed to be an impeccable smile and then moved to the next table with his tray. Aishi ground her silver teeth in frustration, feeling as though she had been bullied and teased by Lin Mu. There was no way she would eat the leftover beef and bread he had touched. Damn David. Knowing full well she despised green onions, yet still adding so many, though, in truth, she felt she hadn't lost out, getting 2 pieces of beef in exchange for 1. It tasted delightful. Lin Mu savored his meal, dripping with juices that he intended to gauge Aishi's attitude toward him. Secondly, he simply refused to eat green onions. The attitude seemed acceptable, at least in his view, which would facilitate the completion of his task tomorrow. However, Aishi did exhibit one trait he found detestable. How could she eat green onions, that revolting substance? Just as Lin Mu was relishing his meal, a cough echoed from the staircase leading to the 2nd floor. Capturing the attention of the cafeteria's patrons, Vice Principal Kent. Greetings, Vice Principal Kent. The students paused their activities, directing their gazes toward the grim-faced Vice Principal. Sporting a goatee that moment, Vice Principal Kent declared, I have an announcement to make. Following tomorrow's opening ceremony, the day after will see an assessment, primarily focusing on the 2nd and 3rd year students. Those who fail the assessment will be expelled from the Magic Academy. Upon hearing this, the cafeteria erupted into a clamor. An assessment? How could there be an assessment? Wasn't Ike Magic Academy reputed as the most inclusive academy in the Orlon continent? To be expelled for failing an assessment? The older students murmured anxiously, but Vice Principal Kent added, of course, given that Ike Magic Academy has not conducted such assessments, this will be a preliminary stage, and thus we will randomly select 1 student for evaluation. That is all. After stating this, Vice Principal Kent cast a casual glance at Lin Mu before departing. Hey. What's with all the hey? Why are you staring at me? Are you out of your mind? Lin Mu rolled his eyes and continued eating. It wasn't until he finished that he realized something was amiss. An assessment. An assessment. Damn it. Only 1 person will be selected for evaluation, and he even looked at me as he left. Damned Kent. You plotting against me. Lin Mu gritted his teeth and stood up, unable to recall how he had offended Vice Principal Kent, with the headmaster in seclusion and the Grand Elder out training. Kent was the sole authority in the academy. Was it merely a measly magical dormitory that thought it could expel him? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Throughout these 3 years of transmigration, Ike Magic Academy, that modest magical dormitory, had become his home that if he were to leave this perilous continent of Orlon, his survival would be in grave doubt. One never knows when a divine dragon might descend from the heavens and snuff out his life. To endure, one must possess commensurate strength. Over the past 3 years, aside from crafting a statue for the old man Garalu, I have been frugal, saving every coin for my future exploits across the continent in search of a way to return to Earth. Now, however, Vice Dean Kent has unilaterally altered the rules, attempting to expel him and completely disrupt his plans, which has naturally incensed Lin Mu that a gaggle of old silver coins thinks they can toy with me. If I were to yield, I would be unworthy of this journey. Fuming, Lin Mu sought out Aishi. Taking a seat across from her, he adjusted his demeanor, donning an impeccable, charming smile, and gently inquired, Aishi? Aishi regarded him with an impassive expression. Having never anticipated that Vice Dean Kent would concoct a non-existent assessment for the old students in order to drive Lin Mu away. How about this? Lin Mu proposed. I'll give you 100 magic coins if you let me hold you for a moment. Aishi's expression shifted dramatically. 4,000. 4,000 magic coins. My entire fortune. Just let me hold you for a moment tomorrow. Lin Mu gritted his teeth, uttering a number that pained him deeply. Creak. So you agree? Lin Mu exclaimed in delight. Yet, in the next instant, a delicate hand grew larger in his vision before it landed sharply on his left cheek. Slap. Followed by Aishi's low, seething voice. Impertinent lecher. If you dare to tease me again, I will shoot you with my magic bow. Leaving behind a frosty visage, Aishi turned and descended the stairs. Wait. What? Lin Mu was left in a daze. Aishi exited the second floor. Students erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha. It turned out they were unaware of each other's identities. I knew it. How could a magical wastrel like him possibly connect with a paragon such as her? Poor Lin Mu's face was swelling. How pitiful. What's so funny? You bunch of fools. In a huff, Lin Mu stormed away, returning to the magic dormitory. On the way, he rubbed his face, muttering, that foul woman. If she doesn't want to be held, why hit me? He was perplexed. Despite his sincere declaration, Aishi had refused him, and yet she had to slap him as well. Back in his dorm, Lin Mu remained restless. I cannot simply sit idly by. If I am truly expelled from the academy, where shall I wander? Name, Lin Mu. Magic power. For talent, plant space task. Please embrace Aishi and a Princess Carrie and run 3 laps around the academy during the opening ceremony. Task reward. Magic power 2. Unlock Peashooter. According to my records, magic power regenerates at a rate of 1 point every half hour. The potato mine costs 2 points to summon, meaning I could conjure 2 potato mines with my current 4 points. If I plan ahead, I can set up a potato mine field, but I wonder how long they will remain after being summoned. Pondering this, Lin Mu found it impossible to remain stilled in the dead of night. After all the instructors and students had fallen asleep, he quietly pushed open the door to the magic dormitory and made his way towards the library. Behind the library lay a small path leading to the back mountain of Yak Magic Academy. This area was reserved for 2nd and 3rd year students to practice magic, as 2-star spells could significantly impact the environment, necessitating a place away from the main grounds to prevent damage. Moments later, Lin Mu discovered an open space as he envisioned his task. A girl's silvery scream echoed. Ah, pervert, get away from me. Don't come closer. Help. Lin Mu stood 10 meters away from the potato mine, staring at it. Keep screaming. Whoever stops is a fool. His words startled the potato mine into a frenzied outcry. Don't move. If you come any closer, I'll... Damn it. Lin Mu facepalmed in disbelief, summoning another potato mine and placing it 3 meters from the first. The moment the second potato mine appeared, pervert. No, don't move. For an hour, the unrelenting cries of the girl echoed through the night, and Lin Mu dug at his ears. With each movement, the potato mines continued their cacophony. Remarkably, the first potato mine had yet to disappear, indicating that they might indeed persist indefinitely after being summoned. The dawn light finally graced Lin Mu's face, and he yawned as he headed towards the academy. Today marked the summer freshman assessment, a task he typically would have avoided, but this time was different. He had a mission to fulfill at 8 o'clock sharp. As the sun soared high, students began to gather, aligning themselves as instructed by the mentors, who stood in formation. Just then, Vice Dean Kent, clad in a fiery red magic robe, ascended the podium and addressed the crowd through a trumpet-like magical device. Lin Mu paid no heed to Kent's words, his focus solely on Aishi, who stood at the far left of the instructors lined in the sweltering July heat. Students sweated profusely, their patience waning. Yet Kent continued his monologue on the illustrious history of Yak Magic Academy, seemingly oblivious to their discomfort. Damn it. I can't wait any longer. Lin Mu cursed under his breath, having lost sleep while researching potato mines on the back mountain. He could not risk missing the opportunity. With a shake of his weary head, he stealthily approached the front of the instructor line. Though impatient, the students remained obedient. Lin Mu's movement drew the attention of both the mentors and Vice Dean Kent. Yet they chose to ignore him, having never anticipated his participation in the ceremony. This presented Lin Mu with a chance. He surged to the front of the student line, swiftly scooping Aishi into his arms. A cacophony of gasps erupted as Lin Mu took off running. The mentors exchanged bewildered glances. Utterly flabbergasted, students collectively inhaled sharply, their expressions a mix of admiration and astonishment as they beheld Lin Mu racing around the field with Aishi in his grasp. It was impossible not to feel envious. Although Aishi had only arrived a day prior, her name had already spread throughout the academy. The daughter of Count Klus, a young 4-star magic archer, the youngest student of the imperial capital SST. Slan Magic Academy. Every title she held radiated an aura of divinity. With her stunning figure and breathtaking beauty, she was the dream of many, now nestled in Lin Mu's embrace, frozen in shock. Finally, Vice Dean Kent ceased his lecture, his fiery robe billowing as he glared at Lin Mu, his beard twitching in rage as he shouted, "Lin Mu, what are you doing? Put Aishi down at once. To hell with you all. You think you can drive me away? Old Kent, would you dare treat me this way if Garalu were here?" Lin Mu retorted, quickening his pace, as he completed half a lap. The delicate girl in his arms finally regained her senses, her face transforming into a mask of horror as she coldly demanded, "Let me go. What do you think you are doing? Don't move." Smack. A playful slap landed on Aishi's backside as Lin Mu adjusted his hold, continuing his reckless sprint that "I'll kill you." Aishi seethed, her face pale with fury, especially humiliated at being so treated in front of everyone. If news of this reached the imperial capital, her social circle would surely erupt. "Foolish woman, best not to move, or I shall tear your magical skirt apart, exposing your exquisite form for all to see." Lin Mu glared at her fiercely. "What on earth do you intend to do?" The genius, Aishi, born into an aristocratic family, was on the verge of tears, her face pale as she struggled to comprehend Lin Mu's intentions. "Yesterday, I asked you to let me hold you for a moment, but you refused." Lin Mu complained. "I agree. I agree. Isn't that enough? Please, let me down." Aishi urged anxiously to that moment. They had become the center of attention for the entire academy. And Aishi felt as though countless eyes were fixated on her, her face blushing crimson. "Too late. Let me run a bit longer. Just 2 more laps, and then you can do whatever you wish." Lin Mu quickly reassured Aishi before dashing off again. "Second lap?" Lin Mu panted slightly. The instructors and students were rendered numb, while Vice Dean Kent gritted his teeth, struggling to control his emotions, fearful that he might unleash a devastating spell that could harm Aishi and the students. Good heavens! Is this a mere mortal? This is a deity. Setting aside Aishi's identity, her flawless visage was a sight to behold, a goddess admired by countless souls, now being carried off in a frenzy by that brute. The most infuriating part was that Lin Mu's speed only increased, his erratic movements completely undermining the divine image of the goddess. Wearing a tattered skirt is such a hassle from now on. "You ought to wear a long robe with trousers, do you hear me?" Lin Mu grumbled, gripping Aishi's skirt tightly to prevent any embarrassing mishaps. "Mind your own business." Aishi was on the brink of madness. Her beautiful face flushed. If she weren't genuinely afraid of Lin Mu tearing her skirt, she would have certainly shot an arrow through his chest. "What are you staring at? Keep staring, and I'll rip your clothes off." Lin Mu threatened menacingly. "Scoundrel!" The proud daughter of heaven lowered her head, but a murderous intent lurked within her heart. "Vice Dean, should I take action?" a young male instructor inquired of Elder Kent. "Fool, what business is it of yours?" "Get lost!" Lin Mu cursed at the instructor who dared to challenge him. Third lap, Lin Mu scolded the instructor who sought to confront him. Great Mother Earth, Kent invoked the name of the divine to suppress his murderous rage. He couldn't fathom Lin Mu's motives. Under normal circumstances, it would have been acceptable, but today, of all days, it was the opening ceremony, a sacred occasion meant to unite the students' hearts and convey the arduous journey of magic. Now, thanks to this ruckus, the students' focus had scattered. "When I pass by again, all magic archers should take action, but remember not to harm Aishi or the students," Vice Dean Kent stated after careful consideration. "And what about Lin Mu?" One elder inquired. "Do not harm him either. It is best to use restraining magic, or otherwise, aim for his ankles." Vice Dean Kent remained silent for a moment before finally responding. Understood. Upon hearing this, the instructors drew their wands and magic bows, watching Lin Mu's approach like vigilant sentinels. Task completed. Magic power increased by 2. Unlocking. Peashooter is at done. Lin Mu, holding Aishi, felt elated and took a moment to glance at the plant space. Noticing a second flower pot added to the grid. Ha ha ha. A bunch of fools. Do they think they can block me? In high spirits, Lin Mu stopped a few dozen meters from the platform. Are you not going to let me down? Aishi seethed with fury. I'm afraid your legs will go numb. Lin Mu finally set Aishi down and sincerely thanked her. Thank you, Aishi. Your skin is truly lovely and so soft. With that, Lin Mu dashed towards the magical dormitory. He leaving just like that. The prepared instructors looked at Vice Dean Kent. Chase him. Vice Dean Kent waved his hand. Lin Mu took off running. In the end, Lin Mu found himself surrounded by the instructors, crouched atop the statue of Garalu in the center of the playground, clinging to its neck in a comical manner. Don't move. Everyone stay still. Kent calmed the agitated instructors. Come down. Vice Dean Kent regarded Lin Mu with a calm demeanor. You come up? Lin Mu retorted defiantly. Do you think I won't dare to climb up and catch you? Kent seethed. Then his finger flickered with the space ring, producing a fiery red wand. Garalu. Oh, I feel so wronged. Ever since you left, those wretches have been targeting me at every turn. That old fool Kent even wants to drive me away. I miss you. Lin Mu screamed desperately while clutching the Garalu statue, tears streaming down his face, evoking sympathy from those who heard him. Damn it. Kent was infuriated. If it were any other statue, it would be fine. But that statue belonged to the revered old Dean Garalu, respected by all instructors and elders, who had once shown him kindness. Now Lin Mu had climbed up there. Did that mean the instructors and elders would disregard decorum to climb up and seize him? Beneath the Garalu statue, Aishi's eyes blazed with fury. Having just arrived at the Yak Magic Academy, she would not show undue respect to the old Dean Garalu. In fact, the magic bow in her hand creaked ominously as she gripped it tightly. Hey, Kent, keep an eye on Aishi. I can't take one of her arrows. Lin Mu noticed Aishi's subtle movements, one hand clinging to the Garalu statue while the other gestured frantically. Aishi, calm down, calm down. The Academy will certainly give you an explanation today. Kent could only attempt to placate Aishi. Vice Dean Kent, I must personally eliminate that scoundrel today. Please do not hinder me. Aishi's gaze turned cold, and from somewhere, a magic arrow appeared in her other hand. Garalu, I miss you. Whether out of fear or anger, Lin Mu shouted at the top of his lungs, his neck veins bulging, a pitiful sight. Aishi, please remember that you are an instructor of the Academy. Although Lin Mu has been a bit mischievous, his transgressions do not warrant death. Once he comes down, I shall ensure he is expelled from the Academy, and you shall never see him again. Vice Dean Kent assured Aishi. There was no other choice. Aishi's background was too significant, so much so that even he, a 7-star magician and part-time vice dean, dared not offend her. Kent, don't think you're a good person just because you speak on my behalf. If you dare to mention driving me away again, I will pluck every last hair from your face. Lin Mu glared. You little brat, say another word, and you'll see. Vice Dean Kent was exasperated. Here he was, trying to help, and Lin Mu had the audacity to bite back. Umph, Lin Mu scoffed. Don't think I don't know. You were sold into slavery as a child, never feeling secure, lacking confidence, and often doubting yourself. Your idol is Master Fike, who sports a goatee. Just because you mimic your idol by growing one doesn't mean you're no longer a slave. Once a slave, always a slave. Think of that dark, hopeless life, you miserable slave. Great Mother Earth, may the heavenly fire illuminate the world. Kent was driven to madness, directly chanting a magical incantation at that moment. Aishi hesitantly spoke. Kent, Vice Dean, calm down. Do not forget your identity as the Vice Dean of Yak Magic Academy. Vice Dean Kent, that is the statue of old Dean Garalu. Do not damage it. Calm down, Vice Dean. I do not believe that scoundrel will remain there forever, several elders urged. Huff huff. Vice Dean Kent just managed to quell his fury. What now? You wretched slave. Dare you to try chasing me away again? The Academy is my home. Whoever tries to drive me off can go to hell. Lin Mu shouted defiantly. You little rascal, I'll take you on. Vice Dean Kent's beard was askew. Rolling up his sleeves as a dignified 7-star magician, nearly climbed the statue to poke Lin Mu with his wand. Fortunately, with the elder's intervention, Kent calmed down slightly and instructed an instructor. Take the students back to the classroom. The students left with eager hearts, but the instructors and elders remained, encircling the statue. Hey, what are you all doing here in the middle of the day? Aren't you going to have lunch? Lin Mu inquired. Little brat, are you not coming down? Kent adjusted his goatee. Not coming down. If you have the guts, come up. I'll knock you all out one by one. Lin Mu retorted without reservation. Seeing Kent's beard twitch again, he took a few deep breaths and declared, I announce that at 8 o'clock tomorrow, you will be prioritized for assessment. Should you fail, you will be expelled from Yak Magic Academy. Having spoken, Kent no longer wished to see Lin Mu, and departed with the elders and mentors. That beauty, Aishi, you need not wait for me. I shall dine alone when the time comes, Lin Mu said with a cheerful smile to the remaining Aishi. The latter hesitated for quite a while before finally retracting her magic bow and admonishing Lin Mu, after tomorrow, do not let me see you again. Once the threatening figures had departed, Lin Mu climbed down from the statue. However, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he sat at the foot of the statue, sighing, Galu, old man, you see, it is not that I lack respect for you. It is simply beyond my control. His voice was low and his spirits were dampened. Resembling a bullied child confiding grievances to his parents. Only you could still protect me after a year of passing. This kindness will not be forgotten, my dear. After gathering his somber thoughts, Lin Mu made his way towards his magical dormitory. Tomorrow as assessment, just wait and see how I will obliterate you all. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Lin Mu ascended the mountain with a bag of biscuits. He intended to refine his potato mines and also to examine the newly unlocked plant. The Peashooter, upon reaching the rear mountain's encampment, he stealthily approached. Suddenly, a multitude of beady little eyes emerged from the ground. Wow, wow, the rogue is back. Attack the rogue, attack the rogue. 8 potato mines were scattered across various locations, each 3 meters apart, issuing chilling cries. Lin Mu paid them no heed and found a spot to sit, immersing his consciousness in the plant space. The plant space, regardless of the time, was always bathed in sunlight with a gentle breeze. At this moment, the first 3x3 grid contained potato mines, while the second grid featured a new addition, a green plant standing 1 meter tall. 2 tiny eyes, the size of sesame seeds, peered out, with a long tuft of hair on the back of its head. While its mouth resembled a cannon's muzzle, as wide as an arm, Lin Mu narrowed his eyes, and the properties of the new plant materialized before him. Peashooter damage. Cost. 1 traits. None 1 cost plant. 1 star damage. No special traits. Lin Mu felt as if he had just swallowed a fly. Utterly repulsed, he had nearly risked his life to complete this task, only to receive such a trivial thing. The potato mine at least had a fire attribute, and its power was indeed considerable, equivalent to about 2-star magic. Yet this Peashooter, disappointment washed over Lin Mu. Nevertheless, as it was unlocked by the system, he returned his consciousness to his body and pointed towards the rear of the potato array. Without warning, a Peashooter appeared, and from its cannon emerged a muffled voice. "Adadada, ew." Subsequently, the cannon slightly adjusted, aiming at Lin Mu, and a fist-sized green pea shot forth with great force towards him. The pea was as swift as the wind, but Lin Mu had anticipated it, ducking just in time for the pea to graze his scalp and crash into a small tree behind him with a resounding crack. The tree splintered. After witnessing the Peashooter's power, Lin Mu was drenched in sweat, gritting his teeth as he cursed. "What's wrong with you? I am your master." Yet the response was, "Adadadada, do-do-do-do." Manual sound effects. "Are you mocking me?" He rolled away swiftly, quickly distancing himself from the Peashooter. After retreating about 10 meters, Lin Mu noticed the Peashooter ceased its attacks, its effective range 10 meters. After a moment of observation, he confirmed that once he maintained a distance of 10 meters, the Peashooter would not attack. He promptly took out his notebook to record his findings, the manual sound effect from a Peashooter that could not distinguish friend from foe. Just as Lin Mu closed his notebook, a chilling realization sent shivers down his spine, nearly frightening his soul out of his body. Suddenly, a potato mine spoke up. "Daodu, is that you?" The Peashooter replied in a deep voice. "Has Biaogu arrived?" The potato mine's voice was weak and timid, seemingly afraid of this Biaogu. "No," the Peashooter responded. "What the hell? You two know each other." In that moment, Lin Mu was utterly bewildered. Rascals, attack the rogue. Don't come any closer. Don't move. Wah wah wah. Ada. Edu." Replaying the conversation from mere seconds ago, Lin Mu realized that the potato mine and Peashooter had been conversing that he refrained from interrupting. But upon doing so, he unwittingly triggered some nerve in those two foolhardy plants, setting them off on a nonsensical spree once more. This was truly alarming. He had thought that plants speaking was akin to a preset alarm. But it turned out these creatures possessed their own consciousness and could communicate. From their brief exchange, Lin Mu learned that these plants were acquainted. The biao mentioned by the potato mine. Could it also be a plant? Curiosity piqued. Lin Mu prepared to observe them closely and circled around to their rear. However, what awaited him was, The Peashooter's cannon pivoted towards him, unleashing another volley. Damn it! Lin Mu exclaimed, hopping in frustration. Fortunately, the Peashooter vanished shortly thereafter. Lin Mu stood in place for a moment. Could the Peashooter only exist for 1 hour? Well, that's for the best. He thought he did not wish for the Peashooter to remain there indefinitely. Nor did he want the secret of the plant space to become common knowledge. After dealing with the Peashooter, he approached once more, and the potato mine let out a wailing cry. Stop screaming. I ask you, do you know each other? And who is this biao? Is he part of your plant family or a human from Earth? Lin Mu bombarded them with a series of inquiries. The response was, rascals, stay away from us. The spot I'm pointing to is where you fight. Damn it. Lin Mu shook his head in exasperation. He found another spot to sit down, simultaneously pointing to 2 locations and placing 2 more potato mines. With this arrangement, there were now 9 potato mines in the open space, each 3 meters apart. This was the maximum explosion radius. As long as someone approached this range, the potato mines would detonate. From previous experiments, it seemed the potato mines were indeed stronger, equivalent to the intensity of a 2-star magic explosion. The Peashooter, on the other hand, fell short. The speed at which it fired peas was akin to an ordinary person drawing a bow. Something Lin Mu could easily dodge. He shook his head at the thought of using them against a magician. Unless there were a considerable number of Peashooters, they would hardly prove effective. As he waited, he noted that his magic power restored by 1 point every half hour. Once he accumulated 2 points, he would summon another potato mine, continuously refining his minefield. Thus, the night passed, and Lin Mu yawned as he made his way to the academy when the system suddenly appeared. Name, Lin Mu Magic Power, 1-6. Talent, Plant Space Task, Thunderous Roar. In this world of swords and magic, please teach Aishi to proficiently sing Thunderous Roar within 7 days. Task Reward, Unlock Cherry Bomb. Upon seeing this, Lin Mu felt like crying. Singing Thunderous Roar in a world of swords and magic. Which imbecile came up with this task? Moreover, couldn't they choose someone else to burden? He suspected that if he teased Aishi again, she would surely shoot him through with her magic bow. To put it mildly, Lin Mu perceived this as an impossible task. Aishi was highborn, a favored daughter of the heavens, raised in a noble family. How could she be expected to sing such an embarrassing thing? At 8 the next morning, Lin Mu awoke punctually, albeit jolted awake by an electric shock. He anticipated the task to come so swiftly. A daily jolt, quite invigorating. However, as he grew accustomed to it, he discovered something fascinating. Ever since acquiring the system, his physical condition had vastly improved. Just yesterday during the opening ceremony, he had carried Aishi around 3 laps, and by the end, he was merely slightly out of breath. Not fatigued at all, moreover. When testing the Peashooter's power, he had evaded its shots multiple times. Though the speed of the Mung Bean may not be particularly swift, it is nonetheless comparable to the velocity of an arrow in flight. Any other magician would surely be unable to evade it, yet he managed to escape. All things considered, the system's electricity is quite formidable. It can enhance his physical capabilities. This is truly splendid. Although he is not a masochist, he finds himself eagerly anticipating the transformations that each daily jolt may bring. It is time to return to the rear mountain and refine the landmine array. Donning the standard issue magical robe, Lin Mu pushed open the door. To his surprise, he found Vice Dean Kent and a host of instructors glaring at him with ominous intensity in the courtyard of his magical dormitory. What do you want? Lin Mu inquired, glancing towards the garrulous statue at the center of the playground. Taking a deep breath, he shouted, Garrulu, stop howling. Have you forgotten? Vice Dean Kent replied coldly. Today is the day of your assessment. And also the day you will be expelled from the academy. Are you so certain that I will fail the assessment? Lin Mu scoffed. From this day forth, the Magic Academy will finally have some peace. And this dormitory can finally be relinquished to us. Outside the dormitory, a throng of male and female students gathered, each casting pitying glances at Lin Mu, eager for him to be expelled. Humph, a bunch of fools. Let me make this clear. This dormitory is my home, Lin Mu retorted disdainfully. Have you finished? Vice Dean Kent interrupted. That I have finished. Let me speak. Before Lin Mu could continue, Vice Dean Kent stepped back and declared, Enough, the assessment begins. No sooner had he spoken than a flash of sword light surged forward, aimed directly at Lin Mu's throat. Instinctively, Lin Mu leaned back, narrowly avoiding this deadly strike that a 17 or 18-year-old girl stood poised. Her short hair framing an oval face, clad in a striking red outfit that exuded grace and vigor. After her sword missed, the girl coldly addressed Lin Mu. You have bullied me and my father for 3 years. It is time for you to repay your debt. If you know what is good for you, leave Ek Magic Academy of your own accord, and I may spare your life. Selena? Lin Mu's expression tightened. The one assessing him was none other than David the cook's daughter. He hardly felt he had done her any wrong. He had merely teased her from time to time, seeing Lin Mu silent. Selena gritted her teeth and charged forward. I want to shed tears until I see the coffin. Prepare to face my blade. With a swift motion, she pierced the air with her sword. Selena, please let me explain. Aren't we friends? Friends? I would rather kill you. Selena retorted, elegantly twirling her sword to create a beautiful flourish before her chest. Wait. I have something to say. Lin Mu exclaimed. Do you not remember 3 years ago when you played behind me? That was in the past. Back then, I had no idea what kind of person you really were. Selena's cold voice cut through the air. What have I become? Enough of your nonsense. Wait, Lin Mu raised his hand, stating, I agree to the assessment, but let us change the location to the rear mountain. Upon hearing Lin Mu relent, Selena glanced at Vice Dean Kent. No need. It would be a waste of time. With your useless physique, even if you were to go to the Mage Tower for the assessment, you would still lose. If you are too embarrassed to face it, just leave on your own. Vice Dean Kent replied apathetically, Stop wasting my time, you miserable slave. Do you dare to go to the rear mountain? Lin Mu snapped impatiently. Then let me grant you a swift death. Without waiting for a response, Lin Mu headed toward the rear mountain. Soon, the group arrived at the rear mountain, accompanied not just by the instructors and elders, but also by curious students. Vice Dean Kent appeared to be intent on witnessing Lin Mu's humiliation. Thus, he did not intervene, allowing the throng to follow eagerly. Upon reaching the rear mountain of Ek Magic Academy, Lin Mu halted some distance from the landmine array. Selena, you ungrateful wretch. I treated you so well. I even shared half of a candy with you when we were children. Lin Mu lamented, disappointment evident in his gaze. That was only because you wanted to kiss me. I refused you, which is why you tried to make me swallow your saliva. Selena replied coolly, though her eyes betrayed a complexity of emotions that suggested she was not as unfeeling as she pretended to be. Ahem. None of that matters. What is important is that I shared candy with you. And not just once, Lin Mu said awkwardly. Stop talking nonsense. Be careful. Selena took a stance, preparing to advance. Wait. Lin Mu interjected. You are merely stalling for time. It is utterly pointless. Your elemental affinity is 0, and you possess a useless attribute. You simply do not belong to Ek Magic Academy, Ace said coldly. After a night had passed, she had grown even more indifferent, her gaze toward Lin Mu now laced with disdain. Lin Mu ignored her and turned to Vice Dean Kent. You old fool, I agree to the assessment, but I demand a different opponent. Selena is a 2-star magic swordsman. Are you suggesting you want a 1-star level opponent? Kent nodded. Who said I wanted a 1-star? I would accept anyone above Selena, even a 3-star. Lin Mu replied nonchalantly. A 3-star? A 3-star magician? Then I would defeat you in a single move. Puffed. This Lin Mu must be joking. Given the circumstances, with his useless abilities, he would struggle against even a 1-star opponent, let alone a 3-star. The students who had followed laughed heartily. Do you wish to die at someone else's hands? I shall assess you. A male magic swordsman stepped forward. Harboring resentment over Lin Mu occupying the magical dormitory for 3 years, Ole? Is he the Ole who ranks in the top 10 of the 3rd year? Allowing him to assess the useless Lin Mu seemed a waste of talent. The crowd of students fell silent. I will not bully you. I am a 3-star magic swordsman, having advanced to the 3rd year group a year ago. That I will assess you using only one hand. And I will refrain from using magic. However, if you lose, you must kneel and bark like a dog 3 times. Ole stated coldly, looking down at Lin Mu. Have I provoked you in any way? Lin Mu reflected, realizing he had no grievances with Ole. Afraid? Then I will let you use one leg. Olay declared arrogantly. Stop talking nonsense. Come at me if you dare. Lin Mu, now irritated, began to retreat. The to kill you. I need but a single move. However, slaying a magic waste like you would only soil my sword. Olay brandished his sword, advancing step by step toward Lin Mu. Olay, it would be best to cut out his tongue as well. That scoundrel has always bullied Selena, for no reason at all. A boy gritted his teeth. From now on, there will be no more magic wastes at Ek Magic Academy, Vice Dean Kent stated coolly. Let that damned Lin Mu wander the streets. Ace thought. Lin Mu. Selena's eyes darkened, a wave of discomfort washing over her, but she quickly suppressed it that moment. Olay suddenly accelerated. I will sever your arm. Prepare to die, fool. Come at me. Lin Mu also surged forward toward the rear mountain. The two chased one another, and as the assessment ground shifted, the crowd followed suit. They soon arrived at the location of the landmine array, where Lin Mu did not hesitate to dive in. This was possible because he had left a 5-meter-wide escape route when setting up the landmine array, ensuring he would not trigger any mines. As the crowd arrived, a dozen small heads popped up from the ground, resembling girls who had been bullied. Ah, perverted scoundrel, don't come near us. No, 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 don't move. Olay's expression froze as he watched Lin Mu dive into those strange creatures. Kent, don't blame me for not warning you. Cast a magical shield on him. Lin Mu called out from afar. Magical shield? Do you think I am a magic waste like you? Die. Olay's eyes gleamed with determination as he relentlessly pursued Lin Mu. Then do not blame me. Lin Mu's expression darkened as he extended his finger and placed another potato mine beneath Olay's feet. The next moment, a series of explosions erupted. Boom, boom, boom. A series of over 10 resounding explosions erupted in rapid succession, sending billowing smoke into the air and obscuring the vision of all present. The first to react was Elder Kent, who sensed something amiss upon noticing Lin Mu's expression. His face paled in alarm as the explosions commenced. Quickly, bring out Aolura. Elder Nar, prepare the healing potions at once. The scene descended into chaos. Once the white smoke had fully dissipated, the crowd beheld Lin Mu perched nonchalantly upon a large boulder, legs crossed. Gazing disdainfully at the unconscious a 3-star fire mage swordsman truly formidable. Do you think I afforded you an opportunity? At this utterance, everyone was rendered speechless. The mentors, including Aishi, gaped in disbelief at Lin Mu. Who appeared unscathed? Who set up this magical array? In the midst of the confusion, no one dared to associate the explosions with Lin Mu. Only Aishi recalled her visits to the magical dormitory, where she had triggered potato bombs on 2 occasions, in scenes reminiscent of the current chaos. However, the magical dormitory was also protected by a magical array, and she had been shielded by her magical ring, so she had not perceived the previous explosions as particularly severe. This time, in a different location, she had witnessed the explosion's true might. It was simply astonishing. Not even she, but the consecutive earth-shattering blasts had left Elder Kent, a 7-star Grand Magician, utterly stunned. The reason was clear. Here, no one could sense the potent magical energy. The explosions arrived silently and without warning, had it not been for the presence of several seasoned elders. Aolura would have surely perished. My goodness, could it be that Lin Mu orchestrated that magical array? Wasn't he considered a magical failure? How is Aolura still alive? Elder Ken inquired, his expression grave at this moment. The turmoil within him was palpable. If a student were to perish during the assessment, especially one among the top 10 in their year, it would spell disaster for him. No one could have predicted that this assessment would conclude in such an unforeseen manner. Was the fool truly me? The unfortunate soul survived. Yet even with healing potions, it would take at least 1.5 years of recuperation before he could rise from his bed. Elder Nar sighed, remarking, how could he be so gravely injured? Did Aolura not cultivate a magical shield, an elemental doppelganger? Elder Kent nearly choked on his own words. 1.5 years of rest? For a genius, that's simply intolerable. Aolura's ascension to the 3-star rank was too recent. He had yet to master the elemental doppelganger that a 3-star magician could wield, possessing only a magical shield that had been shattered. As Elder Kent and Elder Nar conferred, Lin Mu, growing impatient, dug at his ear and interjected, Are you all done? I'm still standing here. Have I passed this assessment, or shall we have another round? Lin Mu's interruption incited gritted teeth among Kent and the elder mentors. Elder Kent surveyed the surroundings and inquired, Has anyone visited the back mountain in the past week? He had reason to believe someone had come and left behind a magical array. Otherwise, how could Lin Mu, with a zero affinity for elemental magic, have passed the assessment? Just then, a voice echoed from the back mountain. Who called for Lin Mu? There's a letter for you. Please come and sign for it. Hey, that's me. The mentors were left speechless. Ike Magic Academy was not an institution that prohibited entry and exit. The fact that the courier had found the back mountain indicated that the academy's security was rather lax. While Lin Mu read the letter, Aishi turned to Elder Kent and said, Vice Principal, I believe it is necessary to report this strange explosive phenomenon, as it is likely Lin Mu's doing. Everyone turned to Aishi. The latter bit her lip in self-reproach. When I visited the magical dormitory, I encountered such occurrences twice. However, I dismissed them at the time, which was my oversight. I should have reported it urgently to the academy. If I had only. Aishi, this matter is not your fault. After all, Elder Kent sighed. Vice Principal, I passed the assessment correct. If there are no further issues, I shall return home. Lin Mu neatly returned the letter to its envelope and began his descent. As he passed by the onlooking students, Lin Mu's demeanor shifted dramatically, glaring, What's the matter? Are you all stronger than Aolira? The students exchanged glances, ultimately shaking their heads. Then step aside for me, Lin Mu declared arrogantly. Observing the students parting to create a path, Lin Mu walked away with a grin. After 3 years of restraint, having finally made a significant display, Lin Mu felt entitled to indulge in a bit of pride. As he strode past the group of students, he caught a glimpse of Selena, and suddenly heard the girl's inner voice. Thank you. Lin Mu glanced at Selena, noting her not-so-dim-witted demeanor, then smiled at her before continuing down the mountain. Watching Lin Mu's retreating figure, Selena bit her lip, reflecting on the stark reality of the assessment. Had Lin Mu not requested a change in participants, she might have been the one injured. In fact, it was highly probable that she would not have survived the explosion. After all, she was merely a 2-star mage swordsman, and her magical shield would not have been superior to Aolira's 3-star capabilities. If Aolira had succumbed, what fate awaited her? As Lin Mu made his way down the mountain, the expression on his face shifted entirely, becoming grave and solemn. The letter from the old man Gerilu. Why hadn't he mentioned it before his demise? He would have undoubtedly reveled in the envy of others, prolonging his stay rather than departing prematurely. It was solely because that letter was left for him by Gerilu, his only family in this world. Regrettably, the courier had hurried away, leaving Lin Mu wishing he had the chance to inquire further about the situation. Upon returning to the magical dormitory, Lin Mu carefully laid the letter flat on his desk, needing to peruse it again, as he had not adequately examined it at the back mountain. Young Lin, what a surprise! I, the old man, have left you a letter. If the courier did not err, the letter he entrusted to them should have reached Lin Mu a year after his passing. All mortals must face death. Do not grieve for my demise. Upon reaching this point, Lin Mu's tears streamed down his face, yet he bravely managed a smile. Adopt a dog, just one, and don't leave without saying goodbye. You irresponsible old man Gerilu, the only family I have in this world, and the first person I connected with after my arrival. Though their time together was short, Lin Mu had already come to regard him as family. The fond memories they shared brought a wave of nostalgia, leaving Lin Mu melancholic. Yet, he soon regained his composure and continued reading the letter left by Gerilu. The reason I left you this letter is that I genuinely could not find anyone else to entrust it to. I need you to find the Mage Tower of Gallifa, locate its master, and convey a message. The letter concluded with a line that genuinely made Lin Mu laugh. From Gerilu, burn this after reading. Burn it, you say? How dare you presume to be humorous? Lin Mu sniffled, meticulously folding the letter before returning it to the envelope, placing it beneath his pillow. Gerilu's letter mentioned that the Mage Tower of Gallifa was located in Boss City, instructing him to find its master and relay a message. Lin Mu mused. In the Orlon continent, there existed a rule that only 6-star grand magicians were qualified to establish a mage tower. Regardless of the tower's height, it would be considered the private domain of the magician, and a mage tower built by a 6-star grand magician would receive recognition and protection from the duchy. Unprovoked attacks on a mage tower were strictly prohibited in the Orlon continent. The mages governed the continent, and while Lin Mu did not recall many peculiar laws, he remembered this one vividly. It has been ages since I left the academy. I should take a stroll outside, Lin Mu muttered to himself as he made his way out. Upon reaching the entrance, he encountered an unwelcome visitor. Elder Kent, what do you want? Lin Mu quickly assumed a defensive stance, glancing towards the statue of Garilu in the playground. How did you defeat Ao Lyra to pass the assessment? Elder Kent inquired. That is how I defeated him. Do you want to learn? Lin Mu cautiously observed him. Seeing Lin Mu's wary expression, Kent felt a surge of frustration. The carefully prepared words he had intended to say were swallowed back down. He simply uttered a parting remark before turning away. Starting tomorrow, attend classes like the other students. Otherwise, get out of Ike Magic Academy. Attending class is merely a formality. I highly doubt you could fail. Lin Mu stood at the threshold of the magical dormitory, his eyes filled with a haunting resentment. If he possessed even the slightest means, he would not remain here, provoking disdain. Firstly, he wished to observe a 3-year mourning period for Garilu, with only a few months left to fulfill. Secondly, he was devoid of funds and lacked any formidable strength. Should he leave the academy, he would find himself at a loss for a new residence. Meanwhile, Vice Dean Kent returned to the small office of the teaching department, seething with frustration. So, Kent, what do you make of that, Lin Mu? Nall inquired eagerly. That blockhead wouldn't even find his way in the world beyond the school gates. If he isn't attending class, where could he possibly go? Vice Dean Kent replied with palpable annoyance. The plant affinity. He is likely to awaken the plant magic from white magic, if he were to dedicate himself to training. Perhaps he could have a shot at the competition in a month, Elder Nall asserted. Nall, I advise you to refrain from pinning your hopes on that useless individual, no matter how high his potential. He will forever remain unambitious. Over the past 3 years, has he ventured beyond the dormitory and dining hall? Vice Dean Kent replied. His expression darkened on Central Avenue. The pointed-roofed independent houses reminiscent of the Western Middle Ages were ubiquitous. Which direction was south again? Lin Mu stood at a crossroads, perplexed by the bustling streets. This wretched place is intolerable. I must mark my path, lest I find myself in trouble trying to return. With that thought, Lin Mu crouched and used a marker he carried to draw an arrow on the ground. For Lin Mu, the academy was home, a place for meals and rest. Otherwise, spending a night outside would surely burden him with a painful expense. At the Galafa Mage Tower, just as Lin Mu was at a loss, a leisurely approaching carriage halted before him. The driver, a fair-haired, blue-eyed man, inquired, Esteemed mage, would you like me to offer you a ride? Who are you cursing? Lin Mu exploded in anger. The driver, taken aback, quickly donned an apologetic expression. Esteemed mage, may I be so fortunate as to take you to your desired destination? That sounds better. Lin Mu rolled his eyes and stepped onto the carriage seat. The driver's rapid change of demeanor left him utterly flabbergasted. He could neither depart nor remain, ultimately wearing a pained expression as he cautiously asked, Esteemed mage, is this a one-way trip? The fare is merely. Wait a moment, you expect me to pay? Lin Mu, startled, immediately rose from his seat and exited the carriage. Seeing Lin Mu's stance, the driver relented, agreeing to transport him for free. Satisfied, Lin Mu resumed his seat. In this era, mages are eternally regarded as superior to the common folk. Thus, even when he was not a mage before, he roamed about in a mage's robe, not for any reason other than to bask in the respectful gazes of others, which brought him comfort. Why aren't we moving yet? After a prolonged pause, Lin Mu remarked, Relax, I will pay you. Here are 3 magic coins sufficient. The driver hesitated to accept, saying, Esteemed mage, there are 4 mage towers in Ba City. However, there is no Galafa Mage Tower, so I am unsure where to take you. None? Lin Mu was momentarily stunned. Think again. Is there truly no Galafa Mage Tower in Ba City? Just then, another carriage passed by and stopped momentarily. The 2 drivers clearly recognized each other and exchanged greetings. Hey Walker, have you charmed another esteemed guest with your sweet tongue? But Walker the driver wore a pained expression, looking helplessly at the other driver. Do you know where the Galafa Mage Tower is? Galafa? Is there even such a mage tower? The other driver, still laden with passengers, hastily responded before driving away. In Ba City, among the 5 mage towers. There is no Galafa Mage Tower? Watching Walker drive off, Lin Mu turned back. How could that be? Did Garilu's letter contain an error? Driven by curiosity, upon returning to the academy, Lin Mu reread the letter. Indeed, how could there not be such a place? It must be that the 2 drivers lacked knowledge. After all, Ba City is so vast, they cannot possibly know everything. Comforting himself, Lin Mu made his way to the academy library. If one wished to find a mage, the library of Ike Magic Academy would surely be a prime location. As he walked, several students cast glances his way, with a few young girls even whispering amongst themselves. Haha, indeed. Strength is the ultimate standard in this world. Lin Mu walked with his head held high, relishing the sensation of being a celebrity. He even paused deliberately before the young girls, greeting them, "Hello there." As the girls moved on, Lin Mu felt a sense of satisfaction, only to overhear a few of them discussing him from behind. "By the Earth Goddess, he is that Lin Mu who practices dark magic? I heard he enjoys extracting the souls of maidens for his experiments. No wonder he was able to defeat Senior Ol. He must be practicing wicked sorcery." Hearing this, Lin Mu was taken aback. Grinding his teeth, who the hell is spreading these rumors about me? After a moment of fuming in place, he hastened his steps towards the library. His pleasant mood from the morning had evaporated entirely. Upon entering the library, he addressed a gaunt old man at the door. "Elder E, I wish to read." The skinny Elder E did not even look up, adjusting his spectacles as he continued reading. Lin Mu, undeterred, pressed on. His familiarity with Elder E was minimal. In truth, his relationship with the three elders of the academy was not particularly strong, and he had yet to fully recognize all the instructors. If there were levels of introversion, he would undoubtedly fit within the ranks of the highest tier. He was well acquainted with the library, having frequently visited to conduct research. However, the sheer volume of books made it challenging to locate the information he sought. After searching for a while, he approached Elder E once more, asking, "Where can I find books about mage towers?" "Second row of bookshelves, sixth from the end, the third book from the top," Elder E replied. Glancing at Lin Mu with an impassive expression, "Monster," Lin Mu muttered under his breath, successfully locating the desired material. The book provided an overview of mage towers, outlining that the prerequisite for establishing one was the strength of a 6-star Grand Mage, followed by registration within the duchy. The book contained little substantial information, merely listing a few notable mage towers, all located in the imperial capital, Ba City, however, was not mentioned at all. Helpless, Lin Mu set the book down and approached Elder E again, directly asking, "Elder E, is there a mage tower called Gallifa in Ba City?" "There is no Gallifa," Elder E replied, fixing his gaze on Lin Mu. "How can that be?" "Think again," Lin Mu pressed, gritting his teeth. "Are you questioning my knowledge?" Elder E's expression darkened. "I am not. Just because you passed the Academy's assessment does not make you a genius student, unless you can win the friendly match against Fairy Magic Academy in a month." "What nonsense." After being reprimanded, Lin Mu's expression soured, and just as he was about to head to the dining hall, Elder E suddenly stated, "Ba City indeed lacks the Gallifa Mage Tower you mentioned. And our Medi Duchy has no such mage tower either," Elder E asserted firmly. "Are you certain?" Lin Mu looked at him skeptically. Elder E regarded him with a condescending expression before returning to his reading. As Lin Mu exited the library, he pondered. Based on his limited understanding of Elder E, this old man might not be particularly powerful, but his memory was astonishingly sharp, and he had never been wrong. Could it be that Ba City truly lacks the Gallifa Mage Tower mentioned in Garilu's letter? Or perhaps— Wait a moment. Lin Mu suddenly considered a possibility. Garilu had been dead for over a year. Who said he had to leave a letter? What if the letter were a forgery? What if it was all just a cruel prank? Upon contemplating this possibility, Lin Mu hastily exited the dining hall. Lunchtime had commenced, and upon reaching the second floor, he encountered the previously surly rotund chef, who had undergone a remarkable transformation in demeanor. "Ah, Lin Mu, come quickly to collect your lunch. I have prepared it for you." A delightful bowl of fragrant milk and cereal, accompanied by 3 generous slices of cheese hot dogs, devoid of any scallions. "I have an urgent matter to attend to. Could you kindly set it aside for me? I shall return to eat later," Lin Mu replied. Exiting the dining hall, he hurriedly made his way back to the magical dormitory, intent on verifying the authenticity of a letter from Galilu at the post office, if it indeed originated from Galilu. There should be a record at the post office. With this thought in mind, Lin Mu dashed out of the Magic Academy. Having had prior experience venturing out, he swiftly hailed a carriage at the roadside, boarding without inquiring about the fare, and directly produced the envelope to read the post office's name. "Would you kindly take me to the post office of Viscount Bell?" Lin Mu stated. "The post office of Viscount Bell?" The driver paused momentarily, remaining still at the front of the carriage. "What seems to be the issue?" Lin Mu inquired. "Esteemed magician, I assure you, I harbor no ill feelings. However, it is my responsibility to inform you that in our town of Ba, there exists no Viscount Bell. The only post office here is operated by Baron Murphy," the driver replied leisurely. "What? That cannot be true," Lin Mu exclaimed, recalling vividly the green postal uniform of the courier who had delivered the letter, emblazoned with the prominent name Bell across the chest. Was it possible that Gallilu had commissioned a courier from another city to deliver a letter to him in Ba? Such a notion seemed utterly implausible. Yet regarding Gallilu, he responded to the driver, "Then please take me to the post office of Baron Murphy. As you wish." The driver replied with a smile, pleased with his eloquence. Had he not spoken thus, he might have missed the opportunity to earn the magician's coin. Throughout the journey, Lin Mu was too preoccupied to appreciate the scenery, as the unexpected letter weighed heavily on his mind. Memories of his daily interactions with the elderly Gallilu flooded back. "You forbade me from drinking, from gambling, and even from engaging with all the unsavory elements of the outside world. Yet, why did you leave me alone in this vast world?" Long before Gallilu's tragic demise by potion, Lin Mu had sensed the weight of his mentor's burdens and had attempted to counsel him. Regrettably, it was too late, and he could not save the kind-hearted elder. In the initial period following his arrival in this unfamiliar world, Lin Mu felt utterly despondent. Imagine being thrust into a strange realm where one feels utterly out of place. During those months, Gallilu had been his pillar of support. Before long, they arrived at the post office of Baron Murphy. "Please wait a moment. I shall return shortly," Lin Mu said, tossing the driver 20 magic coins. He had previously ascertained that the carriage fares were quite reasonable. Traveling around the city cost merely 100 magic coins, while a short trip such as this would suffice with 10. "As you wish." Without allowing the driver to finish, Lin Mu entered the post office of Baron Murphy. In the past, the continent of Orlan had no postal system. However, over a century ago, the practice of establishing post offices surged in popularity. Facilitated by the duchy's robust support, every city boasted several post offices funded by local nobility. Upon entering the post office, Lin Mu revealed his identity as a magician and was directed through a special passage, where he was greeted by a middle-aged man in formal attire. "May I inquire if I can verify the origin of this letter?" Lin Mu asked, presenting the letter. "The post office of Viscount Bell?" The middle-aged man paused, then motioned for someone to retrieve a thick tome. Lin Mu waited for a full 3 hours while the staff busily scoured the records, until finally the middle-aged man addressed him. "Esteemed magician, I regret to inform you that the post office of Viscount Bell does not exist within our Medi Duchy." "Does not exist?" Lin Mu furrowed his brow, utterly perplexed. Could it be that the elderly Gallilu had sent him a letter from another duchy? No, to be precise. The noble postal seal on your letter does not exist anywhere on the entire continent of Orlan, the middle-aged man added. "What do you mean? Nowhere on the entire continent?" Lin Mu exclaimed in disbelief. "Sir, as you can see, this thick tome records the seals of all nobles on the continent of Orlan. Each seal represents a noble and their respective post office that we have meticulously checked twice. And none match the noble seal on your envelope." The middle-aged man elaborated on the return journey. Lin Mu was engulfed in despair. How could this be? No post office on the continent of Orlan. Then from where did this letter originate? Had he simply misjudged the situation? Was there truly no courier? Had he himself conjured this letter in a fit of delusion regarding Gallilu? Contemplating this disturbing possibility, Lin Mu hurried back to the academy, making a beeline for the teaching office. Upon entering, he found the instructors and elders engaged in light-hearted conversation. "Lin Mu, do you require something?" Vice President Kent asked with a frown. During the assessment on the back mountain this morning, a courier delivered a letter to me. Did any of you witness it?" Lin Mu asked eagerly. The elders exchanged glances before Elder Null inquired. "Who?" "The one in the green uniform." Lin Mu pressed. "Lin Mu, if you have come to the teaching office merely to jest, you have succeeded. It is our break time, and I kindly ask you to leave." One of the male instructors stated bluntly. "Was there really no one? You truly did not see it?" Lin Mu's confusion deepened as he stumbled out of the teaching office, still unable to believe he had imagined it. There had been so many people present. Surely, many had seen the courier deliver the letter. As he exited the teaching office, he had not walked far when he heard someone calling him from behind. "Lin Mu, wait." Turning around, he was surprised to find Aishi pursuing him. "You mentioned that a courier delivered a letter to you this morning on the back mountain?" Aishi asked with an odd expression. "Did you see that courier?" Lin Mu pressed eagerly. Aishi shook her head. "Perhaps I was mistaken." Lin Mu felt a wave of frustration wash over him, and just as he was about to return to the dormitory, Aishi called out to him again. "My grandfather once encountered a similar situation." "What do you mean?" Lin Mu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Over 20 years ago, my grandfather claimed to have received a letter. However, none of our family ever witnessed that courier." Aishi reminisced. "And then, after that, My grandfather fell ill and often spoke incoherently. We sought the aid of many healers, and eventually a curse specialist revealed that my grandfather had been cursed, and that courier, Aishi's voice trailed off. Hesitant. Please, tell me what happened to that courier. Lin Mu urged anxiously. That courier might have come from the depths of hell. Aishi revealed, concluding her story. And then, what happened to your grandfather? He died, Aishi said, her expression somber. Upon hearing Aishi's tale, Lin Mu's scalp prickled with fear. He felt as though he had stumbled into something far more sinister than he had anticipated. That moment, Aishi added. Oh, I nearly forgot to mention. The curse specialist also said that the stronger one is, the better one can resist the kind of curse my grandfather suffered. That kind-hearted Aishi, setting aside Lin Mu's plight, was also curious about the cause of her grandfather's death, which led her to share this story with him. That on his way back to the magical dormitory, Lin Mu was engulfed by unease. Upon closing the door behind him, he felt an eerie chill in the dormitory he had inhabited for 3 years. Galyalu, please do not drag me into your troubles. You succumbed to despair and took your own life. If anything, I shall burn more paper for you, but do not involve me in this. With such thoughts, Lin Mu involuntarily shivered. No, I must grow stronger. Tomorrow, I shall attend classes. I must thoroughly understand this world. Lin Mu resolved, as he believed he still had the chance to save himself. Had Aishi not mentioned that the curse specialist had stated that only those with sufficient strength could fend off the curses of the hellish courier? Was there even a curse specialization within the magical system of Orlan? Lin Mu suddenly realized that he had become somewhat of a novice. Having spent 3 years in this world, he had yet to grasp the intricacies of its magical system. The following day, Lin Mu rose early, precisely at 8 o'clock, jolted awake by an electric shock. Invigorating. After donning his attire, Lin Mu clenched his fists, distinctly sensing that his strength had increased several notches since yesterday. He felt little inclination to complete his tasks, preferring instead to awaken earlier each day, allowing him to enhance his physical prowess to a level impervious to even magical assaults. At that point, he would no longer fear the curse of the hellish postal courier. When asked what his first action after waking was, Lin Mu would declare, "Time for breakfast." At long last, the hour for sustenance had arrived. Humming a catchy tune from a past life, Lin Mu was the first to arrive at the cafeteria. Approaching the serving window, Lin Mu's eyes sparkled with delight as he flashed a charming smile at Selena. "Selena, why so free today? Helping your father with work. Today my mentor granted me a day off, so I came to assist my father," Selena replied, momentarily flustered, deliberately avoiding eye contact while meticulously preparing a sumptuous breakfast for him. "That's enough, but could you please add a bowl of delectable pea soup?" Lin Mu requested as he accepted the tray. "Certainly, please hold on a moment." While Selena ladled out the soup, David approached with clenched teeth. Addressing Lin Mu sternly, "Lin, I implore you, do not harbor any ill intentions towards my beloved daughter. Otherwise, I shall use this spoon to scoop out your brains." "Humph," Lin Mu scoffed, rolling his eyes if one were to inquire about his thoughts on Selena. It was undeniable that her alluring figure would entice any man, himself included. However, he preferred their current ambiguous relationship, and considering that this body he inhabited was merely 17 years old, he had plenty of time to indulge. At this point, Lin Mu felt somewhat despondent. It appeared that the body he had transmigrated into was quite foolish, lacking the legendary ability to inherit memories. The original inhabitant had simply appeared in the Sunset Forest, and upon his arrival, he had been ensnared by a python as thick as a water barrel, leaving him with lingering psychological scars whenever he encountered thick, elongated objects. He savored the pea soup. Lin Mu suddenly recalled the foolish plant in his spatial realm. With a mouthful of soup, he instinctively imitated a sound effect. A da-da-da-da, doo-da-da-da-da-da, poof 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 poof. In an instant, he sprayed pea soup across the table, attracting a look of disdain from David, who glanced at Selena and remarked, "Selena, remember this. No matter how refined some individuals may seem, they can still be perpetual children at heart. I do not wish for you to develop feelings for such a person, my dear father. What are you thinking?" Selena pouted, subsequently grabbing a stack of napkins and departing. Once Lin Mu finished the last drop of pea soup, students began to trickle in. Listening to the bustling sounds from downstairs, Lin Mu pondered, "Are they all freshmen?" Just then, a commotion arose as a young man with golden hair and blue eyes ascended the stairs. Accompanied by a group, casually pointing at the surroundings, "The environment is passable, but it pales in comparison to my family's kitchen. This marble table doesn't exude elegance." Lin Mu was seated at a nearby table. As the group passed by, whether intentional or not, the golden-haired youth inadvertently stepped on Lin Mu's foot, oblivious as he continued forward, addressing David. "Bring us each a serving of your finest food." Lin Mu looked up at them, standing to confront the young man. "Excuse me, you just stepped on me." The golden-haired youth did not even lift his gaze, but one of his sycophants retorted, "And what if I did? Do you even know who our young master is?" "What does that have to do with stepping on my foot?" Lin Mu replied, a hint of annoyance evident, as a dark mark marred his pristine white shoe, dampening his mood. "Let me make this clear. Our young master is Jean Lin Murphy." The sycophant stated with an air of superiority. As he spoke, the golden-haired youth smiled and tossed a handkerchief to Lin Mu, saying, "Wipe it off." Lin Mu reached out to catch it, but Jean Lin let it slip from his grasp, the handkerchief falling to the ground. "Pick it up. This handkerchief is made from first-rate silk from the Southern Kingdom. Consider it a gift, and perhaps sell it to buy yourself a less ordinary pair of shoes." Jean Lin remarked, a glimmer of mockery in his eyes. Lin Mu, feeling a surge of irritation, looked up at Jean Lin, suddenly recalling the familiarity of his surname, exclaiming, "Are you from the Murphy family? What a coincidence." Just yesterday, he had visited the Murphy post office to inquire about the source of the Galliolo letters, and today he encountered the young master of the family, a freshman at Ike Magic Academy no less. "Now you know, our young master Jean Lin is the legitimate heir of Baron Murphy, destined to become a baron himself," the sycophant added, "according to the hereditary practices of the nobility in the Orlon continent. It was indeed highly probable that Jean Lin would inherit his father's title. Is your fatherly gang." Lin Mu chuckled, casting an amused glance at Jean Lin before turning to leave. He had no intention of entangling himself with such a foolish brat. As he turned to exit, Jean Lin's demeanor shifted. A cold glint appeared in his eyes as he signaled his sycophant. The sycophant, understanding the cue, bellowed, "You worthless scum, halt right there." Lin Mu turned back, his charming visage now shadowed by a frostiness. "A scum is a scum. Just stay in your lane. No need to exploit others' magic arrays for recognition. Today, I shall demonstrate the vast chasm between magical waste and true mages." With that, Jean Lin's sycophant stepped forward, taking a half-meter-long short sword handed to him. In the realm of magic warriors, the type of sword, be it heavy, light, long, or short, was irrelevant, as long as it was a magical artifact capable of channeling magic. Once in possession of the magical artifact, the sycophant took a deep breath, and in the next moment, his short sword ignited with a fierce flame, glowing red-hot. "Whoever dares harm our young master Jean Lin's friend shall pay the price today, and I will sever your arm." With that, he lunged forward, aiming to stab Lin Mu's right arm. Too shallow. Lin Mu's expression darkened as he instinctively stepped forward. The movement was swift as the wind, seemingly slow yet covering a distance of several meters in an instant. Such astonishing speed even astounded Lin Mu himself. Yet, he quickly realized that his physique had undergone a transformation due to the system's enhancements, resulting in capabilities he was unaware of. In the blink of an eye, Lin Mu stood before the sycophant, his right hand clenched into a fist, delivering a powerful upward hook from below the sycophant's left arm. Bang! The punch landed squarely on the sycophant's chin, propelling him upward, his head striking the ceiling of the cafeteria's second floor. As he fell, the sycophant's knees buckled, and he fainted, oblivious to his fate. Hiss! Jean Lin and his companions gasped in shock. "Care for another round?" Lin Mu teased, clearly pleased with his punch. With just a glance from Lin Mu, Jean Lin and his entourage instinctively retreated, ultimately colliding with the serving window of the cafeteria. When did this little fellow become so formidable? Wasn't he supposed to be magical waste? Now David was beginning to believe his daughter Selena's claims. Had Lin Mu not requested a change of partners before the assessment, it would have been Selena lying on the mountainside instead of Olai yesterday. Looking back, Lin Mu's actions were seamless and efficient, effortlessly knocking out a sycophant with the combat prowess of a one-star magic swordsman. At first glance, it seemed trivial, yet one must remember that Lin Mu was supposed to be a magical waste with zero elemental affinity, at least according to his initial magical assessment. Who could have imagined that this so-called magical waste had honed such formidable combat skills over 3 years of absence from classes, rivaling that of the magic swordsman? "Are you even human or a ghost?" Jean Lin stammered. They had witnessed Lin Mu defeat Olai and pass the assessment the day before, though they had been frightened at the time. Upon returning, Jean Lin had inquired about Lin Mu from the upperclassmen at Ike Magic Academy. Almost all of them had labeled Lin Mu as a magical good-for-nothing, hand in hand with good friends. The first to let go is the dog. Lin Mu cast a glance at Jean Lin and, finding the scene uninteresting, turned to descend the stairs. That it was not entirely his fault. He had defeated Olai merely to navigate the Academy's assessments. Only to discover that Olai and Jean Lin were close friends. How could he have inadvertently taken them both down? Shaking his head, Lin Mu held little respect for such childish duels. Perhaps it was his earthling mindset. But he found himself envious of the commanding power depicted in anime, where heroes effortlessly toppled cities with a mere wave of their hands, since he had the opportunity to traverse into this world. He too was striving to become a formidable force in that vein. However, before pursuing that path, he needed to familiarize himself with the magical system of this realm. For instance, the spell employed by Jean Lin's sycophant, which ignited a dagger in flames, was beyond his comprehension. After leaving the cafeteria, Lin Mu made his way to the teaching building adjacent to the library. The teaching edifice of Yak Magic Academy was, in fact, a Gothic-style structure, characterized by its towering height, pointed arches, and straight lines, with spiral staircases leading up through its multiple levels. Upon entering the building, Lin Mu was taken aback to find Vice Dean Kent waiting at the entrance, who promptly called him to a halt. "What do you want?" When adversaries meet, animosity runs high. Lin Mu had always looked down upon the elders and mentors of Yak Magic Academy, instinctively adopting a defensive posture. "Hey!" Vice Dean Kent, visibly irate, glared at him and bellowed. "Get to the basics class and learn the fundamentals." "Do I need to tell you that?" Lin Mu merely scoffed, making a swift turn towards the basics class. Having lived there for 3 years, he felt as familiar with the teaching building as he did with his own backyard. The academy operated on a tiered instructional system. The basics class was on the first floor. Second-year students occupied the second, and third-year students were on the third. Each class had a designated instructor, while students had the freedom to choose their courses, resulting in no fixed classes. Eventually, Lin Mu selected an appealing course, designated as Class 7 of the Basics. If you wish to live joyfully, come to Class 7. However, as soon as he stepped into Class 7, he instantly regretted his choice. He turned to leave without hesitation, only to be stopped by the instructor inside. "Halt! Turn around." Lin Mu complied, displaying a rather forlorn smile that he recognized the instructor as Ankite, a male mentor and a 4-star magic swordsman, though Lin Mu preferred to call him Teacher 7. "What did you just call me?" Ankite's expression darkened, his eyes flashing with an ominous glimmer. "Teacher Ankite," Lin Mu replied with a hint of annoyance. "Go sit at the back row. Wait for class to start promptly at 9. Ankite coldly commanded. "Humph," Lin Mu muttered, striding toward the back of the class, his demeanor dripping with disdain. The nickname Teacher 7 had originated from Lin Mu witnessing Ankite's 7 unsuccessful blind dates, leading him to bestow such a friendly moniker. Given Ankite's unfortunate appearance, Lin Mu feared that attending his class might diminish his own attractiveness, for ugliness, after all, could be contagious. Indeed, the basics class aimed to introduce newcomers to the fundamentals of magic. Many students passing by Class 7 lingered at the doorway, only to retreat upon catching sight of Ankite's unfortunate visage. Eventually, seeing that Lin Mu was the only student in the class, Ankite grew anxious. Instinctively, he attempted to flash a few smiles at the passing students, which only made them hasten their steps. Before long, footsteps echoed at the entrance of Class 7. Damn it! That magic waste must have taken some magic potion. How else could his physique be so strong? He knocked Mike out with a single punch. A group of familiar faces entered the basics class, and upon seeing Ankite and Lin Mu, the leader, Jean Lin instinctively recoiled. "Halt!" This time, it was unnecessary for Ankite to intervene. Lin Mu stood up to address them. "Jean Lin, come, sit at the desk in front of me." Lin Mu greeted them amicably. "Boss, he asked Jean Lin's sidekick. One of them stammered. Although they claimed Lin Mu had taken a magic potion to gain such strength, their confidence faltered as they beheld his handsome face. After all, the memory of that punch had left them with lingering shadows of fear. "Boss, perhaps we should attend a different class." Jean Lin hesitated, and Lin Mu feigned casual indifference, saying, "If you don't come sit, don't leave after class." He spoke without reservation, knowing that attending class alone would be dismal, especially facing Ankite's unfortunate face. The presence of a few extra classmates would surely alleviate the awkwardness. "Come on," You classmates, take your seats quickly. Class is about to commence. Ankite insisted with a forced smile, unwilling to let the 5 students slip away. Upon seeing Ankite's unfortunate face, Lin and his companions felt a mix of resignation and frustration, ultimately settling into the front of the class. Lin Mu, come sit in the front. Don't you want to pay attention to the lesson? Ankite glared at Lin Mu, feeling a tinge of resentment. Other classes were filled to capacity, yet his class remained sparsely populated. Nevertheless, he held firm confidence in his teaching abilities. When the clock struck 9, a magical bell rang, signaling the commencement of class. Ankite boldly inscribed 2 large characters on the blackboard: Magic Systems. Do any of you know how many magic systems exist for magicians? Ankite sought to showcase his erudition, directly conveying the question to the few students present. With just 6 of them, Lin Mu couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "Where's the rest of the class?" Ankite shot Lin Mu a fierce glare but remained unfazed, employing his teaching style to provoke the intellect of Lin Mu and the others. Huh? You don't know? Well, let me enlighten you. There are a total of 22 magic systems for magicians. Can you name them? Given that there were merely 6 students, Lin Mu couldn't help but roll his eyes at the incessant questioning directed at him. Lin Mu. Ankite finally reached his limit and declared, "You answer. How many magic systems are there for magicians?" In a lackluster tone, Lin Mu replied, "Fire, wind, lightning, light, darkness, ice." Wrong. To ensure you remember this mistake, stand up and remain standing for the duration of the class. Ankite seized the opportunity for retribution. Well, you little teacher 7, Lin Mu thought to himself. But before he could react, Ankite shot him a warning glare and transmitted a message directly to him. Hey, if you cause any more trouble, remember that Vice Dean Kent stated in yesterday's meeting that if you don't take class seriously, you'll be expelled from the academy. Lin Mu fell silent. Contemplating his predicament, Ankite continued, "You may not know this, but the knowledge surrounding magic systems is vast." Lin Mu's answer was partially correct, yet it deviated too much from the truth. Rumors circulate that there are elemental systems of earth: fire, wind, lightning, light, darkness, and ice. However, in reality, the classification of magic systems extends far beyond just these 7. The systems are divided into 4 main categories: elemental magic, white magic, black magic, and dimensional magic. Elemental magic includes earth, fire, wind, lightning, and ice. White magic encompasses healing, plant, blessing, divination, light, and mental magic. Black magic comprises shadow, curse, necromancy, demonic, poison, and blood magic. Lastly, dimensional magic consists of summoning, spatial, temporal, chaos, and sound magic. These 4 categories feature a total of 22 magic systems, each of which you must remember, along with some of the more powerful spells from each category. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu was taken aback. It was the first time in 3 years of traversing this world that he learned there were so many magic systems. After giving Lin Mu and his classmates a moment to absorb this information, Ankite continued, "Throughout one's life, depending on innate talent, an individual may possess multiple magic systems. However, the awakening of dual or triple systems is exceedingly rare. Only a select few can awaken dual systems, while the majority of individuals will only ever cultivate one. Among the 4 main categories, awakening elemental magic, earth, fire, wind, lightning, or ice, is the most common. In contrast, the probability of awakening white or black magic is merely 1 in 1,000. And for dimensional magic, the likelihood dwindles to 1 in 10,000. Such occurrences are exceedingly rare across the entire Orlon continent. Then how does one determine which magic system they have awakened?" Lin Mu, now engaged, posed the question to as he did so. Lin and the others in front of him scoffed, with a student named Xiao Lin mockingly retorting, "You don't even know this. How can you show your face at a magic academy? Our young master knows everything." Needless to say, this was yet another of Lin's sycophants, akin to the Mike Lin had knocked out that this Lin classmate claims to know. Then why don't you answer Lin Mu's question? Ankite and Lin engaged in a spirited interaction. The teacher, Ankite, explained that the awakening of elemental magic could be discerned through a special testing crystal ball, which exhibited different colors depending on the type of magic. For instance, fire magic manifested as a fiery red, accompanied by the searing essence of flames, while gold magic radiated a blinding golden light, creating an atmosphere of chilling intensity around the crystal ball. After addressing the question, Lin cast a provocative glance at Lin Mu. Lin Mu chose to disregard Lin's challenge, mentally noting the incident, particularly the crystal ball, which he had encountered numerous times in the library and contemplated testing again in the future. He had undergone that test more than once, but that was 3 years ago when he was brought back to the Magical Academy by the old guru. At that time, he had yet to awaken his system, resulting in a chaotic array of colors that signified a wasteful attribute, rendering him incapable of cultivation. Unfortunately, the teacher has not prepared the crystal ball for today. We will conduct the elemental tests in the next class. Akite stated awkwardly. No need, teacher. We have already tested at home. I am of the earth element, and my young master is of the gold element, interjected the sycophant Shaolin. That's wonderful. Being recruited by the Ike Magical Academy. You must have all awakened your elemental affinities. Even if I were to test you again, it would merely create a record here. When you attend my class in the future, I shall provide targeted guidance. Akite continued. The thought of attending his class again made Lin Mu wish to inform him that he was overestimating the situation. An hour passed in a rather awkward manner, during which Akite found himself at a loss for words, preparing to reiterate the previously covered material when the bell rang. Well, students, I look forward to our next class, where I shall introduce you to the powerful magics of each elemental affinity, guaranteed to be new to you all. Before Akite could finish, Lin had already led his group out of the classroom. Akite's expression darkened as he sighed quietly. Once he gathered his books, he noticed Lin Mu shaking his head. Lin Mu, why haven't you left yet? Akite shot Lin Mu a glare. Their relationship was not one of deep animosity, merely a lack of compatibility. Lin Mu recalled that Akite had arrived even before him, personally recruited by Garalu as a magical instructor. Xiao Qi, don't think I want to take care of you. If you want a full classroom, you should prepare a few stories, Lin Mu suggested. What stories? Akite asked, taken aback. Adventure tales, mercenary stories, tales of heroes and dragons. Lin Mu replied, walking out as he spoke. Additionally, don't the inhabitants of the Orlon continent admire bards? You could place a sign at the entrance, inscribing some sentimental poetry to attract those young maidens who have yet to blossom. Surely some young men would follow suit. Lin Mu's words opened Akite's eyes as if a door had quietly swung open in his heart. Bards, of course. Why hadn't I thought of that before? Girls adore such things. If I master that, what do I have to fear from my 9th blind date? In truth, Akite had already been on 8 blind dates, with Lin Mu only being aware of 7, which earned him the nickname Xiao Qi. However, with Lin Mu's few remarks, Akite felt as though the gloom of his life was lifting and brighter days awaited him. If I wish to live joyfully, then I shall return to Basic Class 7. Upon leaving Akite's Basic Class 7, Lin Mu had yet to recover from the awkwardness, and that fellow seemed intent on retaliating against him, making him stand throughout the entire class. After the class concluded, Lin Mu did not return to the dormitory to rest, but instead pondered and slipped into Basic Class 5. This class was overwhelmingly populated with young girls, mostly 16 or 17 years old, even some as young as 14 or 15. And Lin Mu's heart melted at the sight of them. How could I have ended up in Class 7? What a waste of life. Upon Lin Mu's arrival in Basic Class 5, he immediately attracted the attention of several young girls. The appearance he inhabited was simply too striking, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, rosy lips and white teeth. Even the standard magical robes he wore radiated elegance, making him seem like a paragon of charm. Truly one of a kind. To compensate for the regrets of his previous life, he had grown his hair into a tousled mane, perfectly complementing his warm and gentle smile, rendering him irresistibly captivating. As he casually took a seat, the surrounding girls turned rosy-cheeked, with a particularly bold one approaching him. Hello, I'm Anshi. My family deals in magical artifacts. May I get to know you? Lin Mu assessed Anshi for a moment. She possessed a sweet appearance, and he was surprised that such a bashful girl would take the initiative to speak to him. Is it not permissible? Anshi asked, momentarily disheartened, believing Lin Mu's silence indicated his disinterest. Of course it is. In fact, we must get to know each other thoroughly, Lin Mu replied with a smile. Why is that? Anshi inquired curiously. For the sake of world peace, Lin Mu feigned composure as he spoke. The world? Anshi grasped the meaning, her heart racing like a startled deer, her cheeks flushed like a blood-red apple. You must be cautious. Anshi suddenly distanced herself from Lin Mu after uttering those words. Cautious? Lin Mu was momentarily taken aback, and soon received a small note. scrawled in Anshi's delicate handwriting. Sister Selena asked me to inform you that someone will seek revenge on you during today's class. So that was it. Lin Mu chuckled bitterly. He had thought his charm was enchanting, only to discover that Anshi was a friend of Selena, specifically sent to find him in this class. However, he was more curious about who would seek revenge on him, especially since Selena had overheard it while at the cafeteria as more students entered the classroom. Lin Mu's curiosity grew. He turned to a nearby curly-haired girl and asked, "Excuse me, dear lady, could you tell me which instructor teaches this class?" The curly-haired girl glanced at Lin Mu. Her cheeks flushed as she lowered her head. Before she could respond, the classroom suddenly buzzed with excitement. A tall, slender boy entered, dramatically removing his coat to reveal a blue magical robe adorned with golden threads. On the right shoulder of his robe were 2-star motifs and an orchid leaf design, indicating he was a 2-star magician. The orchid leaf symbol was the family crest of the Curie family. He was Parker Curie, the second young master of the Curie family, a genius magician. Heavens, how young is he to already be a 2-star magician? Moreover, his robe shimmered with magical energy, clearly far superior to the standard robes worn by the others. His robe was imbued with real magic. After basking in the astonished gazes of his peers, Parker's expression darkened as he scanned the room, his voice resounding. "Who is Lin Mu?" Upon hearing that name, Anshi, seated at another desk, tensed up, casting a worried glance at Lin Mu, but she could only watch. Lin Mu was also taken aback. Could this be the person Selena had warned Anshi about? Yet, he did not recognize this second young master of the Curie family. Parker. Just then, a figure entered the room, causing a stir among the students, including Parker, who returned to his seat, gazing at the newcomer with fascination. "Aishi? Is this her class?" Lin Mu mused. No wonder Basic Class 5 was so popular. With both boys and girls flocking in, they were drawn by Aishi's renowned status in the Orlan continent. As long as one possesses great strength or an illustrious background, they easily attract a following. And Aishi was no exception, beginning her training at 7, becoming a 1-star magical archer at 8, single-handedly challenging a 3-star magical beast at 15, and gaining admission to the prestigious St. Selin Magical Academy at 16 with overwhelming prowess. Such heroic feats, combined with her noble lineage as the daughter of Count Krus, and her extraordinary beauty, made her the dream goddess of many young hearts. As Aishi entered and placed her books on the podium, she surveyed the class, momentarily surprised upon spotting Lin Mu. However, she quickly regained her composure and smiled. "Today marks my first class, and I thank you all for attending." Aishi's voice was sweet, akin to the melodious chimes of bells, immediately igniting cheers and excitement throughout the room, with the girls gazing at her with starry-eyed admiration. "Rather than remain cooped up in this classroom, let us venture outside for our lesson," Aishi declared, showcasing the charm of a youthful instructor eager to engage her students in a lively manner. As a teacher of the Ike Magical Academy and a prodigy accepted into the imperial capital's St. Selin Academy, she had every right to make such a suggestion. "Classmates, today we shall hold our lesson outdoors." Aishi is a person of her word, showing no signs of procrastination as she swiftly led a group of over 100 students out of the classroom with great enthusiasm. This Aishi is quite intriguing, undoubtedly well acquainted with the world. Lin Mu, who is inherently restless, was delighted to step outside and bask in the sunlight at this moment. In the sweltering heat of July, the large teaching building provided ample shade, creating a particularly comfortable environment in the shadowy expanse in front of it. After gathering the students, Aishi elegantly waved her hand, and a wooden stake materialized before the eyes of the class. "Wow, a magical space ring. That must be quite expensive. I've heard that even the cheapest ones cost over 100,000 magic coins." The students' gazes were fixated on a silver-blue ring adorning Aishi's left index finger. The ability to conjure objects from thin air is a feat only achievable by the precious magical artifact known as the space ring. That a space ring worth 100,000 magic coins must have a rather limited capacity. I've heard that only those starting at several 100,000 coins are sufficient for us mages. Another student chimed in. Once the commotion subsided, Aishi spoke. "In today's lesson, we will discuss the star law diagram. This magical stake serves as a tool to test the power of magic, and shortly, I will have a fellow student who is already a mage demonstrate the allure of magic for everyone." As soon as Aishi's words fell, the room erupted in excitement. Most of the students were newcomers, with only a few exceptions, primarily those who had just begun their journey into the realm of magic. Some, whose families funded their testing for magical aptitude, were sent to the academy, while others from better-off families had already become mages. For instance, Parker from the Curie family was already renowned as a magical prodigy in Boss City. He simply hadn't attended school until now, but upon revealing his identity, he immediately became a celebrity. Under the shadows of the teaching building at Ike Magic Academy, Aishi observed the exuberant students, further solidifying her teaching philosophy. During her studies at the Holy St. Lawn Magic Academy in the Imperial capital, she remembered a particularly profound statement: theoretical knowledge can never fully convey the charm of magic. It is far more effective for students to witness true magic firsthand. Magic, by its very nature, is a discipline intertwined with mystery, and it is this enigmatic force that stirs curiosity and compels people to learn and embrace it. Teacher, shall we begin? I can hardly contain my excitement. A male student stammered. Yes, Aishi teacher, let us commence. We are eager to hear whatever you have to share, another girl chimed in. But do be cautious with your words. Some magical knowledge can indeed be rather tedious. Such as the extinct race of elves from the last magical century. Their elven script gives me quite the headache, Aishi remarked sheepishly, instantly bridging the gap between her and the students, eliciting hearty laughter from them. All right, let us begin class now. Today, I will discuss the star law diagram. Teacher, what is the star law diagram? A boy next to Lin Mu inquired. Aishi pondered. The star law diagram, also referred to as the star diagram or law diagram, is one of the core elements for us mages to cast spells, equally important as magical power and magical affinity. With elemental affinity, we can absorb magical power. With magical talent, we can cultivate our respective spells. And with the law diagram, we can unleash magic. You may envision the law diagram as a canvas adorned with various celestial bodies. To cast a spell, one must use magical power to communicate with the stars depicted in the diagram. Sketching different patterns to manifest diverse spells, Aishi succinctly explained. The concept was straightforward, yet some students remained puzzled and asked, Aishi teacher, could you elaborate further? I didn't quite grasp it in simpler terms. It's akin to painting. Magical power serves as the brush, and by drawing different patterns on the law diagram, one generates various spells. Aishi simplified her explanation. Lin Mu, standing among the group, took out his notebook and pen, diligently recording these concepts and emphasizing key points. Compared to Aiki's peculiar lessons, listening to Aishi's teaching felt like a true delight. The magical philosophies of the two were entirely different realms. The method to activate the law diagram is through meditation. As our bodies absorb magical power, each individual awakens their unique law diagram. The larger the area of the law diagram, the higher the talent, and the more powerful the spells one can cast. Aishi allowed the students time to digest this information, stating that Aishi's teaching was clear and concise. Even Lin Mu, a traveler from another world, comprehended it, reflecting inwardly. Could it be that the plant space in my mind is akin to a law diagram? Yet, that doesn't seem right. Aishi mentioned everyone's law diagrams are empty, only taking shape when casting spells. While my plant space contains two peculiar plants, Lin Mu was filled with curiosity. The class continued for about half an hour, and after addressing several student inquiries, Aishi called out, in our class, are there any students who are already mages? I am a 1-star wind mage, proficient in the basic wind blade spell. I am also a 1-star earth mage, capable of mastering the basic earth spike spell. I, too, am a 1-star fire mage, adept at the basic fireball spell. After surveying the room, Aishi singled out a student. This fire mage, please step forward and perform a magical demonstration for your classmates. The student, called to the front, felt a bit nervous but resolutely stated, all right, teacher, I can proficiently cast fireball now. Then please demonstrate it towards this magical stake, Aishi encouraged, casting a supportive glance at the boy. All right. Gordon took a deep breath and began to chant incantations. As Gordon cast the spell, those around him could feel the intense heat of the fire elements surrounding him. Suddenly, he produced a short staff from the sleeve of his magical robe and aimed it at the magical stake Aishi had previously presented. In an instant, a red light surged from beneath Gordon's feet, racing throughout his body, ultimately gathering at his wrist, and through the staff, a basketball-sized fireball shot forth. Sizzle! In the air, ripples appeared, singed by the fireball as it struck the magical stake. Is that a law ring? Lin Mu observed the red light flashing around Gordon. He had heard Aiki mention in the previous class that it indicated the successful casting of magic, and the color could reveal the magical affinity. Yet there was nothing else particularly noteworthy. Gordon's law ring was crimson, confirming his status as a fire mage. An interesting scene unfolded next. The head of the magical stake seemed to bleed, leaving behind several drops of crimson liquid, resembling blood upon closer inspection. Teacher, that magical stake is bleeding. It can't possibly be an evil magical artifact, can it? Seeing the apprehensive expressions on the students' faces, Aishi playfully grinned. Students, do not misunderstand. This magical stake is a newly released magical automaton by the Storm Chamber, and that red liquid is not blood, but rather a type of red dye. The more blood tears the magical stake produces, the greater the damage it has sustained, indirectly reflecting the strength of the magical power. After Aishi concluded her explanation, she turned to the bewildered Gordon. Gordon, you did exceptionally well. Achieving 12 drops of blood tears places you among the stronger one-star mages. Thank you, teacher, Gordon replied bashfully. All right, you may return to your place. After Gordon stepped back, Aishi continued. Now that you've witnessed it, this exemplifies the manifestation of magic as a brush on the law diagram. Gordon, please explain how you cast the fireball spell just now. Just now, I used my magical power to communicate with the law diagram, sketching the image of the fireball spell, which allowed me to cast it. Gordon succinctly explained. Good. Now let us continue discussing the strengths of law diagram talent. The quality of one's law diagram talent is determined by its size. The greater the area, the higher the talent. Here, we will utilize the unified area unit of the Orlon continent, known as air. If a law diagram measures 110 air, it signifies the weakest talent. If it measures 10,100 air, it indicates earth talent. If it reaches 100,000 air. Congratulations, you possess the strongest heaven talent, destined to become a formidable mage in the future, Aishi conveyed in a light-hearted tone. But soon as Aishi finished her statement, a student raised a hand. Excuse me. Aishi teacher, why do we use air to measure the size of the law diagram when we usually use meters in daily life? The question came from an adorable girl, clearly of a naive disposition. Aishi smiled and replied, because the only empire on the Orlon continent is the Woden Empire, while we are currently in the Medi Duchy, merely one of the 9 duchies under the dominion of the Wharton Empire. Her also serves as a unit of area within the empire. Now you understand why this unit is employed here, do you not? However, it is quite comprehensible. Despite the differing nomenclature, 1 is equivalent to 1 meter, akin to the units we commonly utilize. Aishi added, my magical diagram is only 5 which is equivalent to a size of 5 meters. That not the weakest talent among humans. My magical diagram measures 8 still within the realm of human talent. I fare better, with a magical diagram of 22 qualifying as earthly talent. Subsequently, Aishi meticulously recorded each student's magical diagram talent in her notebook. When it was Parker's turn, a slight stir rippled through the group of students. Beautiful and graceful tutor Aishi, my magical diagram measures 99 qualifying as earthly talent. Parker beamed with a gentlemanly smile, his gaze fixated on Aishi's enchanting visage. 99 what a pity, just 1 shy of celestial talent. Aishi remarked with a hint of regret that I do not share your sentiment. A magical diagram of 99 already allows for the casting of spells below 6 stars. Sufficient for my future advancements, Parker replied, brimming with confidence, almost smugly. Compared to others, his magical diagram talent was indeed the finest. The other students barely reached a maximum of 55 and that was from a young girl. Aishi approached another young girl and inquired, what is your name, and what is your magical diagram talent? Reporting to the teacher, my name is Anchi, and I possess earthly talent with a magical diagram size of 77 Anchi replied demurely that a magical diagram of 77 is already considered quite commendable. While it lags behind Parker's, it surpasses that of 99 of the other students, securing the second position. Finally, it was Lin Mu's turn. Aishi did not ask for his name, but rather directly inquired, Lin Mu, what is your magical diagram? How many me? Lin Mu hesitated, instinctively blurting 9 He lacked a magical diagram, possessing only a botanical space resembling a 9-square grid, where immersing his consciousness allowed him to easily gauge its approximate size in meters. Only 9 Aishi cast a glance at Lin Mu, but refrained from further comments. After concluding his exchange with Aishi, Lin Mu felt a searing gaze fixed upon him. He looked up to find Parker, who had previously sought him out in class, staring intently. 9 Lin Mu, Is he not the so-called magical waste who occupies the only magical dormitory at the Yak Magic Academy? Does he also possess a magical diagram? For the freshmen, they might not recognize Lin Mu, yet they had heard whispers of his exploits. He had allegedly entered the academy through backdoor means and occupied the magical dormitory. Moreover, he was the fool who had carried Aishi in circles during the opening ceremony. Following that incident, many regarded Lin Mu as a crazed individual utterly infatuated with Aishi. Even after Aishi had mentioned Lin Mu's name, several young girls who had previously smiled at him suddenly wore scowls. The magical waste, a backdoor fool. They deemed him unworthy of acquaintance, let alone affection. Even if there were any feelings, they would solely concern his looks. Devoid of any other intentions, the class neared its conclusion. Aishi glanced at her notes and called out the names of 7 students, all of whom had already become mages, with only a few minutes left before class ended. The teacher had mentioned that those who had become mages would demonstrate magic, starting with Gordon. Begin with your most formidable spell and strike that magical pillar. Aishi smiled. Yes, teacher Aishi. Gordon took a deep breath and employed his previous technique once more. Instantly, the air around him resonated with fiery elements, a red glow rising from his feet, enveloping his entire being before coalescing around his wrist, where he conjured a fireball the size of a basketball. With a resounding boom, the fireball struck the magical pillar, leaving behind 12 drops of blood tears, a testament to Gordon's magical prowess. Well done. Next, the second student, a magic swordsman, differed from the mages, focusing on physical prowess. After a mighty roar, he lunged forward, thrusting his sword. Bravo! What a splendid display! As he executed his move, a small whirlwind formed beneath his feet, visibly enhancing his speed and lending considerable might to his strike. The magical pillar shed 10 drops of blood tears, marking him as a 1-star wind magic swordsman. Excellent. Next, Aishi discerned the strengths and weaknesses of this student at a glance. Meanwhile, Gordon, witnessing the comparison, smiled contentedly. Knowing his fireball spell was indeed more potent, the third student, a magical archer like Aishi, drew back her bow and, after a moment of contemplation, released an arrow that shot forth like a comet. The arrow, glowing red with heat, struck the magical pillar, leaving behind 15 drops of blood tears. Aishi regarded the girl with surprise. A commendable enchanted arrow spell, combined with your strength, already places you at a remarkable level among 1-star magical archers. It appears you have mastered this 1-star spell quite effectively. Upon hearing Aishi's praise, the classmates erupted into applause, while Lin Mu hesitated and seized the opportunity to ask, Teacher Aishi, does magic also possess levels? His inquiry was met with a chorus of hisses from those around him, with a few students stifling laughter. Is he truly unaware? The levels of mages range from 1 star to 9 stars. Likewise, spells are categorized from 1 star to 9 stars. However, with your magical diagram talent, you are destined to learn only spells below 3 stars for life. And no matter how powerful the spell, your diagram size cannot accommodate higher-tier magic. Lin Mu nodded, jotting down this crucial point in his notes. After noting the essentials, he pondered. It seems that mages must not only meditate regularly to enhance their magical levels, but also learn corresponding spells, contingent upon possessing a sufficiently large magical diagram. Otherwise, they cannot study high-star magic. The testing of magic continued, one after another, until finally, it was Parker's turn. Aishi announced, Parker, it is your turn to as you wish, my most esteemed tutor Aishi. Parker smiled politely, his right hand waving as an ice-blue staff materialized from thin air. This display astonished the crowd. Wow, a spatial ring. It's a spatial ring. Indeed, Parker, the heir of the Curie magical family, had acquired his own magical ring before even reaching 20. Faced with the envy of his classmates, Parker feigned humility, stating, it is merely a staff ring, capable of storing just 1 staff. Quite inexpensive. Parker, begin, Aishi instructed. Hearing this, Parker inhaled deeply, his sharp gaze fixed on the magical pillar as he held his staff. A distinct aura radiated from his magical robe, activating the surrounding ice elements, which surged towards him, without uttering spells. He merely waved his staff. Hiss, an ice spear, as thick as an arm, materialized seemingly propelled by an invisible force, thrusting toward the magical pillar with great force. Puff, the ice spear shattered, creating icy shards that inflicted secondary damage upon the magical pillar. The magical pillar subsequently registered 30 drops of blood tears, more than double the damage inflicted by Gordon's full-strength attack. However, after executing this spell, Parker was slightly breathless, though he managed to suppress it. A 2-star Ice Mage, the power of your 2-star spell, the Great Ice Spear, is impressive. However, you must have recently advanced to 2 stars, as casting this spell still takes a toll on you. Although you barely succeeded with the aid of your magical robe. It drained your magical energy, which is quite foolish. Aishi, breaking from her usual demeanor, refrained from encouraging Parker, instead highlighting his shortcomings. In her view, exhausting valuable magical energy for such a test was utterly meaningless. Yet, to Parker, her words took on an entirely different meaning. He replied nonchalantly, "Thank you for your guidance, Teacher Aishi. I shall amend my ways, and I have potions to replenish my magical energy." As he spoke, he produced a vial and drank its contents. Aishi silently shook her head and addressed the students. "Class, have you all retained this lesson?" "If you have." Before Aishi could finish her sentence, Parker interjected, "Wait, Teacher Aishi. There is still one person who has yet to be tested. We wouldn't want to overlook a potential magical genius." With that, Parker cast a sinister glance at a transparent figure among the crowd. Clearly relishing the opportunity to humiliate Lin Mu, that magical waste dared to desecrate his dream lover, Aishi, during the opening ceremony. Is there another one? Aishi was momentarily taken aback. "Lin Mu, do you truly wish for Teacher Aishi to summon you for a performance? Since you have passed the assessment, you must indeed be a magician. Why not allow us to witness your prowess and see if you are worthy of residing in the magical dormitory?" Parker called out directly, "So it is him, the beneficiary of Yak Magic Academy. Even the talented students from the 2nd and 3rd years cannot reside in the magical dormitory, yet he can? I have also heard that Lin Mu is a magical failure. Is this not indicative of favoritism?" Parker continued with his sarcastic remarks. "Who knows, Lin Mu might unleash a single blow and produce 100 drops of blood tears, leaving us all dumbfounded." Gordon joined in the mockery. The classmates, with a mindset of mere spectators, even pushed Lin Mu forward. "Lin, come, let everyone witness your strength and see if you deserve to stay in the magical dormitory." Gordon continued to incite animosity towards Lin Mu. Why is it that, as students of Yak Magic Academy, they cannot reside in the magical dormitory, while this magical failure can? Gordon felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. As for Parker, the scene of Lin Mu embracing Aishi at yesterday's opening ceremony had deeply wounded him. He had even enrolled in the Magic Academy upon receiving news that the illustrious Aishi would be joining Yak Magic Academy. He had come to study solely for that reason, but to witness such a distressing scene on the very first day. He certainly would not let Lin Mu off easily. Today's humiliation was merely the beginning, and he had already concocted numerous opportunities to see Lin Mu embarrass himself. Lin Mu, the obedient girl, Anshi, cast a worried glance at Lin Mu, silently encouraging him. "Do your best." Aside from that, the students were exuberant, having even missed the end of class, all eagerly awaiting Lin Mu's downfall. Aishi shook her head in silence and asked, "Lin Mu, do you wish to test your abilities?" "Very well," Lin Mu replied, feeling frustrated. He merely wanted to attend class without seeking the spotlight. However, since Parker had thrown down the gauntlet, he would not back down. He approached the magical power post, raised his right fist, and lightly struck it. Bang! The post swayed slightly, and 5 drops of blood tears fell. With a mere 10% of his strength, he had produced 5 drops of blood tears. He could certainly exert a bit more power. Lin Mu had established a standard in his mind and was preparing to increase his output when Parker's taunts came. Ha ha. 5 drops. Is this truly your strength? Lin Mu, are you so weak? A full force strike yields only 5 drops of blood tears. You are even less powerful than our lovely and generous Cindy. Cindy, a charming 15-year-old magical swordswoman with a slightly plump face and adorable demeanor, blushed at Parker's praise and glanced at Lin Mu. In comparison to her, Lin Mu indeed seemed quite inadequate, not even measuring up to a 1-star magical swordswoman like her. "Waste, I advise you to vacate the magical dormitory. That place does not belong to you," Gordon stated bluntly. Hearing this, Lin Mu, who was preparing to exert more force, halted his actions and turned to Gordon. "Gordon, a 1-star fire magician, with my strength, I could take you down in a single blow without even summoning plants." Lin Mu thought to himself. Upon seeing Lin Mu stop, the students fell silent. "Oh look, Lin Mu is angry. He's really angry. What? Am I wrong? A mere 5 drops of blood tears from a waste, and you're not even half as good as me. How could you not be a waste?" Gordon provocatively challenged in response to him. With Lin Mu's temperament, he playfully retorted, "Who are you calling a fool?" As soon as Lin Mu's words left his mouth, the entire crowd fell silent, for his remark resonated as particularly rude and lacking in elegance. Even in anger, they would not resort to insults. Gordon, flushed with rage, stammered, unable to formulate a retort. You are rude. Bullying a one-star magician, what does that even mean? You call me a waste. What can you do about it? Do you dare to spar with me? Whoever loses must kneel and bark like a dog." Parker interjected, casting a sinister glance at Lin Mu. "Bark like a dog? To defeat you, I need only a single finger." Lin Mu replied coolly, glancing at him that a collective gasp swept through the students, followed by uproarious laughter. "Ha ha, you intend to defeat me with just one finger. Have you lost your mind?" Parker laughed heartily. "This is the silliest joke I've heard all day," Gordon chimed in. "Enough chit-chat. The two of you. Are you brave enough to come at me together?" Lin Mu, having put away his notebook, dug into his ear, expressing impatience. "Since you seek death, let it be as you wished if you truly manage to win. I shall even gift you my staff." Parker's expression darkened, having longed to teach Lin Mu a lesson. The two prepared for their duel, even establishing stakes, when Aishi could no longer contain her fury. Her lovely face clouded with frost. "Do you take me, your instructor, for granted? Dueling during class hours is absolutely forbidden at the esteemed St. Silent Magic Academy." "Well then," Parker nonchalantly responded, "since that Lin brat is seeking death, why not let us have some fun? After all, no one will die." "That may be so." Aishi was about to refuse when Lin Mu interjected, "Teacher Aishi, let us play a little. His staff is quite nice." After saying this, Lin Mu turned to Parker and proposed, "How about we make this interesting? If I lose, I will vacate the magical dormitory for you. If you lose, you must part with your staff and your magical robe, which I imagine must be rather valuable. You wish to claim my ice and snow robe? Then it shall depend on whether you possess the strength to do so. I shall not hesitate to inform you that my ice and snow robe is a mid-tier magical artifact and cost my family 300,000 magic coins," Parker declared. "Then let us commence." Lin Mu remained stationary, before turning to Gordon. "You, the foolish fire magician, wish to join? Come at me together? Humph. Why should Brother Parker lift a finger against you? I alone am enough." Before Gordon could finish his sentence, Lin Mu suddenly sprang into action, his toes barely grazing the ground as he shot forward like a swift arrow, leaving no time for the crowd to react. "What?" Gordon's eyes widened as he hastily drew his staff, muttering incantations under his breath. Yet, Lin Mu's speed was overwhelming, akin to a rampaging magical beast, causing Gordon's spell to falter before he could unleash his signature fireball spell. Lin Mu was already upon him. "You are too slow," Lin Mu exclaimed. Bang! Lin Mu delivered a light punch, sending Gordon hurtling backward, unable to utter a single word before losing consciousness midair, with 50% of his strength. He had dispatched a one-star magician. Could it be that my physical prowess has been enhanced to the level of a two-star magical swordsman by the system? Lin Mu pondered internally as he turned. He saw Parker at a distance already wielding his staff. "Don't think that defeating Gordon makes you impressive. I am not as naive as he, with the ice and snow robe on." Parker skipped the incantation time. With a flick of his staff, 3 small ice spikes shot towards Lin Mu in a shape. As Lin Mu gazed at the 3 ice spikes, a sudden urge to grab them arose within him. He had long coveted the supernatural abilities of the bald-headed hero, yet he had promised to use only one-fingered eye in the face of the 3 ice spikes. Lin Mu deftly sidestepped, effortlessly evading them. Subsequently, he extended his right middle finger before the entire assembly. One finger. He wouldn't truly intend to use just one finger to combat Parker, would he? The student body erupted in chaos. Even Aishi felt that Lin Mu's actions were rather foolish. Yet in the next moment, none could have anticipated Lin Mu, with his middle finger aimed at Parker, forcefully thrust it forward. "Take a look at my magic," Lin Mu exclaimed, unleashing an expletive. He pointed his middle finger at a spot just a few meters in front of Parker. A peculiar plant appeared behind Parker without warning. 2 minuscule eyes the size of sesame seeds gazed back, while a long tuft sprouted from the back of its head. Its mouth, however, was a cylindrical opening as wide as an arm, resembling the muzzle of a cannon. BRRR, 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 BRRR. The Peashooter made its debut so unexpectedly that by the time Parker reacted, he hastily cast a magical shield around himself. One pea struck the shield, causing it to ripple violently, yet it ultimately held firm. Parker, still shaken, saw Lin Mu's middle finger point once more. Another identical plant materialized 5 meters in front of Parker. BRRR, 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 BRRR. What? Parker hastily performed a somersault to evade the green beam behind him, only to be struck squarely by the one in front, causing ripples to cascade across his magical shield. I have refined my ice spike technique, neglecting the cultivation of my magical shield. Just wait until I turn around. Parker clenched his teeth, taken aback by Lin Mu's unconventional method of attack. If only he hadn't overlooked the training of his magical shield. Ah, do-do-do-da-da-da-da. Ah, do-do-do-do-da-da-da-da. A series of manual sound effects echoed through the arena, leaving the onlookers dumbfounded. What kind of magic is this? You call this magic? Indeed. This fool is utterly unreliable. After observing for a while, Lin Mu lost his patience and raised his middle finger, pointing it towards Parker's feet. Another peculiar plant appeared, its oval-shaped head adorned with rabbit-like teeth and tiny sesame seed eyes. Its entire body a yellowish-brown hue, topped with A-shaped pressure lever. The moment it materialized, a voice, reminiscent of a blushing maiden, echoed through the air. Rogue. Don't come closer, stay away, don't move, bang. As the lines were delivered, the potato thunder erupted with a flash of fire, enveloping the area in white smoke. Not good. Upon hearing that voice, Aishi sensed impending doom by the time she rushed towards Parker. The explosion had already occurred, and he was caught in the very center, left in a state of unconsciousness. When Aishi finally dragged Parker out from the smoke, Vice Dean Kent, clad in a crimson robe and sporting a goat-like beard, rushed forward. Upon seeing Lin Mu nonchalantly standing there, he realized the gravity of the situation. Indeed, Aishi emerged from the smoke, supporting a bloody Parker with an explosion hairstyle. Lin Mu. Vice Dean Kent glared fiercely at Lin Mu before hastily administering a potion to Parker. Only a single potato thunder had been unleashed, so after consuming the potion, Parker regained consciousness, bewildered, with his memories still lingering on the spar with Lin Mu. What happened? Did I lose my memory from the explosion? Lin Mu approached and said, You. Parker's eyes reddened, and upon witnessing the pitying gazes from those around him, his heart sank, fully aware that he had lost, and not just lost, but utterly. More importantly, he had lost in front of his goddess, Aishi, and he had instigated the duel himself to AT that moment. He wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Originally, he had intended to embarrass Lin Mu, but the tables had turned completely. The jester was none other than himself. Why save him? Lin Mu crouched before Parker. Lin Mu, I warn you as Vice Dean. Lin Mu ignored him, kneeling to adjust Parker's clothing. The quality is quite good. No wonder it cost 300,000 magic coins. Truly wealthy. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mu began to strip him of his clothing. You. Parker's eyes bulged. He hadn't anticipated Lin Mu would dare to publicly remove his magical robe. In an instant, Lin Mu neatly folded Parker's ice and snow robe under his arm and squatted down, earnestly saying, Little Ko, why do something pointless? Why pretend to be something you're not? Don't you know I have martial skills? Should I have to tell you I learned the Buddha's palm? As Lin Mu spoke, he grasped Parker's right hand to slide the ring off his ring finger. Lin Mu, how long are you going to keep this up? Vice Dean Kent, now aware of the full story from Aishi, was seething with anger. Lin Mu still disregarded him, effortlessly sliding the staff ring onto his own finger and draping Parker's magical robe over his shoulders before standing up and heading towards the magical dormitory. Stop right there. Return the magical robe and staff ring to Parker. Vice Dean Kent commanded coldly. This is my victory. Lin Mu asserted that I will say it again. Return it. Kent's patience had reached its breaking point. Lin Mu grimaced, regretting the effort it took to win these items, that he tossed the ring back to Parker, retaining only the magical robe. And the magical robe. Kent's expression darkened as he glared at Lin Mu. Old man, this is my property. Are you sure you want me to return it? Lin Mu's playful demeanor vanished, replaced by a cold, piercing gaze directed at Vice Dean Kent. Return it, Kent insisted. You better wait for me. If you don't return my hundreds of thousands of magic coins, I'll curse you right here. Lin Mu hurled the magical robe at Parker before storming off towards his dormitory, fuming. This farcical scene unfolded rapidly and dissipated just as quickly, leaving over 100 students who attended the class thoroughly astounded by the legendary prowess of the so-called useless Lin Mu. Only after Lin Mu had departed did the students begin to whisper among themselves. Heavens, By the Earth Goddess, is that Lin Mu truly a magical failure? How is that possible? How could a failure send a first-star fire mage, Gordon, flying with a single punch? How could a single spell render a 2-star ice mage, Parker, unconscious? Could it be? Is he adept in both physical prowess and magic? Otherwise, how could he have knocked Gordon away with a single blow? This Lin Mu is becoming increasingly outrageous. How could he bully his classmates so shamelessly? Vice Dean Kent was infuriated. Aishi opened her mouth, hesitated. Then her gaze fell upon the two peculiar plants. It would be wise for the venerable Director Gallialu to discipline that detestable Lin Mu. The more Kent thought about it, the angrier he became. Pacing back and forth as he inadvertently circled behind Parker, the two strange plants seemed to find their target, their barrels aligning perfectly with Kent. Ah. Do da 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 da. The sudden manual sound effects startled Kent, but in the next moment, a ring on his hand glowed, and a magical shield instinctively enveloped him. The two pea-sized projectiles thudded against the shield, failing to create even the slightest ripple. The damage was minimal, but the insult was profound, especially with those stubborn, persistent sound effects. What is happening? Kent turned around, his expression darkening to ah-da-da-da-da. Do. The two peas fired in unison, launching a barrage at him every second. What are these things? Kent glanced at Aishi. Director, I believe that Lin Mu might not have awakened a plant system. Aishi speculated uncertainly. Not a plant system? Kent stared at the two plants, which continued their relentless manual sound effects, aiming their assaults at him. Dare I say? Kent's eyes widened as realization dawned upon him. Subsequently, Vice Dean Kent summoned Akite to lead the students back to the teaching building, while he and Aishi remained on the field to investigate the two Peashooters. Aishi, you studied at the Holy Silent Magic Academy in the Imperial capital. What do you make of these peculiar plants? Vice Dean Kent asked with great excitement. Typical plant system mages can conjure plants using elemental manipulation for battle, and their auxiliary capabilities are remarkably strong. Once ensnared by a plant system mage's magic, it is incredibly difficult to escape. Moreover, the characteristics of plant mages allow them to engage in battles beyond their level. However, I have never heard of plant system mages conjuring plants that can operate independently after separating from their master. And if one approaches within 10 meters, they will be treated as a target and attacked relentlessly. Aishi stated solemnly. On the Magical Academy's field, Aishi and Vice Dean Kent deliberated on Lin Mu's magical system. To even refute the notion of him being a plant mage, Vice Dean Kent called upon Elder E. Lin. Elder E., with the Grand Elder away on training, you are now taking his place. And as a Beastmaster expert, do you think these two plants could be a variant of magical beasts? Vice Dean Kent inquired. The gone Elder E. adjusted his wooden-framed glasses and scrutinized the Peashooters for a while. Just as he leaned in closer, the two plants swiftly redirected their aim. Do. Da. By the Earth Goddess, I swear this is not magic conjured by a plant system mage using elements. This is a genuine summoning. Elder E exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be? Lin Mu truly possesses the potential of a dimensional magic system, which is exceedingly rare, or perhaps he specializes in a unique summoning branch within that system. Vice Dean Kent immediately became animated. A talent like this, 1 in 10,000, if properly nurtured, could herald a bright future for our Yak Magic Academy. In this continent where strength reigns supreme, many rise based on their lineage. If a magic academy produces a powerful mage, that academy will gain prestige across the entire Orlon continent. Aishi, have you inquired about Lin Mu's magical affinity? The Vice Dean Kent inquired further. His aptitude for the magical diagram was of the human class. And the gifted Aishi responded, is it merely a human class aptitude? The expression on Vice Dean Kent's face dimmed considerably, filled with great regret. If it is solely a human class aptitude for the magical diagram, then the expectations are not particularly high. Although dimensional magic is formidable, being limited to a human class aptitude means he can only learn spells of 3 stars or below, destined to achieve little. Elder E also shook his head in disappointment. However, there was something that both Vice Dean Kent and Elder E were puzzled about. Aishi suddenly asked, may I inquire, Elder E and Vice Dean, do the summoned entities of a summoner perish? As far as I know, different summoning spells conjure diverse entities, each more peculiar than the last. If the battle becomes too fierce, it is indeed possible for the summoned beings to sacrifice themselves. Elder E replied, exactly. Lin Mu's summoned entities fall into this category. Elder E and Vice Dean, Do you recall the events during yesterday's assessment on the back mountain? Aishi inquired suddenly. Are you referring to that magical array on the back mountain? The Vice Dean asked. Indeed, I was present during the battle between Lin Mu and Parker. Lin Mu possesses another kind of summoned entity that can unleash the power of a 2-star spell. Identical to that magical array on the back mountain, Aishi stated earnestly. So, Lin Mu can summon more than just these pea-shooting plants. He has even more formidable entities. Elder E and the Vice Dean exchanged astonished glances. Moreover, I must mention that Lin Mu also possesses the talent of a magic swordsman, Aishi declared, a mix of emotions swirling within her as she spoke those words. This feeling was quite peculiar. Although summoners were rare, there were still quite a few in the continent, even several in their city. However, combining the paths of a magic swordsman and a mage is not a choice any sensible person would make, as it is a foolish method of cultivation. It is far more beneficial to focus on a singular path, allowing one to reach higher levels without the need to cultivate in 2 systems simultaneously. This could lead to wasted time and potential conflicts that may ultimately be detrimental. At the onset of the spar between Lin Mu and Parker, Lin Mu had already demonstrated his aptitude as a magic swordsman. And based on my observations, he did not exert his full strength. That a mere light punch was sufficient to defeat a student named Gordon, Aishi added. Could it be that Lin Mu is aware of his limited aptitude for summoning and thus reserves a backup plan, preparing to develop along the path of a magic swordsman? Elder E speculated. However, with his human class aptitude, he is destined to go only so far on the path of a magic swordsman. Vice Dean Kent remarked. As the 3 deliberated, the 2 Peashooters had quietly vanished. We must keep matters regarding Lin Mu's magical prowess confidential for the time being, Vice Dean Kent asserted. Oh, you mean? Aishi's eyes sparkled with understanding, clearly grasping Kent's implication. Even with a human class aptitude, summoners are bound to shine brightly in the early stages of cultivation. Aishi, you will be responsible for this matter. Do your utmost to cultivate Lin Mu into a secret weapon for the first-year group before the friendly competition at Fairy Magic Academy, Vice Dean Kent declared with enthusiasm. After dinner, in the magic dormitory, Lin Mu's eyes blazed with the fire of vengeance. 300,000 magic coins. All because of a single statement from you, Kent, that Parker has taken an enormous advantage. Just you wait. Lin Mu rummaged through his belongings in the dormitory. An hour later, he fashioned a slingshot using a wooden fork and rubber bands, his gaze resolute as he thought, if I don't shatter every window in your dormitory, I shall not be called Lin Mu. Suppressing the fury within, Lin Mu stowed away the slingshot and iron balls, items he had purchased shortly after his arrival. Previously, he had crafted one to hunt birds on the back mountain, but it was confiscated by the old man Garilu. With Garilu now absent, the mentors and elders of the entire Yak Magic Academy had become his adversaries. After planning his revenge for the night, Lin Mu took a moment to calm himself before opening his notebook. Today, he had attended 3 basic magic classes. One was taught by Kite Xiaoqi, another by Aishi, and the last by that old rascal Kent, who had fixated on Lin Mu the entire time, making him feel quite uncomfortable. Nevertheless, he had diligently noted the key points, recognizing that understanding the magic system in this world necessitated this foundational knowledge. Thus, he meticulously recorded the essential information in his notebook. Reflecting on his notes served as a useful review. The 3 essentials of a magician: magic power, magic disc, and spells. Magic power is acquired through meditation. Prolonged meditation to absorb magic power can elevate a magician's level. The magic disc represents a magician's aptitude, categorized into human, earth, and celestial classes, corresponding to the sizes of 110, 10100, and 100, 1000 respectively. The larger the area of the magic disc, the more advanced spells can be learned. Spells. The level of spells corresponds to that of the magician, ranging from 1 star to 9 stars. This is the summary of magical knowledge Lin Mu compiled throughout the day, along with records concerning the 4 major categories of magic. Elemental magic, white magic, black magic, and dimensional magic, which encompassed a total of 22 types, all diligently noted by Lin Mu. In the afternoon, he attended Vice Dean Kent's foundational course, which focused on magical devices. It was here that Lin Mu learned that a magician's ability to cast spells is inextricably linked to magical devices. He flipped to the last page of his notes, where he had recorded key points. While the human body can absorb and store magic power, it lacks the capacity for magic conduction. Therefore, magical devices are essential for casting spells. The levels of magical devices are categorized as beginner, intermediate, advanced, and transcendent. A magician's staff, a magic swordsman's sword, and a magic archer's bow, Otherwise, attempting to forcefully cast a spell using the human body could result in a backlash of magic power, potentially leading to death. Following this statement, Lin Mu had left a large exclamation mark, underscoring the importance of the two highlighted words. After reviewing his notes, Lin Mu uttered in surprise, "Huh. Yet, something did not add up. According to my notes, I have never used a magical device, as those things are far too expensive for me to afford. Furthermore, the magic disc is also incorrect. Theirs are empty, while mine appears as a 9-square grid containing 2 peculiar plants." With this in mind, Lin Mu summoned his attribute panel to take a look. Name: Lin Mu Magic Power. 6 Aptitude. Plant Space Task. Thunderous Roar. This extraordinary cultivation of the celestial hammer, sound suppression, requires the host to proficiently teach Aishi to sing Thunderous Roar within 7 days. Task Reward: Unlock Cherry Bomb. Once my physique is strengthened further, I will seek out Aishi tomorrow to tackle the task. Lin Mu thought regarding the task. On a moonless night, a night ripe for mischief. As darkness fell, the werewolves were asked to close their eyes. The night sky over the Orlan continent twinkled with stars, perfectly coinciding with an overcast day. Thus, the Yak Magic Academy was engulfed in darkness. With visibility reduced to nil, Lin Mu, equipped with his gear, silently appeared beneath the mentor's dormitory. He moved cautiously, striving to create no sound, and as he gazed upward, his gaze fixated on a window on the 3rd floor. "Kent, my old foe, let's start with you. 300,000 magic coins are enough for me to roam the continent, and you have ruined it for me." The more Lin Mu pondered, the angrier he became. He retrieved his meticulously prepared gear, a slingshot crafted from a wooden fork and rubber bands, loaded with a steel ball the size of a thumb. There was no need to aim, with a swift pull and release. It was as smooth as flowing water. Whoosh! The ball soared through the air, and in a flash, a crisp sound echoed from the 3rd floor window. Crack! Crash! Seeing this, Lin Mu licked his lips, exhilarated, and readied another steel ball. Aiming once more at the 3rd floor window, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In mere seconds, dozens of windows on the 3rd floor had fallen victim to someone's mischief. Soon, the entire 3rd floor illuminated, with pure white magical light shining brighter than any electric light Lin Mu had known in his previous life. "Damn it! Who is it?" From the shattered windows on the 3rd floor came the furious shouts of the mentors. By the time they gathered downstairs, however, there was no sign of the culprit. Leading the group was Vice Dean Kent. His brows furrowed, surrounded by several elders, while the mentors behind them fell into a hushed silence. "Is this an enemy attack?" Aishi questioned, her delicate brows furrowed, waiting for Vice Dean Kent to speak. Kent hesitated, remaining silent for a considerable time before finally saying, "Return to your quarters and get some rest." The other mentors returned to their dormitory. Kent hastily left the academy under the cover of night. The following morning, Lin Mu awoke, not to the jolt of electricity, but to the incessant knocking at his door. "Who is it?" "Can't you let a person sleep?" Lin Mu shouted irritably. "It's me." "You brat, open the door." Kent replied, equally irritable from outside. "Wait, is it him?" Lin Mu was instantly alert. Had last night's incident been exposed? Was he here to seek retribution? Lin Mu sat on the edge of his bed for a moment, his gaze becoming resolute. After all, he had no evidence against him, and he would simply not confess. With this thought, Lin Mu swiftly got out of bed and dressed. "Hurry up. I warn you, don't even think about keeping a woman in the magic dormitory. Otherwise, even if you pass the assessment, even if you are the beloved of the old director Garalu, I will not spare you." Kent, the vice president, waited impatiently and knocked again after a prolonged silence. I'm coming, Lin Mu said, dragging his feet as he put on his shoes to open the door. "What a nuisance. Can't you understand that disturbing someone's sleep is extremely rude?" When the door opened, rather than facing Kent's accusations, Lin Mu was unexpectedly confronted with an item thrust into his embrace. "What on earth?" Lin Mu eyed Kent suspiciously as he opened the item, revealing a shimmering silver-blue magic robe. "This is a mid-tier magic robe, embedded with a magic array for storing mana. You can store mana within it and draw it out when needed," Kent stated, his expression unchanging. "For me?" Lin Mu's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Kent. "When did he become so generous? Don't give me that look." Kent gritted his teeth and warned, "If I catch you breaking our dormitory windows at night again, I guarantee you will appear at the magic exhibition in Bassity completely naked the next day." Lin Mu dismissed the warning, putting on the magic robe right in front of Kent, and asked, "Do I look handsome? One more thing. If I discover that you've sold the magic robe for money, I swear I will brand the word greed on your face." Kent warned Lin Mu. Got it? Am I that money hungry?" Lin Mu retorted, Is there anything else? If not, I'm going back to sleep. Before leaving, Kent noticed Lin Mu's increasingly unreliable expression and had a sudden idea. Attend your classes properly. If I find out that any mentor comes to complain about you, I have the right to take back the magic robe, just for a measly magic robe, and yet so many demands? If you can't bear to give it, then don't. Lin Mu shot Kent a disdainful glance and slammed the dormitory door shut. Measly magic robe? Measly? Kent regretted it deeply. He had gone to great lengths to procure this robe for Lin Mu, spending a significant favor and selling a magical device to gather the funds. Though it was merely mid-tier, it held great significance for low to mid-level mages, being exceptionally rare and far more valuable than Parker's robe by at least tenfold. Before Kent could walk far, Lin Mu's voice, filled with self-satisfaction, echoed from the dormitory, nearly driving him to the brink of fury. Haha, I'm rich. This robe looks amazing on me. It suits me perfectly. If I sell it, 100,000 magic coins would be no problem. 100,000 magic coins, Kent thought to himself, yet he resolved to secretly follow Lin Mu to prevent him from actually selling the robe for money. In the magic dormitory, Lin Mu, now clad in the brand new robe, experienced a drastic transformation in demeanor. He posed in front of the mirror in the washroom, the silver-blue robe accentuating his immaculate appearance, enhancing his refined demeanor several-fold, and coupled with his handsome face, his attractiveness soared. With this foundation, I should consider renaming myself Pandan or something akin to that, Lin Mu mused to himself. Before he could revel in his newfound pride for too long, he suddenly jolted in shock before the mirror, smoke seemingly rising from his head. It's already 8 o'clock. Lin Mu muttered to himself. There was no need to check the clock. As long as the task was ongoing, the system's daily jolt was invariably punctual. He stretched his shoulders and clenched his fists, muttering softly, today's physical enhancement doesn't seem as pronounced as yesterday's. 2 months had passed since he began his tasks with Aishi, and his physique had undergone a remarkable transformation. Far beyond mere improvement. He conservatively estimated that his physical strength was now at least on par with a 2-star magic swordsman. Never mind, since today's jolt is over, I'll head to find Aishi for tasks shortly, Lin Mu thought to himself. However, before doing so, he realized he had one crucial task left uncompleted: meditation. Yesterday in class, he learned from Vice President Kent that every mage must meditate. Only through meditation could one increase their mana level. Moreover, morning meditation yielded particularly significant results. Now that he was familiar with the mage system of the Orlan continent, he was determined to try meditation and see if it proved effective. With that thought, Lin Mu returned to his bed, sitting cross-legged and immersing his consciousness in the plant space, striving to empty his mind of all other thoughts. Congratulations, host. You have completed a meditation session. Mana increased by 1. After some unknown duration, the system's notification pulled Lin Mu back from the plant space, his face alight with surprise. Is this really possible? In the next moment, he felt an overwhelming excitement. After 3 years, I can finally practice like other mages. Although completing system tasks was more direct, this was mana he had increased through his own efforts. A completely different matter. From this day forth, he could proudly declare, I am also a mage, the genuine kind. After his moment of joy, Lin Mu casually glanced at the clock, and upon seeing the hands, his expression changed dramatically. What? It's already noon. Oh no, I forgot to eat. He patted his flat stomach, and at that moment, all thoughts of cultivation and being a mage faded into insignificance, compared to the pursuit of food. Everything else paled in comparison. He then dashed towards the cafeteria at lightning speed. Upon arriving, Lin Mu found the first floor already packed with people, and the second floor had its fair share of students as well. His presence, marked by his good looks, always stirred a small uproar wherever he went. Wow, that senior is so handsome. He is really good looking. In response to the murmurs, Lin Mu remained calm, throwing a cool glance at the girls before heading straight for the second floor. Was he that where the second and third-year seniors ate? He looked so young, yet he was already a 2-star or 3-star mage. Once again, a commotion arose, but was quickly doused by a boy who poured cold water on the excitement. That's Lin Mu, a well-connected student at Yak Magic Academy, also known as a magic failure. Really? Didn't he just pass the Academy's assessment and defeat a 3-star mage? A girl retorted. That was merely a magic array left behind by the late Director Garilu on the back mountain, which Lin Mu activated in secret. He is still a magic failure, the boy dismissed. Such a failure will never amount to anything. Please don't compare him to my cousin, Olai. The boy revealed his identity to the surrounding girls. Just as Olai's cousin accepted the peculiar gazes of his classmates, a mocking voice rang out behind him. Feeling bold, Are we? Eli's cousin turned to face Lin Mu and asserted. I am only stating the facts. Well, you're not wrong. Come, let us shake hands. Lin Mu smiled, extending his hand. However, Eli's cousin looked down on him. My family's good upbringing teaches me that as a noble mage, I shouldn't associate with magic failures. Has your family ever told you that leaving your hand extended is rather ungracious? Lin Mu kept his hand outstretched. Seeing how humble you are, fine. Eli's cousin begrudgingly extended his left hand to shake Lin Mu's. His disdain evident, as if he were bestowing a favor. In the next instant, his face paled, and with a crack, a bone-breaking sound reverberated throughout the first floor of the cafeteria. You. Eli's cousin's teeth nearly bled as his hand twisted in agony. Indeed, Eli had many relatives, but he was correct. Lions do not play with dogs. Lin Mu elegantly released his grip, turning away and allowing the silver-blue magic robe to flourish dramatically, enhancing his allure. Is this what a magic failure is capable of? The new students on the first floor exchanged glances, unable to suppress a gulp. On the second floor, at the cafeteria window. Hey, David, I'll have a double portion of the delicious lunch without scallions. Thank you. Having missed breakfast that morning, Lin Mu was determined to make up for it. Upon receiving his tray, Lin Mu's eyes lit up as he approached a stunning woman with long blue hair. Hi, Aishi. It's been a while. He sat down across from her, greeting her as if they were longtime acquaintances. Aishi's expression darkened. For some reason, the sight of Lin Mu ignited her anger. The events of the opening ceremony still lingered in her mind. How dare he approach her? Yet, as her role as a mentor dictated, she did not refuse to share a meal with her student. She simply avoided looking at Lin Mu, engrossed in a slice of luncheon meat. Lin Mu, undeterred by the tension, picked up his fork with gusto. However, his actions seemed to discomfort Aishi, prompting her to hastily shove her luncheon meat into her mouth, as if fearing it would be snatched away. Perhaps her haste was too pronounced. She choked on the bite, her delicate face flushing crimson before she let out a loud belch. Aishi stared blankly, her beautiful eyes widening. Despite her formidable demeanor, she was powerless against her body's reflexes. As she continued to burp, struggling with the morsel lodged in her throat. Sigh, what a handful, Lin Mu lamented, rising to his feet to deliver a few gentle thumps on her back. At last, Aishi stopped her burping. But as she stood, fury ignited within her, and she glared at Lin Mu, her throat constricting as she spat out. Get lost. I'm helping you, Lin Mu replied, bewildered. I don't need your help, Aishi snapped, her voice heavy with disdain. Before storming off with her tray, had Lin Mu not suddenly patted her, perhaps fewer students would have witnessed her ungracious display. Her face aflame with embarrassment, she kept her head down as she departed. Don't go. Lin Mu quickly gathered his plate, cleared the remnants of food, and handed it to David for washing, then hurried after Aishi. Aishi, he called out from behind. Please call me Teacher Aishi. Aishi halted reluctantly. Her tone icy. Teacher Aishi. Lin Mu complied that if you have any issues, please bring them up in class. Otherwise, I refuse to answer any of your questions, Aishi asserted firmly. Just wait a moment. Lin Mu gritted his teeth and called out again. Teacher Aishi. Aishi turned to him, her gaze frosty and silent. Jingle thunder? Lin Mu blurted out, diving straight into the topic. Aishi regarded him with a look of incredulity. Observe my tongue, Lin Mu continued, his voice deepening in a manner that would make even the most seasoned internet celebrities feel inadequate. Idiot. Aishi dismissed him, striding towards the lecture hall. Who are you calling an idiot? How am I the fool here? Lin Mu fumed, feeling as if his good intentions had been wasted. He had merely attempted to help Aishi stop her burping. How could that be deemed foolish? Just as Lin Mu found himself at a loss, a line of text flashed before his eyes. Ding. Task upgraded. Please teach Aishi to sing Jingle Thunder, deep voice, within 24 hours. Task rewards include: unlock Bomb Cherry, unlock Zombie Space, unlock Ordinary Zombie, Zombie Space, unlock Zombies. Lin Mu was momentarily taken aback before elation surged through him. The overwhelming joy of the moment was exhilarating. Could it be that the system could summon zombies? Did that mean he could play Plants vs. Zombies in real life? Lin Mu chuckled aloud. At that instant, another line of system notification appeared. Task failure will result in the permanent sealing of Zombie Space. Damn it. Lin Mu cursed. In this perilous magical world, this golden finger was his sole lifeline. Either let him remain oblivious to the existence of Zombie Space, or refrain from presenting tasks laden with penalties for failure. Without zombies, his golden finger would be halved, transforming his surprise into dread and leaving him in a foul mood. Moreover, over the past 2 years, he had come to understand the system's nature. It was a cold, unfeeling machine for issuing tasks, incapable of change once a task was assigned. Panel, appear, Lin Mu thought. Name, Lin Mu magic power, 7 talent, plant space sting. Task upgraded. Please teach Aishi to sing Jingle Thunder, deep voice. Within 24 hours. Task rewards include unlock bomb cherry, unlock zombie space, unlock ordinary zombie. What an enormous reward. But the difficulty of this task was rather daunting, Lin Mu mused, feeling deflated. Initially, he had intended to take his time with Aishi, waiting until she assisted him in completing the task. However, the system had now thrust upon him an urgent reason to expedite his efforts, for should he miss this opportunity, the zombie space that rightfully belonged to him would be lost forever. As he pondered how to accomplish the task, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Lin Mu, why are you still here? Do you truly wish to be expelled from the academy by Vice Dean Kent? Lin Mu turned to see Akite glaring at him. Come with me to class, you incorrigible rascal, Akite said, pulling Lin Mu by the collar towards the lecture hall. Don't tear my new shirt. Lin Mu protested, displeased. Move it. Akite shot him a look, and together they arrived at Foundation Class 7. Upon reaching the entrance, Lin Mu was drawn to a sign that had gathered a few female students nearby. He casually glanced at the sign. I love, therefore I am. The simple 5-character phrase prompted Akite to nudge Lin Mu with pride. What do you think? My cultural level isn't too shabby. Right? Her comment caught the attention of several girls, who, enamored by sweet sentiments, eagerly inquired, Excuse me, esteemed teacher, did you come up with these words yourself? Of course, I greatly admire the Wind Mage of Orlon Continent. He is not only a magician but also a talented bard, Akite replied nonchalantly. Wow, this teacher looks so cool when mentioning bards. Several girls swooned and promptly made their way into Foundation Class 5. Akite's expression froze, a hint of confusion crossing her face. Beside her, Lin Mu struggled to contain his laughter, ultimately bursting into a fit of giggles. What are you laughing at, you wretched boy? Akite glared at him. Well, you know, ugly is a sin. Lin Mu managed to stifle his laughter. Akite's rather prominent features overshadowed any talent she possessed. No student would willingly choose to attend her class. Humph, what do you know? This short poem, though only 5 characters long, carries tremendous charm. Just wait and see. Sure enough, not long after Akite's declaration, a group of slightly older girls entered the classroom, followed by a stream of students drawn in by the 5 words on the sign. Well, are you convinced now? Akite asked smugly. Best of luck. Lin Mu shook his head and headed towards Foundation Class 5, where Aishi's class awaited. She was the key to completing his task. Foundation Class 5 was still overflowing with students. Just as Lin Mu was about to enter, Aishi, expressionless, addressed him. I'm sorry, but my class is full. Please attend another class. Lin Mu felt a surge of frustration, but given Aishi's frosty demeanor, it seemed unlikely he would be admitted today. Resigned, he made his way to the adjacent Class 6. To his surprise, Class 6 had even more students than Aishi's Class 5, and there was no instructor at the podium. Here, Lin Mu spotted 2 familiar faces and quickly approached. Selena, aren't you in your 2nd year? Why are you here? Lin Mu asked, glancing at the quiet, elegant little girl beside Selena, who appeared to be around 14 or 15, clad in an adorable pink magic robe. Diligently taking notes. Oh, it's Lin Mu. What a coincidence, the adorable girl exclaimed, her cheeks flushing as she closed her notebook to greet him. Auntie, are you following your sister Selena to class? Lin Mu raised an eyebrow and remarked. That is not the case. It is Sister Selena who is attending class with someone else. This particular lesson is taught by Elder E, who only holds a foundational class on magical beasts once a week. Angelica chimed in with a charming smile. Oh, I see, Lin Mu chuckled, feeling himself nearly falling in love with this adorable little loli. Before long, Elder E entered the classroom, and without uttering a word, an absolute silence enveloped the entire class. This was the unique authority of the Academy's Grand Elder, even though he was merely acting in that capacity. Yet, his vast knowledge as a librarian earned him the students' respect. Today, Elder E donned a gray magical robe, cradled a book in his arms, and wore black-framed glasses, presenting a rather austere image akin to that of a learned scholar. Let us commence the lesson, he said, adjusting his glasses, and without any further pleasantries. He opened the book in his hand. In an instant, a wondrous scene unfolded, as the book projected a vividly lifelike silhouette of a magical beast into the air, after allowing the students sufficient time to react. Elder E began his lecture. The magical beast in question was a juvenile thunder leopard, aptly named for its habitat on the Thunder Plateau, infused with violent lightning elements. Upon reaching maturity, Elder E. animated by his passion for magical beasts, seemed to have an endless supply of tales to share. After discussing the thunder leopard, he regaled the students with several enticing anecdotes, captivating the entire class's attention in mere minutes. However, down below, Lin Mu appeared rather disinterested. Having been exposed to modern technology, this simplistic projection felt rather lackluster to him. The visuals lacked refinement, especially when compared to VR simulations. Consequently, after a brief period of watching, he found it tedious and rested his head on the desk, contemplating how he could persuade Aishin to learn the art of thunderous singing in the foundational class on magical beasts. Elder E was diligently lecturing while Lin Mu slouched in his seat. Despite repeated reminders from Selena and Angelica, Lin Mu remained devoid of any motivation to learn. He mused that he could self-study the fundamental knowledge about magical beasts through books, but the system's task was another matter. He only had 24 hours to complete it. If he failed to do so by the same time tomorrow, he would irrevocably lose the zombie space. At that point, it would truly be a case of losing more than he gained. Elder E had already noticed Lin Mu's lack of engagement. However, he was indifferent to the presence of a student uninterested in learning, as long as he did not disrupt the others. Thus, Elder E continued speaking for over half an hour. And just before class was about to conclude, Lin Mu suddenly slammed his hand on the desk with a loud bang. The noise was so overwhelming that it completely drowned out Elder Yi's enthusiastic voice. "I got an idea," Lin Mu exclaimed, his face lighting up with surprise. The classroom fell silent. One could not help but admire the composure of this cohort of students. Everyone remained mute, their eyes wide open, eager to see how Lin Mu would navigate the situation. Lin Mu quickly realized something was amiss and hastily apologized. "My apologies, please continue." He sheepishly returned to his seat, while Elder Yi's ire flared. His piercing gaze fixed on Lin Mu. "Lin Mu, stand up?" "Well, that's it," Lin Mu thought, his heart sinking, and he complied, rising to his feet. With other mentors and elders, he might have exchanged a few jokes. But with Elder E, they were not on such familiar terms. "Do you think, as a magician, one need not grasp the foundational knowledge of magical beasts?" Elder E asked, his voice laced with anger. "No," Lin Mu began. But his response was cut off. "You choose to languish in ignorance, and no one is here to monitor you. Even if you perished outside of the statue of Garalu on the playground, no one would care. However, by disturbing your fellow classmates, you are dragging them down with you, and I shall report this matter truthfully to Vice Dean Kent." Elder E maintained a stern demeanor throughout, standing before Elder E. Lin Mu's expression shifted from timid to one of indifference as he retorted, "Do you truly understand?" With that, the entire class felt a chill in the air. Some students even felt goosebumps rise. How dare Lin Mu speak so brazenly? After all, this was Elder E, a figure whom even the reclusive dean would greet with a smile, while he often kept a low profile. The attitudes of the other two elders and the vice dean revealed that Elder E was far more than just a 4-star magic swordsman. "Do you believe I lack understanding?" Elder E replied, a bitter smile creeping upon his face. "Are you questioning my area of expertise? When it comes to knowledge of magical beasts, I would claim the second position. For no one on the entire continent of Olin dares to claim the first. In the realm of magical beasts, you are proficient." Lin Mu suddenly adopted a cheerful demeanor, seemingly unperturbed. He was not unreasonable. Indeed, he had initially interrupted the class. His earlier outburst was merely an attempt to provoke Elder E. "Well then, allow me to pose a few questions. If you cannot answer them," Lin Mu declared, "then during future classes, I shall address you as teacher." Elder E, thoroughly agitated, responded loudly. "By sheer coincidence, Vice Dean Kent happened to be passing by and overheard the commotion in Class 6. Upon entering, he immediately noticed the situation." "Lin Mu," he exclaimed, "let him ask. I am keen to see how this ignorant rascal fares in the realm of magical beasts." Elder E attempted to restrain Kent, but to no avail. "Very well, listen closely. If a venomous snake is poisoned, will the snake die from the poison? Is the third eye of the three-eyed wolf a single eyelid or a double eyelid? Can a spider's web ensnare the spider itself? After a maggot dies, will it give rise to more maggots? If a pregnant thunder leopard engages in combat, does that count as a group fight? Which came first, the chicken or the egg?" After delivering his 6 rapid-fire questions, Lin Mu observed Elder Yi's bewildered expression. Meanwhile, the students below were left in a state of utter confusion by Lin Mu's barrage of inquiries. "If a venomous snake is poisoned, will the snake die from the poison? Is the third eye of the three-eyed wolf a single eyelid or a double eyelid? After a maggot dies, will it give rise to more maggots? Which came first, the chicken or the egg?" These were indeed absurd questions. Yet, Could anyone deny that they were related to the knowledge of magical beasts? Lin Mu, what sort of nonsense is this? Vice-Dean Kent interjected, recognizing Elder Yi's discomfort and promptly calling for an end to this line of questioning. However, Lin Mu remained undeterred and turned his gaze to Kent. Vice-Dean Kent, would you like to join in on the fun? Shall I pose a few questions related to magic for you as well? Magic? You, who have yet to master even the fundamentals of magic, dare to question me, the Vice-Dean of the Magic Academy? Kent scoffed, implying that Lin Mu should focus on his studies instead. Yet Lin Mu pressed on with his inquiries. What star rating does thunder possess when it strikes on an overcast day? If the Earth Goddess is omnipotent, can she create a stone so large that she herself cannot lift it? If you were to engage in a magical duel and accidentally lost your left arm to a wind blade, but then consumed a superclass potion to regenerate it, would the resulting left arm still be the original one? If I claim, I do not know magic, does that mean my statement is false? Implying that I actually do know magic? Thus, if I assert this as a fact, yet it is a lie, do I truly know magic or not? After bombarding Kent with a series of questions, Lin Mu turned to the podium, where Kent stammered, according to strength, the thunder on an overcast day should be rated as 1 star? Yet as soon as he attempted to answer, his chaotic thoughts swiftly contradicted him. No, it should be rated as 2 stars. That's not right either. If it hasn't rained in a long while, then thunder on an overcast day could very well reach 3-star magic strength. Vice-Dean Kent found himself ensnared in the dilemma of determining the star rating of thunder on an overcast day. Meanwhile, Elder Yi had flipped through his book, pondering, which came first, the chicken or the egg? If the chicken came first, how did the egg come into existence? If the egg came first, then... Oh, what a conundrum. The students in Class 6 were utterly bewildered by Lin Mu's questions. It would not be long before a wave of inquiry swept through the entire Magic Academy. The questions Lin Mu posed were indeed unsolvable for the inhabitants of the Olin continent. Much like a modern individual wielding a lighter in a primitive society, the primitive people would be baffled as to why the lighter ignites. Similarly, the denizens of the Olin continent could not unravel the mysteries posed by Lin Mu. If an arm is severed and regenerated with a potion, is that arm still the original? If the Earth Goddess is omnipotent, can she create a stone so heavy that she cannot lift it? In the foundational Class 5, all the students were engulfed in a frenzied wave of answering questions. Classmates formed discussion groups around them, while Elder Yi returned to his library, clutching a stack of books before promptly turning back. Vice-Dean Kent found himself mired in self-doubt, ultimately succumbing to instability and opting to meditate on the podium. Lin Mu's elder brother, Anshi, gazed at him with wide, blinking eyes, exclaiming, "You are truly remarkable. Lin, so what came first? The chicken or the egg?" Serena was equally troubled by this question. Unable to restrain herself, she tugged at Lin Mu's arm, asking pitifully at that moment. The bell signaling the end of class rang, and Lin Mu departed with a hearty laugh. Carrying the questions of all his classmates with him. As he passed by Foundational Class 7, he encountered students fleeing the classroom in a panic. Heavens, I felt utterly embarrassed in that class. That peculiar teacher has utterly disgraced the profession of the bard. The lecture was so nonsensical, and yet he insisted on asking questions if we already knew the answers. Why would we even attend a basic magic class? Once the students of Foundational Class 7 had escaped, Lin Mu spotted the distressed face of the peculiar teacher. Lin Mu. As Lin Mu was about to pass by Foundational Class 7, the peculiar teacher pulled him into the classroom, pleading, "Can you tell me why?" The teacher looked at Lin Mu with a helpless and sorrowful expression, struggling to comprehend why. Despite his earnest efforts in teaching, the students spoke ill of him. Was he not cut out for the role of an instructor? "Take it slow. There's no rush," Lin Mu offered evasively, preparing to leave, but he overheard the teacher lamenting to himself, "Alas, it seems I am not a qualified magic instructor. I am sorry for failing to live up to the expectations of old Dean Galula." Upon hearing this, Lin Mu gritted his teeth and returned to Foundational Class 7, asking the peculiar teacher, "Do you truly wish to repay old Dean Galula for his recognition?" "Of course. I adore the profession of a magic instructor. I relish the sensation of soaring through the ocean of magic alongside my students from the podium," the teacher responded without hesitation. "Lin, can you help me?" The peculiar teacher was utterly resigned. Had Lin Mu not shared the method of inscribing on the sign yesterday, he would likely have had no students attending his class at all, risking becoming a magic instructor with no pupils. "I cannot assist you with that, but I can tell you how to become a competent magic instructor." Lin Mu pondered before stating, "What must I do?" The teacher eagerly inquired. Well, Lin Mu hesitated for a moment, then suddenly asked, do you enjoy reading? Absolutely. I read every day, the teacher replied. What genre of books do you prefer? Lin Mu continued to question. I enjoy travelogues of wizards or the legendary notes of sorcerers from the previous magical era. The teacher answered without a moment's thought. What draws you to those books? Lin Mu queried again. They are intriguing. Those wizards traversed the continent while documenting their experiences. Then my greatest aspiration in life is to publish my own travelogue in my later years, just like those admirable wizards. The teacher stated, precisely. Lin Mu clapped his hands together. Even you find the contents of those books fascinating. Now, reflecting on your own experiences, which is more intriguing, the content of your lectures or the travelogues? Certainly the travelogues, but that is different from what I teach. Lectures are meant for students to remember magical knowledge, not travelogues, the teacher argued. Then why not weave magical lessons into your travelogues? Lin Mu chided him. Exasperated. How could one possibly incorporate lessons into a travelogue? The teacher replied with a pained expression. Why not? Lin Mu stepped up to the podium, sharply pointing a piece of chalk towards the teacher seated in the front row. What are you doing? The teacher exclaimed, eyes wide with surprise. Listen here, if you dare to daydream again, don't say I didn't warn you of the earth-type devourer crocodile from the swamp of despair that will come to swallow you whole. Lin Mu fabricated an ominous location. You must know that earth-type magical beasts possess formidable defenses and wield powerful earth magic. Unless you battle them in the sky, you will undoubtedly be at a disadvantage on the ground. As he spoke, Lin Mu adopted a fierce demeanor, as if he wished to transform into the earth-type devourer crocodile himself and consume the teacher. Look at the blackboard. What should one do when encountering a formidable earth-type magical beast? Lin Mu wrote a single word on the board. Flee. If adventuring in a team, a physically robust magic swordsman should hold the rear. If no one can cover your retreat, then congratulations, you may lie on the ground and await your demise. After delivering his final remark, Lin Mu tossed the chalk to the ground and resumed his impassive expression. Below him, the teacher, having absorbed the lecture, blinked in astonishment and leaped from his seat, exclaiming, Incredible! Lin, if you do not teach students, it would be the greatest loss for the Ike Magic Academy. The teacher continued, just now, when you mentioned the earth-type devourer crocodile, I nearly lost my wits, thinking you were the devourer itself. Oh, by the way. Lin, how did you know that I taught about the earth-type magical beast, the devourer crocodile, in the last class? The teacher asked curiously. Lin Mu, exasperated, closed the textbook on the podium. This action left the teacher speechless. By the earth goddess. Lin, you must be a genius, an unparalleled genius. Just by glancing at my textbook, you conjured such a brilliant tale. How does it feel? Lin Mu smiled. It feels fantastic. If there were such an instructor, I would eagerly attend class every day. The teacher replied. Exactly. Since you adore travelogues so much, why not integrate your teaching into them? It need not be overly realistic. It just has to be captivating. Additionally, remember the expressions and tones while lecturing, as they can significantly enhance the emotional impact on students, ensuring they retain the magical knowledge embedded in your stories. Lin Mu concluded in one breath as he stepped down from the podium. Goodness, Lin, if you were a magic instructor, you would undoubtedly be the most esteemed magic instructor in the entire Orlon continent, the teacher exclaimed, nearly bursting with excitement. All right then, I shall take my leave, Lin Mu said as he turned to exit. Wait. Hearing the teacher's voice behind him, Lin Mu reluctantly halted, asking, What now? Lin, your lecture has profoundly inspired me that I cannot simply take advantage of your kindness without giving anything in return. That would be unfair. So, is there anything I can assist you with? The teacher said earnestly. Help me? Lin Mu paused to consider. There is indeed one thing you can do for me. Really? That would be splendid. Speak up. I am not the kind of person who takes benefits without offering something in return, the teacher exclaimed eagerly. It's quite simple. I need you to relay a message to Minaraishi for me. Lin Mu stated. Oh. The teacher recalled the opening ceremony and regarded Lin Mu with a somewhat suggestive gaze. Then, very seriously, he replied, Lin, having ambiguous relations with your magic instructor is not a moral thing to do. Cut the nonsense. Let me compose a brilliant poem for you, guaranteed to fill your next class to the brim. We have a deal. Deal. In Foundational Class 7, the teacher held a small blackboard in his hands, upon which Lin Mu had inscribed a poem. As part of their agreement, he was to personally convey a message to Aishi. However, at that moment, the teacher's eyes were fixated on the poem, softly reciting it in his own way. Softly I departed, just as I softly arrived. I gently waved goodbye to the clouds of the western sky. The golden willows by the riverside are the brides of the setting sun. The shimmering reflections dance upon my heart. In the style of an Orlon continent bard, this rendition of Farewell, Cambridge took on an extraordinary charm as it flowed from the teacher's lips. The deeper he immersed himself, the more his emotional voice resonated beyond the classroom, reaching the ears of students and instructors in the corridor. Among them was Aishi, who, upon hearing the first half of the poem, shuddered violently, her back involuntarily trembling, sending goosebumps coursing across her skin. A greater number of students linger in the foundational 7th class, their eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as they gaze upon Akite, who is engrossed in reciting verses with fervor. The green algae on the soft mud sways languidly beneath the water, amid the gentle ripples of the Kong River. I would gladly be a strand of aquatic grass. As Akite intones his verses, the students gathered at the classroom entrance feel a shiver run down their spines. Good heavens! Whose genius penned such a poignant poem? Why does it send chills through me? Why do I suddenly feel an urge to weep? Even Akite, deeply absorbed in his recitation, remains oblivious to the throng of students that is gathered at the entrance to his foundational 7th class. The scene draws an ever-increasing number of students, with Aishi being one of those lingering at the threshold. The emotionally charged recitation from within prompts Aishi to gently close her eyes, her lashes trembling softly. In her mind's eye, she envisions a gentleman, clad in a gleaming suit, holding a cane of refinement, standing out so distinctly in the crowd. He walks along the azure-stoned path by the bridge, gazing at the golden flow beside the river. One hand slightly outstretched, his eyes filled with deep emotion as he bids farewell to a wisp of cloud on the horizon. Quietly I departed. Just as I arrived quietly, I waved my sleeve. Taking not a single cloud with me to AS, the verses reached their conclusion. The corridor of the foundational 7th class had amassed hundreds of students. At this moment, everyone felt a shiver of emotion coursing through them uncontrollably. O goddess of the earth, please allow me to hear such verses once more. I waved my sleeve, taking not a single cloud with me. It seems I have fallen for the original creator of this poem. Akite, did you compose this verse yourself? I am on the verge of tears. What should I do? Within the foundational 7th class, Akite softly concluded his recitation, and upon witnessing the scene at the entrance, he too was momentarily taken aback. That moment, a female student at the door, her eyes brimming with tears, inquired, "Respected Akite, may I have the honor of knowing if you are the original creator of this poem?" Akite pondered for a moment before replying, "I apologize, but this poem is not my creation. It belongs to a friend of mine who left not long ago." Upon hearing this, the students blocking the doorway could not help but go into a frenzy. The original creator of this poem has just departed. I swear, this is undeniably a profoundly sorrowful matter. In truth, my friend is within our academy, yet he prefers not to be disturbed. Akite tantalizingly withheld his friend's name, as Lin Mu had instructed him to do so. Meanwhile, witnessing the students' fervor and expressions, Akite felt a pang of bittersweetness within. Yet he too held this poem in high esteem. He had initially thought that the verses Lin Mu left for him were merely mediocre. But to his astonishment, as he recited them himself, he found himself profoundly moved. His performance in his class had triggered a seismic response throughout the academy. Indeed, this was undoubtedly the largest uproar in history. Not even the venerable Dean Galliolo could attract more than 200 students to his lectures. Yet he, by reciting but a single poem, had drawn nearly 400 students to block the doorway. It was evident that Akite had become a sensation, even if this poem was not his own creation. Even if he merely recited it on someone else's behalf, regardless of his looks, students would flock to his lectures. Akite was overjoyed. Outside, Aishi remained lost in her own reverie, and when the students began to disperse slightly, she approached the door to catch a glimpse. Upon seeing Akite's exceedingly pronounced features, her expression froze. In her imagination, the bard capable of composing such verses should have been a dashing, robust young gentleman, dressed in a suit, wielding a refined cane, with eyes full of passion. The figure Aishi envisioned diverged greatly from Akite. "Aishi, Minner," Akite exclaimed, filled with excitement as he called her name. "Aishi, I apologize for the intrusion." Having said this, Aishi turned to leave, but Akite hurriedly followed. "Aishi, wait a moment. Someone asked me to convey a message to you." Only then did Aishi pause, looking calmly at Akite. Under the gaze of Aishi's beautiful eyes, Akite felt a genuine tremor within him, overwhelmed by a sense of inadequacy. The person before him was simply too beautiful. She was someone he would not dare confront. Even after 8 matchmaking attempts. The charming and graceful Aishi, someone asked me to convey a message to you, Akite stammered, breaking his words into several segments before finally articulating them. What is it? Aishi inquired with a polite smile. I heard that you've been looking for me these past few days. Is that true? It seems you genuinely wish to challenge me. I'll be waiting for you at the back mountain. Akite mimicked someone's tone, then cautiously observed Aishi's expression. What? Aishi was momentarily taken aback. This is the message that person asked me to convey to you, that's all. After delivering his message, Akite returned to the foundational 7th class, needing to prepare for his afternoon lessons. Once Akite had departed for a while, Aishi remained in a daze. Wait for me at the back mountain? Who could it be? The curiosity of a woman, unfulfilled, left her feeling rather unsettled. On her way to the teaching office, Aishi repeatedly recalled the individual she had interacted with recently. She felt she had not offended anyone, nor was she seeking anyone out. So, who could be the one asking Akite to relay a message to her? Could it be? A name flashed through Aishi's mind, prompting her to alter her course and head outside the teaching building. Surely, that person could not have summoned her. Aishi was filled with vexation, and her previously pleasant mood had evaporated. Just as she passed through the last corridor, a peculiar slogan suddenly caught her attention. Thunderclap, the celestial prowess collapses the heavens and earth. The golden hammer. Such a strange slogan. Could the academy be hosting some event? With curiosity piqued, Aishi reached the entrance of the teaching office, where she encountered another slogan. Purple lightning, the profound, true fire, the 9 heavens' mysterious sword. An astonishing transformation. Exiting the teaching building, as Aishi passed the library at the back mountain, she spotted yet another slogan on the wall, dark clouds. I gallop through the battlefield, howling through the smoke and rain. Longing has always been a mere regret since ancient times. Wielding the crescent blade, such peculiar slogans. There must be some new activity at the academy. I shall inquire with the other mentors once I see that person from the back mountain. Aishi thought to herself, as the newly appointed magic instructor, Aishi felt a strong sense of responsibility. Fearing she would fall behind the academy's teaching pace, she made her way toward the back mountain, and along the path, she encountered the same slogans once more. The world collapses, engulfing the mountains and rivers. Crashing. The power rests in my hands. Slaying immortals and Buddhas to become a demon, sword, drawn. My blood spills, such intense murderous intent in these slogans. Surely, the academy is not on the brink of a major incident? Aishi couldn't help but quicken her pace up the mountain. Before long, she spotted several more slogans with similar meanings, and finally, upon reaching the summit of a small hill, she discerned a figure, a silver-blue silhouette, with tousled hair cascading over his shoulder. From this angle, the young man's physique was not exaggerated but rather upright. This silhouette felt strangely familiar. Aishi approached cautiously, and when she was about 5 meters away, the figure suddenly turned to reveal an exceedingly handsome youthful-faced Tai. Aishi, did you ever expect it would be me? Lin Mu greeted her with a playful smile, believing his grin to be impeccable. Lin Mu, how could it possibly be you? Aishi's gaze momentarily froze, clearly taken aback by the revelation of Lin Mu's invitation. Subsequently, Aishi's expression shifted abruptly, turning icy as she inquired, what do you want? And what does your message from Akite mean? The message can wait. For now, just watch my lips, thunderclap. Lin Mu lowered his voice dramatically. Upon hearing this, Aishi's demeanor soured. She had not connected the earlier slogans, but her previous encounters with Lin Mu's teasing made her instinctively associate this with something unpleasant. Repeat that. Thunderclap, Lin Mu reiterated. Hey, don't walk away. With that, Lin Mu swiftly appeared in front of Aishi. Aishi furrowed her brows, surprised by Lin Mu's speed, which seemed even faster than the previous day. At that moment, an eye-catching slogan on the nearby tree suddenly reminded her of the very first slogan. Just then, Lin Mu exclaimed, Thunderclap? That celestial prowess? Aishi subconsciously responded. Yes, that's it. Connect them. Thunderclap. Lin Mu's eyes brightened with excitement as he eagerly guided her. Did you put up those slogans? Aish posed a question. Oh, this is of no importance. Just observe my lip movements, and I shall teach you once more. Thunderclap. Her mastery of celestial arts was unparalleled. Before Lin Mu could conclude his instruction, Aish was utterly infuriated, her brow clouded with frost as she spat. Enough, Lin Mu. If your mind has been infested by the creatures of the Shadow Forest, I implore you to seek a professional healing mage, rather than turning to me. As Aish's ire escalated, Memories of recent events resurfaced. In the magical dormitory, they had invaded her skirts, touched her toes, embraced her during the opening ceremony, and even slapped her backside. In the cafeteria, they snatched her beef, leaving her to consume the remnants of their meals, belching at her expense. And now, they sought to teach her those ludicrous incantations that reeked of humiliation. Aish Kalasai would never stoop to such a level. Hey, Lin Mu began, but Aish had already descended the mountain. Wait a moment. As Lin Mu took a step after her, he found himself frozen in place. He beheld Aish, whose hands had mysteriously manifested a bow of pure icy blue, crescent-shaped with strings of ice silk, an arrow poised upon it. Aish turned to confront Lin Mu, declaring, "The Kalasai family shall not be dishonored. Should you dare mock me again, I shall end your life, and even the holy tribunal would absolve me." Seeing that Aish was not jesting, Lin Mu quickly became flustered, wearing a pained expression as he looked at her. "I harbor no ill intentions. Do not let me catch you following me again. I shall not miss my mark." Aish issued a warning before slowly making her way down the mountain, only retracting her magical bow once she had distanced herself significantly. As Aish neared the base of the mountain, a chilling scream echoed from the summit. "Freljord shall unite once more? Insanity." After uttering a curse, Aish felt a tumult of emotions, for her upbringing instilled in her the belief that such treatment of a person was wholly inappropriate. Meanwhile, Lin Mu sat on a large stone for a moment, his gaze resolute. "I refuse to believe it. The renowned psychological suggestion techniques of my past life cannot possibly be ineffective against a mere Aish." With this newfound determination, Lin Mu staggered back to his magical dormitory. However, upon his return, he was met with the sight of his home encircled by hundreds of students. "This is intolerable," Lin Mu shouted as he sprinted toward the dormitory's courtyard. Cautiously observing the crowd, "Lin Mu, is that really him? The one who posed the question of whether the chicken or the egg came first? Wow, he is even somewhat handsome, just as the legends described." Upon hearing the chatter around him, Lin Mu momentarily froze, his voice cold as he declared, "The Holy Tribunal states, trespassers in private dwellings may be slain without consequence. Would you care to test my magic?" Yet, as soon as the words left his mouth, laughter erupted around him. "Don't be ridiculous. We know you. You're the talentless fool with zero elemental affinity. Do you really believe yourself to be a magical prodigy? Just tell us, which came first, the chicken or the egg? Come on, Lin Mu, just tell us, and we will be forever grateful." Cooed a charming girl, playfully appealing to him. Gritting his teeth, he retorted, "I do not know." "Humph, not knowing is unacceptable. After all, you were the one to pose that question. And what of the magical dilemma? When thunder strikes on a cloudy day, what level of magic is it? If a venomous snake bites another, will it perish from its own poison? And when one drinks a potion that grows an arm, is it still the original arm? Those who delve into magic are inherently wise, to put it plainly. A group of obstinate individuals. Otherwise, Garalu would not have perished after succumbing to despair while researching magical arrays that I shall repeat myself. I do not know. Please vacate my dormitory." Lin Mu spoke with a frosty countenance. "How dare you, Lin Mu? Do you really believe yourself to be some sort of magical wand? We came to you out of respect. Yet if you think you can dismiss us, think again." Losing patience, Lin Mu retreated into the dormitory, standing at the threshold, gripping the door. "Then do not blame me." He mimicked a series of sound effects, leaving those around him utterly bewildered. Was he out of his mind? Yet, in an instant, 3 peculiar plants appeared in the center of the courtyard. Upon their arrival, they simultaneously exclaimed, "Ah-da-da-da-da, do-do-do." With a swift motion, the Peashooters unleashed a volley of green, fist-sized peas at the students beyond the courtyard fence, striking mercilessly. Ouch, what on earth is this? That hurts. While the Peashooters were not extraordinarily powerful, they were far from weak, for those who had yet to learn the magical shield as first-star mages. The onslaught of peas sent them into fits of despair. Within the range of artillery lies the truth. To challenge me. Lin Mu chuckled as he closed the door to the magical dormitory. Indifferent to the chaos outside. In the 301 dormitory of Ike Magical Academy, Jean Lin approached with his 2 lackeys, knocking on the door. "Come in." A feeble voice responded from within. As Jean Lin entered, he found a pallid youth lying on the bed and sighed. "Brother Olai, how fares your endeavor in uncovering that cursed void?" Olai struggled to rise, trembling from the pain. The previous trial on the back mountain had left him unconscious. And had it not been for Vice Dean Kent's timely intervention with a magic potion, he might have perished there. Lin shook his head, gesturing to the boy beside him. This is Mike, a first-star magic swordsman, who was knocked out by Lin Mu with a single punch. Just yesterday, Lin Mu eliminated a first-star fire mage in Aisha's class with one blow and also defeated Parker Curie from the second-year cohort. After a moment of silence, Lin urged, Olai, give it up. Lin Mu is not as easily bullied as he appears. Give up? As your good brother, you would have me surrender? Olai's eyes glinted with madness. His face twisted with hatred. That wretched brat has left me bedridden for half a year. I loathe him. Olai, you must come to your senses. Given our current strength, it is exceedingly difficult to contend with him. Lin urged earnestly that I refuse to believe it. I refuse to believe he possesses the strength of a third-star mage. It must be Gerilu. That morally bankrupt lunatic must have left Lin Mu with some life-saving artifact. Olai's thoughts were consumed by vengeance. I do not believe he has many of those artifacts left. Perhaps next time, I shall be able to eliminate him. Olai gritted his teeth, resembling a man driven to madness. Then you shall wait for at least half a year to recover. Lin shrugged, exasperated. Half a year? I cannot wait that long. Olai's vision was clouded by rage, and he had lost all rationality. What do you wish to do? Lin asked helplessly. The Storm Merchant Guild. I have heard they are set to release a batch of potions called Bloodburst. Each vial costs merely 100,000 magic coins. A price we can afford. As soon as Olai's words fell, Lin's expression darkened, and he exclaimed, You must be mad. You must be insane. How could you possibly use such a life-threatening potion? Many potion masters have publicly condemned the Bloodburst potions. If a healthy magic swordsman or archer were to take it, they might be fine, but in your current weakened state, there is a 90% chance your magic will regress, and you could very well become a magical invalid. I care not for the consequences. Olai's desperation was palpable. The Academy will soon announce the genius list. Any student in the top 10 will receive exceptional training. I could have aimed for the top 3. But that cursed Lin Mu has robbed me of this precious opportunity. Therefore, he must die. With fervor, Olai grasped Lin's arm. You are my best brother, and I need your help. Seeing Olai's resolve to risk everything, Lin sighed. What help do you require? Assist me in acquiring a vial of Bloodburst. I intend to eliminate Lin Mu within the 3 peak minutes after consuming the potion, and as you said, while there is a 90% chance of becoming a waste, there is still a 10% chance of directly advancing to the next level. Once I ascend to the rank of a 4-star demon swordsman, my physique shall grow even more formidable. Perhaps my injuries will heal as well. Ol has completely lost his mind, preparing for a desperate gamble. Have you made up your mind? Lin inquired silently. We are the best of brothers. Are we not? In such times, I require your assistance, Ol stated earnestly. Very well, I can only hope you do not regret it later. With Lin's chivalrous nature, he could not refuse Ol's request. He promptly sent his aid, Mike, to procure blood-boosting potions overnight. On the following day, Lin Mu was jolted awake by the usual electric shock enhancement, feeling his body grow a tad stronger once again, although the change was less pronounced this time. The electric shock enhancement still proved beneficial. If only I could receive 1,000 shocks in succession, how extraordinary would my constitution be then? Lin Mu pondered to himself. Upon exiting the dormitory and heading towards the cafeteria, an intriguing rumor caught Lin Mu's attention. Hey, have you heard? Our new mentor, Aishi at the Magic Academy, has actually run away from her wedding, a young girl whispered. Ran away from a wedding. Are you referring to Mentor Aishi? Another girl replied uncertainly. Well, I'm not entirely sure, but last night near our Academy's Commercial Street, someone spotted Mentor Aishi being harassed by a magician, who seemed to be pleading her to return and marry his master. The girl continued. As they spoke, the group of girls drifted away, leaving Lin Mu behind, his expression turning peculiar. Is eloping truly this dramatic? Coincidentally, upon reaching the cafeteria entrance, he spotted a graceful figure hurriedly exiting, seemingly oblivious to Lin Mu, as she rushed towards the Academy's exit. Aishi, the moment Lin Mu recognized her exquisite silhouette, he hesitated for a moment, engrossed in his unfinished task, and decided to follow. I must see what has her in such a rush. For the sake of the system quest, Lin Mu was utterly anxious, even temporarily setting aside his meal to pursue his objective. The two proceeded out of the Magic Academy, with Aishi, perhaps preoccupied with urgent matters. Completely unaware of Lin Mu trailing behind her, they soon arrived at the southern commercial street of the Academy. It was early morning, and the street was alive with a variety of people, mages clad in robes wielding staffs, archers and swordsmen, as well as plainly dressed civilians. The street was not far, yet it showcased an array of stalls selling unique trinkets of this world, such as bowls used by legendary mages, menstrual cloths once favored by the earth goddess, and stalls peddling magical materials, including the fur, blood, and scales of various magical beasts. There were also numerous food stalls, with vendors eagerly awaiting customers. Lin Mu, engrossed in following Aishi, paid little heed to the sights around him until they entered a narrow alley on another street. This alley was sparsely populated, with only a young man in his 20s waiting there. Aishi, spotting the young man, was unable to contain her fury, striding swiftly towards him and forcefully tossing a letter. "Dear Miss Aishi, have you finally decided to return with me?" the young man asked with a graceful smile. "Sam, go back and tell your master, Megan, that I do not like him and will never marry him," Aishi retorted through clenched teeth. "Moreover, do not send any more letters to my academy. Such childish antics are utterly unwelcome." The letter Aishi had flung at Sam was her request to meet him here. Having received it early that morning, Aishi had been thoroughly vexed, especially since her students had overheard her running away from a wedding during her shopping escapade yesterday. Sam, donning an elegant smile, picked up the letter from the ground and feigned regret, saying, "What a pity, dear Miss Aishi, you may not be aware that Count Klus has publicly announced it, and now everyone in the capital knows that you, Miss Aishi, are to marry my master. And what of that? I do not consent to this marriage. Not even my father can change that," Aishi asserted firmly. "Such a pity," Sam replied with a hint of regret. "It seems I shall have to resort to the methods my master taught me to bring you back." "What are you planning to do?" Aishi exclaimed, her rage palpable. Although she loathed Sam, she feared his potential disruption at the Magic Academy, as it would tarnish her reputation as Aishi Klus. "Before I came here, my master instructed me that if you refused to return, I should seek out the headmaster of the Magic Academy to explain my master's family situation. In such a case, the Magic Academy would have no choice but to expel you," Sam remarked with a smile. "You despicable wretches." Aishi found herself at a loss for words, acutely aware that a mere Magic Academy could never afford to offend the loathsome Megan's family. "Dear Miss Aishi, you should understand that no woman my master desires can ever escape. Not even the Holy Tribunal dares interfere with my master's affairs," Sam continued, striking at her heart. "Are you not afraid I might kill you?" Aishi seethed, her teeth clenched tight. "No. No. No. Though I am but a 3-star magician, you would not dare, would you?" Sam smirked at Aishi. "Dear Miss Aishi, I have tarried long enough, and my master must be growing impatient. I shall grant you 3 seconds to decide to accompany me back to the capital, for that is where a woman of your stature truly belongs," Sam declared with poised confidence, convinced Aishi would not refuse. For she was not alone. She bore the weight of a Count's family behind her. Aishi's expression wavered as she regarded Sam, revealing her indecision. Moments later, Sam stated, "Time's up. Dear Miss Aishi, please share your choice." Seeing this, Lin Mu knew he could not delay any longer. He boldly stepped forward and exclaimed, "Hey, you fool, look over here." "Huh? What?" Both Aishi and Sam turned to see a peculiar plant nearby, accompanied by a mechanical sound. A-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Suddenly, a pea, the size of a fist, erupted towards Aishid as it neared. Aishi conjured a magical shield, and the pea struck, creating merely a ripple before shattering. The damage was minimal, yet the insult was considerable. "Lin Mu, what are you doing?" Aishi gritted her teeth, already vexed, and now Lin Mu had to audaciously attack her with magic. "My sincerest apologies." Lin Mu hastily apologized, glancing at the Peashooter and delivering a kick. "You imbecile. Aim for your target properly. The enemy is that man." However, before he could land a kick, the Peashooter suddenly turned, aiming at him. Puff! A pea shot towards his most sensitive area. Fortunately, Lin Mu's physical condition had vastly improved compared to the past, and he managed to shatter the pea with his knee while simultaneously flattening the Peashooter's barrel with a kick. The battle had not yet commenced, yet he had already inflicted harm upon himself. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Lin Mu realized that the Peashooter was indiscriminate, having first struck Aishi and then him. Meanwhile, Sam gazed at Lin Mu in utter bewilderment, eventually regaining composure to say, "Do you realize your actions could plunge your entire family into despair?" Sam cast a disdainful glance at Lin Mu, speaking coolly. "How impressive. On which page of the Monster Codex do you reside?" Lin Mu replied, digging into his ear. Upon hearing this, both Aishi and Sam paused in surprise. Aishi suddenly burst into laughter, for she understood. The Monster Codex recorded information about magical beasts, and Lin Mu's comment implied that he was mocking Sam's humanity. Lin Mu continued, to be honest. I was bitten by a dog when I was young. And now I feel a bit afraid when I see you. Fear is good, Sam retorted dismissively. But soon he realized something was amiss. Lin Mu was still insulting him. You insolent little brat, say that again. And I shall ensure you do not witness tomorrow's dawn, Sam hissed. Has your girlfriend ever suffered from uremia? How come your mouth is so venomous? Lin Mu shook his head. Did you perhaps snatch a human skin while the king of hell was napping? Just look at your head. It resembles a zebra. Lin Mu boldly taunted, in terms of confrontation. Lin Mu had never feared anyone in his life. Furthermore, Sam's hairstyle resembled a series of dyed yellow strands. Dare you tell me your name? I shall make you regret every word you just uttered. Sam's gaze was icy, his teeth clenched as he spoke. Indeed, I am Shangguan Nambe, and you were Sima Dongshi. Lin Mu retorted skillfully. Puffed, puffed, puffed. Ha ha. On the other side, Aishi finally reacted, laughing so hard she doubled over. For the first time, she realized that one could insult others in such a manner. Lin Mu's words were not particularly profound. And Sam quickly grasped the situation. His expression changed drastically. With a swift motion, a staff materialized in his hand, and he fiercely swung it at Lin Mu, shouting, Die! A fiery red magic ring flickered beneath Sam's feet, spiraling upward along his legs, ultimately converging at his wrist and extending toward the staff, forming a long serpent of flames that surged toward Lin Mu. Watch out! It's a 2-star fire magic. Fire serpent technique. Aishi called out loudly. 2-star magic? I wonder if I can catch it. Last time at the academy, during my duel with Parker, I attempted to seize his magic barehanded. This time, he could no longer contain himself. He thrust his hand forward, making a sweeping motion with both hands in a powerful grip. In the next moment, sparks erupted from where he cupped his hands, and Lin Mu was blasted backward by the fire serpent technique, his back colliding with a trash can, causing him to cough up a mouthful of crimson blood. Cough, cough. I was careless. Lin Mu's hands bled. Indeed, magic was not so easily grasped. Meanwhile, Sam was already preparing a new spell. Muttering incantations under his breath, after reciting a verse, a larger fire serpent charged toward Lin Mu. Compared to the previous one, this fire serpent was as thick as a barrel, surrounded by searing fire elements that sent chills down one's spine. 3-star magic. Lin Mu, shedding his playful demeanor, focused intently as the fire serpent approached. He leaped gracefully, performing a splendid somersault that closed the distance between him and Sam. As he landed, he looked up with a smile. In a moment of inspiration, he unleashed the potato formation he had studied for several days. 4 potato bombs arranged in a square formation appeared beneath Sam's feet. Ta-da! Pervert! Pervert! Stop the pervert! Don't come near me. No, absolutely not. Damn it! You moved. You moved again. Don't move. Don't move. The terrified cries of the girl made Aishi's face flush, and then she thought of something and quietly retreated. As Aishi stepped back, a tremendous explosion erupted right beneath Sam's feet. Boom! A cloud of white smoke dispersed, revealing Sam standing unscathed in place. However, beneath him lay a fiery red figure. An elemental clone. Lin Mu's eyes widened. Die, you wretched mudfish! Rain of fire descends, Sam shouted, and suddenly, a mass of fire clouds loomed above Lin Mu, from which thumb-sized fireballs rained down relentlessly. What the hell? Lin Mu found himself in a perilous situation. His opponent knew of his speed and thus unleashed this area of effect magic. Furthermore, he had not anticipated that Sam had cultivated the elemental clone, which absorbed the lethal strike of the 4 potato bombs. Moreover, Sam was now protected by a fiery red shield, a magic barrier only learned by 2-star mages. Be careful! Aishi's urgent warning echoed from a distance. As the rain of fire approached, Lin Mu gritted his teeth, choosing to charge at Sam rather than retreat. The fire clouds followed overhead, but as he neared Sam, the clouds vanished. Indeed, he dared not confront his own 3-star magic head-on. A glint of cold determination flashed in Lin Mu's eyes as he approached Sam. He kicked off the right wall of the narrow alley, swiftly maneuvering behind Sam. That moment, he snapped his fingers and parted his lips. Explode. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding blasts echoed as the walls of the alley crumbled, leaving 8 half-meter deep craters in the ground, while Sam was blown through his magic shield, struggling to support himself with his staff as he barreled out of the alley. Thinking of escaping, Lin Mu's face was filled with ferocity, ready to pursue, but was halted by Aishi. Don't chase after him. Aishi approached Lin Mu, her concern evident as she checked for any injuries. While examining Lin Mu's wounds, Aishi looked at him in astonishment. You defeated Sam? Did I not also topple and lie at the academy? He too is a 3-star magic swordsman, Lin Mu replied nonchalantly. In truth, had he not stored 20 points of magic in his robe last night, he would have lost. The 4 potato bombs consumed 8 points of magic, and he had unleashed them twice. Now he understood why Parker and Kiri were so audacious. Indeed, a cash shop character was invincible. She said nothing, but her assessment of Lin Mu's strength rose to a new level. To her, Sam and Olai were incomparable. One hailed from a small town, while the other emerged from the most prestigious St. Siren Magic Academy in the imperial capital. Their experiences and knowledge were on entirely different planes. Moreover, as far as she knew, Sam's staff and the magic he practiced were far superior to anything Olai could contend with. Despite being of the same rank, their combat prowess was not even remotely comparable. Aishi, if we encounter such a person again, just beat him up for me. It infuriates me to look at him, Lin Mu exclaimed angrily. Had he not chased after Sam, he would have been unaware of his mission target, who might have been abducted back to the imperial capital. At that point, regardless of his immense abilities, he would have been unable to complete the system's tasks, permanently losing the zombie space. Your hands. After examining him, Aishi took Lin Mu's hands in hers, biting her lip. Displaying a conflicted expression, Lin Mu's reckless attempt to grasp the fire serpent technique had indeed resulted in burns. Although he had succeeded, his hands were now scorched, and dried blood marred his palms. It's nothing. I'm tough. It won't matter. Lin Mu feigned strength to evoke Aishi's sympathy in helping him complete his task, inwardly cursing himself for his foolishness and vowing never to attempt such a reckless act again. Drink this. Aishi retrieved a bottle of magic potion from her space ring, uncorked it, and handed it to Lin Mu. Isn't this rather expensive? I don't need it, Lin Mu protested. Drink it. Aishi commanded, her tone firm. Perhaps I should save it for a more serious injury later. Otherwise, it would be a waste, Lin Mu replied with a smile, recorking the bottle. Hearing his words, Aishi felt a pang of sorrow. Yet, she insisted that Lin Mu consume the potion. On their way back to the academy, Lin Mu kept grumbling in his mind. What a waste. Such a minor injury hardly warranted a magic potion. As they strolled through the commercial street. Passing a restaurant, Lin Mu glanced at it. Garalu had brought him there once. Unfortunately, after Garalu's demise, he had not been able to bring himself to return. He recalled that dining there cost several hundred magic coins. Yet the food was exquisite. You haven't had breakfast, have you? Aishi suddenly remarked, noticing Lin Mu's gaze. Let's not eat here. We can return to the academy. David's cooking is quite good, Lin Mu replied earnestly. Their eyes met. And as Aishi gazed at Lin Mu's extraordinarily handsome face, her cheeks flushed, and she quietly murmured, I'll treat you. In that moment, she realized she had misjudged Lin Mu from the very beginning, such a pure-hearted boy. And yet she had treated him so harshly. She should not have done that. Feeling a sense of guilt, combined with Lin Mu's assistance in resolving her recent dilemma, treating him to a meal was the least she could do. The two entered the restaurant. Sitting at a window-side table, Lin Mu casually ordered a few dishes, then rested his chin on his hands, grinning at Aishi. Thank you for this, Lin Mu, Aishi said sincerely. No need to thank me. Lin Mu smiled and waved his hand, suddenly pausing. Wait, what did you just say? I said, thank you. Aishi replied, slightly exasperated. This classmate was good at everything, except for his tendency to feign nonchalance, which was entirely at odds with his pure disposition. If you really want to thank me, how about helping me with a favor? Lin Mu suggested cheekily. What favor? Aishi nodded, nearly ready to agree without hesitation. Let me give you a kiss, Lin Mu said with utmost seriousness. Aishi froze, her face shifting from pale to flushed, and at that moment, Lin Mu suddenly chuckled. Haha, I was just joking, not that. Humph. Aishi turned her head away, finding Lin Mu somewhat annoying, as he always left her feeling exasperated. That thunderous roar. Lin Mu delved straight into the topic. Aishi remained silent, and upon noticing her reaction, Lin Mu seized the opportunity to exclaim, Thunder, this celestial skill, the heaven-shattering purple-gold hammer, lightning, this mysterious true fire. The 9 heavens profound sword, a stunning transformation, dark clouds. I gallop across the battlefield, amidst the smoke and rain. At this point, he glanced at Aishi, whose charming face had turned crimson, as the words he uttered were utterly embarrassing. Furthermore, Lin Mu's loud voice attracted the attention of several onlookers. How about we head to the back mountain when we return to the academy, and you can express your gratitude then? Lin Mu proposed. Aishi replied, her cheeks still flushed. During the meal, Lin Mu devoured his food as if he might swallow his own tongue. especially the dish of cheese-infused magical turkey leg, crafted from the thigh of a one-star magical beast, which was as thick as an adult's calf. He cut the meat with his knife and fork, dipped it in the delectable cheese, and took a bite that in contrast. Aishi, seated opposite him, elegantly nibbled her food, occasionally dabbing at the cheese at the corner of her mouth with a napkin, and she paused after only a few bites. "Have you finished eating?" Lin Mu asked, holding up a chicken bone. Aishi nodded. "Wasting food is a crime. I'll help you finish this," Lin Mu declared without hesitation, lifting Aishi's plate onto his own and grabbing a piece of chicken bone with meat still on it. Promptly placing it in his mouth, Aishi hesitated, wanting to say that the food had already been touched by her, but before she could voice it, Lin Mu had already taken a bite, causing her face to redden once more. When the table was cleared of all remnants of food, Lin Mu stood up and patted his belly contentedly. At that moment, a waiter approached, saying, "Esteemed sir and miss, the total is 359 magic coins. May I ask how you would like to settle this? Is it really that expensive?" Lin Mu exclaimed, his eyes wide with disdain. The waiter glanced at the table, which bore no trace of leftovers, and smiled politely, saying, "But the taste was quite delightful, wasn't it? After a discount, I can offer you 300. Lin Mu scrutinized the waiter seriously. "I'm sorry, but we do not offer discounts," the waiter replied, a hint of impatience in his eyes. Though he maintained his courtesy, "Then make it 350. If you refuse again, I shall demolish your restaurant." Lin Mu slammed the table, completely unfazed by the curious gazes of those around them. Meanwhile, Aishi's lips curled in exasperation. Just as she was about to pay, Lin Mu handed the waiter a 500-coin note and said, "Return me 150, and if you shortchange me by a single dime, don't blame me for unleashing my magic upon you." Very well, the waiter quickly realized that Lin Mu was not someone to be trifled with and hurriedly went to fetch the change. Once they exited the restaurant, Aishi caught Lin Mu's arm, her demeanor serious. "We agreed that I would treat you its all the same, and besides, look, I saved 9 magic coins," Lin Mu replied, brimming with pride. Aishi's expression darkened. It was only for a meager 9 magic coins that they had attracted so much attention. Akin to monkeys on display, you must learn to manage your finances. Money should be saved, Lin Mu insisted, holding firm to his own philosophy as they walked towards the Magic Academy. Aishi, however, was not particularly convinced by his reasoning. As they strolled, Aishi's attention was captured by a scene on the left side of the commercial street, causing her to stop in her tracks. "What's wrong?" Lin Mu returned to find Aishi, and upon seeing the spectacle, his expression turned peculiar. "I came softly. Just as I came softly, I waved gently, bidding farewell to the clouds of the western sky. The golden willows by the riverbank are brides in the sunset." A striking young man with thick eyebrows and bright golden hair stood before a bulletin board, passionately reciting verses. A crowd had gathered, numbering in the hundreds, all entranced by his lyrical performance. How did this get out of the academy? Lin Mu wondered, his mouth twisting in disbelief as he turned to see Aishi equally mesmerized. The golden-haired youth continued to sing fervently, dressed in a yellow leather jacket and smart trousers, his polished shoes gleaming. With his flowing golden locks cascading down his back, the depth of emotion in his recitation elevated his gentlemanly aura. "What a show-off," Lin Mu scoffed, pulling Aishi away quickly. "Lin, stop. I want to hear that poem again," Aishi implored, urgency in her voice. "What's so great about it?" Lin Mu retorted, exasperated. "Lin, don't you feel the essence of the poem? I believe the creator of that piece must be a young, handsome gentleman, full of emotion." Aishi remarked earnestly. "You're right about that." Lin Mu suddenly chuckled. Aishi looked at him curiously. "I am no less than that gentleman before you. I, Lin Mu, am the original creator of that poem. Farewell to Cambridge," he boasted, raising an eyebrow with pride. However, his revelation darkened Aishi's expression, and she admonished, "Lin, while I appreciate your help, please do not tarnish my idol." She was adamant that such a poem could only stem from a talent buried in obscurity. Yearning for recognition, Lin Mu, at a loss for words, questioned her thought process. "Lin, please mind your words. One must hold a basic respect for a person of talent," Aishi insisted sternly, as if discussing a matter of utmost importance. "It's just a prose poem. I didn't think it was that impressive," Lin Mu muttered under his breath. Seeing Lin Mu's demeanor, Aishi was taken aback, and she quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, Lin. I forgot that you might not understand poetry, and thus can't appreciate the essence of the piece. I shouldn't have said that." "Hey, I don't understand the essence." Lin Mu was both amused and exasperated, retorting, "Let me ask you, What impacted you the most about that prose? Aishi was momentarily stunned but quickly replied, of course, it was the emotion. When I listened to that poem, I was immersed in its depth for a long time. Wrong. Lin Mu countered immediately. Wrong. Aishi looked confused. If we discuss the greatest shock and impact of that poem, it should be its technicality. How could that be? Aishi shook her head, laughing. Lin Mu joined in her laughter, explaining, the poet skillfully weaves together vivid imagery and imagination, creating striking artistic representations. The interplay of reality and abstraction paints flowing scenes, embodying the poet's love for Cambridge, his longing for the past, and the sorrow of inevitable separation with sincerity, richness, and timelessness that I am the end. He artfully fuses atmosphere, emotion, and imagery into a profound essence, achieving a harmony where emotion and scenery coexist. The poem's structure is meticulously organized, with a rhythmic balance that is this not a matter of technique. Having finished his exposition, he observed Aishi's beautiful face shift through a myriad of expressions. As Lin Mu concluded his analysis, Aishi's eyes widened. Disbelief etched across her features as she gazed at him. By your expression, I take it you understood, Lin Mu chuckled. Lin, Aishi was momentarily dazed, shaking her head vigorously. Where did you learn such an analysis? Which talented gentleman enlightened you? Lin Mu's expression froze. The sudden turn of events was too swift for him. Lin, why are you silent? Teacher Akite mentioned that the original creator of that poem is from our academy, and you know that talented gentleman, don't you? May I have the honor of meeting him? On their way back, Aishi continuously probed, seeking to uncover the identity of the creator of Farewell to Cambridge. Lin, is he a student? Or perhaps a faculty member? If he is a student, how could he have crafted such a beautiful prose poem? If he is a faculty member, with such talent, why does he choose to remain in the academy to teach? Aishi's inquiries flowed effortlessly. As they reached the school gate, Lin Mu halted and looked at Aishi. Lin, are you planning to reveal the identity of that talented bard? You can. Damn it. Lin Mu sighed, gazing skyward in exasperation. Lin, Aishi pressed on, ready to ask further. Enough. Aishi, we need to discuss something serious. I require your assistance with a matter of great importance. Lin Mu interrupted her. What is it? Aishi inquired. This is crucial to me. It even pertains to my future in the realm of magic. Lin Mu stated earnestly. Is it a matter of training? Aishi probed further. Let us go. We need to head to the back mountain. As the deadline for the task loomed with less than 8 hours remaining, Lin Mu felt a sense of urgency upon their arrival at the desolate region of the back mountain. He turned to Aishi and exclaimed, Thunderclap. Thunderclap? No, that was incorrect. The sound needed to be deeper and more resonant. Look at me. Thunderclap. Lin Mu insisted, continuing his instruction. Thunderclap. Aishi imitated, though the essence was still lacking. Think of that exhilarating sensation when riding a flying beast. The rush of acceleration. Once more, Thunderclap. Lin Mu patiently taught, while internally cursing the system's task for requiring a specific vocal modulation. Otherwise, it would not suffice. Thunderclap. Aishi's attempt bore a hint of the desired tone, and they pressed on. Thunderclap. This heavenly skill, the earth-shattering purple gold hammer. Lin Mu's eyes sparkled as he spoke. Thunderclap. This heavenly skill, the earth-shattering purple gold hammer. Aishi echoed, albeit somewhat awkwardly, yet she managed to replicate it well enough. Grateful for Lin Mu's assistance, with Lin Mu singing a line and Aishi following suit, they gradually fell into a rhythm, and Aishi's performance improved. Excellent. Now for the third line. Dark clouds. I charge into battle. Howling through smoke and rain. Since time immemorial, unrequited love lingers, wielding the crescent blade. Task completed. Reward. Unlocked cherry bomb. Accessed zombie space. Unlocked ordinary zombie. After a half hour of fits and starts, just as Aishi was on the verge of impatience, Lin Mu felt a weight lift from his heart, and a smile crept onto his face. Is it done yet? Aishi asked, feeling awkward. The task sounded strange and was even more embarrassing to perform. Yes, it's done. If you ever wish to learn again, I can teach you, Lin Mu replied with a grin. No need. Aishi insisted earnestly. Having completed the task, Lin Mu was in high spirits and boastfully remarked. Aishi, do you believe that with just a slight alteration in singing style, what I taught you could sound remarkably beautiful? Care to learn? Absolutely not. Aishi pouted, resolutely rejecting the notion of learning such humiliating material. Then how about I sing a few lines for you? Seeing Aishi's lack of enthusiasm, Lin Mu chuckled heartily, altering his tone and gently extending a long note. Oh, Thunderclap, this heavenly skill, the earth-shattering purple gold hammer. The purple lightning and profound, true fire. The sword suspended in the heavens transforms the earth. Since time immemorial, unrequited love lingers, wielding the crescent blade. He performed a lyrical rendition of Thunderclap, oblivious to Aishi's stunned expression beside him. In fact, from the moment Lin Mu began the first line, Aishi was left astounded. She had heard bards play the accordion and sing, but those songs were deeply profound, understood only after hundreds of listens. Yet Lin Mu's lyrics were straightforward, delivered in an enchanting style that made them unforgettable after a single hearing. As the song concluded, Lin Mu playfully inquired, "What do you think?" "Not bad, right?" "It's acceptable." Aishi wanted to exclaim how beautiful it was. But her youthful modesty prevented her from expressing such sentiments openly. "Not beautiful?" Lin Mu furrowed his brow. "Then allow me to try a different singing style," with spirits high after completing the task. Lin Mu felt inspired. After all, they were in an uninhabited area of the back mountain, so he treated it as a performance reminiscent of his past life as a live streamer, clearing his throat. He began another rendition of Thunderclap in A-drama style. The same lyrics, yet entirely different vocalization, once again reshaped Aishi's perception of the song. The initial oddity of Lin Mu's singing style was unlike anything she had ever encountered on the continent of Orlan. When the second line followed in the same style, Aishi was utterly captivated, her mouth slightly agape, her eyes sparkling with curiosity about what Lin Mu had been doing during his 3 years at school. While she couldn't claim to know every song of Orlan, she had once dreamed of becoming a romantic bard, diligently studying numerous songs and researching famous bards and their works. Yet she had never encountered anything like Lin Mu's peculiar but increasingly addictive tunes. What baffled her further was how the initially humiliating vocalization that Lin Mu had taught her had transformed into something so delightful. After Lin Mu concluded the drama-style rendition, Aishi eagerly inquired, "Is there a third singing style?" "Still not good enough?" Lin Mu looked at Aishi in disbelief, then deflated. "That's all I have." Having worked for over a decade at a top global translation agency, feeling unfulfilled, and later spending a year as an online streamer, he had amassed a wealth of entertainment knowledge. Without that background, the Thunderclap task would have indeed posed quite a challenge. "Oh," Aishi murmured, unable to resist softly attempting the lyrical version of Thunderclap. "Oh, Thunderclap, that weren't you the one saying it was unpleasant?" Lin Mu stared at her in bewilderment. Aishi promptly closed her mouth, her heart racing, her cheeks flushing as she asked, "Is there anything else I can assist you with?" "Not really. Just mastering that vocalization of Thunderclap is sufficient," Lin Mu replied. "Then, goodbye," Aishi hastily declared before rushing down the mountain, eager to return to her dormitory and practice the lyrical version of Thunderclap. She felt that either rendition Lin Mu had sung would surely become the most popular song across the continent of Orlan, without a doubt. Once Aishi was out of sight, Lin Mu eagerly checked the rewards for completing the task. The system notification chimed. A new space materialized in his mind, an intangible realm, yet Lin Mu could sense its presence. Upon immersing himself in the zombie space, he noticed it was starkly different from the plant space. This new realm was dim and oppressive, its hues steeped in despair and gloom. The zombie space manifested as a grid of 9 squares, with the first square housing a disheveled zombie figure. Ordinary zombie damage, cost, 10 traits. They consider themselves exceptional and despise the term ordinary. Lin Mu assessed the attributes of the ordinary zombie. Upon discovering it had merely a 1-star damage rating yet commanded a high cost of 10 points of magic, disappointment washed over him. Seriously? With 10 points of magic, I could summon 5 potato sisters instead. Wouldn't that be more appealing? They could even call out for me for free. Lin Mu fumed internally. When he shifted his awareness back to the plant space and beheld the cherry bomb, his frustration intensified. Cherry bomb damage. Cost, 10 traits, fire attribute. Concealed. Another 10 cost plant. Lin Mu was utterly flabbergasted. Given that he currently had only 7 points of magic, the newly revealed plants and zombies all demanded 10 points. How was he supposed to play this game? With 10 points required and his magic insufficient, Lin Mu instinctively glanced at his magical robe. Clad in silver blue with silver sleeves, the robe cascaded down to his calves, adorned with 5 tiny purple diamonds on the left side of his chest, forming a compact pentagram. That moment, 3 of the diamonds dimmed while one shone brightly, and another glimmered faintly. His magical robe could store a maximum of 50 points of magic for his use. Since acquiring it yesterday morning, he had been charging it with magic, and after expending over 10 points in battle against Sam that morning, he had approximately 15 points remaining. He then glanced at his status panel, noting that during the time spent eating, he had already regained 5 points of magic. With the magical robe acting as a battery, could he? As this thought crossed his mind, Lin Mu's attention was drawn to a tattered zombie appearing 10 meters away from him. It had a bald head, a hunched figure, and its skin was a murky green. Its small face featured large eyes, clad in a worn brown suit with a red tie, while its lower half sported frayed blue jeans, with one leg missing a patch of fabric, revealing a ghastly green leg bone beneath. Upon being summoned, the ordinary zombie appeared momentarily bewildered, then opened its mouth to speak. You little enchantress, you've ensnared me with your love poison and yet refuse to provide the antidote. Little rascal. Oh, I can barely hold on. Save me. It's simple. Let me feast upon your brain. What the hell? Lin Mu's lips twitched as he watched the ordinary zombie stagger towards him, its movements unsteady and frail, as though a mere breath could send it tumbling away. The crux of the matter is that the ordinary zombie, while shambling, emitted a repulsive, throaty sound. Ugh, what the hell are you doing? At this pace, did it really expect to engage in battle? Lin Mu, feeling despondent, crouched down. The ordinary zombie, if one were to speak of its appearance, was indeed quite eerie. Particularly, its left pant leg was torn, revealing a ghastly green bone beneath, a sight that could silence a child's cries. Alas, the speed was disheartening, causing Lin Mu considerable discomfort. He even felt a twinge of sympathy for his meager 10 points of magical power. Lin Mu squatted on the ground for over 30 seconds while the ordinary zombie, swaying with each step, remained a good 5 meters away, contemplating his paltry 10 points of magic and the arduous nature of this task. Lin Mu's frustration boiled over, and he swung his foot in irritation. Damn it! Thud! His heavy kick landed squarely on the zombie's abdomen. His annoyance. The ordinary zombie reacted, rolling clumsily backward for several dozen meters, its head striking the ground with a thud, eliciting a pained howl. There's no saving it. Lin Mu covered his face, wishing he could abandon this fool, and no wonder it was dubbed an ordinary zombie. With such abilities, it was hardly fit to bid farewell to its bicycle. With a sigh, Lin Mu was just about to unleash a potato bomb to obliterate it when the ordinary zombie suddenly widened its eyes. Ugh, ugh, ugh. The ordinary zombie underwent a dramatic transformation, its eyes turning a blood red as it began to roar incessantly at Lin Mu. What nonsense! At this level, how could you even hope to catch up to a bicycle? Lin Mu rolled his eyes, preparing to release the potato bomb. Roar! A howl erupted from the ordinary zombie, its hateful gaze fixed on Lin Mu, and it lunged forward. Whoosh! A gust of wind rushed past, tousling Lin Mu's hair. When he looked up, the ordinary zombie had inexplicably appeared right before him, its exaggerated maw stretching to its ears as it lunged for his nose. What? Lin Mu's pupils dilated in shock, and instinctively he ducked. Just then, he heard the sound of teeth clashing above him. Clack! My God! There was no time to ponder further. Lin Mu rolled to the side and swiftly took cover behind a thick tree. Just as he prepared to assess the situation, he was startled to see 5 shiny black claws of the ordinary zombie puncture the tree trunk above him. What was going on? Its fingers pierced through a trunk as thick as his waist. Lin Mu dared not linger in confusion and bolted down the mountain. However, as he ran, the ordinary zombie executed several swift movements, catching up to him. While its appearance remained unchanged, its strength and speed had undergone a startling transformation. At that moment, the ordinary zombie coldly declared, I shall feast upon your brain. Get lost. I want to let you. Lin Mu's voice was distorted with fear as he changed direction, but the ordinary zombie's speed was astonishing, seemingly impervious to harm, as it trampled through rocks and trees alike, leaving a trail of destruction that it seemed fixated on Lin Mu, relentlessly pursuing him. Roar, roar, roar. Hearing the howls behind him, Lin Mu panicked. He suddenly realized that he was no match for his own summoned creature. The system, as always, demonstrated its incompetence, summoning entities without discerning friend from foe. Despite Lin Mu being a 2-star magic swordsman, he was still vastly inferior to this ordinary zombie. What to do? What to do? Lin Mu hid behind a large tree, his face flushed with anxiety. Roar, crack, crack, boom. Lin Mu didn't need to look to foresee the grim fate of the nearby trees that in a critical moment, an idea struck him. Cherry bomb. Wasn't the cherry bomb a 3-star plant? Surely it could take down this insane ordinary zombie. With this thought, Lin Mu felt a wave of calm wash over him. He even stepped forward, positioning himself in front of the ordinary zombie as it charged toward him. A flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes. Die for me. With a surge of intent, a peculiar plant appeared without warning. The cherry bomb resembled an enormous double-headed cherry, magnified countless times to the size of a football. Its surface of vibrant red, topped with a three-leafed fan, connecting two roots that plunged into the heads. Each head bore asymmetrical eyes and a small, rosy mouth. It was indeed a cherry of a mouth. Ready to explode. Blow it to pieces. Lin Mu exclaimed, convinced that this three-star cherry bomb would be more than capable of dispatching an ordinary zombie. However, the events that unfolded next left Lin Mu utterly dumbfounded. The double-headed cherry bomb paused momentarily. The first had said, "Heave-ho, heave-ho," while the second chimed in, "It's going to explode." Then, to Lin Mu's astonishment, the cherry bomb began to bounce away, prancing along as it continued to chant, "Heave-ho, heave-ho. It's going to explode. What the hell? Are you two performing a comedy skit? Come back here. I want to feast upon your brain." In the rear of the Yak Magic Academy, the crazed ordinary zombie pursued Lin Mu. "I won't let you eat me. Not a chance." Lin Mu maneuvered down the mountainside, seeking densely clustered trees to provide some cover, hoping to slow the relentless pursuit of the ordinary zombie. After several minutes of frantic running, Lin Mu's magic robe was soaked through with sweat. He was utterly exhausted. If only he could just run, but he had to remain acutely aware of the zombie's movements, which was mentally draining. "Damn system, will you not come forth to explain?" Lin Mu was on the verge of losing his mind. The zombie he summoned threatened to consume his brain, while the cherry bomb he called forth was bouncing away like a fool. Now recalling the cherry bomb's attributes, he remembered one was fire-based, and the other was stealth. What the hell? If this is the case, how can I trust these incompetent fools in combat in the future? "I want to feast upon your brain." The voice of the ordinary zombie drew nearer. Lin Mu was nearly frantic. I won't let you eat me. Please let this madness end." In the frantic chase, just as Lin Mu felt tears welling up, he finally neared the base of the mountain. Below lay three Gothic-style buildings, a cafeteria, a lecture hall, and a library, characterized by dark, foreboding themes of fear, solitude, and despair. Tall, pointed, and straight lines defined their architectural style. Upon seeing these structures, Lin Mu was nearly brought to tears, sprinting toward the lecture hall with all his might. Behind him, the ordinary zombie's speed increased, the midday sun casting faint, wispy shadows upon it. "Roar, I want to feast upon your brain." "Vice Dean Kent, Elder Nair, Elder E, save me," Lin Mu cried out with desperation. Almost as soon as his voice faded, a figure burst forth from the rear window of the lecture hall, followed by a thunderous, beastly roar from the library. "Oh, whoa!" Vice Dean Kent was the first to arrive. Upon seeing Lin Mu's exhausted state, his lips twitched, and then he noticed the ordinary zombie charging down the mountainside. What on earth is happening? Elder E arrived second, mounted upon a massive wolf with a mane as wild as a storm, its fangs glinting ominously. Heavens, what is that creature? From afar came the chilling cries. Clad in a black magic robe, a long and slender figure with a black mask obscuring his face, Elder Neo Gulas of Yak Magic Academy. Nair had appeared behind the ordinary zombie, brandishing a glimmering dagger, but upon recognizing the zombie's face, he hesitated to strike. Aside from its foolish demeanor, it bore an uncanny resemblance to an ordinary human. Not to mention it was dressed in a suit and jeans. One could hardly discern whether it was man or monster. "Lin Mu, what has happened?" Vice Dean Kent inquired. "I was training on the back mountain when that ghastly creature began to chase me." Lin Mu explained. No sooner had he finished speaking than the ordinary zombie echoed, "I want to feast upon your brain." The zombie's voice was heavy and despairing, its crimson eyes locked onto Lin Mu, and it lunged forward. "Vice Dean, help!" Lin Mu leaped up, landing squarely on Kent's shoulders, clinging tightly to his head in sheer terror. "Get off me, you fool!" Kent's face darkened. Just then, several instructors rushed over, inquiring, "Vice Dean, what is happening?" Kent was entangled by Lin Mu, and Elder E, seeing the incessant flow of students, hurried over to the mentor and said, "Take the students back to the classroom to eye in the back mountain, before a sturdy tree." A common zombie was bound and subdued by Elder Nair with a rope. Elder E adjusted his wooden-framed glasses with one hand while flipping through a book with the other, observing the state of the common zombie. After clarifying the situation, Kent furrowed his brow, uncertain how to deal with this peculiar creature. Before long, Elder E set down his book and remarked, "This is neither a necromancer nor a magical puppet, but rather a new species. Even Elder E does not recognize it." Kent responded gravely, "Though I have not found this species in my texts, It does remind me of something from the last magical era. Elder E pondered aloud. What is it? Nair and Kent inquired with growing interest. In simple terms, a wraith, also known as a zombie, is said to have been created by wizards who, upon dying, transformed their own corpses into wraiths in pursuit of immortality. Elder E explained. Please elaborate. Nair and Kent urged eagerly. To put it succinctly, wraiths possess immense strength, swiftness akin to the wind, and their bodies are harder than tungsten steel. They are powerful beings devoid of soul and self-awareness. Just as Elder E finished his explanation, the common zombie tied to the tree uttered a phrase that struck Elder E like a slap. I want to eat your brain. This statement was still directed at Lin Mu. At that moment, someone sat upon a large rock, savoring a boxed meal while provocatively giving the common zombie the middle finger. The meal was provided by Selena, as he had to accompany the Weisstein and 2 others up the mountain to discuss certain matters. Thus missing lunch. Lin Mu, come here, Kent yelled, his frustration evident upon seeing Lin Mu'd at such a critical time. The emergence of a new species was monumental news, yet the instigator of this incident was nonchalantly devouring his lunch. How ravenous could he possibly be? Coming, Lin Mu replied, hastily finishing his food before strolling over. How did you discover this creature? Elder E inquired. Honestly, I was meditating when I felt a cold breeze behind me. In a flash, I pivoted and shouted, hey, my head is not made of dough. In that moment of crisis, I summoned a vast army of plants that surged forward toward the zombie. The 3 looked at Lin Mu in disbelief at his self-aggrandizing performance. At that time, 1,000,000 zombies emerged from the forest, recklessly biting and grabbing at me, and alas, my army of countless plants was completely devoured in an instant. What? There were over 1,000,000 zombies. Nair's eyes widened beneath his mask. Not really. It wasn't that many. Lin Mu awkwardly replied. How many then? 100,000. Nair pressed. Lin Mu shook his head. 1,000? 100? Or perhaps just 1. He shot Nair an exasperated glance. As if to say, can't you tell when someone's boasting? Why ask so seriously? How embarrassing. All right, go back to your rock, Kent said. Exasperated though, Lin Mu turned to leave, but suddenly paused. Is there anything else I need to assist with? No. The 3 responded in unison, utterly speechless. Why didn't you say so earlier? Lin Mu exclaimed, wide-eyed. Do you have other matters? Kent replied coldly. You all can shine amidst this stench and decay. I must go eat. Lin Mu rolled his eyes and descended the mountain. On his way, he glanced back at the zombie tied to the tree. Sign. Apologies, you were my trump card, but you brought this upon yourself by wanting to eat my brain. How could I allow that? Just as Lin Mu was nearing the academy, a thunderous explosion erupted from the mountain. When he turned to look, Kent, Nair, and Elder E descended, their faces covered in dirt. Kent's face was particularly grimy, his hair resembling a wild explosion. What happened? Esteemed sirs. Lin Mu stifled a laugh, feigning innocence. What happened? Heh. Elder E spat out a mouthful of dirt, questioning Lin Mu. Tell me, do you possess any plant with explosive power comparable to a 3-star spell? What on earth? Lin Mu feigned ignorance, suddenly recalling the cherry bomb he had in the back mountain. Observing this, Weisstein Kent pushed aside Elder E and leadingly asked, Hey, was it exploded? Lin Mu blurted out instinctively. As soon as he spoke, he regretted it, feeling the icy glares of the 3 upon him, sending shivers down his spine. I need to go eat. You all can handle that zombie, right? Bye-bye. With that, Lin Mu took off running. You mischievous boy, stop right there, Weisstein Kent shouted in a frenzy. The louder he yelled, the faster Lin Mu are in the end. The 3 exchanged glances and burst into laughter. That Lin Mu. He truly is so mischievous that it's hard to stay angry with him. No wonder the old director Garilu was so fond of him. Elder E reflected to Weisstein Kent. What do you think of this matter? Nair asked Elder E. 3 years without any magical prowess. I had sent people to probe him multiple times. Yet he never displayed any magic, and on one occasion, he even cried after being bullied by those I sent. Since then, I ceased sending anyone to test him, Weisstein Kent admitted, a hint of self-reproach in his eyes. But just a few days ago, within the span of a week, there was a sudden explosion from his magical dormitory. That afternoon, a student I sent to assess him was injured by the explosion. In just a few days, our academy has had no summoners, nor summoning spells. Yet the strange plants he summoned possess the strength of a 3-star spell. The explosive power is even among the most formidable within the realm of 3-star magic. Elder E and Nair exchanged glances, and Nair inquired. So, Weisstein, your suggestion is, to place him on the genius list at the 10th position. The rest will depend on his own efforts, Vice Dean Kent stated without hesitation. The 10th position on the genius list. Nair and Elder E were taken aback, having never imagined Kent would rate Lin Mu so highly, and to grant him such a prestigious honor right off the bat. I speak objectively. This is not favoritism. If his abilities do not match, he won't last even an hour in that 10th spot, Kent added with a chuckle. As the three made their way back, Kent suddenly grew serious. Although that zombie was defeated by Lin Mu's plant magic, we must remain vigilant. During this period while the inner dean is in seclusion, we cannot afford any unexpected incidents at the academy. Let's assign individuals to guard the back mountain in shifts to prevent any further zombie appearances that might endanger our students. In the afternoon, Lin Mu opened the door to his magical dormitory. Allowing fresh air to flow, it was the sweltering heat of July, and he usually kept the door shut, only opening it every few days to let in some air. Peashooter damage, cost, 1 traits. Non-potato mine damage, cost, 2 traits. Fire attribute cherry bomb damage, cost, 10 traits. Fire attribute. Hidden common zombie damage, cost, 10 traits. They consider themselves exceptional and despise the term common. Lin Mu sat at the head of his bed, examining his 4 summoned creatures. The first 2, Potato Mine and Peashooter, were self-explanatory, especially the Potato Mine, which cost 2 mana and had a formidable explosive power, detonating instantly within a 3-meter radius of the enemy. Once it called out, it would explode immediately. Moreover, the Potato Mine is an eternally existent plant. As long as it is not disturbed, it will persist indefinitely. The Peashooter, with its 1-star prowess, excels due to its minimal cost. Summoning it requires merely 1 point of magic power, and it remains for an hour. Unleashing Peas that possess the strength equivalent to a 1-star spell, targeting nearby foes. However, the newly unlocked Cherry Bomb and the ordinary zombie confounded him greatly. Upon being summoned, the Cherry Bomb bounces about, uttering its lines before making a hasty exit. As for the ordinary zombies, they are even more perplexing. They exhibit an inability to distinguish friend from foe. One moment, they move sluggishly, at a pace slower than a snail. And the next, they dash away like wild donkeys, impossible to intercept. At that moment, when his magic was depleted, were it not for Vice Dean Kent and the others, he might have become the first traveler to perish at the hands of his own summons, which would have been truly tragic. Having nothing better to do, Lin Mu decided to jot down his speculations in a notebook, adhering to the adage that a poor memory is outdone by a poor pen. This was a lesson he had learned in his previous life. Cherry Bomb, 3-star magical strength, cost of 10, fire element characteristic, capable of movement, cannot be relied upon for combat unless magic reserves are ample. After completing this entry, Lin Mu furrowed his brow in contemplation. In his musings, he suddenly discerned the traits of the ordinary zombie. Ordinary zombie, damage, cost, 10, characteristic. They consider themselves exceptional and despise the term ordinary. The damage and cost seem reasonable. For when the ordinary zombie goes berserk, its physique surpasses even his, presumably possessing the strength of a 3-star magic swordsman. But why must the word ordinary be placed in quotation marks? Reflecting on this, Lin Mu closed his eyes and meticulously recalled the circumstances surrounding his summoning of the ordinary zombie. He had intended to witness an ordinary zombie, and with over 10 points of magic power in his robe, he proceeded with the summoning. Upon its arrival, the creature was utterly unimpressive, prompting him to remark, "No wonder it's an ordinary zombie. It's practically bidding farewell to the bicycle." Ordinary zombie, ordinary zombie. The more Lin Mu pondered, the more exhilarated he became that he understood. The ordinary zombie, believing itself to be extraordinary, despises the term ordinary. Thus, when someone mentions the word ordinary, they descend into a frenzy. This results in a remarkable surge in strength. Haha, this means that this zombie is not weak at all, as long as he can drive them into a state of madness. Their power would rival that of a 3-star magic swordsman. Ha ha ha. Lin Mu was overjoyed. If his magic robe were fully charged, it would possess 50 points of magic power, sufficient to summon 5 ordinary zombies. In other words, as long as he replenished his magic robe, he could summon 5 bodyguards, each as formidable as a 3-star magic swordsman, at any given moment. Haha, the most powerful student in the 3rd year at the Ike Magic Academy is merely a 3-star mage. While I can summon 5 at once, does this not make me the foremost among the students of Ike Magic Academy? Wakakaka. He clasped his waist, nearly bursting into laughter at the sky. Who would have thought that while he faced defeat with the Cherry Bomb, the ordinary zombie would present him with such a monumental surprise? Regaining his composure, Lin Mu hastily opened his notebook and inscribed on the next page, "Ordinary zombie. When enraged, it approaches the strength of a 3-star magic swordsman. Upon hearing the word ordinary, it will enter a frenzied state, possessing immense strength, invulnerability, and extraordinary speed." The following day, free from the system's electric shocks, Lin Mu enjoyed a comfortable slumber until noon. Upon waking, he sat on the edge of his bed in a daze. As he donned his magic robe, the 3 stars on his left chest gleamed brightly, a testament to his efforts from the previous night. The robe was charged with 30 points of magic power, enough for him to summon 3 ordinary zombies to AT this hour. It was time to gather for a meal. A typical day at the Magic Academy begins with dining. After dressing, Lin Mu exited the magic dormitory, diligently locking the door. He had no desire to return home to find it in disarray, so he made it a point to secure the door each time he left. As soon as he stepped outside, he noticed an unusual atmosphere at the academy. The students on the playground appeared unusually excited, as if they were all anticipating the same event. Out of curiosity, Lin Mu smiled and greeted a girl nearby. "Hello there. Are you Lin Mu, the one who posed the question of whether the chicken or the egg came first?" That peculiar student. The girl recognized him immediately, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. "I was wondering what you all were discussing just now," Lin Mu asked awkwardly. "Master Edward is touring the continent and is visiting our academy today. Did you not know?" the girl exclaimed with enthusiasm. Master Edward? Lin Mu wisely refrained from pressing further, sensing that any more questions might make him seem foolish, especially since the girl's face lit up with stars at the mention of Edward. "Edward? Which production team is he from? What does he do?" Upon entering the cafeteria, Lin Mu found that students were arriving in droves. He spotted Aishi on the 2nd floor. Today, Aishi had swapped her magic robe for a long, ice blue dress adorned with floral patterns, sitting quietly at the table, awaiting the commencement of lunch. Aishi, has anyone told you how exceptionally beautiful you look today?" Lin Mu naturally took a seat opposite her. "Thank you," Aishi replied, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. "Are you preoccupied with something?" Lin Mu inquired, noting that Aishi seemed different today. "No, not at all," Aishi stammered, offering a somewhat awkward smile. Just then, students at a nearby table were discussing, "Hey, did you hear? Master Edward is coming to our academy today. I heard about it long ago. I even saw the vice dean tidying his hair this morning. He must be preparing to receive Master Edward and appear more courteous." Hearing this, Lin Mu glanced at Aishi, whose dreamy expression gave him a clearer understanding of the situation. He asked, "So, where is Edward from? What production team? You don't know Edward?" Aishi's eyes widened, as if she had just heard something unbelievable. Lin Mu shrugged. "Must everyone from the Orlon continent know him? Not necessarily, but he is Edward. And it's rare for young people not to know of him." Aishi replied, regaining her composure. "In what regard?" Lin Mu pressed. When Edward was mentioned, Aishi's face radiated admiration, embodying the very essence of a devoted fan. "Edward is the most romantic bard from the Medi Duchy. His works include poems such as Romance Under the Tulips, Love Unseen and Ouching, and Whispers Beneath the Blossoms." Aishi recited a few titles of his poems before adding, "Oh, and he has a piece called The Dreamlike Bell River. Unfortunately, it doesn't quite match the perfection of Farewell, Cambridge, but it's still quite good." Additionally, his mentor, Adolphe, is a renowned poet throughout the Orlon continent. "Is there more?" Lin Mu inquired. "Isn't that enough?" Master Edward even composed a romantic song for a duke's daughter, which gained considerable popularity. Aishi earnestly recounted Edward's legends. Was he pursuing that duchess's daughter? Did he succeed? Lin Mu casually asked. "Sadly, it seems that the duke's daughter does not harbor much affection for Master Edward." Aishi lamented. A romanticism master? I see him more as a con artist." Lin Mu scoffed, perceiving such individuals as rather foolish. Can one truly win a girl's heart with just a song or a poem? You must employ strategy. Otherwise, who would be drawn to you? Lin, speaking of him like that is quite disrespectful. Aishi glared at Lin Mu, her expression betraying her discontent. Evidently, his remark had struck a nerve, further diminishing Aishi's perception of him. "All right then, I apologize to him," Lin Mu replied nonchalantly. "Lin, as your friend, I hope you take the time to read more works by bards. It will enhance your literary appreciation," Aishi suggested after a brief pause. "Literary appreciation? Will that affect my ability to eat?" Lin Mu countered. Aishi shook her head. "Oh, then it's unnecessary." Lin Mu spoke with a sense of helplessness. It was not that he held the bards in contempt. After all, in a previous life during the era of the internet explosion, He himself had been a minor internet celebrity, well aware that certain things could not withstand scrutiny. Yet, he could not hinder others' enjoyment. So after expressing a few sarcastic remarks, he swiftly changed the subject. While Lin Mu and Aishi were engaged in a casual conversation, a sudden commotion erupted from downstairs, accompanied by the frantic cries of a young girl. "Oh, Master Edward, I adore you." "Edward, what on earth?" Lin Mu nearly burst out laughing as he observed Aishi hurriedly putting down her cutlery and dashing out. "Aishi, you haven't finished your meal. I won't eat any more." Aishi replied, leaving behind a graceful silhouette in her ice blue dress. "Well, don't blame me for finishing your meal," Lin Mu said, pulling Aishi's plate toward himself and indulging in it with delight. After satisfying his hunger, Lin Mu noticed, to his surprise, that the entire cafeteria had emptied. Even Chef David was rushing out in a flurry, accidentally bumping into Lin Mu. "You bumped into me," Lin Mu exclaimed, his face darkening, only to find that David had already vanished from sight. "Ah, this is the world of cultural scarcity, unlike my Grand China, which stands firm," he mused, preparing to witness the renowned Master Edward himself. Upon exiting the cafeteria, he found a crowd gathered around the garrulous statue on the playground. As Lin Mu staggered closer, he heard a magnetic voice reciting passionately, "Ah, that beautiful Bell River is the dream my heart yearns for. The sunlit waters of the river are the shores of my heart." Lin Mu's expression soured, his teeth clenched in embarrassment. Now he understood why a poem like Farewell, Cambridge could spread so rapidly beyond the school. It was clear that such caliber warranted the title of a master. He edged a little closer and finally caught sight of the protagonist, a man with golden hair, adorned in a yellow waistcoat, smart trousers, and polished shoes, his oval face possessing a certain softness. Though still far inferior to Lin Mu. At that moment, the man pointed towards the distant sky with one finger, his expression blissful, captivating the onlookers, both young men and women. Soon after, cheers erupted from the crowd. "Edward! Edward! Edward!" After a while, Edward smiled at the students and said, "Esteemed gentlemen and ladies, let us conclude today's recitation here. When I find the time, I shall share some wondrous tales of the Orlon continent with you." "Master Edward, what kind of wondrous tales do you have for us?" a girl inquired eagerly. Edward pondered. "The sky of the Orlon continent is vast. I swear it will undoubtedly exceed your imagination. And Master Edward, do you have any interesting places to recommend to us?" another student asked. Edward smiled mysteriously, replying, "When you attain the strength of a 6-star archmage, you may venture into the endless marshes to test your luck. If fortune favors you and you encounter a great toad, you can catch it and take it to the northwest coast to fish for mermaids. After catching a mermaid, I recommend you bring it to the Antarctic Sea and hand it over to a professional gem miner. They might assist you in collecting the most precious magic diamonds. Of course, you could also pursue the Dragon City, for there are legends of dragon knights, and the Mage Isles are a splendid destination as well." With a smile, Edward departed the crowd, accompanied by Elder E. This was the essence of bards, folk songs, and fragmented verses, poetic tales brimming with wonder, alongside dreamlike lullabies. After his departure, the students remained in a state of shock, still reeling from Edward's words. Even Lin Mu found himself stirred by Edward's earlier remarks, igniting a desire to traverse the continent. The idea of using a great toad to fish for mermaids and presenting it to a gem miner in the Antarctic Sea sounded like an exquisite experience. In the afternoon, during Vice Dean Kent's lecture, Lin Mu struggled to stay awake until he was called out once more. "Lin Mu, you ought to fetch a bucket of cold water and pour it over yourself from head to toe." To awaken your lazy spirit, Kent reprimanded him without any hint of compassion. "What is wrong with me?" Lin Mu began, but before he could finish, a frantic mentor rushed into the classroom, anxiety etched across his face as he addressed Kent. "Vice Dean, we have a serious problem. Captain Allen from the Sacred Judgment Institute has barged into our academy with his team." "Captain Allen, what business does he have at our academy, and why has he brought his team?" Kent's expression changed drastically. Just then, a thunderous noise erupted from the neighboring classroom, deafening in its intensity. "You all focus on your self-study," Kent shouted, storming out with a furious expression. "I must see what Captain Allen of the Sacred Judgment Institute intends to do. Does he wish to dismantle our academy?" The Sacred Judgment Institute. Lin Mu was momentarily taken aback. To his knowledge, the Sacred Judgment Institute was the most authoritative magical organization on the Orlon continent, akin to a respected court of law, where mages could seek validation for their duels and transactions, much like the police and courts in his previous life. Not only Lin Mu, but the students also whispered amongst themselves as Kent exited. speculating about the unfolding drama that had attracted the attention of the Sacred Judgment Institute. Moments later, students from other classes began to pass by the entrance of Lin Mu's classroom. What is happening? As other classmates hesitated, Lin Mu staggered out of the classroom. As he made his way forward, he overheard Akite's panicked voice coming from the crowd gathered near Class 7. Esteemed Master Edward and the formidable Captain Allen. I did not plagiarize your works. What was going on? Lin Mu approached Class 7, finally managing to squeeze to the front, where he spotted Aishi and curiously inquired, Aishi, what has happened? While Master Edward was observing the students' classes, he heard teacher Akite reciting Farewell, Cambridge. He claimed that it was a work from his teacher, Adolphe, during his early years. Thus, he summoned Captain Allen from the Sacred Judgment Institute to seek justice, Aishi explained, shaking her head. Plagiarism? Farewell, Cambridge? Lin Mu was taken aback. Just then, Captain Allen inside the classroom bellowed in anger. Akite, you are accused of plagiarizing Master Adolphe's ode. Please accompany us back to the Sacred Judgment Institute to face our judgment. No. This has nothing to do with me. Vice Dean Kent. You must believe me. Akite pleaded helplessly, looking towards Kent for support. The latter remained silent for a moment before asking, Captain Allen, could it be that you are mistaken? Akite is our academy's magical instructor. He has always performed admirably. That moment. Edward, who had been silent, spoke in a low tone. Vice Dean Kent, do you suspect that I, Edward Hebra, a bard of the Free Singers Association, am lying to you? No. Esteemed Master Edward, I do not mean to imply any doubts about you. It is just, Kent stammered, beginning to panic. In his understanding, Akite had always been diligent yet unremarkable, and he had never heard of any creative talent from him. Now, faced with this accusation, he felt powerless. What do you mean? Are you suggesting my teacher Adolphe lacks the talent to have created Farewell, Cambridge? Edward retorted, adopting an accusatory tone. Kent gritted his teeth, turning to Akite. Akite, tell the truth. Did you create Farewell, Cambridge? It was not me. It was a gift from a friend to help attract students to class. Akite had no choice but to reveal the truth. Your friend? Who is he? The vice dean pressed. Akite hesitated, a troubled expression crossing his face. It was because Lin Mu had instructed him not to reveal his name when he shared the poem. Now, did they expect him to betray his friend? I doubt you can name your non-existent friend. This ode was undoubtedly created by my teacher Adolphe in his early years. My teacher is bedridden now, yet you scoundrels have the audacity to steal his work to attract more individuals to your academy. Akite launched a fierce retort, casting the blame squarely on the Ike Magic Academy. Akite, quickly, reveal who your friend is. Where is he? Vice Dean Kent demanded through gritted teeth. Akite inadvertently caught sight of Lin Mu, who stood at the entrance with a grin. Suddenly resolute, he turned to Allen and declared, I will accompany you back for an investigation. Very well. I will not believe you dare conceal anything once we reach the interrogation room. However, you need not worry. According to the laws of our holy tribunal, the most severe penalty for plagiarizing another's work is but a sentence of 10 years or so. Upon your release, you may still engage in teaching. Allen remarked coldly. He instructed his team to restrain Akite, and then turned to him, adopting a different demeanor, and ingratiatingly said, Esteemed Master Edward, I sincerely apologize for any unpleasantness you experienced in our city of Ba. I hope you will not take this matter to heart, nor report it to the Guild of Free Bards. You think I would refrain from reporting this to the Guild of Free Bards? That depends on your authority as captain, for I wish to never again encounter this despicable mage who has plagiarized my teacher's work. Akite felt a deep sense of injustice, preparing to take the blame for Lin Mu. He thought to himself that this could be seen as a way to repay Principal Garaloo for his recognition of him. Let us depart. I have no desire to remain in this loathsome place. Edward said coolly. Wait. Lin Mu sighed, stepping into the classroom. What? Are you attempting to defend your teacher, even though he is a shameless plagiarist? Edward looked at Lin Mu. Lin Mu, this is none of your business. What are you doing here? Get out. Vice Principal Kent urged anxiously. Lin Mu suddenly laughed, glancing at Akite. Shao-Chi, you have quite the standards. Why not tell them that Farewell to Cambridge is my work? As Lin Mu's words fell, the room erupted in astonishment, including the thousands of students blocking the classroom door and in the hallway. Lin Mu, the one who is a failure in magic and sneaks in through the back door. Could Farewell to Cambridge possibly be his creation? Is this even true? Not only did the students harbor such doubts, but even Vice Principal Kent, Elder E, Elder Nair, and the mentors were skeptical of Lin Mu's claim. Edward was momentarily taken aback by Lin Mu's words. But when he saw Lin Mu's youthful appearance of only 16 or 17, he felt a sense of calm and coldly replied, "Dear student, if you admire my teacher's work, please acquire knowledge through proper channels rather than resorting to such tactics to assist your teacher." "Edward, is it?" Lin Mu impatiently dug at his ear and responded, "You are quite shameless yourself, solely over a trivial prose poem. How could a renowned bard of the Medi Principality like you accuse Shao-Chi?" As Lin Mu's words echoed, the atmosphere turned tumultuous, akin to a drop of water plunging into a boiling pot of oil. At the entrance, Aishi's expression tightened. She had not anticipated Lin Mu's audacity, for this was Edward. While Edward may not be exceptionally powerful as a bard, his teacher Adolf and the forces behind them were part of the Guild of Free Bards, one of the 9 major magical organizations on the Orlan continent, a sanctuary and haven for bards. Although Alan's Holy Tribunal did not fear any magical organization, as a mere squad leader, he dared not offend someone of Edward's stature. He slammed the desk and shouted angrily, "Student, are you prepared to take responsibility for your words? What is there to fear? Or has the Holy Tribunal become so tyrannical that it can arbitrarily detain people?" Lin Mu met Captain Yak's gaze, with his mindset as a traveler. He held none of the fear or reverence that the people of the Orlan continent had for the Holy Tribunal. He addressed the matter at hand. Today, even if the King of Heaven himself arrived, farewell to Cambridge would still belong to the anthology of my great China. "You insolent brat, do not blame me if I have you captured and subjected to harsh interrogation," Alan hissed. Hearing this, Vice Principal Kent realized the gravity of the situation and bellowed, "Lin Mu, quickly apologize to Captain Allen. Then get out of the classroom. This matter does not concern you." "Lin," Aishi sighed at the entrance, wishing to believe that farewell to Cambridge was Lin Mu's work, but based on her understanding of him, it did not seem likely. The students and mentors, even Vice Principal Kent, were all unified in disbelief, convinced that such an exquisite piece could not have been penned by someone like Lin Mu. At that moment, 2 discordant voices broke into the classroom. "I believe Farewell to Cambridge is my brother Lin Mu's work. I believe it too." The crowd turned toward the voices, revealing a tall girl in a red dress and an adorably cute little girl in pink. "Selena and Anshi, have you lost your minds? How could a student like Lin Mu, who is utterly unlearned, possibly create such an ode? Do not be foolish." Lin Mu looked over in surprise, seeing Selena's unwavering gaze and Anshi's innocent belief in him. Lin Mu smiled. During his 3 years at Yak Magic Academy, he had certainly made some acquaintances. Although he had known Anshi for only a short time, her pure heart led her to simply believe in him. As for Selena, she had once been one of his closest friends. That it was indeed a poignant story. "Farewell to Cambridge" was penned by my teacher 2 decades ago when he was wandering the continent. Inspired while crossing a bridge, which later became known as Cambridge, my teacher, now advanced in years, has turned a blind eye to worldly affairs in recent years. If he were to learn that someone was misappropriating his poetic lines, it would undoubtedly cause him great sorrow. Edward gazed out the window, reminiscing. After Edward finished speaking, another voice rang out at the classroom entrance. "I knew it. A talentless hack could never create such an ode. It turns out he has plagiarized Master Adolf. Gordon, this is none of your concern. Get out now." Vice Principal Kent exclaimed in exasperation, clearly frustrated by the chaos. This Gordon was the first-year student who Lin Mu had sent flying with a single punch. After Kent reprimanded Gordon, a second voice emerged at the entrance. "Vice Principal Kent, I believe that on the Orlan continent, there is no one who does not admire Master Adolf's works, now that his work has been plagiarized. We merely seek fairness and justice from Master Adolf." This statement caught Edward's attention, and he turned to the speaker, inquiring, "My good sir, you must surely be a gentleman of fairness and justice. May I ask your name?" "I am Ol, a 3rd-year student of Yak Magic Academy," Ol declared with an air of righteousness, "and I am Parker Julie. We all believe Master Edward's words. It is certain that Lin Mu and teacher Akite conspired together to plagiarize Adolf's earlier works. If that is the case, do you still insist that Farewell to Cambridge is your work?" Edward gazed at Lin Mu, his expression indifferent. "You claim this poem is your teacher's work. Does your teacher's surname happen to be Su?" Lin Mu inquired with a chuckle. "Su? What a peculiar surname. I have never heard it before." Edward replied, "Is there even such a surname on the Orlan continent? Not to mention that Lin Mu's surname is already quite rare here." "Isn't it?" The students whispered at the doorway. "Then is your teacher a poet of the Crescent Moon sect? If it is indeed his work, should he not be well known? Why has he not surfaced until now?" Lin Mu pressed on. "Unfortunately, my teacher has been wandering the continent for many years. His dream was to write a travelogue during his journeys. That is why he did not immediately record farewell to Cambridge. Edward said, his face clouded with melancholy. Then how do you know of this ode? Lin Mu pursued. Edward was taken aback. He had not anticipated Lin Mu to be so tenacious and replied, I was always by my teacher's side. So I naturally remember this poem vividly. You previously stated that this poem was your teacher's work from 20 years ago, correct? How old are you now? 20 years ago. Did you not still require your teacher to assist you with your potty training? Lin Mu mocked. I am 25 years old. I began accompanying my teacher on his travels at 5. My teacher always said I was clever from a young age. What is so difficult about remembering a poem? Edward retorted, exasperated. Is that so? Then does your teacher have any other odes, similar to Farewell to Cambridge, that are unknown? Lin Mu continued his barrage of questions. That one Farewell to Cambridge has already cost my teacher great effort, considering we were wandering the continent. So, your teacher has no other lesser-known works? Lin Mu smiled. Lin Mu, do you still wish to argue? Is not Farewell to Cambridge a timeless masterpiece? Is one sufficient to prove Master Adolph's talent? Parker Julie demanded loudly. Lin Mu, do you still wish to argue? Is not Farewell to Cambridge a timeless masterpiece? Is one sufficient to prove Master Adolph's talent? Parker Julie reiterated, raising his voice in response to his question. The crowd displayed expressions of agreement. The timeless masterpiece. With a smile, Lin Mu turned to the steadfast Edward and declared, Today, I find myself in high spirits, since you and your apprentice are so fond of plagiarizing the works of others. Allow me to bestow upon you a few more verses of poetry. Lin Mu's words ignited a tempest of astonishment throughout the venue. Bestow? Can such exquisite expressions of artistry be gifted? Could it be that Lin Mu, in his hubris, intends to compose verses on the spot? It was utterly laughable. In Class 7, Lin Mu flashed a grin at Akite and proclaimed, To be or not to be, that is the question worthy of contemplation. To suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, or to take arms against a sea of troubles, and by opposing in them, Hamlet. The classic lines of Shakespeare resonated deeply with Lin Mu's current sentiments. His voice unwavering, imbued with indignation against the injustices of fate. Consequently, this iconic soliloquy became imbued with a palpable sense of menace. People endure their tribulations willingly, and it is for this reason. Who would choose to endure the scourge and mockery of the world? The humiliation of oppressors, the disdainful gaze of the arrogant, or the painful scorn of unrequited love? From the moment Lin Mu began his recitation, an absolute silence enveloped the audience, as still as stagnant water. Shakespeare's well-known lines, now spoken through Lin Mu's lips, dripped with intensity. Each word was like blood. Every phrase struck to the heart. It encapsulated a defiance against fate, a rebellion against the mighty. Do we fear that mysterious realm from which no traveler returns? Which bewilders our will, compelling us to endure our present hardships rather than risk the unknown pains that lie beyond. Lin Mu continued, while all present, including Alan and Edward, stood as if in the presence of the divine. The words from Lin Mu's mouth striking at their very souls, akin to a colossal sword piercing their hearts. Great endeavors, when viewed through such a lens, may also recede against the current, losing their significance. As the soliloquy drew to a close, only a silent sigh remained, sending chills down spines and lifting spirits beyond the corporeal. Long after Lin Mu's voice had faded, the audience remained in a state of awe, still entranced by the essence of the poem. After a prolonged silence, a sudden scream pierced the air. Ah! What a peculiar ode! Why does it send chills down my spine? Why must fate be so cruel to one individual? For the first time, students began to pound their chests in anguish. In this world starved of culture, do not doubt anyone's capacity for literary comprehension. Even Kent, the vice dean who rarely indulged in reading, stood astounded, unable to believe that such a profound piece could arise from Lin Mu's lips. Was this truly the same student known for his ignorance? The mischievous boy who had shattered the glass of their mentor's dormitory in a fit of rage just days prior? Was this the same brash youth, devoid of gentlemanly decorum, now transformed before their eyes? It was simply unbelievable. Meanwhile, Edward was engulfed by a tumultuous storm within, having comprehended the essence of the poem and fallen deeply in love with it. While simultaneously unable to tolerate the thought of snatching away the piece Farewell to Cambridge at this moment, Lin Mu paused, smiled, and said, Let us continue. In the next breath, he adopted a softer tone, gently intoning, holding an oiled paper umbrella. Alone, wandering in the long, and desolate rain lane, The Rain Lane. This piece, akin in stature to Farewell to Cambridge, was quite distinct from Su Zhima's work. The poet Dai Wangshu crafted a lyrical space through symbolic imagery and clusters of imagery, conveying profound emotions while blending elements of ancient poetry, particularly the delicate and graceful styles of the late Tang and Five Dynasties. Moreover, the artistic success of this poem lay in its harmonious musicality. Thus, Lin Mu chose a lyrical recitation to express this prose. She has the color of lilacs, the fragrance of lilacs, the sorrow of lilacs, a lilac-like girl burdened with grievances. As the prose reached its conclusion, Lin Mu closed his eyes. In his previous life, he had worked at a world-renowned translation agency, annotating translations of globally acclaimed poetry daily, and over time, he had absorbed this knowledge. Years of immersion in poetic landscapes forced him into a state of literary conveyance. Although none of these pieces were his own creations, he understood each scene, each nuance, and the sentiments the authors sought to express. As Rain Lane concluded, the thousands of students, along with the teachers and elders in the class, were left utterly speechless. Aki entered the classroom, her eyes shimmering with tears, completely moved by the emotional depth woven into Rain Lane, nearly brought to tears. Simultaneously, she came to believe that Lin Mu was the original creator of Farewell to Cambridge. How foolish she had been to think that he lacked literary refinement, advising him to spend more time exploring literary works. Now, in hindsight, before anyone could recover from the prose's impact, Lin Mu began to recite the third piece, I Possess Nothing. Merely standing behind the trees by the forest, weariness still lingers in the dawn's gaze, dew moist in the air. This poem is from Tagore's I Possess Nothing. If in this life, I never chance upon you, let me forever feel the hatred of our not meeting. This poem is from Tagore's If in this life, I never chance upon you. Next, in front of everyone, Lin Mu showcased the professional translation skills from his previous life. The works of M. R. Liu Sun's Wild Grass, Graves, Hot Winds, Bing Xian's Twinkling Stars, Spring Water, Tagore's Stray Birds, Tolstoy's Resurrection, Hugo's Les Miserables. In the end, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lin Mu's words struck each heart like a sword. On the vast ocean, wild winds gather dark clouds. Between the clouds and the sea swallow soars like black lightning, proudly soaring. Gorky's The Sea Swallow. Lin Mu, with his unique interpretation, brought the entire poem to perfection. At this moment, the hearts of the audience, like the sea swallow in the poem, found themselves amidst the tempest, under the heavy clouds, amidst the roaring thunder, akin to a frail sea swallow. Let the storm come with even greater fury. As Lin Mu nearly shouted this final line, Edward's mouth fell agape, and he spat blood onto the ground. Pooh! Wow! Edward coughed blood, his face pale, unable to believe or accept it. Lin Mu had spent half an hour reciting dozens of odes. Whether long or short, each was a timeless masterpiece, resonating through the ages. He could not fathom that these immortal verses originated from a single individual. What struck him even harder was the realization that he had been fully immersed in the poetry throughout. Even critiquing it internally, finding aspects he wished to emulate, he had made a grave error in accusing such a person of plagiarizing his mentor Adolph's verses. Equally astounded were Captain Allen and his team. Rendered speechless, they had miscalculated, believing that aligning with Edward would shield them from error. Yet they had not anticipated that a 16 or 17-year-old student could wield such audacity, effortlessly reciting verses of eternal significance. Would they truly dare to apprehend someone like him? Even if the great judge from the holy tribunal arrived, would they dare to pass judgment on such a figure? As for Kent and the others, their expressions twisted in disbelief. Were it not for the presence of outsiders, they would have gladly offered Lin Mu up as a sacrifice. One could only imagine that once Lin Mu's poetry spread far and wide, their Ike Magic Academy would gain unparalleled fame. The silence persisted for a full 10 minutes. The students finally regained their senses, and Parker, Ole, and Gordon, who had aimed to undermine Lin Mu, were instead left awestruck by the talent revealed in his words. I told you, Brother Lin Mu would never plagiarize. Although Anshi didn't fully comprehend Lin Mu's recited poetry, she observed the expressions of those around her and understood that Lin Mu was indeed formidable. Selena clenched her fists, silently exhaling a sigh of relief for Lin Mu's for Aki. She was utterly stunned, having recognized Lin Mu's talent from the very beginning, until Lin Mu completely overturned her worldview. The half-hour Lin Mu had displayed was nothing short of monstrous to the others. Even if his odes were exceptional, that did not negate the possibility that Farewell to Cambridge was still a product of plagiarism. Did it? With a final burst of madness, Aule's red-rimmed eyes signaled to the crowd, "Don't be foolish, Aule. Look at Edward. He's spitting blood. Does that not speak volumes of Lin Mu's talent?" Selina remarked coolly in the classroom. Lin Mu glanced at the expressions of those around him and muttered to himself, "It seems we've gone a bit overboard." He then turned to Edward, grinning, and said, "Master Edward, how did you find my recitation? Did you manage to jot down everything I just read? Would you like me to gift you a few hundred more? A few hundred more?" The crowd was collectively bewildered, while Edward, unable to catch his breath, rolled his eyes back and fainted on the spot. Tiascaneste, Lin Mu clicked his tongue. "Why does this so-called master lack the courage to play? You only pushed one tower, and yet you surrendered." How dulled no one comprehended the underlying implications of Lin Mu's words, but all recognized that they were hardly flattering. "Come on, Captain Allen." Lin Mu shifted his focus to Allen. "Where are we going?" Allen instinctively inquired. "To the Holy Tribunal. Of course, let's have a good discussion on how I supposedly plagiarized from Edward." Lin Mu cheerfully approached Allen. This. Allen and his companions recoiled in fright, waving their hands. "No need. No need to go. You didn't plagiarize. You didn't plagiarize. But isn't there a kind of mind magic? You have that at the Holy Tribunal, right? Just check our memories, and you'll know if I plagiarized," Lin Mu stated nonchalantly. "No need to check. No need to check. Everyone, retreat." Allen, terrified, hurriedly led his group away. What a joke. At this moment, even a fool could see that someone with such talent would soon gain notoriety. They must be crazy to consider arresting him. They surely did not wish to remain at the Holy Tribunal. "Hey, wait a moment," Lin Mu called after Allen. "What is it, esteemed Master Lin Mu?" Allen was on the verge of tears, having to address him as master. "Well, your big brother is still lying on the ground. Why not take him back? We wouldn't want him to perish in our academy," Lin Mu said with a hint of distaste. "All right, we shall take Master Edward away at once." A group of people hurriedly departed, and as Lin Mu turned back, he encountered Vice Dean Kent, Elder E, and Elder Nair, all regarding him with expressions akin to that of a predator eyeing its prey. Lin Mu stumbled back a few steps, stammering, "What do you want? Don't come any closer. I assure you, I'm quite capable." The students at the entrance were momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Having concluded this farcical episode, Lin Mu found himself unable to attend class, suddenly becoming the center of attention. He had no choice but to ask Kent for leave and return to his magical dormitory. Once the door was closed, silence enveloped him, and an unshakable sense of loneliness cast its shadow upon him. 3 years had passed since his arrival in this world, yet he had never truly considered himself a part of it. Until today, when he suddenly realized that living in this world might not be such a bad thing after all, that he had gained fame. But he understood that this notoriety was precarious. This was a world that revered power. Formidable mages would not care for the poems and praises he crafted in a world where one misstep could lead to ruin. Lin Mu always recognized that only his own strength could safeguard him. Thus, poetry and prose were merely fleeting whims he indulged in, not a realm in which he would linger long. He even knew that once this wave of attention subsided, he would revert to being the same Lin Mu. A mage deemed incompetent in the eyes of his peers, albeit with the added title of master, a title that held little value. Strength was paramount. Many renowned bards across the continent were also powerful mages. Lin Mu contemplated. Therefore, attending class had its merits. The mind magic that Ike mentioned was something he had noted during his recent lessons. Thus, classes must continue, and meditation must persist, as he eagerly awaited the next system task to arrive. What plant or zombie might he unlock next? In the afternoon, Lin Mu paced anxiously in his magical dormitory. Damn it. If only I had known to keep my distance. Are these people fools, spending the entire afternoon just loitering outside my dorm? Lin Mu was infuriated. It was bad enough they were watching, but it primarily hindered his culinary endeavors, as he couldn't even step outside, just as he pondered summoning a few zombie bodyguards to break free. There came a knock on his door. Who is it? Lin Mu asked irritably. It's me, here to bring you food, came Aishi's ethereal and melodious voice from outside. Food delivery? Lin Mu eagerly opened the door, welcoming Aishi inside, and promptly shut the door again. In this brief moment, he noticed that while the crowd outside had thinned significantly, there were still a dozen or so young girls waiting for him. Once inside, Aishi suddenly bowed deeply to Lin Mu, sincerely apologizing. I'm sorry, Lin, that I shouldn't have implied that you lack cultural refinement, but I'm sorry, Lin, that I shouldn't have implied that you lack cultural refinement, Aishi repeated, bowing in apology. Although clad in a high-collared dress, Lin Mu couldn't help but notice a hint of her fair skin. Ahem, Lin Mu quickly averted his gaze and invited Aishi to sit down. Lin, I truly didn't expect you to possess such talent. Did you compose all those poems on the spot? Aishi asked innocently. Not at all. They're all from others that I merely copied them, Lin Mu replied without hesitation, as he was not shameless enough to claim the works of renowned figures as his own. While he could fool some, he felt a sense of embarrassment to say such things in front of friends. Copied from whom? Even Elder E, who is well-read, couldn't recall. Which of the 31 praises you recited belongs to someone else? Aishi pressed at It's just hard to explain, Lin Mu said, finding it pointless to argue, and instead began to eat. His action led Aishi to misinterpret his intentions, believing he had tacitly acknowledged his own talent. As they conversed, Lin Mu found Aishi to be incredibly enchanting, her beauty practically effervescent, especially once she lowered her guard around him, revealing a sweet smile from time to time. It made Lin Mu's heart flutter. After finishing his meal, Lin Mu hesitated, glancing at Aishi. What is it, Lin? Aishi inquired. Could you perform a certain gesture for me? Lin Mu blurted out before he could stop himself. What gesture? Aishi asked curiously, gazing at him. Just sit on the edge of the bed and tie up your hair with both hands, Lin Mu said, wishing he could cover his face in embarrassment for asking such a thing. What's wrong with that? Aishi wondered at Lin Mu's reaction, then proceeded to perform the gesture as she did. Her feminine form was undeniably accentuated in Lin Mu's eyes, with her S-shaped curves becoming apparent. Aishi started off curious, but once she noticed Lin Mu's gaze lingering on her chest, she quickly grasped the situation and glared at him, demanding, Pervert, are you trying to tease me? Cough, cough. No, Lin Mu stammered, feeling much more at ease now that Aishi was angry. Otherwise, given Aishi's admiration for him, he would have struggled with their dynamic. The little teasing restored their relationship to a more comfortable friendship. Next time, I'll gouge out your eyes, Aishi declared fiercely, though she soon flushed. As she was only a few years older than Lin Mu and had never been in a romantic relationship, yet she understood some things between men and women. All right then, thank you for delivering my meal. Aishi, Lin Mu chuckled. Aishi huffed, unwilling to engage further. After sitting in silence for a while, she finally asked, Are you done eating? I'm done, feeling quite full, Lin Mu replied with a satisfied smile. Then I'm leaving. Aishi took her tray and exited the magic dormitory. Once outside, she tenderly touched her flushed face with one hand and murmured to herself, What is happening to me? After all, he is my student, She made her way to the dining hall to return the tray. She resolved to take a stroll while the sky was still bright, her mind a tumult of emotions. Throughout the afternoon, images of Lin Mu reciting verses in class kept flashing through her mind, causing her great annoyance. Upon arriving at the commercial street, she felt somewhat relieved in the midst of the bustling crowd. After walking a few steps, she found herself drawn again to the bard's bulletin board. That very morning, Lin Mu had implored her not to listen to the bard's rendition of Farewell to Cambridge. Upon her return, she noticed that the bard clad in a yellow leather jacket and dress pants was no longer singing Farewell to Cambridge, but rather the Albatross. It was the very poem that had left her utterly astonished when Lin Mu recited it in class. Aishi stood there listening for a moment, but suddenly lost interest in continuing to listen, not because she no longer enjoyed it, but rather because she had come to know Lin Mu. Just as he had said, these things were not as enchanting as they seemed. After wandering around aimlessly, a girl of about 15 or 16 in a pink princess dress suddenly caught Aishi's attention. The girl was asking passers-by, Excuse me, sir, do you know the name of the original creator of the Albatross? She addressed each person with a polite title of brother or sister or uncle and aunt. Was she searching for Lin Mu? Aishi curiously followed the girl, who soon approached a little girl in a magic robe and inquired, Miss, do you know the name of the creator of the Albatross? Oh, you mean Lin Mu? He is from our academy. Are you looking for him? The little girl from the Magic Academy replied. Is he a magician? Which academy does he attend? The girl asked eagerly. Magic Academy. But his talent in magic isn't very remarkable. After exchanging a few words, the little girl was called away by her classmates. The girl, having learned Lin Mu's name, left with a cheerful demeanor. Aishi contemplated for a moment before following her again. As she passed through an alley, a stout man with a square face blocked her path and coldly stated, "Who are you?" Following a minor is not the behavior of a good person. Aishi was taken aback, suddenly feeling a violent surge of fire elemental magic emanating from the man, prompting her to hastily distance herself from him. The man cast a wary glance at Aishi before departing. Who was that girl with the 4-star fire magic swordsman? What did she want with Lin Mu? The thought drove Aishi nearly to madness. The name Lin Mu had consumed her thoughts all day, leading her to unconsciously follow the girl. Upon reflection, she found herself thoroughly exasperated. However, since she had stumbled upon this matter, as Lin Mu's magic mentor, she could not help but feel distressed. Thus, Aishi returned to the academy and knocked once more on the door of the magic dormitory. "Teacher Aishi, is there something you need?" Lin Mu greeted her with a smile as he opened the door. Aishi hesitated for a moment before recounting her encounter on the commercial street. "You mean a lovely girl was inquiring about my name?" Lin Mu asked in surprise. "Yes, and she was accompanied by a 4-star fire magic swordsman, whose strength is considerable, but I worry for you." Aishi expressed her concern that "Don't worry, I will be fine. But thank you, Teacher Aishi." Lin Mu replied to him. Aishi responded with a soft sound, her cheeks flushing. "Teacher Aishi, what is wrong?" Lin Mu noticed her unusual expression and inquired in nothing. "I must take my leave," Aishi said, fleeing the scene. Lin Mu smirked, shaking his head resolutely. "No way, she is a paragon of grace. Surely that isn't the case." 3 days later, Lin Mu found himself idly daydreaming in teacher Akite's class. Following the events surrounding Edward, Akite had undergone a remarkable transformation, making his class engaging and lively, resulting in an increasing number of students attending. Aside from a few female students who occasionally glanced at Lin Mu, most were captivated by Akite's entertaining teaching style. On his desk, Lin Mu opened his notebook, doodling a plant and a zombie out of boredom. Over the past 3 days, he had dedicated a significant amount of time to meditation, resulting in a notable increase in his magical power from 7 to 10. This newfound ability sparked a keen interest in the world around him. It was peculiar. Simply emptying his mind could enhance his magical power. Had he somehow crossed into another realm? Such strange thoughts occasionally flitted through Lin Mu's mind. "Good heavens, I could hardly believe it," Akite exclaimed animatedly at the podium. "The 4-star plant magic wood octopus is astonishingly powerful." Just as Akite was reaching a crucial point in his lecture, another magic instructor stumbled into Class 7. Akite paused his speech and smiled at the intruding teacher, Mr. Fick from Class 5. "This is rather unlike you. Akite, you must go to the administration office at once. Something terrible has happened." Mr. Fick stammered. "What has transpired?" Akite asked, taken aback, as he closed his textbook. "Count Alexander has specifically come to the Magic Academy to see you," Mr. Fick said with a look of awe. "Count Alexander? What could he possibly want with me?" Akite, who had been so composed just moments before, nearly lost his composure. "It seems it is regarding farewell to Cambridge. I passed by the administration office, but couldn't catch the full details. I was sent by Vice Dean Kent to find you." Mr. Fick explained. "I will go immediately." Given the significance of Count Alexander, Akite dared not delay, leaving his textbook behind as he hurried away. Farewell to Cambridge, the students collectively turned to Lin Mu, fully aware that the impeccable poem was the very one written by Lin Mu, who was currently resting on his desk and not paying attention. Count Alexander. Lin Mu felt momentarily dazed. As far as he knew, the Orlon continent employed a noble ranking system comprising counts, barons, earls, viscounts, and lords, with Count Alexander being the highest noble in a small town like Ba City, where he also served as the city lord. Due to his unique status, even the elder Garaloo had to treat Count Alexander with utmost respect during his lifetime. Could it be that Edward had not given up on his intentions regarding farewell to Cambridge and had summoned Count Alexander? Not only Lin Mu, but all the classmates shared this thought. Although Lin Mu's poetry recital had infuriated Master Edward, no one had yet proven that Farewell to Cambridge was not an original poem by Adolf from his early years, if Count Alexander was indeed coming for this reason. Then Lin Mu. The students glanced at Lin Mu, their expressions ranging from sympathy to mockery. After a while, less than 10 minutes later, Mr. Fick returned. "Lin Mu, please step outside." "All right." Lin Mu rose and followed Mr. Fick out. In the corridor, Lin Mu noticed Mr. Fick casting him a peculiar look. However, he did not show any sign of concern and followed along nonchalantly as they approached the administration office. Mr. Fick finally spoke up. Good lad. You did remarkably well. When you go in, remember to be cautious with your words. That Mr. Fick escorted Lin Mu into the administration office before returning to his class 5 to continue teaching. Upon entering, Lin Mu immediately heard Akite's exaggerated voice. Oh, esteemed Count Alexander, your attire is absolutely splendid, particularly the button arrangement on your jacket. I wonder where you had it tailored. The character of the straight male, Akite, is peculiar, as he unabashedly praises Count Alexander's attire with unrelenting enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Vice Dean Kent's face darkens, casting furtive glances at Akite, who seems oblivious to the tension and only becomes more animated in his compliments. Count Alexander is adorned in a fitted white short top, draped with a casual red jacket, embellished with 3 golden buttons that splendidly showcase the garment's opulent flair, his impeccably tailored black trousers. A timeless black and white ensemble exude an air of sophistication within their simplicity. Coupled with Count Alexander's noble posture and graceful demeanor, he is the kind of figure who stands out effortlessly in a crowd. Turning his gaze, a flicker of surprise clearly dances in the almond-shaped eyes of Count Alexander. He then smiles warmly at Vice Dean Kent, remarking, I never imagined that the creator of such a masterpiece as Farewell to Cambridge would be so remarkably youthful. Lin Mu, come here. This is Count Alexander. I believe you are acquainted. The Count holds your talents in high esteem and wishes to extend an invitation to you. Before Kent could finish his sentence, the Count interjected, cheerfully addressing Lin Mu. Our young gentleman Lin Mu, you may call me Uncle Liang. The Count's words left the elders and mentors in the teaching department utterly astonished, despite being accomplished sorcerers in their own right. They always felt a veil of inferiority in the presence of nobility. Moreover, those with titles of nobility are protected by the principality. Thus, regardless of their reluctance, they must acquiesce to a lower status before the Count. Yet, the fact that the most illustrious Count of the entire city of Ba would come to forge a connection with Lin Mu was entirely unexpected for everyone. Uncle Liang, Lin Mu replied in kind. Well, since you have called me uncle, I would like to invite you to my daughter's birthday celebration and request that you recite a piece at the event. That I suggest either Farewell to Cambridge or Rainy Alley, rather than the dreadful sentiments expressed in The Swallow. Though Count Ying maintained a facade of politeness, Lin Mu discerned an underlying danger in his elegant gaze. In that instant, Lin Mu felt a chill run down his spine. He realized he had made a grave error, a fatal mistake. He had forgotten the prevailing hierarchy of this world. The poem The Swallow represents the resistance of the lower class against the ruling class, striking a direct chord with the tensions between commoners and nobility. To put it plainly, The Swallow inadvertently opposes the aristocratic and royal establishments. In the Orlan continent, no matter how great your abilities, composing verses that defy the monarchy is a capital offense. To safeguard his own life, Lin Mu hastily exclaimed, Oh, esteemed Count, that Edward has been quite oppressive. My poem The Swallow was solely inspired by him. It is only due to his presence that my creativity was ignited. Like you, I harbor a deep disdain for The Swallow. Count Alexander was taken aback by Lin Mu's response, his pupils narrowing slightly before he burst into laughter. Your maturity surpasses your talent, and my daughter indeed has an astute eye. Upon hearing this, the members of the teaching department were left in stunned disbelief. Even if they admired Lin Mu, such praise seemed excessive. Although the Count mentioned his daughter, his tone suggested he believed he was not mistaken in his judgment. In light of your performance, I have made a decision. Count Ying stated, fixing his gaze upon Lin Mu. I shall extend this invitation without any compensation. However, I will issue an order to ensure that all your verses are confined within the city of Ba. Thank you, Uncle Liang, Lin Mu replied, managing a smile. Yet, the Count's words bewildered Vice Dean Kent and the others. They asked the Count of Nobility and the Lord of Ba City. It seemed the basic courtesy for a noble to offer remuneration for inviting a bard to celebrate his daughter's birthday was being overlooked. Count Ying departed, leaving behind an air of confusion among the gathered. Is it not customary for a noble to offer something in return? Akite expressed his thoughts. Kent shot him a disapproving glance, but nodded in agreement. After all, as a member of the Academy, if no compensation was to be given, it was still perplexing that they intended to suppress Lin Mu's work. This would thwart his aspirations to elevate the name of Ike Magic Academy through his poetry. Vice Dean, if Lin's verses are so exquisite, why don't we take the initiative to promote them? I believe we could swiftly make our academy renowned. Akite suggested earnestly. At this, Lin Mu grew anxious, exclaiming, Xiaoqi. How can you seek to promote the verses without consulting the creator first? As soon as he finished speaking, the room fell silent. Previously puzzled by the Count's actions, they now found themselves equally bewildered by Lin Mu's stance. Lin, think carefully. This is an opportunity for you to establish your reputation and that of the Academy if it is merely due to Count Yiheng's influence. Once the headmaster completes his training, he can advocate for you. Kent cautioned earnestly. Please, do not. Lin Mu blurted out. Noticing the puzzled expressions on everyone's faces, he added seriously, Esteemed Vice Dean, I currently have no desire for fame. I am quite content as I am. I can still focus on my magical studies, cannot I? Subsequently, Lin Mu requested leave from Kent and returned to his dormitory. However, on his way back, he unexpectedly encountered Aishi. Noticing Lin Mu's forlorn expression, she followed him. Saying, Hi, Lin Mu. Aishi, do you need something? Lin Mu replied stiffly, feeling awkward. The Count's sudden appearance had completely disrupted his training plans. He had not anticipated that the poem would resonate so widely in this world. Merely 3 days had passed, and the swallow had already reached the ears of the Count. If he harbored ill intentions, he could simply submit the swallow once, potentially endangering even Ike Magic Academy. This was the wretched ruling class of the Orlan continent. What troubles you, Lin? Are you worried? Aishi inquired with concern. Nothing. Thank you for your concern. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave, Lin Mu replied, lacking enthusiasm. Wait a moment, Lin Mu. I just came back from outside. And you won't believe who I saw. Aishi called after him, saying, Do you remember the adorable girl who inquired about your name 3 days ago? What about her? Lin Mu asked, intrigued. You would never guess. That adorable girl is actually Count Yiheng's daughter. I saw them sharing a carriage at the school gate just now. Aishi revealed that that's so. Lin Mu chuckled wryly, recognizing the cause and effect of the situation. Now that she sought him out, he could only hope that Count Yiheng genuinely wished for him to recite a piece. After bidding farewell to Aishi, Lin Mu returned to the Magic Academy. Still feeling dejected, the Count's appearance had even sparked thoughts of fleeing Ba City. But with his abilities and resources, where could he possibly escape to? What if Count Yiheng truly meant him no harm, and even sought to suppress the swallow within Ba City? His lack of strength gnawed at him. If only he possessed more plants and zombies. If only his magical energy could surpass 10,000. His golden finger destined him for a certain path. Contemplating the tactics from plants versus zombies, he mused that as long as his magical energy was sufficient, he could summon countless plants and zombies to be why then, even if the royal family sought to eliminate him. It would not be so easily accomplished. Perhaps it was best not to overthink it. Tomorrow marked the birthday of Count Yiheng's daughter. He would first scout the situation and escape if things seemed amiss. Lin Mu pondered. Moreover, he felt a deep attachment to Ike Magic Academy, to his small yet cozy dormitory. For the remainder of the afternoon, Lin Mu sat cross-legged on his bed, meditating. It was only at dinner that he emerged from his trance. Feeling rejuvenated as though he had taken a long nap. Glancing at his energy levels, he noted that his magical energy had risen to 10 points, but the increase was no longer as rapid. Previously, meditating for half a day had yielded a slight increase. Now, it only afforded a mere 1/10 of that amount. It seemed this was what Aishi referred to as the saturation period of the body. Only by overcoming this saturation could one rapidly enhance magical energy, and waiting for it to dissipate naturally could take 1 or 2 months, unless he purchased a magical potion costing hundreds of thousands. Meditating might hold little significance. Lin Mu's mind was consumed with thoughts. Over the past 3 days, he had absorbed knowledge about magic apprentices from Aishi's class. One such concept was the saturation period of the body. The following day, at 9 o'clock in the morning, a significant commotion erupted at the entrance of Yak Magic Academy. A gilded magical carriage, adorned with a sapphire the size of an egg, had come to a halt. Passers-by regarded this splendid vehicle with trepidation, for in Ba City, only one person could possess such an opulent carriage. Count Yiheng Alexander. He was also the lord of Ba City. What astonished onlookers even more was the fact that Count Yiheng typically led a low-key existence, only utilizing his magical carriage for grand occasions. Given that Yak Magic Academy was not particularly well known in Ba City, who could have prompted Count Yiheng to summon his magical carriage to this location? The rare sight drew many to stop in their tracks, their gazes fixated on the magnificent carriage, torn between the desire to approach and the reluctance to leave. Look, a student is emerging from Yak Magic Academy, exclaimed one onlooker. Goodness, he has boarded the Lord's magical carriage. Is he a distinguished guest of the Lord? How can he be so young? Early in the morning, Lin Mu received a notification from the Magic Academy to come to the entrance. Yet he never anticipated that Count Yahung would hold him in such high regard as to send his butler with the magical carriage to fetch him, creating such a stir. Undeniably, this was a source of great delight, at least for Lin Mu, who was easily persuaded to board the magical carriage. Inside Count Yahung's carriage, the spacious interior exuded the fragrance of oak. Opposite Lin Mu sat a kindly elderly gentleman, who regarded him with warmth and remarked, "Magician Lin Mu, you truly are a charming and dapper young gentleman." "Thank you," Lin Mu replied with a smile. "Oh, by the way," the old man introduced himself, "I am Fei Bo, the butler of Count Yahung Alexander. You may call me Old Fei or Old Bo." What a cheeky fellow, Lin Mu silently mused. Suppressing a chuckle at the informal address, "Old Fei, you appear remarkably sprightly, akin to a lad in his 20s. You are quite the flatterer." Old Fei beamed with delight. Throughout their journey, he pointed out the scenic vistas of Ba City through the carriage window. "Magician Lin Mu, do you see that tallest tower in the city center? It is the iconic structure of Ba City, the Eternal Magic Tower, which Count Yahung established as a trial point for the children of the Magic Academy. Those who conquer the 5th level shall receive bountiful rewards." Noticing Lin Mu's intense gaze on the Eternal Magic Tower, Old Fei thoughtfully continued his explanation. "Oh." Lin Mu raised an eyebrow, humbly inquiring, "What are the requirements to attempt the tower? What level of magician typically participates in the trials?" Old Fei replied, "It seems you are truly unaware that to undertake the trials at the Eternal Magic Tower, one needs a certificate issued by the Magic Academy. Each academy has a limited quota, and Yak Magic Academy only has about 20 slots available each year." Understanding dawned on Lin Mu as he nodded. Having spent 3 years at Yak Magic Academy, he had devoted his youth to feasting and slumber, and had been oblivious to such crucial information. By the way, Old Fei, has the Lord invited many guests today?" Lin Mu inquired, wary of any potential mishaps. "Today is our beloved Miss Carol's birthday, and the Count is quite attentive. However, he hasn't invited many, for our dear Miss Carol has her own ideas. Most attendees are her classmates," Old Fei replied, though Lin Mu nodded. And then Old Fei suddenly added, "Oh, my wretched memory. There is one more person I believe you must know. He is Master Adolph's disciple, Master Edward. Him too." Lin Mu's expression turned peculiar, for wasn't he that fellow gallivanting across the continent? Why was he here? At that moment, Old Fei exclaimed, "That scoundrel Edward. He demands 100,000 magic coins just to sing a single song at Miss Carol's birthday celebration. 100,000. Lin Mu was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had missed something significant. That was an astonishing sum. If he hadn't shared that so-called awful prose from Hai Yin, perhaps he too could have earned 100,000. It seemed that Miss Carol held him in high esteem, which was why the Count had specially summoned him from another city. Old Fei was preoccupied with the idea of saving that hefty sum. Is that so? Lin Mu chuckled wryly, his disdain for Edward growing. To frolic and sightsee while pocketing money, and still desire to abscond with his farewell, Cambridge. Before long, the carriage arrived at a magical estate. Why was it called a magical estate? Because Lin Mu witnessed many incredible sights there. For instance, a large stone was chasing after a spotted dog, which was yelping in fright. Moreover, a potted plant featured a little flower that was dancing wildly, only to halt its movements as the carriage passed by. Observing Lin Mu's expression, Old Fei chuckled and said, "That is a rather bored magical beast. We call him the bored spotted dog. He is a pet of our young lady, and the large stone is merely animated by the wind magic it casts." "Is that so?" As the carriage rolled by, Lin Mu indeed saw the bored spotted dog sprawled indolently across the pathway, while the stone lay still. "That flower is called the magic tooth," he continued. "Oh, it has sneakily escaped from the Count's chamber. It is a flower watered with magical potions, and has learned earth magic in the Count's study, proving to be quite mischievous," Old Fei explained with a resigned shrug. Lin Mu couldn't help but smile. This magical estate seemed to have opened his eyes to a new world. What a splendid realm, and yet he had confined himself to the magic dormitory for 3 years. What a lamentable thought. At the end of the estate stood a black castle, a Gothic structure adorned in dark hues. Once the carriage came to a stop, Old Fei and Lin Mu disembarked. Just then, a woman clad in coarse linen hurried over and addressed Old Fei. "Respected butler Fei Bo, the Count has asked me to inquire why you have yet to visit his study. My wretched memory. Old Fei exaggeratedly slapped his forehead, then turned to Lin Mu. Esteemed gentleman, I must apologize for my rudeness. However, I must attend to the Count's study. With that, he instructed the woman, please escort this distinguished gentleman to Miss Carol's banquet. Of course, respected butler Fei Bo, the woman replied with a bow. Throughout their conversation, Lin Mu maintained a polite smile. Had it not been for his 3 years of experience in this world, he would have certainly been driven to madness by such awkward Western exchanges. As he followed the woman towards the castle, Lin Mu casually asked, this lovely and gracious lady, may I inquire if you are a worker at this estate? Esteemed gentleman, you are too kind. I am merely a slave purchased from the slave market by butler Fei Bo. However, the Count and Mr. Fei Bo treat me very well. The woman replied, surprised that Lin Mu was engaging her in conversation. Oh, my apologies, Lin Mu said, falling silent. It was a harsh reality on this wretched continent. To be a noble meant possessing numerous slaves, and nobles often compared their numbers to showcase the strength of their lineage. Upon entering the castle, Lin Mu finally understood the meaning of understated luxury. The space retained a duplex structure with a spiral staircase, adorned with several impressive murals that exuded an air of grandeur. Even the staircase railings were crafted from exquisite wood, emanating a fragrant aroma. The chandelier, embellished with gold and jade, cast a soft white glow that enveloped the space in comfort. Esteemed gentlemen, I regret to inform you that I cannot accompany you upstairs. The banquet is on the 3rd floor. A place where we slaves are absolutely forbidden to tread, the young woman said humbly. Very well. Thank you, lovely and gracious lady. Lin Mu expressed his gratitude before ascending the stairs. His departure left the slave woman momentarily astonished. She vowed that no one had ever referred to her as a lovely and gracious lady, nor had anyone ever addressed her with such respect. May the light of the earth goddess always shine upon you. Esteemed gentlemen, the woman murmured as she watched Lin Mu's retreating figure. Despite their limited interaction and mutual unfamiliarity, the slave woman sincerely prayed for Lin Mu. Count Yaheng's lordly estate was divided into an inner courtyard and an outer courtyard. The former was home, while the latter was for governance. The hall serves as the venue where Count Yang conducts his daily affairs. At this moment, Lin Mu was exploring the steps of the inner castle and soon arrived at the grand banquet on the 3rd level. After introducing himself to the attendant at the entrance, he was graciously invited inside. The banquet hall on the 3rd floor was vast, far exceeding the size of Lin Mu's magical dormitory, resembling half of a football field. A dignified long table was adorned with a variety of delectable dishes. Here, over 100 young men and women had gathered, each dressed in their finest attire. The gentlemen were clad in tailored suits, while the ladies donned elegant gowns that accentuated their alluring necklines, some embellished with various adornments. Even the attendant beside Lin Mu was dressed in a respectable suit, and is it truly this formal? Lin Mu mused, touching his nose, feeling somewhat out of place and unrefined, as if he were unworthy of such an invitation. Had he known, he would have borrowed a suit from Vice Dean Kent, who possessed a remarkably exquisite ensemble. As for you, sir, all the food here is complimentary. Should you have any special requests, please inform Chef David over there. The attendant remarked. Lin Mu followed the attendant's gesture, his eyes lighting up at the sight. David? What is he doing here? Upon spotting a familiar face, Lin Mu hastily made his way over. As he navigated through the crowd, whispers and pointed fingers followed him. Good heavens! Who is that? Why is he wearing a robe of magic? Does he wish to flaunt his identity as a sorcerer before everyone? Such naivete. One must realize that anyone attending Miss Carol's birthday celebration must surely be a sorcerer. Even the children of nobles from all corners of B were present, yet he was the only one who arrived in a magic robe. Lin Mu overheard the murmurs but paid them no mind. Continuing unabated until he reached Chef David. Clearing his throat, he addressed the busy chef. Esteemed chef, your culinary offerings are rather unappealing, and I am curious as to what credentials you possess to cook here. David was taken aback, looking up in surprise. Oh, my apologies, Lin. His expression quickly shifted to one of disgust as he exclaimed, You scoundrel! I suspect you have intruded. What brings you here? Lin Mu chuckled, and it was then that he spotted 2 familiar figures, Aishi and Selena. Oh, an angel is here too. Lin Mu was utterly taken aback. He could understand Aishi's presence. After all, she was the eldest daughter of the Kulu's family, and her father was also a count, likely acquainted with Count Yang. making her invitation plausible. But what of Angel and Selena? Did they know the daughter of Count Yang? Nevertheless, with friends around, Lin Mu felt elated. Just days prior, when Edward and Alan had falsely accused him, it was Angel and Selena who had come to his defense. He remembered it well. Sneaking up behind the three ladies, Lin Mu playfully greeted, "Miss Aishi, Miss Selena, and Miss Angel, has anyone ever mentioned how enticing you look in your gowns?" Aishi seemed particularly fond of icy blue, her gown resembling frosted flowers, accentuating her ethereal beauty. Selena, though less accustomed to formal wear, gracefully chose a red evening gown that cinched at the waist, exuding elegance. Angel, the epitome of cuteness with her bobbed hair and doll-like face, had sparkling eyes that seemed to speak, clad in a pink gown that barely concealed her modesty. And yes, Angel wore a crystal pendant around her neck. A square crystal no less. Lin Mu, elder brother? Angel stepped forward in surprise, barely reaching his shoulder, her youthful exuberance radiating charm. "Hello, Angel. Has anyone ever told you that your choice of attire is rather daring?" Lin Mu raised an eyebrow, glancing downwards at Little Angel immediately retreated, her hands covering her chest, her big eyes glaring at Lin Mu in indignation. "Ha!" Lin Mu laughed, teasingly asking, "What brings you here?" "My father is here for business." "And I am here for the exquisite cuisine," Selena nonchalantly replied. "Are you suggesting that your father David was invited?" Lin Mu glanced back at the busy chef, who he believed would not be employed at a count's banquet without merit. "I came along with Sister Selena," Angel chimed in. Lin Mu nodded, refraining from further inquiries about Aishi, though she volunteered, "My uncle is a good friend of Count Yang, so I received an invitation." Afterward, Aishi discreetly glanced at Lin Mu while sipping her glass of red wine. "Sister Selena, how long until the banquet begins?" "I have heard that Miss Carol is exceptionally beautiful," Angel inquired innocently. "It should be soon," Selena replied, unable to provide a precise answer. That moment, Lin Mu curiously interjected, "Isn't the banquet typically held in the evening? It's not even 10 o'clock yet." The three ladies exchanged exasperated looks, and Aishi explained, "That is due to the unique nature of birthday celebrations. Generally, the banquet occurs at the same hour as the birth. If someone were born at dawn, the banquet would be at dawn as well. Is that so?" Lin Mu awkwardly rubbed his nose, having never considered such a custom. Suddenly, a stir arose within the banquet. A radiant young lady emerged from an upper room. Her beautiful hair cascaded down her shoulders like a brown waterfall, shimmering in waves of gold. With striking blue eyes and delicate skin, she became the focal point in her princess-like gown. It was indeed Miss Carol. She was as stunning as the legends had foretold. The Count was already quite handsome, but his daughter was equally breathtaking. Of course, Madame Curie is a renowned figure in B. And Carol is her child with the Count, naturally inheriting remarkable beauty. The young lady descended from the second floor with confidence, yet a hint of shyness. She resembled the first ray of sunlight at dawn, illuminating the hearts of those around her. That moment, a well-groomed young man stepped forward, addressing Carol. "Oh, my lovely sister, you look particularly enchanting today." Carol gracefully extended her fair arm, allowing him to escort her down the stairs. "Thank you, Cousin Parker," Carol replied politely, warmly greeting her peers nearby. "Parker? Is he related to Carol?" Lin Mu inquired of Selena beside him. "Parker's aunt is Madame Curie, the Count's wife," Selena explained succinctly. "What is this fellow doing everywhere?" Lin Mu muttered in annoyance. That moment, a tall young man approached Carol, holding a glass of red wine, declaring ostentatiously, "Beautiful Miss Carol, you look as charming as ever. May I share a drink with you?" "Apologies, Bazel, but I have a very important friend to attend to." "I am terribly sorry," Carol replied, making her way directly towards Lin Mu. Rejected, Bazel, towering at nearly 6 feet, wore his suit and tie with an air of self-assurance, his smile unwavering despite the snub. Instead, his gaze towards Carol grew even more affectionate. Bazel remains the epitome of a gentleman. He has pursued Carol several times at the academy and still maintains his decorum even when turned down, remarked a companion accompanying Bazel. "Of course, apart from being a gentleman, Bazel is also a prodigious magical archer at our Phaley Magical Academy. Just 19, he is already a distinguished 3-star sorcerer with awakened shadow magic. Who could possibly rival him?" Another youth chimed in. "Benson, do not speak so. There are many gifted individuals in this world. While B may be small, it certainly has its fair share, like the friend Carol is attending to." Bazel deftly shifted the conversation back to Lin Mu. From a distance, Carol approached Lin Mu, her demeanor a blend of shyness and boldness as she spoke. "Hello, Lin Mu. Your talents have captivated me. I am Carol Alexander. And it is an honor to have you at my birthday celebration." At her words, the entire hall fell silent. After a lingering moment, hushed murmurs began to circulate. "By the goddess of the earth. Who is that? How did he elicit such a daring statement from Miss Carol? Lin Mu. In B, there are only 3 magical academies. Does that name ring a bell?" As the discussion drew to a close, the crowd's gaze inevitably converged upon Bazel, eager to witness the reaction of this suitor of Carol. The latter offered an elegant smile, his eyes still imbued with an affectionate tenderness as he gazed at Carol. Although a subtle chill lingered within them. Bazel's companion, Benson, was the first to speak. "Enough of that. Benson, with whom one chooses to befriend is Carol's prerogative, is it not?" Bazel's declaration instantly stirred a minor uproar among their peers, with everyone deeming him a true gentleman. Meanwhile, not far off, Lin Mu was taken aback by Carol's greeting, responding with a smile. "Please do not say such things. The lovely and gracious Miss Carol, it is indeed my honor to have been invited." Carol, blushing, gazed at Lin Mu, her blue eyes mesmerizing like the depths of the ocean, complemented by a youthful allure that was inexplicably captivating at the tender age of 15, unlike the utterly adorable Angela. Carol exuded an air of noble sophistication that was utterly enticing. "Lin, may I invite you to recite a poem, The Sea Swallow?" Carol looked at Lin Mu with eager anticipation. Would farewell to Cambridge or any alley not suffice? Lin Mu pondered aloud. No, I harbor no doubts regarding your talent. It is merely that I have a preference for the sea swallow. May I? Carol gazed at Lin Mu with a pleading expression. Their exchange, in the eyes of onlookers, transcended that of mere friends, resembling more a pair of affectionate young lovers. Lin Mu chuckled silently to himself, recognizing the perilous nature of the girl's affections. A noble. She reveled in the rebellious prose of the sea swallow. Is that not permissible? Noticing Lin Mu's hesitation, Carol's expression fell. Esteemed Miss Carol, in this setting, the sea swallow may not be appropriate. However, if you wish to hear it, I could recite it privately. Lin Mu offered. Upon hearing this, Carol's eyes sparkled with delight as she nodded vigorously, showering Lin Mu with praises for his artistic prowess. For the remainder of the evening, Carol remained by Lin Mu's side, engaging warmly with Aishi and others. Sister Aishi, my father has spoken highly of you, claiming you are the most talented ice mage archer, bar none, Carol exclaimed. The Earl is exceedingly gracious. Yet, I have heard that your gifts are equally remarkable. Dear Carol, Aishi replied with a smile. At that moment, David brought a platter of roasted lamb to the table, instantly capturing Lin Mu's full attention. Without hesitation, he moved closer and sliced a piece to savor. The moment he tasted it, his eyes lit up. The lamb was rich yet not greasy, with a crispy exterior that delivered immense satisfaction, prompting him to indulge in several more pieces. Yet, mindful of his surroundings, he maintained a semblance of decorum, taking smaller bites, albeit at a quicker pace. However, just as he began on his second piece, an untimely voice rang out. Did no one inform you that your table manners are quite uncouth? The loud voice belonged to Parker Curie, whose demeanor contrasted sharply with Lin Mu's. Having already drawn attention due to Carol's compliments, Lin Mu was now the focus of the entire gathering, thanks to Parker's loud proclamation. I had heard rumors that you were selling the food from the Magic Academy, but I did not believe it until now. Have your parents failed to provide you with a proper education? Have they not taught you how to eat like a gentleman? Intent on humiliating Lin Mu, Parker cut a small piece of lamb and placed it in his mouth. The comparison was stark, as Lin Mu still had half a piece in his mouth, highlighting the contrast. Good heavens! Is it true what Parker claims, that Lin Mu actually sells the Academy's food? A classmate of Carol's chimed in. Lin Mu, you wouldn't dare take the food from here to sell, would you? Parker asked with a mocking smile, his words, coupled with Lin Mu's current state, eliciting uproarious laughter from the crowd. Haha, look at Lin Mu. He looks so foolish. No matter how delicious the food, there's no need to eat like that. Does he wish to dive into the platter? Lin Mu's face darkened, and before he could respond, a resonant voice drifted down from the second floor. An unrepentant thief of my teacher's works is inherently lacking in manners. How could he possibly care about his piggish eating habits? Edward, adorned in a tailored suit, descended with an air of sophistication, flipping his striking golden hair as he bowed towards Carol. "Esteemed Miss Carol, I apologize. I was just familiarizing myself with the lyrics and did not realize the banquet had commenced. The banquet has yet to begin." "Master Edward need not say such things," Carol replied, bewildered, still processing how Lin Mu had sparked such collective ire. Soon after, Parker's remarks clarified her confusion, and the others began to regard Lin Mu with disdain and contempt. "A beast who dares to plagiarize the works of Master Adolf. How does he even deserve to exist in this world? Why does he not choke on a piece of meat? Such a shameless wretch appearing at Miss Carol's birthday celebration. Someone who has gained notoriety through the theft of another's work does not deserve to be present at Miss Carol's gathering. Leave this banquet. You are not welcome here." Upon witnessing this, Lin Mu began to comprehend the situation and glanced at Bazel, who, though silent and maintaining a gentlemanly smile, had his companions voicing their vitriol. Benson, in particular, seemed to feel his interests had been threatened, leading the charge of insults against Lin Mu. Amused, Lin Mu casually cleared his ears and smiled at Edward. "Haven't you bled enough? Is this the sort of nonsense your esteemed teacher has imparted to you?" His words caused Edward's expression to shift momentarily, though he quickly regained composure, ignoring Lin Mu's taunt and addressing the assembly. "Today is Miss Carol's birthday, and I am particularly honored to be invited. I am confident I will provide our beloved Miss Carol with an unforgettable celebration. Now, I present to you my original song, The Romance of the Bell River." As Edward shifted the focus, the crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause, eager to support him. Master Edward is so charismatic. Even after being insulted and slandered, he can still sing politely and gentlemanly. How magnanimous, a young girl declared openly. "Of course. Just look at who Master Edward is. He is a member of the Free Singers Association and a disciple of Master Adolf. Why would he stoop to engage with someone so shameless?" His refusal to engage served only to highlight Master Edward's confidence and grace, in stark contrast to that of the despicable Lin Mu. The fickleness of human nature and the ever-shifting tides of public opinion had transformed Lin Mu into a pariah, prompting him to awkwardly touch his nose and turn to Carol, saying, "Esteemed Miss Carol, I apologize for the unpleasantness I have brought to your celebration." "Lin Mu, did you truly plagiarize?" Carol asked, her heart heavy with inexplicable sorrow. She had admired the charming and talented Lin Mu, having even read his 32 odes prior to her appearance, each evoking a unique sentiment, subtly deepening her admiration. Yet Edward's remarks had shattered her illusions. Leaving her feeling immensely troubled, Lin Mu smiled, choosing not to explain. However, Aishi and the others could no longer remain silent. Angela tugged at Carol's sleeve, saying, "Sister Carol, do not believe that scoundrel. Those odes are original works by Lin Mu. This is common knowledge among our academy." And that day, Lin Mu had Edward so flustered he nearly bled. "You can ask Selena and teacher Aishi." "Is that so?" Carol's eyes brightened. "Miss Carol, I swear by the name of Cluss. I witnessed Lin Mu compose 31 odes on the spot, along with Farewell to Cambridge. All are his original works." Aishi spoke with a grave expression. Consequently, Carol's gaze towards Edward transformed, having heard from Anshi about the events of that day. She harbored a deep-seated disdain for someone like Edward. Thus, when Edward, lost in a trance, serenaded with his accordion, Carol chose to disregard him entirely. However, others were not of the same opinion, as they reveled in the enchantment of Edward's melody. This lullaby-like rendition of the Bell River was delivered in a long, flowing cadence, brought to life by Edward's magnetic voice. Simultaneously, Edward infused his performance with the ethereal sounds of a harp, a style reminiscent of medieval troubadours. Yet, Lin Mu found it distasteful, for he could not comprehend Edward's song, and his very presence filled Lin Mu with contempt. "Oh, my beloved Bell River, how you intoxicate me with your romance." The straightforward lyrics captivated the audience, leaving Lin Mu's ears flushed with embarrassment. If one were to encapsulate this feeling in a single word, it would be akin to a peculiar lecture by Akite, utterly awkward. Just as Edward's performance reached its conclusion, a system panel materialized before Lin Mu, revealing a new task. Name: Lin Mu Magic, 10 Talent, Plant Space, Zombie Space Task. Astonish the audience. Please complete Angel's Wings and earn the belief of all present. Task Reward: 1 Magic. Unlock Frost Archer. Has the task been triggered? Lin Mu felt a surge of joy and quickly scanned the details, inwardly inquiring. System: What exactly is the light of belief? The light of belief refers to an elevation born from profound trust and respect. A necessary energy for this system. Ah, I see. Lin Mu nodded, suddenly recalling several previous tasks. The opening ceremony embrace with Aishi, teaching Aishi to sing thunder, all undoubtedly aimed at garnering the belief of others, when one stands out to an extraordinary degree. Belief naturally follows. In a sense. Although the system's tasks may seem absurd, they remain within the realm of understanding. Then, Lin Mu suddenly smiled. In his previous life, apart from his translation work, he had spent a year as a live streamer, primarily focusing on singing. That year, he fervently expanded his musical knowledge, and Angel's Wings was a classic song from his past life that he could certainly sing. As Edward's performance drew to a close, he embraced the harp and, feigning deep emotion, remarked, "This angelic instrument is my mentor Adolf's favorite. Its design mimics the wings of the angelic race from the last magical era. If my mentor were to know that his early work had been stolen by a shameless individual, he would undoubtedly be heartbroken." With that, Edward skillfully shifted the animosity towards Lin Mu, then bowed with a sorrowful expression, stating, "I hope everyone will resist those who steal the works of others." Those who had just enjoyed Edward's singing, particularly the young ladies and gentlemen, immediately glared at Lin Mu with red-rimmed eyes. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Carol quickly addressed the audience. "Everyone, please allow me to express my thoughts that I believe Lin Mu is the creator of Farewell to Cambridge, and I kindly ask you to give him the opportunity to present a perfect ode at my banquet." Carol, you are so easily deceived. Wasn't Edward's recent song enough to showcase his talent? If he is so gifted, how could his mentor Adolf possibly steal someone else's work? Indeed, Carol, you should expel Lin Mu. Such a person has no right to be at your banquet, Banson interjected. Yet Carol remained resolute, shaking her head as she turned to Lin Mu. "Lin Mu, the next part is up to you." After a moment of contemplation, Lin Mu replied, "Carol, let us change our approach. How about I sing you a song?" As soon as he finished speaking, murmurs of skepticism rippled through the crowd. Sing? How presumptuous. What kind of song could a thief of others' works produce? He probably doesn't even understand musical theory. Unlike Master Edward, who is proficient in all aspects, some even went as far as to say, "What nonsense. Can he even sing?" "Very well," Carol nodded, though she felt a mix of apprehension on Lin Mu's behalf. Yet she still wished to believe that someone capable of creating works like The Swallow and Farewell to Cambridge could surely sing well. All right then. Lin Mu stood in place, cleared his throat, but before he began, he posed a question to Edward. "By the way, you and your teacher don't have any undisclosed songs, do you?" "Humph. My teacher's songs are well known throughout the Orland continent. Though my own compositions may not enjoy the same fame, they have all been catalogued by the Free Minstrels Association. Is that so? Your so-called association seems rather unimpressive if they have included your mediocre work." Lin Mu scoffed. "What? You dare insult the Free Minstrels Association? Say that again." Edward, see that your work is hardly worth mentioning. "Allow me, Lin Mu, to show you what a song truly is," Lin Mu retorted dismissively. However, after saying this, he found himself momentarily at a loss for how to begin. Hesitating slightly, this fleeting expression of uncertainty allowed the audience to seize the opportunity to hurl various scornful remarks at him. "I take it there's no guitar here," Lin Mu stammered, realizing he didn't know any medieval instruments. Having only dabbled in the guitar, which had yet to make its appearance in this realm. "Then I shall sing a cappella." Lin Mu was brimming with confidence in his voice, and he promptly began to clap his hands. Clap, clap, clap. He aimed to find the rhythm, having invested time and money to learn for half a year, all while streaming live, which had brought him considerable earnings. Where will the fallen leaves go with the wind? Leaving behind a beautiful scene in the sky, when Lin Mu felt he had found the right moment, he launched into song. This rendition of Angel's Wings had become one of the most beloved songs in his past life, and the West Single Girl had propelled it to renewed fame. As he sang, Lin Mu intentionally adopted a melancholic tone to enhance the song's ambience. Even during the chorus, he did not raise his voice excessively, but rather sang as if narrating a story, only slightly elevating his pitch. "I believe you are still here. Never have you departed. My love guards you like an angel. If life reaches its end, from now on, without me, I will find an angel to love you on my behalf." Without accompaniment and devoid of a sorrowful melody, Lin Mu utilized his vocal prowess to convey the song's essence with exquisite clarity. It is often said that pop songs lack profound meaning. Yet it is precisely this simplicity that renders them utterly enchanting. Their straightforwardness, their candidness, encapsulating a singular theme. For instance, Angel's Wings expresses a sorrowful tale, centered solely on the notion of protection. It embodies the essence of ascension to heaven, yearning to soar, in beauty and lightness. Its heartfelt nature evokes fear, while its elegance captivates the soul that it explicitly conveys to that girl. Do not fear the length of the journey ahead. By your side, there will always be an angel silently watching over you. Even if my life reaches its conclusion, even if this world were to lose me, I shall find an existence akin to an angel to quietly guard you in my stead. Simple, beautiful, tragic yet deeply affectionate. The unembellished lyrics, coupled with a melancholic voice, penetrated the very depths of the audience's souls. Among the audience were young men and women, navigating the nascent stages of love, who could resonate even more with the profound emotions encapsulated within this song. Suddenly, the sound of a girl weeping filled the air. That girl was Carol, and her tears acted as a catalyst, igniting a widespread emotional catastrophe. Love resides in the most tender corners of every heart. Who among us can claim to have never harbored a secret crush during our school years? This is a simple truth, especially in a world marked by cultural deprivation, where even the Belle River could rise to fame. Let alone a song that had withstood the test of the market in a past life. When emotions swell to the point of overwhelming, it marks the onset of emotional collapse. Carol felt this way, as did her classmates. Even Aishi, who believed herself impervious to emotional breakdowns, now glistened with tears as she gazed longingly at Lin Mu. Even boys, who harbored secret affections or heartbreaks, could not help but be moved to tears. The only exceptions were Edward, Parker, and Bazin, who stood as if struck by lightning, frozen in place amidst the unfolding scene. Undeniably, this song resonates deeply with their souls. Yet, they find themselves grappling with an inexplicable discomfort. More than anyone, they wish for Lin Mu's song to be pleasing. Yet, they cannot dismiss the sentiments of others. This song is simply breathtaking. In the next moment, the venue erupts with thunderous applause, but Lin Mu receives no notification of task completion. The requirement is for 100 individuals' light of faith, that insufficient. Lin Mu surveys the crowd, noticing each person exhibiting a distinct reaction. Some are astonished, others are shaken, while a few gaze at him with tear-filled eyes. Pleading for another rendition, several young girls, classmates of Carol, have outright collapsed in a frenzy of shouts. Then let us have another song. Lin Mu replies with a nonchalant smile, just as he is about to begin. A notification chimes. Task completed. Reward. 1 magic power. Unlock Ice Archer. Lin Mu is momentarily taken aback, realizing that it was not the lack of faith that hindered him, but rather the need for the audience to savor and absorb the profound emotions embedded within the song. With a wry smile, he observes the crowd, all of whom gaze at him with eager anticipation to that moment. Edward scoffs and mutters under his breath, I wonder from which source this song has been pilfered. Lin Mu overhears him and is amused by the remark. You, of all people, should talk. If you have the talent, why not create a song of your own? Humph. Edward huffs, rendered speechless. I see you're quite confident in your rendition of the romance of the Belle River, aren't you? Why not lend an ear to my song about the river? Lin Mu clears his throat and, adopting a husky tone, begins to sing. On the day of my 19th year, I stood before the yellow Huai. To meet you here once more, I sacrificed my 4 years. You are my dream, fraught with uncertainty. I am but a person of indifference to you. After all, the arrows that traverse mountains and rivers strike only those who love with fervor. Written for Yellow Huai, a deeply heartfelt ballad. You are the dream that keeps me tossing and turning. I am your forgotten companion from the mountains and rivers. Let this aching wine stimulate our hearts like sulfuric acid, the birthday banquet. Only Lin Mu's raspy, yet empathetic voice remains. This song, dedicated to his alma mater, expresses not only nostalgia for his school, but also reflects on the experiences and cherished friends he encountered there. As the lyrics convey, for certain people and events, all one can do is strive. Time flies swiftly. Do not let it slip away. It is a simple truth, yet how many truly understand the value of cherishing it? Yellow Huai refers to both the school and the Yellow Huai River. Thus, Lin Mu's claim that this song pertains to the river is not unfounded. Furthermore, it is a piece he particularly cherished in his previous life. Hence, there is no need for accompaniment. The emotions of the song can be conveyed through pure vocal expression. Eternity is not merely a fleeting moment. My future thanks you for allowing me to see it. As the song concludes, Lin Mu leaves behind a tone imbued with a sense of regret, perfectly finishing the piece while also igniting endless contemplation, allowing these feelings to linger. The end of the song leaves the audience in a hushed silence. As if one could hear a pin drop. If the previous song, Angel's Wings, was astonishing, then this one dedicated to Yellow Hwai is simply breathtaking. For the students present, nothing feels more genuine than their current emotions. As Lin Mu sings, they begin to reminisce about missed connections and lost opportunities. They are students. They cherish their alma mater. Yet how many times have they yearned to escape that very place? After a prolonged moment, the applause erupts fiercely, almost to the point of thunderous intensity. Following this, the crowd chants Lin Mu's name. Lin Mu, Lin Mu. However, he feels little sensation from it, as he has emerged from that very era. Familiar with countless classic songs, some of which he remembers while others remain forgotten. Yet, the songs etched in his memory are all timeless classics, such as Angel's Wings and Written for Yellow Hwai. At the moment Written for Yellow Hwai concludes, no one anticipates the stir caused by a single action from Carol. She gracefully approaches Lin Mu, opens her arms, gently resting them on his shoulders. And then, on tiptoe, softly kisses his lips. Though fleeting and delicate, this gesture leaves Lin Mu momentarily stunned. Basil, witnessing this moment, instantly transforms from a gentleman into a figure of suppressed rage, his eyes flashing with intensity. Despite his restraint, his clenched fists tremble slightly. At the far end of the banquet table, AC suddenly appears dazed, staring blankly at Carol and Lin Mu. Nearby, Anchi gasps as her glass of red wine is jostled. Immediately, she gazes at the flowing crimson liquid with an expression of shock, muttering, "Impossible! What is happening?" Lin Mu he. Everything transpires in the blink of an eye. Carol, blushing, steals a shy glance at Lin Mu before quickly retreating upstairs to freshen up. Struggling to comprehend her own audacity in that moment, her heart races, a flurry of emotions overwhelming her. She must ascend to calm herself. The banquet has only just begun, yet it has already detonated a bombshell, altering the gaze of all present into one of ambiguity, especially following Carol's kiss, which incites murmurs throughout the crowd. What on earth? Lin Mu strides towards AC and the others. Anchi suddenly grabs Lin Mu's hand and implores, "Lin Mu, hit me." What? Lin Mu is bewildered by her request. "Hurry up and hit me, please." Anchi urges. Lin Mu extends his right hand, flicking her forehead gently with a finger. "Ouch!" she exclaims, and at that moment, a radiant white light emanates from behind her. Suddenly, a surge of people floods the entrance of the banquet hall, accompanied by the sound of marching footsteps. The Lord Mayor's guard, clad in silver armor with swords at their waists, inexplicably surrounds the event. Woof woof! A braying spotted dog barks, led by Count Yahung as it weaves through the crowd of guests. "Uncle Yahung, what is happening?" Parker inquires, gazing at Count Yahung with confusion. The latter maintains a grim silence, his piercing gaze sweeping over the assembly, devoid of any noble elegance. At this moment, it is evident to all that Count Yahung is in a foul mood, as if some grave matter has transpired. Woof woof! Suddenly, the spotted dog, skilled in wind magic, rushes towards Lin Mu, barking furiously. Woof woof! Woof woof! What is going on? The crowd is perplexed, yet Count Yahung's voice cuts through the confusion. "Lin Mu, are you aware of your crimes?" "What?" Lin Mu asks, bewildered. "You are suspected of murdering my Feibwa and Kalina. Seize him and take him to the dungeon." Count Yahung states coldly that as soon as he finishes speaking, two men from the guard step forward. Seizing Lin Mu by the shoulders, "Count Yahung, what is the meaning of this?" Lin Mu protests, straining against their grip. "Take him away." Count Yahung commands as he departs with his men. Just then, Lin Mu's peripheral vision catches sight of someone, sending his heart into a tailspin. In the underground dungeon of the Count's castle, Count Yahung removes his red noble coat, revealing a white short-sleeved shirt and fitted trousers. His expression icy as he questions Lin Mu. "Speak. Why did you kill Feibwa and Kalina?" Lin Mu remains silent. He knows Feibwa as the butler who brought him to the banquet from the Magic Academy. Just moments ago, he learned who Kalina was, the slave lady who escorted him upstairs. In just this hour, while he performed 2 songs at the banquet on the 3rd floor, 2 people have died. Respected Count Yahung, I believe you are mistaken. I have been singing on the third floor. Everyone present can attest to my whereabouts. Lin Mu replies calmly, this moment. He finds himself bound to a cross. The pain excruciating. Simultaneously, he suspects that his capture is a deliberate act by Count Yahong, inviting him, ensnaring him at the banquet. It was all orchestrated because of his song Rebellion that he reflects inwardly, lamenting his naivety and trusting others. If you are not the one who killed them, then why did the black dog target you? Yang inquired coldly. Lin Mu forced a bitter smile as he glanced at the spotted dog squatting beside Count Yang. The black-backed creature mentioned by the Count was indeed It was a pet raised by Carol, a magical beast capable of wielding wind magic, and it also served as a hunting dog. I do not comprehend your meaning, Count Yang, Lin Mu replied in a muted tone. Lin Mu, do you still wish to argue? Count Yang exclaimed, his fury palpable. He then crouched down to pat the head of the black-backed dog. Awoo, the dog whimpered in response. Turning to an elderly man nearby, Yang addressed him. Carl, you are the twin brother of Butler Fabwa. What is your opinion? Before Carl could respond, the black-backed dog suddenly sprang into action, darting towards Lin Mu's neck like a flash of lightning. Both Yang and Carl were momentarily taken aback, but trusting the black-back, they did not intervene. Subsequently, amidst Lin Mu's agonized screams, the creature's sharp claws struck his magical robe, causing a burst of white light to rebound. Count Yang, this is a high-tier magical robe. It must be quite valuable, Carl exclaimed, his eyes widening. A high-tier magical robe. Does such a precious garment exist in Baking? Yang murmured, astonished. Isn't it mid-tier? Lin Mu echoed his surprise. This robe had been a gift from Vice Dean Kent, who had only mentioned it as mid-tier, never revealing its true high-tier nature. It not only had the ability to recharge magical energy, but also possessed protective capabilities unknown to Lin Mu. Otherwise, just moments ago, he might have perished beneath the claws of the black-backed beast. Bring him's magical robe off, Yang commanded without hesitation. A guard clad in silver armor approached. Count Yang, are you intending to restrict my personal freedom? Even the Holy Tribunal would not treat an individual this way without clarifying the truth. Lin Mu retorted, his gaze icy. Humph, you wretched murderer, do you still wish to argue? Yang scoffed. Strip him of his magical robe. As the guard advanced towards him, Lin Mu grew frantic, declaring, you are forcing my hand. Diving into the realm of the zombie space, Lin Mu summoned an ordinary zombie directly with his mind. Whoosh, without warning. 5 figures appeared behind Count Yang and the others. The ordinary zombie was bald, hunched, with skin of a deep green hue, large eyes on a small face, adorned in a tattered brown suit with a red tie, and worn blue jeans with a patch missing from the left leg, revealing a ghastly green bone beneath. Upon appearing, it immediately began to speak. You little imp. You have ensnared me with your love poison, yet refuse to provide the antidote. You little rogue. Oh, I am nearly done for. Save me. The solution is simple. Let me feast upon your brain. You are far too ordinary, Lin Mu remarked, bound by iron chains. In the next moment, the ordinary zombie, incensed by the term ordinary, fell into a frenzy. Awoo! I shall devour your brain. What? Count Yaheng's complexion paled. He sensed something amiss. A chill swept through him from behind. Count, be cautious. This is likely a necromancer's summon. Beware of their toxic presence, the city lord's guards warned in unison. That moment, Lin Mu gritted his teeth and forcefully struggled. With a loud snap, the chains binding him shattered. He then lunged forward. Bang! His fist, infused with all his strength, struck the guard's chin, sending the latter crashing to the ground. Turning to the 5 ordinary zombies, Lin Mu commanded, charge forth. The battle erupted with such swiftness that both Yang and Carl were stunned by Lin Mu's reaction. Before they could counterattack, the 5 ordinary zombies had already lunged at them. Meanwhile, Lin Mu did not remain passive. He pointed his finger at Count Yaheng's feet and set a potato mine in place. Do not touch me, you foul lecher. Stay away, you cursed wretch. Ah, for heaven's sake, stinking dog poop. Do not move. If you move, woo. You moved again. Boom. A thunderous explosion ensued, and Count Yang was utterly enraged. From beneath his feet, a pentagram magic circle shimmered, flowing upwards, while he mysteriously produced a massive 2-handed sword. Clang! The great sword plunged into the ground, causing the 5 ordinary zombies to change countenance. Before they could react, They were pierced through by 5 massive earth spikes, spilling forth a pool of dark green liquid. 5-star earth magic. Lin Mu's pupils constricted, and just as he prepared to dash out of the dungeon, Yahing's cold voice rang out. You impudent brat. I am merely exercising my rights as the city lord, yet you openly attempt to slay me. Does this not implicitly acknowledge your status as a murderer? As soon as he finished speaking, Count Yang swung his sword violently towards Lin Mu. The weight of the two-handed sword was tremendous, creating a sonic boom as it descended upon Lin Mu's left shoulder. Humph! Lin Mu grunted, a flicker of light flashing across his magical robe. Although it protected his body, the force caused him to kneel. Crack! Pain surged through his legs, rendering him unable to flee. Bring help! Quickly! Carl shouted. In a brief moment, over 10 silver-armored guards burst into the dungeon, drawing their swords and positioning them at Lin Mu's throat. Spare his life and summon my lady, Count Yang commanded indifferently, retracting his heavy sword, which vanished into his spatial ring with a mere flick. Ignoring Lin Mu, who suffered from a compound fracture, the guards dragged him onto a cross, binding him with a thicker iron chain. The dungeon was dark and damp, devoid of sunlight, with only a solitary oil lamp casting a faint glow. Count Yang reclined in an interrogation chair, and on the square table before them lay a neatly folded magical robe, adorned with dark star-like cross-stitching. Lin Mu found himself utterly bare. Woof woof, the black-backed dog barked. Carl, go investigate what is happening, Count Yang ordered coolly. Yes. Carl approached Lin Mu, observing his feeble state with no hint of pity, then moved behind him. Count Yang, this Lin Mu bears a lotus mark on his back identical to that found at the murder scene. Carl reported loudly. What lotus mark? I know nothing of it. Do not slander me. I demand to see Vice Dean Kent, Lin Mu weakly protested. Having endured a heavy blow from Count Yang, Lin Mu realized that without the protective capabilities of his magical robe, that strike alone would have been enough to reduce him to pulp. Count Yang was indeed a 5-star earth magic swordsman. His strike was not to be trifled with. Still in denial, Count Yang sneered, ordering for a mirror to be brought for Lin Mu to see. The mirror reflected a fist-sized lotus mark on Lin Mu's left back, resembling a tattoo, yet distinctly different, almost like a fleshy tumor. How could this be? Lin Mu strained his eyes. Having traversed here for 3 years, he had never possessed any tattoos, nor had his left back ever been injured. How could such a lotus brand appear? At that moment, Lin Mu recalled the fleeting figure he had glimpsed during the banquet. The postman. It was the postman of hell. Lin Mu shouted frantically. You repugnant murderer! Do not attempt to deny it further. You cannot deceive us. Carl retorted harshly that I do not hesitate to inform you that the black-backed dog is a professionally trained 4-star magical beast. It detected your scent at the murder scenes of Fabwa and Karina. Now we have discovered the same lotus mark on your back as that found at the murder scene. This is sufficient to convict you. Carl continued. Lin Mu pondered for a moment before saying, Count Yang, I believe we ought to have a serious discussion. After all, there are many ways to impersonate my scent in this world. If someone is framing me, allowing the true murderer to escape would not be in your interest. Would it? Escape? An intriguing term, Count Yang chuckled. However, it is of no consequence, for my lady is proficient in mind magic. Once she arrives, you need not fear that you will withhold the truth. Mind magic? Lin Mu's heart raced. And no, my esteemed Count Yang, I can assure you that I can convey the truth without such troublesome measures. Yang and Carl exchanged a knowing glance just as the sound of footsteps echoed through the dungeon. My lord. Madame Curie has arrived. A noble and dignified middle-aged woman entered the dungeon, gazing tenderly at Yang. What troubles you, my dearest Yang? I have heard that a rogue has disrupted our most beloved daughter Carol's birthday celebration. Oh, my dear Berzini, we shall discuss this matter shortly. For now, I implore you to employ your psychic magic to hypnotize this scoundrel and compel him to confess to his murderous deeds, Yang replied, grasping Berzini's hand. Upon hearing that Lin Mu sang at Carol's banquet while committing murder, Berzini's demeanor darkened, and she approached him with a cold expression. Esteemed Madame Curie, I believe we have much to discuss. Lin Mu's heart raced, desperately urging the system in his mind. Ding! Crisis detected for the host. This system will conceal all related information that do you consent. The system's sudden prompt echoed in his mind. Yes, yes. Lin Mu's eyes sparkled as he addressed Berzini. Beautiful and gracious Madame Curie, I hope you might be a touch gentler with me. Gentler? How impertinent. You rogue. Berzini's brow furrowed. and after murmuring a psychic incantation, she pointed her finger at Lin Mu's forehead. In an instant, Lin Mu's eyes glazed over. "Why did you murder?" Bayarzini asked, her gaze fixed on Lin Mu's face. "That I did not kill anyone," Lin Mu instinctively replied. His response left those in the dungeon momentarily stunned. "Impossible! Why did you kill Fabwa and my appointed slave Karina?" Yang declared, directly naming the two individuals. "That I did not kill them. It was the postman from hell," Lin Mu, under the influence of the psychic spell, unwittingly revealed his thoughts. "Postman from hell? What is that?" Bayarzini inquired further. "Not long ago, I received a letter from the late headmaster of our Yak Magic Academy, Galyalu." Hypnotized, Lin Mu spoke freely about what he knew. "And just at the banquet, when that old scoundrel Yang caught me, I encountered that postman from hell once more. He must have framed me," Lin Mu stated vacantly. "The old scoundrel?" Count Yang, fuming, shot Lin Mu a fierce glare. Yet he felt helpless, as they had failed to extract the truth about the murders. Still under hypnosis, Lin Mu, Bayarzini returned to Yahang's side, saying, "My dear Yang, he might truly not be the murderer. That I do not believe it." Yang shook his head. "What troubles you, Yang? Do you doubt my hypnotic magic?" Bayarzini replied, "Hurt. Esteemed Madame Curie, I believe the Count does not distrust you. Rather, the gravity of this murder case is simply too immense." Carl sighed at this moment. Yang interjected, "Indeed, I suspect this incident may very well be a sacrificial magic murder." "Sacrificial magic?" Bayarzini's eyes widened in shock as she covered her mouth, exclaiming, "Is it not the sacrificial magic that all magical organizations on the Orlan continent publicly prohibit?" "Precisely. Thus, as the Lord of Boss City, I must uncover the truth behind this matter and provide an explanation to the citizens," Count Yang asserted. "Doe, and esteemed Count Yang and Madame Curie, the performance displayed by Lin Mu was already beyond that of an ordinary 3-star magician." Carl paused before adding, "However, I learned from the banquet on the 3rd floor that Lin Mu is regarded as a complete failure with 0 magical affinity at their academy. How can this be?" Count Yang was taken aback, turning to Lin Mu and asking, "Lin Mu, which type of magic do you practice?" "I do not know," Lin Mu instinctively replied. Under hypnosis, he could not lie, and the presence of the system compelled such an answer. "I do not know." Count Yahang's brow furrowed in concern. "At this juncture," Carl asked, "Lin Mu, have you ever practiced sacrificial magic?" "No, I do not know what sacrificial magic is," Lin Mu answered truthfully. "That my lord, it seems the murderer truly is not him." Carl said, dejected, "Please accept my condolences, Carl." Count Yang sighed. "Carl, I would like to ask you to take your brother's place and look after this household. Doe, esteemed Count, it would be my utmost dream to serve as your steward." Carl replied. Yang nodded but continued to inquire, "Madam, do you know of any methods that could allow a person to resist hypnotic magic? Do you suspect that Lin Mu employed magic to counter our hypnotic spell?" Bayarzini responded. Yang nodded, unwilling to overlook any possibility. After all, a murder had taken place in his lordship's manor, involving the sacrificial magic that was strictly forbidden on the Orlan continent, so he had to tread carefully. There are very few ways to resist hypnotic magic, unless he has previously been protected by a higher-level psychic magician. Otherwise, it would be impossible to withstand my hypnotic spell, Bayarzini stated confidently. "Is there a solution?" Count Yang pressed. "There is certainly a way, but you would need to summon a psychic magician of at least 6 stars, Bayarzini shrugged, for she was merely a 4-star magician, incapable of unlocking the mental defenses set by other magicians for Lin Mu. 6 stars? It seems I must escalate this matter, Count Yang mused. Then let us torture this lad severely. If he still refuses to speak, he shall be sent to the imperial capital's prison. Only there can his secrets be unearthed." Count Yang resolved. "Esteemed Count Yang, your seriousness is commendable. Carl sincerely remarked that it is my duty, is it not? After all, Fabwa has served me for so many years." The grief-stricken Count Yang could not fathom that Lin Mu was not the murderer. Nor did he believe the theory of the postman from hell. Thus, he decided to report this matter and torture Lin Mu to extract the truth. At that moment, a guard rushed into the dungeon, exclaiming, "Report, Count. The magic instructor Aishi from the Yak Magic Academy demands that you release Lin Mu in the name of Count Klus." "Demands?" Count Yang scoffed. "If it were her father, Count Klus, I would indeed hesitate to rebut. But she is merely the eldest daughter of the Klus family, thinking she can command me." Just as Count Yang finished speaking, another guard rushed in, stammering, "Count Yang, There is a girl named Anshi outside who wishes to see you. She claims to be Lin Mu's classmate that I will not see her. Count Yang replied coldly, As you wish. The guard hurriedly retreated. Yang, your resolve surprises me. But will you truly not see this classmate named Anshi? What if she has urgent news for us? Madame Curie inquired that a classmate of a murderer seeking an audience with me is likely only to plead for leniency. It is better not to meet. Count Yang asserted, convinced of Lin Mu's guilt. However, before he could finish, the same guard rushed in again, stuttering. Count Yang, that girl, she. What is it that has you so flustered? Count Yang frowned. She claims to be from the Golden Flower family and stated that should you refuse to see her, the consequences would be yours to bear, and she handed me this seal, the guard said, trembling as he presented a small golden family seal adorned with the image of 2 golden flowers. Upon receiving the seal, Count Yahang's expression changed dramatically. His eyes filled with fear and unease. Madame Curie stammered. How could this seal appear in Ba City? In the Medi Principality? Quickly, bring that Miss Anshi in. Carl urged the guard. The guard remained motionless. You still hesitate? Madame Curie urged anxiously. She also said she does not wish for you to do anything out of line to her classmate. The guard glanced at Lin Mu. Still under hypnosis, that I understand. Count Yang took a deep breath and turned to Madame Curie. You awaken Lin Mu. I shall personally invite her. Count Yang composed himself, shaking off his fear, and hastily exited the dungeon. Once he left, Madame Curie snapped her fingers, and Lin Mu regained consciousness. What just happened to me? Lin Mu spoke in a state of confusion at that moment. Carl stepped forward, humbly saying, Oh, esteemed Mage Lin Mu. Please forgive our oversight. We were unaware of your identity as Miss Anshi's classmate. Anshi, still a miss? Lin Mu glanced at Madame Curie, as if beginning to grasp certain implications. Please do don your magical robe. Carl instructed his men to unshackle Lin Mu. Don't touch me. Just let my closest classmate Anshi see how you treat her beloved. Lin Mu feigned indifference. Esteemed Mage, Madame Curie lowered her posture significantly. The tension between her and Carl was palpable, particularly after Lin Mu's remark. How do you treat her most beloved? The more they tried to placate him, the more Lin Mu pressed his advantage. And what of the Count? When my classmate Anshi arrives, let her be the judge. Ultimately, after much coaxing, they managed to seat Lin Mu and presented him with an array of fruits. That I am thirsty. I wish to drink red wine. Lin Mu stated, I shall fetch it immediately. Shortly thereafter, Carl returned with a glass of red wine. As he filled it, Count Yahang entered the dungeon, bowing deeply as he said, Esteemed Miss Anshi Jinkoa, I sincerely apologize for our ignorance of your arrival. The utterly charming Anshi stepped into the dungeon, clad in a pink gown, adorning a fade of cool indifference, which only enhanced her cuteness. Upon entering, she was taken aback to see Lin Mu feasting at the table. Anshi, you must intercede on my behalf. Lin Mu's expression shifted, and in his urgency, he fell from his seat. This was not an act. His legs had been broken by Count Yahang. Thus, his reaction was entirely genuine, and the movement caused him excruciating pain, causing cold sweat to bead upon his brow. Anshi, filled with rage, took a deep breath and coldly addressed Count Yahang. Count Yahang, Alexander. I believe an explanation is in order. Count Yahang faltered. What law of the Empire has my classmate Lin Mu transgressed to warrant such treatment? The girl's furious demeanor, though adorable, compelled those in the dungeon to lower their heads in fear. Moreover, note her choice of words, empire, rather than the 9 duchies under its jurisdiction. Her statement rattled Count Yahang. Anshi, please help me up, Lin Mu implored. Anshi approached and bent down to lift him from the ground. At that moment, Lin Mu whispered into her shoulder, Cooperate with me. Upon Anshi's entrance, Lin Mu had delighted in the reactions of Count Yahang and the others. Once he was helped back into his chair, he invited Anshi to sit across from him at the table. Old Yahang, do enlighten us on how you intend to compensate me, Lin Mu remarked nonchalantly. Compensate? Count Yahang and his companions turned pale. 100,000 magical coins. Surely that is not excessive, Lin Mu stated, fixing his gaze upon him. We shall compensate immediately. Upon hearing that it was merely a matter of financial restitution, Count Yahang visibly relaxed. Producing a crystal card from his pocket and placing it upon the table. This is a crystal card worth 100,000 magical coins, redeemable at any savings institution across the continent. Seeing him so decisive left Lin Mu dumbfounded. feeling as if he had just swallowed a fly. Is that all? I am injured. My legs are broken, Lin Mu insisted. Esteemed Mage Lin Mu, this is a high-grade magical potion valued at 152,000 magical coins. We sincerely ask for your forgiveness regarding our oversight. Count Yahung produced a vial of potion for Lin Mu. Lin Mu regarded him with mild surprise before promptly consuming the magical potion. Upon witnessing this, Count Yahung finally breathed a sigh of relief. The reason for his prolonged absence was to procure the magical potion and coins, and as it happened, he had 9 more cards of that nature in his pocket, having prepared a total of 1 million magical coins. However, he had not anticipated that Lin Mu would only request 1 moments after drinking the potion. Lin Mu felt warmth radiate through his legs, a green glow emanating through his magical robe. Hesitantly, he stood to test his mobility. Is it really that remarkable? Lin Mu asked in astonishment. That it is worth noting that his legs had indeed been broken. He had braced himself for several months of recovery, yet here was a magical potion that seemed to heal him so swiftly, without a trace of discomfort. Count Yahung, what was the basis for your suspicion that I am a murderer? Lin Mu asked coldly, pocketing the crystal card. It was a misunderstanding, Count Yahung replied, sweating profusely. Anshi, he is not forthcoming with the details. Lin Mu directly turned to Anshi, raising an eyebrow. Anshi understood, casting a cool glance at Count Yahung as she inquired. Count Yahung, do you believe your treatment of my classmate might have infringed upon the laws of the Empire? Should I inform my family? Perhaps my uncle could speak with you regarding retribution? No, that won't be necessary. Esteemed Miss Anshi, Madame Curie's hair stood on end. The several title-bearing judges of the Holy Tribunal were renowned for their iron-fisted methods, especially that of the Retribution Tribunal. The very name struck terror into the hearts of many. Esteemed Mage Lin Mu, this incident occurred so suddenly. If it has caused you any displeasure, I apologize on behalf of my husband. I am truly sorry. Madame Curie bowed deeply. Anshi, she just used mental magic on me. After finally finding a supporter, Lin Mu feigned a pitiful expression. Count Yahung. This time, Anshi was thoroughly incensed, rising to her feet. Anshi, stand on the chair, Lin Mu encouraged, lifting the petite girl onto the chair. She bared her teeth in anger. Count Yahung, is it not your duty to report the use of mental magic on a prisoner to the Holy Tribunal before proceeding? You are enacting vigilante justice. I apologize, Count Yahung readily conceded. Simultaneously, he was taken aback. He had thought Lin Mu would not relay everything to Anshi, considering he was merely a young man. Yet, he had underestimated Lin Mu's audacity. He had divulged all his actions to the sole heir of that formidable magical family. All right, Anshi, have some papaya. I'll handle the rest, Lin Mu said thoughtfully. Humph. Anshi shot a fierce glare at Count Yahung before jumping down from the chair and reclaiming her seat. Lin Mu pondered for a moment, then stood upon the chair, which made him appear even taller, pointing an accusatory finger at Count Yahung's nose. Count Yahung, are you not prepared to speak? Must I summon my uncle to come and judge you? Anshi's eyes widened in surprise, looking at Lin Mu. After all, this was her uncle. Please don't. Count Yahung lamented silently, compelled to recount the entire affair. During my daughter Carol's birthday celebration, a servant reported that butler Fei Bo and Karina had perished in the kitchen, leaving behind a lotus flower imprint at the scene. I then had Hei Bei, my hound, investigate, and regrettably, I must apologize, Mage Lin Mu. It seems Hei Bei's sense of smell was mistaken. Count Yahung explained. Was it truly just a mistake? Lin Mu's demeanor turned serious as he coldly queried. It was indeed merely a mistake, Count Yahung affirmed. Anshi, what if he seeks to trouble me in the future? Lin Mu then turned his gaze to Anshi. Then we can have my uncle discuss matters with the Alexander family. After all, he is just a count, Anshi casually remarked as she munched on papaya. Just a count. Count Yahung lowered his head, unable to utter a word. Yet, given the strength of the Jinkewa family, they were indeed entitled to such a statement. I wish to investigate the murder scene, Lin Mu suddenly declared. That is permissible, but the bodies have already been removed. You will find nothing but blood and that lotus imprint. Count Yahung replied helplessly. I still wish to see it. Anshi, have you finished eating? Lin Mu demanded. Not yet, Anshi replied, glancing at Lin Mu. Then bring it along, Lin Mu said, balancing the plate in one hand. Without needing to say a word, Anshi eagerly followed him. Lin Mu laughed as he quickened his pace, and she matched his speed. Hey, you little glutton, How did I not notice this before? Lin Mu teased as they walked. Madam, you may return now. Yang sighed and spoke. Dear ya, alas. I hope we can weather this storm. To have provoked the sole heir of the house of Plantagenet is indeed a grave matter. With a heavy heart, Yang led Carl out of the dungeon. The scene of the crime was in the kitchen of Yahang's household, specifically in the lower-level kitchen beneath the banquet hall. Upon arrival, Lin Mu was immediately assaulted by the acrid scent of blood, lingering in the air like a ghost. Two conspicuous pools of blood marred the floor, glaringly vivid. Nearby, she cowered behind Lin Mu, nonchalantly munching on papaya slices, seemingly unaffected by the horror unfolding around her. Following closely, Yang and Carl arrived at the scene, accompanied by a male slave. Lin Mu, the magician, this gentleman here was the first to discover the murder scene. Yang informed Lin Mu. Lin Mu turned to the bespectacled male slave and inquired, Sir, are you indeed the first to stumble upon the bloodshed? Oh, esteemed master magician, you may call me Xiaolei. I was indeed the first to notice the blood in the kitchen, the male slave replied. Then, Mr. Xiaolei, what did you witness? Lin Mu pressed that I apologize. I was so frightened that I dared not observe the scene closely. Xiaolei recounted. Lin Mu nodded and directed his question towards Yang. Yang, might I inquire about the lotus mark? Wasn't it here just a moment ago? Yang and Carl's expressions froze in disbelief. What is the matter? Lin Mu frowned. The lotus mark, was it not present just now? Yang and Carl gasped in shock. Are you certain that you merely apprehended me because of the death that occurred here? Or is there something else? Lin Mu's demeanor turned icy, devoid of any trace of jest. Initially, he had come joyfully, only to find himself with a broken leg. Had he not known Anshi, he would have remained oblivious to whether Yang had any ulterior motives against him. If it were not for He Bei detecting your presence here, why would I? Yang looked at Lin Mu with resignation. That I seriously suspect that you intend to kill me for that song. Hai Yin. Is that correct? Lin Mu demanded coldly. No, esteemed Lin Mu, I bear no intention of framing you. Yang stammered in protest. Then how curious it is that you personally invited me to the banquet only to break my leg. Do you intend to subject me to harsh interrogation? Moreover, you allowed your wife to hypnotize me without my consent. Should I not consider your motives nefarious? A threat to the citizens of the empire? Lin Mu articulated his reasoning with conviction. Esteemed Lin Mu, please do not say that. After all, the Earl is merely investigating. As this pertains to sacrificial magic, Carl interjected. And what concern is that of mine? Lin Mu countered. Noticing the palpable fear in the two men, he lost interest in the charade and declared, I shall overlook this incident for now. However, should I discover any further ill intentions towards me, do not blame me for calling upon my uncle to judge you. Subsequently, Lin Mu meticulously examined the scene, regrettably finding no useful evidence. Strangely, the lotus mark had also vanished without a trace. Upon returning to Ike Magic Academy, Aishi and Selena awaited him anxiously at the school gate. Had Lin Mu not returned, they would have felt compelled to report the incident to Vice Dean Kent. Lin Mu expressed his gratitude and sent them back with Anshi. Once in the magic dormitory, Lin Mu immediately retrieved the letter left to him by Garalu. After examining it repeatedly, he discerned no peculiarities apart from a directive to locate the Gali Magic Tower and convey a message to its master. With no further information provided, Garalu. Oh Garalu, you depart leaving me with such a monumental dilemma. Lin Mu lamented at T. Carroll's birthday banquet. He had glimpsed that infernal postman that in the fleeting moment before Yang seized him. The postman had uttered something, of which Lin Mu could only comprehend the final two words. Take care. Contemplating this chilling thought, Lin Mu felt a shiver run down his spine. He suspected that the hellish postman had employed sacrificial magic to slay Yahang's steward, Fabua, and the female slave, Karina, subsequently framing him for the crime. This was the only conclusion Lin Mu could conceive. Otherwise, why would Yang apprehend him and even allow Madame Curie to use mind-affecting magic to extract the truth through hypnosis? Lin Mu certainly did not believe that Yang would wish him harm over the Songhai Yin. Nonetheless, he had still resorted to leveraging Anshi's identity to intimidate them if Yang sought to eliminate him. There were countless methods available, rendering such convoluted schemes unnecessary. That on the way back to the academy, Lin Mu inquired about Anshi's family, but the adorable girl was tight-lipped, leaving him utterly at a loss. She merely mentioned the house of Plantagenet. Moreover, there was Carl, the the man who replaced Fabwa as Earl Yahang's steward. What was this sacrificial magic he spoke of? Why had it not been covered in the foundational magic course? Lin Mu pondered curiously. Oh, right. What about the lotus mark on my left back? As this thought crossed his mind, Lin Mu felt a chill in his heart and swiftly entered the bathroom of the magic dormitory. With a resounding clap, he shut the wooden door, removed his magic robe, and gazed into the mirror, touching the lotus mark on his left back, resembling a flesh tumor, the 8-petaled flower with sharply defined leaves. Protruded nearly half an inch from his skin, feeling exceptionally pronounced, resembling an accidental flesh growth, or perhaps a burn scar. When had this occurred, Lin Mu was struck with a sense of dread. He was not a docile sleeper. Frequently tossing and turning in bed, such a conspicuous mark would not have gone unnoticed. It was neither painful nor itchy, and had it not been for his capture at the Lord's mansion today, he would have remained oblivious to the emergence of such a mark on his back. Damn it, this is rather unsettling. Lin Mu trembled inwardly. This mark reminded him of the bone-transforming palm, the day of death dispersal. And the half-crazed smiled. No, I must first ascertain the true nature of this mark. With this thought igniting a surge of urgency within him, Lin Mu skipped lunch, hastily sketching the lotus mark before dashing towards the library. Along the way, he rushed forward, indifferent to the whispers and glances from those around him. Hey, did you hear? Lin Mu shone brightly at Earl Yahang's daughter's banquet, composing 2 songs on the spot. Upon entering the library, Lin Mu immediately sought out Elder Yi, who sat in a corner, listlessly eating while reading. Elder Yi, Lin Mu called out. Elder Yi, please do not claim kinship with me. Elder Yi glanced up from his book, his expression indifferent. I have no time for jokes. Look at this mark. Do you recognize it? Lin Mu leaned closer, presenting the lotus mark he had drawn. Elder Yi took it, contemplated for a moment, and finally shook his head. Not even you have seen it? Lin Mu's eyes widened in surprise. Elder Yi, as far as Lin Mu was aware, was a formidable scholar well-versed in everything from astronomy to the minutiae of insects. Is this lotus a family insignia? Lin Mu inquired, puzzled. If it is, my ignorance is understandable, considering the Wotan Empire comprises 9 duchies, and we reside in the Medi Duchy, merely one of the 9. Elder Yi replied matter-of-factly. What about sacrificial magic? Are you aware of it? I wish to examine relevant literature, Lin Mu requested earnestly. Why do you want to know about that? Elder Yi suddenly stood up, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Mu. Do not misunderstand. It is because a peculiar incident occurred at Earl Yahang's estate today, and I wish to understand sacrificial magic. Lin Mu admitted candidly that I hope that's the case. Sacrificial magic possesses a certain mystical power, and I do not wish for you to become ensnared within it. With that, Elder Yi handed Lin Mu a hefty tome he had been reading. May I take it back to my dormitory? Lin Mu asked. Elder Yi scrutinized him for a moment before reluctantly agreeing. You must return it by noon tomorrow. All right, thank you. Upon obtaining the book, Lin Mu promptly returned to the magical dormitory without a moment's hesitation. After his departure, Elder Yi adjusted his wooden-framed glasses and murmured, Has that little rascal Yahang encountered some peculiar occurrences at home? In the magical dormitory, Lin Mu prepared to seclude himself, intent on delving deeply into the sacrificial magic detailed within the tome. Consequently, he sought leave from Vice Dean Kent, declaring that he would not venture outside until noon the following day. After all, the matter of the Hell Postman was intertwined with his very life. Moreover, he harbored reasonable suspicions that the lotus mark was a curse imposed upon him by this enigmatic Hell Postman. Thus, familiarizing himself with it was certainly prudent. Having clarified his thoughts, Lin Mu settled onto his bed and opened the thick, leather-bound book. The volume bore no title, its black cover exuding a musty scent of decaying wood upon being opened, revealing dark yellow oil paper filled with handwritten notes. To his astonishment, it was not printed text. Lin Mu was taken aback. This world had possessed printing technology for centuries. Did this not imply that the book was at least several hundred years old? He began to read with utmost seriousness. In the end, he discovered that the book indeed fulfilled all his needs, containing a comprehensive record of knowledge pertaining to sacrificial magic. Furthermore, the entire text was exceedingly captivating. Sacrificial magic originated from a magical organization known as the Truth Society, comprised of a cadre of magic enthusiasts who had adopted the doctrine that magic is an eternal exchange. The Truth Society adhered to this principle, orchestrating numerous horrific acts of sacrificial magic. The most recent large-scale magical sacrifice had occurred in the Principality of Ninglan, where the Truth Society transformed a metropolis of millions into a magical altar, claiming the lives of countless individuals and inciting wrath across the land. The leaders of the 9 principalities were thrown into chaos, with even King Henry of the Wharton Empire expressing his fury. On that occasion, the Holy Tribunal of the 9 principalities united to hunt down the sacrificial magicians of the Truth Society. Yet ultimately, they managed to escape, capturing only a few inconsequential figures. Thus, the emergence of the Truth Society served as yet another alarm bell for the 9 principalities, prompting their leaders to take sacrificial magic more seriously than ever. In any city, even the slightest hint of sacrificial magic would draw the utmost attention. As Lin Mu pondered this, he could not fathom why the Truth Society would create such an uproar. However, as he continued reading, understanding dawned upon him. For sacrificial magic had the power to ignite the desires of any magician. For instance, a commoner devoid of magical talent could obtain formidable magical abilities by sacrificing an eye. A blind individual could regain their sight by offering an arm and a leg. There were even more terrifying forms of sacrificial magic. One could attain a different kind of immortality by sacrificing their very soul. Unlike the inhabitants of the Orlon continent, who worshipped the Earth Goddess, the Truth Society revered truth itself. They regarded truth as a deity and utilized various sacrificial magics to acquire what they sought. Minor magical sacrifices could involve oneself or those nearby, while larger rituals necessitated the offerings of ever-increasing numbers of lives. Lin Mu found it unfathomable that sacrificing millions could yield commensurate value through magic. Was it immortality? Such a state could be achieved merely by sacrificing one's soul, without the need for the lives of countless individuals. Moreover, the book held another enticing aspect. It not only discussed the Truth Society, but also revealed intriguing tidbits that piqued Lin Mu's interest. For example, the Orlon continent was home to 9 major magical organizations: the Truth Society, the Holy Tribunal, the Mercenary Guild, the Skynet Organization, the Storm Merchant Association, the Mage Islands, the Necromancer's Office, Dragon City, and the Free Song Association. When the text introduced the Skynet Organization, it did so in a most amusing manner. The Skynet Organization is composed of assassins with lofty ideals. For the right price, they can procure even the prince's undergarments from the second royal prince of Wharton. The Necromancer's Office was depicted as the birthplace of curse and necromancy magic, the ultimate sanctuary pursued by dark magicians throughout their lives. Even a mere slave from the Mage Islands possessed the potential to become a king. This book was truly captivating. What was the significance of the second prince's undergarments? Lin Mu thought with great enthusiasm. Throughout the night, Lin Mu reveled in a sea of knowledge. Before retiring, he diligently recorded his reflections from the evening's reading in his notebook, The Post Office of Viscount Bell, The Sacrificial Magic of the Truth Society, and The Lotus Mark. Regrettably, after a full night of reading, he had yet to uncover the connection between these two events. The Hell Postman had its origins in the letter left to him by Garaloo, a letter that had come from Viscount Bell's post office. Lin Mu had investigated the family crest of Viscount Bell at Baron Murphy's post office, only to find that it did not exist. With no clarity on this matter, he found himself once again entangled in the sacrificial magic of the Truth Society, marked by the lotus symbol. Was it possible that Viscount Bell's post office was, in fact, a magical organization under the jurisdiction of the Truth Society? Unfortunately, this was merely Lin Mu's conjecture. Thus far, the book had made no mention of the lotus mark that troubled him so. All he could do was ensure that he grew stronger each day. Even the slightest increment would bolster his ability to protect himself in the face of future adversities. For instance, had he possessed the strength of a 5-star magician today, he would not have needed Angel to come to his rescue. He could have turned the tables and uncovered far more valuable details. For example, the lotus mark had only vanished during the time of his interrogation by Count Yahong, leaving him in a vulnerable position. A series of mysterious events left Lin Mu feeling quite averse to the obscurity surrounding them. Yet these matters endangered his life. From today's events, it appeared that the lotus mark was indeed linked to the sacrificial magic of the Truth Society. And why did the Hell Postman make an appearance at the birthday banquet? Furthermore, why did the agents of the Truth Society seek to frame him? Had Angel not intervened today, the worst outcome for him might have been being escorted to the Imperial Capital's prison, where a grim fate awaited him. Next step. While ensuring his daily training continued, He would seek out the Mage Tower of Gallifa mentioned in Garilu's letter. Once he found it, he could untangle the threads of this mystery. He did not seek to uncover the truth, but merely wished to guarantee his survival before destruction descended upon him. From the very beginning, Lin Mu had been a recluse within the magical dormitory. Now, all he desired was to ensure his own safety. Having lived 2 lives, he had never before placed such importance on his existence, the feeling of drifting in this void, where death could strike at any moment, only deepened his disdain and sense of powerlessness. As Lin Mu sorted through his thoughts, the sky outside had already darkened into a dreary haze. Seizing the cover of night, he sprinted towards the back mountain of Yak Magical Academy. Upon reaching the potato bomb field dotted with several large craters, Lin Mu pointed, and not far away, a peculiar plant emerged that was entirely translucent, standing half a meter tall, with a cluster of diamond-shaped ice crystals at the back of its head resembling a woman's hair. The dark, hollow barrel was perpetually shrouded in wisps of icy mist, a constant reminder of its chilling presence. The moment it appeared, the barrel shifted, aiming directly at Lin Mu. Suddenly, from the icy mist, a sultry voice rang out. "Would you like a few more shots?" With a whoosh, a pea-sized ice projectile hurtled swiftly toward Lin Mu. "Damn it, I knew it," Lin Mu exclaimed, already prepared as he swiftly dodged and created some distance between himself and the icy shooter. However, the icy shooter seemed to have gone mad, its little eyes glinting with a frenzied gleam. Hurt hearts, like shards of glass. After a flurry of chaotic background music, one ice pea after another relentlessly bombarded Lin Mu. "Damn it, you bunch of fools. One day, I will turn the tables on you all," Lin Mu cursed, compelled to flee. Yet before he departed, he summoned a potato bomb and a Peashooter, positioning them side by side with the icy shooter. Then, under their watchful gaze, Lin Mu made his exit. However, after a short distance, he circled back and concealed himself behind a tree. He perked up his ears to listen, and indeed, he overheard the conversation among the plant family once again. "Sister, is that you, sister?" the Peashooter asked excitedly. "Dowdo, it's me," the icy shooter responded coldly. "Wow, it really is you, sister," the potato bomb exclaimed in a girlish voice, infused with a tone of affection. "Whom has Biaogo come?" Suddenly, Tudo Lei weakly inquired. Just as the frost archer was about to respond, she discreetly glanced at Lin Mu, who was concealed behind a tree, and calmly said, "Do you want me to shoot a few more?" A flicker of disdain sparkled in her small eyes as she aimed directly at the tree. "PFF? Ah, you dirty rascal. Don't move. Stay still. You're moving. Wah wah wah. You're moving again. Don't move." The scene descended into chaos, and Lin Mu could only facepalm, feeling that his life was doomed with such a bunch of fools around. If it weren't for his insufficient magical power, he would have summoned a cherry bomb to witness their reactions. Unfortunately, after his fierce battle with Count Yang, he had exhausted all the magic stored in his robe and had yet to recharge. Damn it! After being stirred up while hiding behind the tree, Lin Mu picked up a suitable stone and hurled it at Tudo Lei. Boom! Amidst a thunderous explosion, neither the Peashooter nor the frost archer was affected. They simply dissipated into the air as the hour struck. Only then did Lin Mu concentrate to read the Frost Archer's attribute panel. Frost Archer damage. Cost. 2 traits. Ice element. Slow effect. Is it merely a 2-star plant? Each Frost Pea possesses the power equivalent to a 2-star spell, which is formidable enough, yet its indiscriminate nature regarding friend and foe is somewhat troubling. Not only the Frost Archer, but also the plant family as a whole, even the zombie family, struggle to distinguish between master and enemy. This Frost Archer possesses not only an ice attribute, but also a slowing effect. Lin Mu was taken aback. As he stood up, propped against the large tree, he suddenly recoiled as if struck by lightning. He then realized that the large tree he had been hiding behind had entirely transformed into an ice tree. Its body was completely encased in ice blue, utterly ravaged by the cold. Touching it felt more frigid than the coldest ice imaginable. Hiss! Lin Mu gasped, sensing that this Frost Archer likely harbored attributes he had yet to comprehend. For instance, an ordinary zombie might appear as if it could be toppled by a gust of wind. Yet, in reality, upon hearing the term ordinary, that creature could erupt with the strength of a 3-star magic swordsman, far surpassing Lin Mu himself. Based on past experiences, the slowing attribute of the Frost Archer should be quite potent. And he could seek out Vice Dean Kent the following day for a test. After determining his target for trickery in advance, Lin Mu couldn't help but chuckle as he descended the mountain. The next morning, Lin Mu promptly waited in the corridor of the Minter's dormitory. When Vice Dean Kent emerged, Lin Mu cheerfully approached him. "Hello, esteemed Vice Dean Kent." Kent was startled, especially upon seeing Lin Mu's ingratiating smile. Instantly, a chill ran down his spine, and he cautiously asked, "What do you want? Is such a reaction truly necessary?" Lin Mu responded with annoyance. "Then why did you suddenly act this way?" Vice Dean Kent still hadn't lowered his guard. "Well, as the Vice Dean of the Academy, shouldn't you assist students in completing their magical training tasks?" Lin Mu countered. "Have you encountered any issues in your training?" Kent inquired. Lin Mu nodded vigorously, casting him an expectant gaze. "Go on." Kent hesitated for a moment before speaking. "No need to explain. I'll demonstrate it to you directly." Lin Mu smiled. "All right, let us head outside." Before he could finish, a sudden chill swept over Kent's back, causing him to instinctively conjure a magical shield that a loud crash echoed as something shattered against his protective barrier. And when he turned around, his face turned pale that a crystal-clear plant emitted a voice that made the 59-year-old man blush with embarrassment. "Would you like another shot?" That alluring voice, accompanied by a PFF sound, sent a frost pea flying, striking his magical shield with force. "Is this your magic?" Kent turned around, exasperated at what's wrong with it. "This is my new magical summon. I am still unfamiliar with its power, so I sought you out for an experiment." Lin Mu replied nonchalantly, "I estimate its power to be at the level of a 2-star spell, and also." "Stop studying these suggestive, problematic magics." Vice Dean Kent gritted his teeth, especially since it reminded him of that explosive potato, causing him to feel even more irate. "That I know the strength of a 2-star spell. It also possesses another attribute. Did you notice?" Lin Mu asked. "Just say it." Kent snapped back at that moment. Another frost pea struck his magical shield, accompanied by another embarrassing line. "Would you like another shot? Despite my hand being of no help to you, I possess that dark cannon, which is not very offensive but exceptionally insulting," making Kent, this elder, feel as if he were being flirted with by a young woman. "Slowing effect," Lin Mu stated. "Ice magic typically has a slowing effect. Unless you experience it firsthand, it won't be testable. You should find a 3- or 4-star magic swordsman or a magic archer of equal strength to assist you with the testing," Vice Dean Kent advised. "Serena, the magic swordsman? Aishi, the magic archer?" Lin Mu nodded and proceeded to exit. "Wait, bring that troublesome thing back," Vice Dean Kent said through gritted teeth. "Can't you handle it yourself? What if it attacks me when I get closer?" Lin Mu rolled his eyes and left. Vice Dean Kent wore a dark expression throughout the encounter. Calling upon another magic instructor, in his bewilderment, he pointed out the instructor's flaws before sending him to deal with that peculiar plant. Before lunch, Lin Mu arranged tests with Aishi and Serena, ultimately yielding a surprising result. Facing her equal, Serena, the slowing effect of the Frost Archer reached an astonishing 50. This was undeniably frightening, as even ice-based supportive magic rarely achieves such a slowing effect. However, against the 4-star magic archer Aishi, the Frost Archer exhibited no slowing effect whatsoever. From this, Lin Mu concluded that the 2-star Frost Archer only triggered its slowing effect against opponents of equal level, becoming ineffective against stronger foes. Nevertheless, this was still advantageous. At the very least, he now had an additional means to counter agile magic archers and physically robust magic swordsmen, Lin Mu mused. Moreover, the most crucial aspect was that the Frost Archer was merely a 2-star plant, consuming only 2 points of magical power each time, significantly reducing his magical output. With the emergence of such plants, he believed that even more powerful plants from the games would bring him unparalleled surprises. In the afternoon, during the final elective magic class, Lin Mu charged his magical robe with energy in Aishi's class. After a diligent afternoon, the robe had stored 13 points of magical power, and just as Lin Mu was about to continue, the class bell rang. This foundational magic class was a review of the material learned in previous days, which Lin Mu was already quite familiar with. Thus, he used the class to pass the time and await lunch. As the bell rang, students rushed out of the classroom. "Lin Mu, stay back," Aishi suddenly called out to him. "What is it, Teacher Aishi?" Lin Mu smiled at her. Although they had become friends, Lin Mu still addressed her politely in class. Earlier today, Carol came to see me. She wishes to apologize for what happened with Count Yang yesterday," Aishi said thoughtfully. "Apologize? What happened yesterday?" Lin Mu chose to selectively forget, while he lamented Count Yahang's tyranny. Ultimately, It was his own weakness that was at fault that I conveyed her message. Whether you go or not is up to you. Aishi shrugged and headed towards the classroom exit. Lin Mu smiled and followed her, saying, "Thank you, Teacher Aishi. Are you not going?" Aishi glanced at Lin Mu curiously. "Maybe another day. I still want to have lunch today. You all bask in the stench of decay while I head inside for a meal." Lin Mu stated at the cafeteria entrance. "Lin Mu, stop right there!" Aichi exclaimed angrily at the entrance of the cafeteria. All the faculty and students of Yak Magic Academy gathered, with teachers guiding the students into lines. "Xiao Qi, what are you doing? You all are blocking my way to lunch." Lin Mu gazed at Akite in speechless astonishment. Today, the esteemed dean had emerged from seclusion to announce a significant matter. "You'd better be straightforward with me," Akite said through gritted teeth. However, Lin Mu mumbled reluctantly, "I sent it rather late. It won't delay your meal." Akite wished she could slap Lin Mu across the face. At that moment, the crowd fell into complete silence as a flicker of humanoid flame gradually approached from the back mountain. As the flame dissipated, an elderly man clad in a luxurious magical robe descended outside the throng. All eyes turned towards him. His face bore a kind yet weathered expression, silver hair cascading down, partially obscuring a third of his cheek. The wrinkles etched upon his face told tales of a tumultuous past. Dressed in a satin magical robe and wielding a pitch-black staff, he appeared benevolent and radiant. It was evident that in his youth, the dean had been an exceptionally handsome figure. His presence instinctively silenced the crowd. For even the likes of Vice Dean Kent and Elder E felt overshadowed in his luminous aura. However, the previously tranquil crowd suddenly erupted with an incongruous curse. "Damn! Why is it that scheming old fox?" As the words hung in the air, the crowd turned in unison to locate the voice's owner, ultimately landing on Lin Mu, who stood by the cafeteria entrance. The dean, with a warm and approachable demeanor, looked over and said gently, Lin Mu, it's been a while." Gazing at that smug, windfall-like face, Lin Mu felt a wave of dread wash over him, awkwardly greeting, "Esteemed dean." He swore it was a reflexive utterance, spurred by the sudden appearance of the dean. Otherwise he would have merely muttered insults under his breath. After 3 years of traversing this world, the Yak Magic Academy had become home, back when the dean was merely the vice dean. It was only after Galyalu's demise that he ascended to IT that time. Lin Mu had wished to erect a dignified tombstone for Galyalu, only to be refused by the dean under the pretext of insufficient academy funds. Since then, Lin Mu had harbored a grudge against him. What to do? What to do? Given the dean's nature, would he come after me? Just as he was at a loss, the dean suddenly waved amiably at Lin Mu, saying, "Come here, Shaolin." Lin Mu was reluctant to approach, yet he pondered the dean's petty character. If he were to refuse again, who knows how he would torment him in the future, with a mindset of accepting his fate. Lin Mu stiffly walked over to his surprise. The dean publicly enveloped him in a generous embrace. To outsiders, the dean appeared remarkably magnanimous, still expressing such fondness for his student despite being publicly insulted. However, only Lin Mu understood the gritted determination behind it. He could hear the crackling of his bones. "You old rascal, do you think I fear you just because Galyalu is gone?" Lin Mu felt his anger flare. The dean, using the embrace as an excuse, tightened his grip around Lin Mu, causing him to break into a cold sweat. "Hey there, you naughty boy, feeling comfortable?" The dean communicated telepathically, exerting more strength. "Use some strength. Are you going to die of old age? Do your arms lack power?" Despite the sweat pouring down, Lin Mu's inherent stubbornness refused to yield. "Indeed, I've built quite a bit of muscle during my 6 months of seclusion." The dean chuckled, finally releasing Lin Mu. Immediately afterward, the dean instructed Vice Dean Kent to bring over a 10-meter-high wooden plaque, adorned with names from top to bottom. "What is that?" The students were instantly drawn to it. Utterly unaware of the earlier duel between the dean and Lin Mu's name is on there too. "Is that position 210? One student exclaimed, filled with curiosity. After piquing the students' interest, the dean smiled and announced, "This is the Academy's newly launched Genius List. The top 10 students will receive free training resources from the Academy." Upon hearing this, the entire venue fell silent, for the rewards for the top 10 were exceedingly generous. The subsequent rewards were announced by Elder E, who adjusted his spectacles and stated, "The first reward, the top 10 students will receive an eternal trial spot at the Magic Tower every year." It is worth noting that the 3 major magic academies in Ba City combined offer only about 10 spots annually. Vice Dean Kent smiled faintly, affirming that's a lie. Each academy has around 20 spots. Lin Mu scoffed. You mouthy brat. The dean shot Lin Mu a glance. This moment. The student crowd erupted. Lin Mu, the one ranked 10th, is that guy who can only write lyrics? Isn't he a magic failure? Faced with the student skepticism, some instructors were also perplexed as to why the 10th position belonged to Lin Mu, the notorious slacker. Elder E continued, in addition to the eternal trial spot at the Magic Tower. The top 5 will receive a monthly opportunity for personal guidance from Dean Neil. As soon as the words left his mouth, the crowd was once again abuzz. Nei Lee Jackson, a renowned 7-star archmage of the Orlon continent. And at the age of 84, he had created numerous legendary events. His prowess was well recognized, and the opportunity for personal guidance from him was undoubtedly invaluable. The third reward was that the top 10 students would receive a potion of saturation every month. It is known that such a potion is priced at a staggering 100,000 per vial. It can help eliminate the saturation period of one's body, allowing for a quicker increase in magical power. The students were in a state of exhilaration as Elder Yi's enticing voice rang out again. Finally, the last reward. If you can stay in the top 3 of the genius list for 3 months, you will receive a wand tailored specifically for you by Dean Neil. The slots for wand crafting were limited to 3, and staying in the top 3 for 3 months was no easy feat. Now, I announce the most crucial rule of the genius list. The top 10 participants must accept challenge requests from students at all times without exception. Should they refuse, they will automatically be disqualified from the genius list. The top 3 wands, personal guidance from the dean for the top 5, a potion of saturation for the top 10 each month, along with an eternal trial spot at the Magic Tower. What a grand gesture! Following Elder Yi's barrage of rewards, not only the students, but even the instructors were left bewildered. It is worth noting that these rewards were something they all yearned for. Especially the potion of saturation. Such a pricey magical potion was not something everyone could afford. Although there would only be 1 per month, that single vial equated to an extra month of meditation time compared to others. Otherwise, every individual experiences a saturation period of magical power. Advancing from a 1-star magician to a 2-star magician typically requires no less than 3 to 5 years in order to better enable challengers to understand the strength of the top 10 genius students. The Academy decided to conduct a re-evaluation of their magical power levels, a test of magical power levels. This is fantastic. I've long been curious about the strength of those geniuses. Although magical power levels do not solely determine a person's strength, they serve as a standard for evaluating a magician. One can generally gauge a person's capabilities based on their magical power level. What is the point of such rewards to stir up competition among students for the rankings? Aren't they afraid it might backfire? Lin Mu glanced at the genius list, and upon seeing himself in the 10th position, he immediately felt a pang of distress. That it was evident from a mere glance that the Academy's intention in establishing this genius list was transparent. Furthermore, with such lavish rewards, it was easy to predict that future top 10 participants would find themselves devoid of free time. Nevertheless, the rewards were undeniably enticing, making Lin Mu's mouth water, especially at the thought of the 100,000 market-priced potion of saturation. Though he had extorted 1,000,000 magical coins from Earl Yang, that was his private stash, which he intended to save for future travels across the continent and for marrying a wife. How could he indulge in luxuries? A potion of saturation each month, while it may seem scant, was still a boon, saving him a significant amount of money. Lin Mu grinned. However, the prerequisite was that he needed to maintain his position on the genius list. As the test commenced, Elder Nar waved his hand and retrieved an object from his spatial ring. This item was nearly as tall as the teaching building, measuring about 30 meters, a vertically positioned measuring stick with scales. Topped with a bright blue crystal ball, this device, known as a magical measuring rod, could assess an individual's magical capacity. Regarding the top 10 students of the genius list, the elders collectively decided to allocate 3 spots for third-year students, 3 for second-year students, and 4 for first-year students. The testing commenced, and the first to be called was Anthony, who stepped forward for the magical power assessment. Elder Nar called out a name, and a brown-haired, strikingly upright student emerged from the crowd, causing a ripple of excitement among the onlookers. Anthony? I am acquainted with him. The most formidable student of the 3rd grade at IT is rumored that only the reclusive Bowen, who is secluded in the back mountains, stands as his rival. A first-year student whispered in discussion. The top of the 3rd grade. No wonder he occupies the pinnacle of the rankings. I've heard he is a 3-star lightning mage. However, I wonder what his magical prowess measures at. Anthony stepped forward and gently placed his hand upon the crystal ORB.as. He channeled his magical energy. The indicator on the magical scale steadily ascended, ultimately halting in the lower half of the scale. Eldernar cast a glance and proclaimed, "Anthony, your magical level is 397 inches. You are classified as a 3-star mage. Next, please, Evely, step up to be tested." Evely, the 2nd-ranked student, was not only immensely powerful, but also a frigid school beauty, a 3-star blood mage. The blood magic is a rather rare school of dark magic, and her magical level stood at 399 inches. With just a slight increase, she could ascend to the rank of 4-star mage. After observing the test from beginning to end, Lin Mu grasped the measurements. A 1-star mage possesses 1,100 inches of magical energy. A 2-star mage has 101,200 inches, and so forth. Soon, it was his turn. Lin Mu approached and, following Eldernar's instructions, summoned his magical energy. The scale gradually climbed until the indicator unexpectedly settled at a mere 11 inches. Does 1 point of magical energy equate to 1 inch? Lin Mu nodded, withdrawing his hand by this measure. He was still far from becoming a 2-star mage. However, this also indirectly highlighted the might of the system. With 11 inches of magical energy, he could unleash the strength of a 3-star mage. Truly remarkable. Moreover, the number of plants he could summon would continue to grow, with potato lightning capable of easily dispatching 2-star mages. And he still had his trump cards, cherry bombs and ordinary zombies. All in all, Lin Mu felt quite satisfied. Yet after his test, the crowd erupted in uproar. What? Only 11 inches. Such talent. He has dominated the magical dormitory for 3 years. And he ranks 10th on the genius list. I refuse to accept it. I refuse. The students were in a frenzy, for the rewards for the top 10 were exceedingly tempting, coveted even by the instructors. And the students desired them even more? Previously, they had at least respected the other geniuses, but Lin Mu's emergence had utterly shattered their internal scales. Why should they, with magical levels of 40, 50, or even 80 inches, remain nameless while this 11-inch failure claimed the rewards? The students were unbalanced, and the instructors were even more perplexed by Vice Dean Kent's intentions. This genius list was proposed by Vice Dean Kent. Thus the slots were naturally determined by him. No one had anticipated that Kent would allow Lin Mu, this conspicuously attention-grabbing individual, to make the list. Observing the reactions around him, Lin Mu claimed indifference. Though that was certainly a facade in others' eyes, he remained merely a bard, incapable of genuinely winning their admiration. Lin Mu shook his head, yet his resolve to grow stronger was solidified. A poet like Edward, backed by the Free Bards Association and the renowned teacher Adolf, would garner affection. Yet now, the entire Ike Magic Academy, due to this genius list, would become a battleground of competition. Once the test results were revealed, Lin Mu instantly became the target of everyone's ire. Even at that moment, someone was already shouting to challenge him. "Useless Lin Mu! Dare you accept my challenge, Farron?" A chubby boy shouted, hands on his hips. "Come on, let me defeat you." The most disgraceful connection in Ike Magic Academy. After seeing the test results, even Lin Mu was slightly taken aback. Only 11 inches of magical energy? What did this signify? It indicated that throughout his 6 months of seclusion, Lin Mu had made no progress. Just then, he received a message from Vice Dean Kent. "Inner Dean, during your seclusion these past 6 months, certain events have transpired at the Academy, and I will provide you with a reasonable explanation regarding Lin Mu's ranking." As Kent relayed this, students continued to call out, eager to challenge Lin Mu's 10th place qualification. Initially, he paid little heed, but after hearing it repeatedly, it became increasingly irksome. "What is wrong with you all? You think I have to accept your challenges? Do I not have better things to do?" Lin Mu retorted irritably. "Useless Lin Mu, are you unwilling to accept? Who called me useless? Who dares to mock me? What is your name again? How can you be certain that I will lose?" Lin Mu surveyed the crowd. "In a moment, I will knock out 8 of your teeth." The chubby boy exclaimed, "Is that not enough?" Lin Mu muttered to himself, bringing up the system panel for a glance. Name: Lin Mu, magic power, 11. Talents: plant space, zombie space. Challenge task: please accept the challenge from 50 individuals simultaneously. Task reward: Magic Power 6 that although this reward does not unlock plants or zombies, the prospect of gaining 6 points of magic power is indeed quite tempting. Otherwise, Lin Mu would not be foolish enough to provoke so many at once. Despite the crowd surrounding him, the actual number of challengers was far less than 50. That upon realizing this, Lin Mu stood up, arrogantly addressing the crowd. Dare to lay a finger on me and see what happens. I am the protege of the esteemed Director Galulu. This academy is my domain. Anyone who dares to touch me will not escape the wrath of the inner director. His fierce demeanor was infuriating. The academy's established rules regarding challenges were sacrosanct, and even he could not flout them. The presence of Nei, Li, and Kent only added to the tension, their expressions reflecting disdain as they observed Lin Mu's bravado. Did you hear that? Do you dare? He taunted. With your pathetic appearance, you would need 10 times the courage to challenge me. Provoked by his words, a few individuals raised their hands. I challenge you. Count me in, and I. Lin Mu glanced at the task, then at the crowd. Is that all? With so few challengers, I have no desire to engage. Is there no one else willing to step forward? I will. Count me too. And I. 3 more stepped up, prompting a genuine smile from Lin Mu. As he smiled, others followed suit, chuckling at the scene. Could this magical underachiever truly believe that being challenged by so many was a matter of pride? If he were to lose, he would forfeit the 10th place reward and could be expelled from the magical dormitory. They eagerly anticipated his downfall. The challengers numbered at least 60, if not 80. Even in a war of attrition, how could he possibly stand a chance? The students' disdain, Kent and Nei Li's curiosity, and the instructor's efforts to maintain order rendered the challenge almost predictable. Rising from his seat, Lin Mu impatiently dug at his ear and declared, "Let the challenge begin. Allow me to go first." "No, I shall. I insist on going first. Please, grant me the opportunity to savor victory, even if I am to lose to you later." No, this arrogant brat must have his 8 teeth knocked out personally. Watching the commotion unfold, Lin Mu's expression darkened. "Oh, you truly believe I am an easy target? Bring it on." As his words fell, silence enveloped the arena, swiftly followed by a wave of mockery. "Altogether, you think you're worthy?" Laughter erupted. That fool Lin, truly not scared. Does he think challenges come without risks? Soon, I will break his limbs. Let us get this over with. I need to get back to sleep. I scoff at the idea of teaming up against you. You all can go first. After a brief discussion, the chubby challenger stepped forward. Drawing a short sword from his waist, "I am a 1-star wind element magic swordsman, and I shall knock out your 8 teeth. With that, the chubby boy lunged forward, sword in hand, aiming for Lin Mu's thigh. However, in an instant, the onlookers only saw a flash of darkness before the boy was sent hurtling back, unconscious mid-air, utterly unprepared for the swift turn of events. Lin Mu's voice echoed, "You were too slow. My friend, impossible. How could this be?" The crowd at the cafeteria entrance was left in astonishment. They had seen the chubby boy charge, yet few had clearly witnessed Lin Mu's movement, even as the boy fell. Lin Mu remained standing, undisturbed. "His punches are remarkably swift," a second-year male student murmured. "Come at me together." Lin Mu beckoned to the remaining challengers. Point 3 advanced, a trio of identical triplet sisters, their attire matching yet differing in hair lengths. "Please, show us your prowess." They bowed in unison as the sisters cast their spells. Lin Mu struck. With a physique comparable to a 2-star magic swordsman, he easily overwhelmed the 3 1-star magic users in a mere moment. They were dispatched from the circle. "Send more challengers." As the 3 fell, 5 more rushed forth. 3 males and 2 females, this time including a 2-star magic user. Lin Mu scanned them, again opting not to summon plants. Relying solely on his physical prowess. Ultimately, none managed to touch him, and the 2-star magic user was left with a broken jaw, swiftly taken away for treatment. What a nuisance. Are you even capable? Let us end this charade. We are wasting each other's time, Lin Mu scoffed. Lin Mu, do not be so arrogant. Those you defeated before were all 1-star. Now it is my turn to challenge you. A girl with short sky-blue hair approached, wielding an exaggerated large sword, igniting a wave of excitement in the crowd. She was the genius magic swordsman from the second-year cohort, Donadora. Wasn't she a 2-star blessing-type magic swordsman? Why was she not on the leaderboard? Be careful, Donadora warned as she advanced, raising her large sword to strike at Lin Mu's head. Meanwhile, in dormitory 301, Olai sat in a wheelchair, pushed to the window by his good friend Jean Lin. Watching the confrontation between Lin Mu and Donadora unfold at the cafeteria entrance, Donadora launched a heavy blow without hesitation. Yet Lin Mu's reaction was even swifter. He bent low, dodging under the arc of her massive sword. Closing in to deliver a powerful punch. Forced to abandon her sword, Donadora raised her palm to meet Lin Mu's fist. A dull thud echoed as they collided. "Olai, your little girlfriend is here to avenge you." "Give it up," Jean Lin remarked from behind Olai. "Just watch," Olai replied, his expression unreadable. The battle between the two continued, transitioning from initial probing to an intense clash. "I will now employ blessing magic. Be on guard," Donadora warned Lin Mu, picking up her large sword once more, striking the ground multiple times. 3 beams of white light surged from her feet, enveloping her entirely. The transformation was remarkable, imbuing her with the strength of the earth and the grace of the wind. In an instant, she darted forward, her speed surging beyond comprehension. The same strike she had attempted now felt inescapable to Lin Mu. What a marvelous blessing magic, such as the power of white magic. Observers gasped in awe as Lin Mu's playful demeanor vanished, replaced by a deep breath. He suddenly flashed a grin at Donadora, saying, "Look behind you." "Childish," Donadora retorted coldly, determined to fight with all her might for her boyfriend Olai. However, before she could bring her sword down, a chill washed over her back, causing her speed to falter. "What?" Donadora's pupils constricted as Lin Mu closed in on her with overwhelming force. The same techniques she had mastered seemed to have accelerated, leaving her unable to react as she was ensnared by Lin Mu's ice magic. What was that? Was it Lin Mu's plant magic? Behind Donadora, a crystal-clear plant emerged, releasing ICPs and emitting a disconcerting sound. "Caw caw caw, care for another round?" The gentle and alluring voice of the mature woman conjures up endless fantasies. Faced with the slowed-down Donadora, Lin Mu skillfully maneuvers, quickly gaining the upper hand with the assistance of the ice archer. However, being a girl, Lin Mu strikes with a measured force, deliberately avoiding her sensitive areas, landing his punches and kicks only on her calves or shoulders. "Damn it, what is going on?" Gritting her teeth, Donadora finds Lin Mu suddenly flashing to her rear, delivering a swift kick to her small backside. Smack. The sound is light, but it infuriates Donadora, who cannot match Lin Mu's speed. "Little girl, remember to be gentler in the future. Such a great sword is ill-suited for you." Lin Mu chuckles as he disarms Donadora of her two-handed sword. Throughout the skirmish, Lin Mu maintains a gentlemanly demeanor, yet having kicked her rear, onlookers perceive him as teasing Donadora in dormitory 301. Ollie, seated in a wheelchair, wears a gloomy expression, his teeth grinding in frustration as he witnesses his girlfriend being toyed with by that damned Lin Mu. Ollie coldly declares, "Jean Lin, I need your assistance." "Ollie, you saw it too." That Lin Mu indeed possesses some strength. He is not merely relying on the life-saving techniques left by the old director Garalu. Jean Lin sighs, unwilling to see his friend descend into madness. "I need you to deliver a letter to Master Edward," Ollie insists. "What letter?" Jean Lin inquires. "I want Lin Mu to kneel before me today, in front of everyone, begging for mercy. I want him dead." Ollie's eyes blaze with fury, yearning to eliminate Lin Mu at the cafeteria's entrance. After seizing Donadora's magical artifact, Lin Mu indicates the end of the challenge, surveying the surroundings. "Who else wishes to join?" Lin Mu. "Do not be so arrogant. Do you believe defeating Donadora secures your place in the top 10? A male classmate retorts coldly. "Less chatter. It's you I challenged. Do you dare to face me?" Lin Mu replies impatiently. "You brought this upon yourself." The male classmate steps forward, and before he can launch an attack, a cacophony of manual bugs resonates. A wounded heart is like shards of glass. Suddenly, a fist-sized ice pea strikes the ground at his feet. In an instant, a layer of icy mist envelopes the male classmate, turning him a shade of blue. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mu lands a punch, knocking him unconscious. Is there anyone else? However, as Lin Mu finishes speaking, he suddenly feels his movements sluggish, having been grazed by the ice archer's magic. Damn it, does this not distinguish friend from foe? Lin Mu curses inwardly. Laughter erupts among the students. Ha! Hurt by his own magic. This must be a first in the Orlon continent. How can there be such a foolish magician in this world? Lin Mu, did you not want us to join forces? You shall not regret this. Seize the moment. The remaining challengers, all first-year students who have just recently become magicians, realize they are no match for Lin Mu. Now that Lin Mu has been injured by his own magic, it presents them with an opportunity. The remaining 30 to 40 challengers close in, mounting a coordinated assault. Altogether, even better. A glint of malice flashes in Lin Mu's eyes as he quickly distances himself from the crowd. Unfortunately, slowed by the ice archer's magic, he is soon cornered at the edge of the cafeteria building. Useless Lin Mu, surrender your spot in the top 10. The magic dormitory does not belong to you. The challengers approach, cracking their knuckles, eager to teach Lin Mu a lesson. Then come at me. Lin Mu replies nonchalantly, leaning against the cafeteria wall, observing the challengers die. As one challenger, only 7 or 8 meters away, lightly sways his wand, preparing to cast a spell. Lin Mu murmurs, just about time. In an instant, he snaps his fingers, and 4 potato bombs appear, emitting the shrieks of young girls. Ah, rogue! Rogue! Come and deal with the rogue. Wow, you moved. You moved again and again, cursing, damn it. Fack, don't come near me. With that, an explosion ensues. Boom, boom. The blast engulfs the remaining 30 to 40 challengers. Amidst the chaos, Lin Mu remains expressionless, watching as the challengers are buffeted by the force of the potato bombs. However, just when disaster seems imminent, a fiery red magical shield flashes into existence, protecting each challenger. Even so, they are still thrown about by the explosive potato barrage. The 4 potato bombs unleash unimaginable devastation upon the gathered crowd. In one fell swoop, Lin Mu neutralizes the remaining challengers. The arena falls silent, the aftermath of the explosion giving way to murmurs of astonishment. Hiss, this Lin Mu. How did he manage that? With 11 inches of magical power. Everyone present bears witness. Yet, this so-called magical waste has single-handedly defeated 30 to 40 challengers, not to mention his earlier victory over Donadora and several other formidable challengers. In this battle, Lin Mu rises to prominence, compelling all first-year students to lower their proud heads. Not far off, Vice Dean Kent smiles faintly, knowing he made the right call placing Lin Mu in the 10th position. At least he has not been disappointed. Beside him, Dean Naley's lips twitch as he gazes at Lin Mu's calm demeanor with great surprise. When did that kid become so composed, even casting a magical shield for the challengers in advance? Yet, he still finds it too astonishing and utterly unbelievable. During his 6-month seclusion, that little brat truly did it. This was an unequal challenge. No 1-on-1, no 3-on-1, nor 5-on-1, but rather an overwhelming tide of challengers surging forth together. Does the esteemed dean intend to remove Lin Mu from the top 10 of the genius rankings? Kent inquires knowingly. Let us observe for now, Naley replies, casting a deep glance at Lin Mu. Just as the smoke from the potato bombs begins to clear, an elderly man rushes in, flustered. Vice Dean Kent. Bad news. Captain Allen is back. The doorman exclaims anxiously. Allen from the Holy Judgment Institute. What brings him here? Naley and Vice Dean Kent look on simultaneously. There, Allen and Edward approach, sharing laughter. Upon seeing Edward and Allen, Kent immediately steps forward, greeting them warmly. Ah, Captain Allen and Master Edward. Greetings, Vice Dean Kent, Allen replies with a smile. But upon seeing Naley, his expression shifts, and he quickly steps forward, bowing. Esteemed Dean Naley, it is truly wonderful news that you have emerged from seclusion. Captain Allen, long time no see, Naley responds with a smile and a nod. At this moment, Kent inquires, is there a particular purpose for your visit? No, esteemed Vice Dean Kent. We merely wish to witness a challenge. Edward interjects with a smile. A challenge, but that is already past, Kent remarks. Just then, an extremely cold voice resonates throughout the hall. Lin Mu. I, Ollie Simon, officially challenge you, with life and death at stake. Do you dare accept? The voice, heavy and resolute, belongs to Ollie, seated in a wheelchair. Wow, it's Ollie. Isn't he a third-year magician? Is he really challenging Lin Mu? The spectators quickly recognize Ollie. Why is he injured and in a wheelchair? The students are filled with curiosity. Only a few witness the magical assessment that led to his injury. Ollie, you wish to challenge me? Lin Mu gazes at Ollie in confusion, noting his weak demeanor, struggling even to stand. Lin Mu had prepared him for this during the assessment, if he was hurt by the potato bombs. It was simply unavoidable. Lin Mu. Do you dare? The relentless pursuit of Ollie continues. The genius rankings have just begun, and with the rules in place to welcome challenges at all times, Ollie is determined to force Lin Mu into confrontation. At this moment, Tang Nadola, who had previously been defeated by Lin Mu, hurried over. Olai, why aren't you resting properly in your dormitory? Nana, Olai recalled the scene of Tangadola's defeat, a shiver coursing through him. And his gaze towards Lin Mu grew even more frenzied. You two know each other? Lin Mu suddenly smiled. No wonder little sister Tangna was so intent on eliminating me. Lin Mu, as a fellow student of the academy. Why have you inflicted such severe harm upon Olai? Shouldn't this be a point of reflection for you? Tangadola exclaimed. Reflect? You ought to ask him why. During my magical assessment, he sought to sever my arm. Lin Mu retorted, gesturing dismissively. Nana, don't listen to his nonsense. Step aside, Olai interjected. Just then, Master Edward appeared to have discovered something intriguing and beckoned Alan to come closer. Is this young brother the one who invited me and Captain Alan to observe? What a handsome lad. Master Edward, Captain Alan, I wish to request your presence as witnesses to the duel between Lin Mu and myself. Should any casualties occur, I ask that the Holy Tribunal declare me innocent. Olai declared from his wheelchair. Indeed, the Holy Tribunal has the obligation to certify the results of duels between magicians, Alan stated with conviction. However, Edward's gaze towards Lin Mu now bore a hint of animosity. Sensing a feeling of being set up, Lin Mu inquired, Have you been planning to gamble with my life all along? You pathetic fool, what do you know of life and death? Even if you dare to accept the challenge. It would merely be a one-sided slaughter, Olai spat with venom. Captain Alan, this is a private challenge between students of Ike Magic Academy. May we handle it ourselves? Vice Principal Kent stated expressionlessly. Alan hesitated momentarily. At this moment, Edward interjected, Vice Principal Kent, while this may pertain to your academy, it also involves the matter between magicians, does it not? Why not grant young gentleman Olai a fair opportunity with Edward's support? Alan suddenly regained his composure and declared, as the captain of the Holy Tribunal in Boss City, I believe I have the duty to witness the duel between these two valiant contenders. But, Vice Principal Kent attempted to speak again, but was interrupted by Olai. Vice Principal Kent, Principal Naley, please do not interfere in the duel between Lin Mu and myself. Seeing Olai's determination, Kent and Naley could no longer impede the duel. What say you, coward? Do you dare to duel with me? Olai asked with a disdainful glint in his eyes. Wow, Senior Olai is so impressive. Even sitting in a wheelchair, he dares to speak like that. I bet Lin Mu must be terrified, even though he defeated Tangadola. But Olai is a third-year senior after all. At that moment, Olai added, Of course, if you lack the courage, I permit you to kneel and bark like a dog 3 times. Perfect timing, Lin Mu suddenly smiled. Perfect timing for what? Perfect timing for me to cut you down, Lin Mu grinned, confident that he could defeat Olai once more. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. Olai pulled a crimson potion from his pocket and drank it. Instantly, his aura surged, and he rose from his wheelchair. That was a blood-burst potion. Has Olai lost his mind? How could he dare to drink such a potion? Elder Nar's eyes widened. The students were oblivious. But Kent and Nar recognized the potion, realizing it was too late to intervene. Olai stood up and stretched his limbs, then drew a silver long sword from behind his wheelchair. Which arm shall I sever first? The left one, perhaps. Olai smirked darkly as he launched an attack on Lin Mu. He moved like a phantom, swiftly closing the distance between them, his longsword twisting as it lunged towards Lin Mu's left arm. To regain strength in such a short time, that potion must be quite effective, Lin Mu thought as he evaded Olai while summoning an ice archer. Your summons are ineffective against me, Olai countered. Spinning around to unleash a wind blade from his enchanted sword, obliterating the ice pea and extinguishing Lin Mu's spell before it could even manifest a word. Impressive. Lin Mu was momentarily taken aback. This was truly his first battle, and his opponent, Olai, was a 3-star wind mage knight. Spells like the wind blade could be cast instantaneously. With the fusion of physical prowess and magic, Olai unleashed his true strength. A stark contrast to his previous performance during the assessment on the back mountain. Die! Olai roared, swinging his sword at Lin Mu from a distance. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A flurry of wind blades erupted, with magical rings surging from beneath Olai's feet. Though a 1-star spell, its power was formidable. Faced with such an assault, Lin Mu dodged left and right, but eventually he was caught off guard, and a gash was cut into his left arm. Seeing this, Vice Principal Kent's pupils constricted as he murmured, When did the protective power of the celestial robe get used up? Now, Lin Mu's summoned creatures would be destroyed by Olai's wind blades, so he refrained from summoning plants and instead sought opportunities to counterattack. Look at that! Lin Mu is in such a predicament. Senior Olai truly lives up to his reputation as a top 10 genius mage knight in the third year. He can cast wind blades without incantation. The onlookers were enthralled, especially since Lin Mu had previously displayed such arrogance. Feel the might of my second star magic, wind blade. Olai's gaze was fierce as he gathered his energy for a moment before striking with his longsword. A dual-star magical ring surged from beneath his feet, spiraling up to his wrist, ultimately forming a transparent wind blade the length of his arm through the magical device. The second star wind blade was significantly faster than the first star wind blade. And even with Lin Mu's full burst of speed, he was still grazed on the calf. Blood flowed from the gash in his silver-blue magical robe, which now bore several small tears. This cannot continue. I must find an opportunity to take the offensive. Seizing the moment while Olai was casting magic, Lin Mu lunged forward. Want to engage in close combat? Just what I desire. Olai mirrored Lin Mu's movement, charging forward with his sword poised for a horizontal sweep. Slash. His magical sword was imbued with a transparent flame, tearing through the air to strike at Lin Mu's neck. Another spell. Senior Olai's mastery of wind magic is simply extraordinary. The enchantment upon his sword must be the second star wind cut, and it's instantaneous. The spectators grew increasingly excited. Yet, Lin Mu, faced with this deadly strike, could only roll on the ground to narrowly evade the attack. Die. Olai seized the opportunity, gripping his sword with both hands and delivering a powerful downward thrust. As the sword's edge shimmered, it seemed inevitable that it would pierce Lin Mu. Suddenly, however, Olai's movements faltered. Another one. Perhaps, though my hands cannot aid you, my dark ice archer's barrel may not be very aggressive, but it's certainly insulting with its ice pea. While it didn't slow Olai down, it still possessed the might of a second star spell. Momentarily halting Olai's attack, seizing the chance, Lin Mu rolled aside, evading the strike, and, with a thought, summoned the square potato array without warning. With oval-shaped heads, twinkling little eyes, and A-shaped lever atop, they formed an array that encircled Olai. Ah, you pervert! Don't come any closer! Boom! A resounding explosion echoed throughout the arena. When Lin Mu stood up, believing the battle had concluded, a chilling sensation gripped him, causing his hair to stand on end. What? Instinctively, Lin Mu leaned back, the sword's edge grazing his neck. As the smoke from the explosion cleared, Olai bore a faint magical shield, and at the side of the potato thunder's explosion lay a transparent shadow, elemental clone. A life-saving technique exclusive to 3-star magicians. Go, Senior Olai. Amidst the crowd, students supporting Olai shouted, "Did you think my recovery during this period was merely for healing?" Olai's gaze turned icy as he launched another assault on Lin Mu. After battling fiercely until now, Lin Mu found himself completely drained of magical energy. The 4-quadrant potato formation, composed of 4 potato thunder spells, required a staggering 8 points of magic to conjure. This was despite the 6 points of magic he had gained from completing a prior task. With his magic now depleted, he had no choice but to seek another opportunity. I still have 13 points of magic left in my robe. Let us summon a cherry bomb. In a moment of desperation, Lin Mu reluctantly called forth a cherry bomb he had never held in high regard. The 10-cost plant, the cherry bomb, appeared without warning. Its vibrant red form was topped with a 3-leaf fan, connected by 2 stems that anchored into its 2 heads. Each head bore a pair of asymmetrical eyes and a small, rosy mouth. Upon its arrival, the 2 heads paused momentarily, then swiftly scanned the battlefield. Hey! It's going to explode. The cherry bomb bounced excitedly as the 2 heads conspired and dashed towards the back mountain. Damn it, I knew it, Lin Mu gritted his teeth. Meanwhile, the onlookers exhibited peculiar expressions, ultimately bursting into laughter. Ha! Was this truly Lin Mu's plant-based magic? Could such a spell genuinely lead him to victory? Look at those 2 enlarged cherries. They look so foolish. The uncertain nature of the cherry bomb forced Lin Mu to place his hopes on the mere 3 points of magic he had left. Yet, there was still a glimmer of opportunity for triumph. The previous 4-quadrant potato formation had already compelled Olai to deploy elemental clones and a magical shield. Thus, the shield enveloping him was now precariously unstable, teetering on the brink of collapse. A defenseless body is ill-equipped to withstand a 2-star magic attack, and this presented Lin Mu with a chance. However, the prerequisite was that he needed to shatter Olai's magical shield. As thoughts raced through his mind, Lin Mu gritted his teeth and initiated an assault. He charged recklessly towards Olai, unleashing the full force of his physique, startling the spectators. Enough? I have no interest in torturing you anymore. Perish! Olai gripped his sword, muttering incantations that moment. Lin Mu was still at a distance, but suddenly exclaimed, "Look behind you!" Distrustful, Olai turned to glance over his shoulder, only to find nothing there to be by the time he turned back. Lin Mu's fist was already upon him. With a thunderous impact, it struck his magical shield. The already fragile shield rippled under the force of the blow but did not shatter immediately. Are you mocking me? Enraged, Olai swung his sword, but Lin Mu deftly evaded the attack. As the storm's sharpness threatened to engulf him, Lin Mu, quick-witted, remarked, "Hey, your girlfriend, Tang Na Duo has quite the nice touch. Would you like to hear more?" "You're talking nonsense." Olai's spell was once again interrupted, his face flushing with anger. "Did you really understand the duel between me and Nana?" Lin Mu smirked. "I clearly saw it. Do you think a 2-star blessing-type magic swordsman like Tang Na Duo could be easily defeated by me? Think about it. Are those students from the white magic department so easily vanquished?" Lin Mu chuckled. "I'll kill you." Olai descended into madness, his magical sword slashing wildly, summoning a flurry of wind blades. In the face of Olai's frantic casting, Lin Mu skillfully evaded, taunting, "Oh dear, I really overestimated you. After spending so much time with Nana, you remain so naive." Olai, choked with rage, could hardly contain himself, shouting, "You bastard. If you utter another word, I'll sever your limbs. Oh, by the way, let me ask you one more question. Who do you think is more handsome, you or me?" With his banter, Lin Mu appeared even more charming. You. Look behind you." Lin Mu said with a smile. "I'll kill you. I'll kill you. I'll kill you." Olai continually muttered, swinging his sword as several wind blades erupted around him. A voice sounded from behind. "Da-da-da? Would you like another round?" The wounded heart shattered like glass shards. Two differently colored peas flashed rapidly, striking Olai's magical shield with a resounding crack, finally shattering it, before the Peashooter and Ice Shooter could launch their second attack. Olai began to tremble violently, suddenly spewing blood towards the sky. The crimson blood sprayed out like mist, and Olai, as if struck by lightning, deep within his heart, began to deny the love he shared with Tang Na Duo. Moments later, his eyes bulged, and he collapsed to the ground, motionless. "Is this it?" Lin Mu shook his head, adopting a demeanor of a solitary master, sighing, "No one can replicate my flamboyant maneuvers, not even I can." Witnessing this scene, Knockant and others shook their heads in dismay. Olai had been interrupted thrice while casting, a grave taboo for a magician in battle, and he had forgotten this crucial point entirely. Olai had fallen, defeated in a manner that left everyone bewildered, while Lin Mu casually glanced at Alan and Edward, feigning a sigh. "Alas, some people's ambitions will soon come to naught. Did you think that if I perished, those works would belong to you? Even in death, a plagiarist remains a plagiarist, unworthy of the spotlight, nothing more than a shadow. You." Edward seethed, nearly spitting blood, but fortunately, Alan caught him just in time, with a lie down. Seemingly unable to awaken, Lin Mu surveyed the surroundings, noting that there were still hundreds of students present. He declared openly, "Next time, I shall strike with lethal intent." Hiss, the crowd gasped. Wasn't this already a lethal strike? However, amidst the crowd, one voice of dissent arose. Tang Na Duo, disregarding her mentor's attempts to restrain her, dashed to Olai's side, desperately trying to awaken him. Unfortunately, once the effects of the blood burst potion wore off, Olai's condition only worsened, proving far from easy to rouse. "Lin Mu, you despicable fiend," Tang Na Duo shouted in rage. "Despicable? The Academy's challenge. What do you think it meant when he summoned Alan from the Holy Judgment Institute? Surely, you must see that he intended to kill me." Lin Mu scoffed, striding towards his magical dormitory. Even long after he departed, the students remained in shock. If Lin Mu had merely defeated first-year students, that would be one thing. Yet, in this challenge, he had also faced formidable second-year students like Tang Na Duo. If that wasn't enough to demonstrate Lin Mu's prowess, Olai's defeat unequivocally solidified Lin Mu's position as the 10th-ranked genius. He had proven himself through strength, having bested even the top 10 third-year student Olai, showcasing his immense power. He actually lost. Edward murmured in disbelief. "Lin Mu, brother, did you hear? A dead man." A cute figure waved excitedly from the crowd. Before the duel commenced, he had received an expedited letter from Baron Murphy's post office. The letter detailed that Eli was to engage in a life-and-death duel with Lin Mu, and he was instructed to bring Alan from the Holy Judgment Institute along. The purpose was to witness the duel between magicians. In cases of fatality, only the Holy Judgment Institute could intervene as long as both parties agreed to the duel. The one who caused the death would face no consequences. Yet Edward never anticipated that Eli, having consumed the blood-burst potion, would still fall at the hands of that accursed Lin Mu. It was known that before their duel, Lin Mu had already faced over 50 challengers. And to still have the strength to defeat Eli was utterly unimaginable. Gradually, Edward began to view Lin Mu as a lifelong rival, whether in class, where Lin Mu had composed dozens of songs on the spot, or at Carol's birthday banquet, where he had performed 2 songs. Every instance drove Edward to madness. Alas, fate had played its hand against them, and they had underestimated Lin Mu's strength. The result was that Eli lay in a state of oblivion. And even if his life were spared, it was uncertain whether he would ever awaken. Esteemed Master Edward, now that the duel has concluded, would you care to stay at the academy for a meal? Vice Dean Kent remarked, laced with sarcasm. Edward had brought Alan from the Holy Judgment Institute prior to the duel. Anyone with a modicum of sense understood his intentions, though. What a splendid duel it was. Since it has concluded, let us return, Captain Alan. Edward appeared composed on the surface, yet his heart was tumultuous within. As he and Alan exited the academy, they encountered Parker Curie at the corner. Esteemed Master Edward, I am fortunate to meet you here, Parker said politely. Who are you? Edward inquired. Wasn't the duel between Lin Mu and Eli spectacular? Parker chuckled. Are you a friend of Lin Mu? Oh no. Like you, I wish for Lin Mu to leave the academy as soon as possible. Naturally, I would prefer he suffers great humiliation, so that my beloved goddess, Aishi, can recognize Lin Mu's shortcomings, Parker replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Edward smiled. It was indeed a disheartening matter when one's goddess favored another. By the way, my aunt is Madame Curie. She holds your oratory in high regard. Parker added with a smile that it is truly my fortune to know that. Edward skillfully responded, Now, young Curie, how may I assist you? Taken aback by the question, Parker quickly focused on his purpose for approaching Edward and said, Indeed, esteemed Master Edward, that Lin Mu is utterly detestable. Shouldn't we devise a plan to thwart him? I am all ears, Edward replied with a smile. Well, Lin Mu is exceedingly powerful. Even Oli was defeated by him. It seems the only one capable of besting him is the reclusive Master Bowen in the back mountains. Parker mused after a moment. Master Bowen? Edward's curiosity was piqued. He is one of the most gifted mages in the history of our Yak Magic Academy. At just 19, he has already achieved the rank of a 4-star mage. He awakened both lightning and fire elements. Defeating Lin Mu should be a trivial task for him. Parker elaborated, observing Edward's expression. A 4-star at 19. That is indeed a remarkable talent. To reach 4 stars before the age of 20 marks one as a prodigious mage. Someone even the nobility would seek to befriend. Such individuals are destined for greatness. Edward nodded in agreement. However, Master Bowen has no enmity with Lin Mu, which makes it difficult to provoke him into action against Lin Mu. Parker added, What can I do? Speak freely, Edward stated without reservation, willing to go to great lengths to undermine Lin Mu. That would be splendid. I have heard that Master Bowen is fascinated by legendary events from the previous magical era. If someone could present him with a scroll of legendary fragments that cannot be found on the market, I believe he would be quite willing to assist us. Parker proposed that a scroll of legendary fragments not found on the market. Edward's eyes lit up. During my travels across the continent, I brought back a few scrolls, all with my attendant. He is currently at the St. Trial Academy's guest house. You may accompany me to retrieve them. I would be delighted to befriend a genius like Master Bowen. The Earth Goddess shall appreciate your generosity. Thus, the two of them reached an agreement, albeit somewhat haphazardly. The following day, Lin Mu awoke, sitting cross-legged on his bed. Upon looking down, he discovered that his magic robe had once again been charged with 3 stars, equating to a full 30 points of magic power. He glanced at his system panel. Name, Lin Mu Magic Power, 5, 17, Talent, Plant Space. Zombie Space Challenge Task. Please accept a challenge from 50 individuals simultaneously 50-50. Task Reward. Magic Power 6. Task completed. With his current strength, without summoning ordinary zombies, it would be quite challenging to defeat a 3-star mage. Even in yesterday's circumstances, he had not revealed his trump cards yet had still bested Oli. Upon returning, he reflected, magic power is always the most essential resource a mage must preserve. Had he chosen to summon ordinary zombies instead of the cherry bomb at the last moment, he would not have needed to rely on words to defeat Olai. Having replaced sleep with cultivation for the night, Lin Mu, invigorated, was preparing to head to the cafeteria for lunch when a knock echoed at the dormitory door. "Who is it?" Lin Mu asked as he rose to open the door. Upon swinging it wide, a youth with shifty eyes scrutinized him with an invasive gaze. "Who are you?" Lin Mu inquired. The boy continued to inspect him, his aggressive scrutiny reminiscent of examining an ant, which displeased Lin Mu. "If you have nothing to say, then don't disturb me." Just as Lin Mu was about to close the door, the boy suddenly scoffed. "You're nothing special." "What do you mean?" Lin Mu's expression darkened as he asked. The boy shook his head, condescendingly stating, "Master Bowen has emerged from his seclusion. He wishes to meet you." "Then let him come." "I have no time to entertain him," Lin Mu retorted, preparing to shut the door. However, the boy's hand shot out, gripping the door firmly. "Lin Mu, who do you think you are? Just a worthless connection. Master Bowen meeting you is the greatest honor of your life. Go and pay your respects," the boy declared emphatically. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Lin Mu laughed, casually cleaning his ears with a finger. "I'll remind you for the last time. Go and pay your respects to Master Bowen. Or else what?" the boy countered, his voice trailing off. "You wait here," Lin Mu replied. "What? Look behind you." The boy turned to see nothing, and as he turned back, a fist was rapidly approaching. "Ouch," he yelped, stumbling back in pain, his anger igniting. "Fool, do you not know who Lin Mu is? Go ask around. If you dare disturb me again, you can consider yourself fortunate to leave this dormitory in one piece." Bang! The dormitory door slammed shut, and Lin Mu felt a shiver run down his spine. "What a nuisance. If I don't give you a lesson, you want to understand that my second sister is a lady," even after closing the door. The boy's furious shouts echoed outside. "Damn Lin Mu, you worthless fool. You will regret this. Meeting Master Bowen is the greatest honor of your life. I will relay your words, and you can prepare to be expelled from the magic dormitory." Bowen, the genius disciple within. A 4-star mage with dual lightning and fire elements. Lin Mu furrowed his brow, recalling information about Bowen. Wasn't he in seclusion, preparing to break through to 5 stars? Why would he suddenly emerge? Ultimately, Lin Mu shook his head and proceeded to the cafeteria. "David, your culinary skills have truly improved. Look at how much the students enjoy your dishes," Lin Mu remarked as he stood at the kitchen window, waiting for his plate. "Of course, but no matter how skilled I am, it pales in comparison to the talent of my beloved daughter. Yesterday, the dean praised my dear Selena to no end upon his emergence from seclusion," David said, his pride evident when speaking of his daughter. All right. Just give me 2 portions of steak. I need to eat quickly as I have to." Before he could finish, the entire second floor of the cafeteria fell into a deafening silence. A silence so profound that not a single sound could be heard. When Lin Mu turned back in curiosity, a silver-haired youth had approached. Wearing a cold expression. In a commanding tone, he told Lin Mu, "Vacate the magic dormitory in the 10th spot on the genius list, and I will allow you to remain at Yak Magic Academy." "What nonsense is this?" Lin Mu was taken aback. That moment, the second floor of the cafeteria erupted with commotion, as if a river had burst forth with its full might. "Bowen Truman, it is Master Bowen, our Yak Magic Academy's top genius mage, a 4-star mage with dual lightning and fire elements, the student most favored by the dean, who took him as a disciple a year ago. Upon his emergence, he is likely ready to ascend to 5 stars. My goodness, a 5-star mage at just 20 years old is beyond imagination. Throughout the continent, there may not be another mage with such talent. Master Bowen could use his gifts to challenge a baron or even a viscount. In the Orlon continent, counts, marquises, earls, viscounts, and barons are all beneath the nobility, who are the highest existences in this world. Yet there are always some prodigious mages. Those who achieve 4 stars before 20 are enough to catch the attention of duchies. Once cultivated, such talents have limitless futures. This leads to the equal status of genius mages and nobility. For without a doubt, they are qualified to establish their own magic towers in the future. At that time, even the nobility will seek to curry favor with such individuals. And at this very moment, such a person stood openly on the second floor of the cafeteria, addressing a mage of little worth, demanding that he withdraw from unnecessary conflicts. By what right? Lin Mu gazed calmly at Bowen. "I offer you 2 choices. Leave the Yak Magic Academy on your own accord, or duel me, if you dare to face death." Bowen stared at Lin Mu with an impassive expression. Hearing this, Lin Mu fell silent, his fists clenched tightly at his sides that he was uncertain about Bowen's true strength. But if he possessed 4 stars, victory would be exceedingly difficult. After all, his greatest trump card, the ordinary zombies, had merely 3-star power even when enraged. Even with his magic robe brimming with magical energy, he could summon only 5 ordinary zombies. 5 3-star magic swordsmen challenging a 4-star dual-element magician was nothing short of a fool's dream. Hey, everyone, look, Lin Mu is afraid. Just look at how tightly he's gripping his fists. What use is that? Heaven sends rain, and man brings death. Let him try to act arrogant again, no matter how great one's talent. In the presence of Senior Bowen, it would be swept away like dust. Lin Mu dared to act boastfully before Senior Bowen. Yet, he could not accept Bowen's conditions. He could forego the reward for being in the top 10 of the genius list. But the magic dormitory was his home, the place where he had lived for 3 years. In 3 years of traversing this world, it was the only place that had offered him warmth, small yet cozy. Filled with all his memories with the old man Garilu, a place he would fight to protect with his life. Have you made your decision? Or do you wish to kneel and bark like a dog? Bark 3 times, and I shall let you go. A glimmer of disdainful amusement flickered in the corner of Bowen's eye. He had long been intolerant of Lin Mu, for by rights, the magic dormitory should have been his exclusive residence. Not to mention, early this morning, Parker had come to him with a legendary scroll, the contents of which piqued his interest. Thus, he was unafraid to emerge from seclusion to help solve a problem for another. Have you made up your mind? Bowen pressed relentlessly. I've made up my mind. You fool, Lin Mu suddenly laughed, as he often did. You are courting death? No one had ever dared to speak to him so boldly. As soon as the words left his mouth, Bowen spread his palm and forcefully drew in, unleashing a fire dragon vortex from his hand. Lin Mu rolled on the ground, narrowly avoiding the fiery tempest, which shattered the glass of a display case. Good reflexes, but still not enough. Bowen feigned a strike with his right hand, causing a purple staff to materialize. This only served to highlight Lin Mu's formidable strength, as he had withstood that fire dragon claw purely through his exceptional physical prowess. Without the aid of any magical artifacts, the battle was on the verge of erupting when a cold voice echoed from the staircase on the 2nd floor. Do you intend to destroy the cafeteria? Everyone turned to see Vice Dean Kent and the inner dean, who had appeared at the staircase, the latter being the one who spoke. Usually amiable and approachable, he now wore a rare frown. Bowen, you should be in the back mountains, your place of seclusion, the inner dean remarked coolly. Teacher, the magical elements in the back mountains are not strong. I believe I should move into the magic dormitory. Bowen replied to the inner dean. The inner dean hesitated. Normally, he would indulge Bowen, his most valued disciple, even if he acted a bit arrogant. However, this time was different. This time, his adversary was Lin Mu, the sole child of the venerable old Dean Garilu. Although he had been brought from the outside, the elders and mentors could see how much Garila cherished this child. This affection naturally made those who admired Garila care more about Lin Mu, which was why Lin Mu had been able to live quietly in the magic dormitory for 3 years. In fact, had it not been for the Academy's reforms, Lin Mu could have continued living there. Dean, after all, Bowen is the most talented individual in our Academy. His request is not unreasonable, Vice Dean Kent interjected. Indeed, Dean, we would prefer to have a talent like Senior Bowen reside in the magic dormitory rather than that arrogant brat Lin Mu, chimed in Parker, who had just walked up from the 1st floor, his eyes gleaming with amusement at Lin Mu's predicament. Dean, I believe this is not appropriate. Another melodious voice joined in as a figure with ice blue hair ascended the stairs. Her features were sculpted with exquisite precision, her fair and delicate face capable of captivating any man. Her name was Aishi Kuluz, the new mentor of the Academy. Inner Dean, I believe Bowen's talent is already formidable. An additional magic dormitory would not significantly benefit him, whereas Lin Mu is different. His talent has only recently been awakened. With the support of a magic dormitory, he could potentially reach even greater heights. Aishi analyzed earnestly. Aishi Kuluz, are you the celebrated daughter of the Kuluz family who has recently been making waves in the Academy? I hear you are also a 4-star magician. Do you dare to accept my challenge? Bowen queried, his tone laced with veiled intent. However, before he could finish, the inner dean rebuked him loudly. Bowen, you are being foolish. Mentor Aishi's strength far exceeds your imagination. 10 of you would not be her match. The inner dean's words left everyone present in stunned silence. But a 4-star magic archer, Aishi, could elicit such high praise from a 7-star Grand Magician like the Inner Dean, as the Inner Dean chastised Bowen. Aishi's gaze lingered on Lin Mu. For some reason, she felt that Lin Mu appeared particularly lonely at that moment, as if he were out of place among everything around him, standing beside a desk. He seemed so solitary, his silver-blue magic robe now bearing several small tears. Perhaps a genius like him would always be this lonely. This thought reminded her of the day at Carol's birthday banquet, when he sang Angel's Wings and wrote for Huang Huai, pondering what kind of experiences one must undergo to compose such emotionally rich songs, and that song Thunder. She still vividly remembered how Lin Mu had sung 3 different versions for her in the back mountains, starting off comically and embarrassingly before ultimately leaving her utterly entranced. Thus, when she encountered this situation today, she instinctively chose to stand behind Lin Mu, an innate decision that reflected her true desire to tea that moment. Parker suddenly spoke up. Lin Mu, you coward, do you only dare to hide behind Mentor Aishi? He drew the conflict toward Lin Mu, leaving Bowen momentarily stunned by the rebuke, before he turned to Lin Mu. Make your choice. Relinquish the magic dormitory and the reward for being 10th on the genius list. Or kneel and bark like a dog. His disdain and the scornful gazes of the surrounding students suddenly provoked a laugh from Lin Mu. Fine. Aren't we supposed to duel? Then let us proceed. Whoever flinches is a coward. Then come forth and meet your demise, Bowen declared, striding out towards the cafeteria. Lin Mu followed closely behind, and the other students, witnessing the unfolding drama, eagerly trailed after them. Ha. This is it. Lin Mu's good days are over. Does he still think his plant-based magic can defeat the formidable Bowen? I can already envision the scene of him begging for mercy on his knees before Bowen. The crowd gathered on the training grounds, and Bowen and Lin Mu halted 10 meters apart. Bowen spoke casually. I will allow you 3 magical strikes. Otherwise, if you lose later, do not claim I bullied you. No need. Come on. Lin Mu suddenly became impatient, charging towards Bowen, while simultaneously setting up 4 potato bombs around him, strategically placed before, behind, and to both sides of Bowen. Ah, you rogue. You foul rogue. Don't come any closer. Please don't move. I beg you, don't move any further. Boom. An explosion erupted, filling the air with white smoke, consuming 8 points of magic energy from Lin Mu's robe. Yet, he did not expect Bowen to be defeated so easily. Sure enough, as the smoke cleared, Bowen stood unscathed, enveloped by a faintly flickering purple magical shield. The 4 potato bombs had not even breached his magical barrier. Impressive magic. You still have 2 more chances to strike. Bowen remarked without lifting his eyelids. 2 more chances, then I shall give it my all. In the next moment, 2 figures appeared not far from Bowen. They were diminutive, with green skin and oversized eyes. Dressed in tattered brown suits and red ties, their lower halves clad in worn blue jeans, one leg missing a patch of fabric, revealing a ghastly green bone beneath. As the ordinary zombies staggered forward, they began to sing in a wobbly voice. You little enchantress, have ensnared me with your love's poison, but refuse to give me the antidote. Little rascal. Oh, I can hardly bear it. Save me. The solution is quite simple. Let me devour your brain. They appear exceedingly feeble, as if a mere gust of wind could topple them. The onlookers were initially taken aback, but soon erupted into uproarious laughter. Ha ha ha. What manner of summoning is this? Undead. How pathetic. Among the spectators, only Elder Kent and Elder Nail recognized the ordinary zombies. They exchanged incredulous glances, each seeing disbelief mirrored in the other's eyes. Elder, he had previously identified them as witch corpses, also known as zombies. Yet he never anticipated that these could also be Lin Mu's summoned entities. With plant-type summons, alongside the undead, could it be? A sudden chill gripped the hearts of the 3. Summoning system, plant type. Undead type, a mage with trifecta talents. This elucidated why Lin Mu, despite possessing only an 11th level magic rank, could unleash such formidable power. What a summoning. Oh, I'm laughing so hard my stomach hurts. The students were doubled over with laughter. And Lin Mu bellowed. You are all too ordinary. As soon as his words fell, the 2 zombies instantly went berserk, their pupils glowing crimson in the sunlight. Their earthy brown suits billowed with tendrils of dark energy, creating a rather intimidating sight. In an instant, the ordinary zombies underwent a dramatic transformation, darting towards Bowen with astonishing speed, their sharp, glossy claws relentlessly tearing at his magical shield. I want to eat your brain. I want to consume your brain. Brain. The frenzied antics of the ordinary zombies left the observers aghast. One moment they were dazed and confused, the next they moved with the swiftness of the wind. What kind of summoning is this? However, the appearance of the ordinary zombies did not shift the tide of the battle. After a brief moment of surprise, Bowen elegantly waved his staff, unleashing a slender bolt of lightning from the purple magic gem atop it. A 3-star magic lightning bolt. Bowen executed it with instantaneous precision. In the next heartbeat, the lightning bolt homed in on the head of the ordinary zombie, darting through the first and swiftly leaping to the second. In mere moments, both ordinary zombies collapsed to the ground. Even in defeat, the two ordinary zombies clawed at Bowen's magical shield. You have one more chance to strike. Bowen cast a casual glance at Lin Mu. Hiss. A profound silence enveloped the arena. Bowen's attack had been so decisive. With just a single cast of the lightning bolt, he had dispatched Lin Mu's 2 summoned creatures. This rendered the duel utterly predictable. Good heavens! Is this truly the first genius of our Yak Magic Academy? He could easily annihilate Lin Mu, and he had even allowed Lin Mu 2 opportunities. The crowd was left in shock. I have 7 points of magical energy remaining. Lin Mu glanced helplessly at the system panel. He had sacrificed sleep for cultivation the previous night, charging his magical robe with 30 points of magic energy. Yet after just one battle, he was down to a mere 7. I will attempt once more. However, Lin Mu was not one to simply resign himself to fate, even with the slightest chance left. He would not easily concede. Alas, this duel is exceedingly dull. It is merely Bowen's one-sided slaughter of Lin Mu. What difference would it make if he were to unleash another spell? Would he not ultimately fall before Bowen? Some students even shouted into the arena, Lin Mu, you're useless. Just give up. Why not kneel and bark like a dog? Ha! Get lost. Lin Mu shouted in anger, charging at Bowen once more. This time, he poured all his magical energy into summoning an ice shooter and 5 Peashooters. Upon completing the summoning, he disregarded the erratic nature of his plant-type summons and engaged Bowen in close combat. His physique was not weak, resembling that of a 2-star magic swordsman, and combined with the plant's assistance, he caused Bowen considerable trouble. Most notably, Bowen's magical shield began to weaken, appearing on the verge of shattering. Yet, Bowen merely smiled disdainfully. 3 spells cast, yet you fail to inflict any damage upon me. They were correct. You are indeed a magical failure. As Bowen spoke, he lightly waved his staff, sending forth another lightning bolt towards Lin Mu. The speed of the lightning, a 3-star magic bolt, was so rapid that Lin Mu had no time to react, being knocked back several paces. Someone who cannot even breach Bowen's magical shield is unworthy of standing in the 10th position on the genius list. Yes, he is unworthy. At that moment, 2 voices suddenly rang out in the arena. Hey, hey, it's about to explode. Hey, hey, it's about to explode. A gargantuan double-headed cherry, magnified countless times to the size of a basketball, bobbed into the arena and came to rest at Bowen's feet, suddenly swelling dramatically. The cherry expanded to the height of a person and erupted with a thunderous bang. Boom! The explosive sound resonated like thunder. A cloud of white smoke engulfing the arena. As the smoke dissipated, Bowen's grim voice echoed from the explosion site. I underestimated you. You were actually able to wound me. Remember, this will be your lifelong glory. 4-star magic. Thunder roar. Bowen chanted a spell, and the arena was suddenly illuminated. A bolt of purple lightning, as thick as an arm, erupted from his staff, its brilliance surpassing that of the sun, racing towards Lin Mu. What? Lin Mu's pupils dilated in shock, his skin prickling in fear, and he had no time to evade. He barely managed to roll away, yet his left heel was still grazed by the lightning. The excruciating pain jolted him awake, just as Bowen unleashed a second bolt of lightning. Although it transformed into a 3-star magic lightning bolt, it struck him squarely in the chest. Poof! A mouthful of blood was expelled as Lin Mu stood there. Dazed at that moment, his entire body was paralyzed, devoid of strength that he had lost. Even when he had fought against Olai the previous day, the fleeing cherry bomb had helped him out, yet he was still no match for Bowen. Even if he gave it his all, even if he fought through grievous injuries, even if there were no even ifs, as Lin Mu remained rooted in place, Bowen approached him step by step, continuously unleashing lightning bolts. Each snake-like bolt of electricity stimulated every inch of Lin Mu's skin. Crackle, crackle. The electric energy spread through the arena, and when Bowen reached Lin Mu, he raised a hand and prepared to strike with the fire dragon claw, only to be abruptly interrupted by a cold voice. Enough. With those two words, a simple magical arrow swiftly shot forth. Aishi? Bowen's face contorted with malice, yet he re-established his magical shield in a hurry. Just as he was about to teach Aishi a lesson, that simple magical arrow miraculously pierced through his magical shield. It simultaneously penetrated his shoulder. This scene left Bowen in shock, his scalp tingling. As he internally screamed in disbelief, it should be noted that his magical shield was 4-star, more than capable of withstanding several 4-star spells. Yet unexpectedly, he was shot through by Aishi's arrow. Aishi, this does not conform to the rules of dueling. Does it? A student inquired. Aishi fixed her gaze upon Bowen, coldly stating, "Did you not see that Lin Mu is no longer capable of resisting? Do you intend to kill him? Or perhaps?" Aishi suddenly turned to the inner principal. "Or do you? Principal Jackson, wish for your disciple to bear the crime of killing a fellow student?" Faced with Aishi's inquiry, Principal Nei finally reacted, instructing Elder Nail to administer a potion to Lin Mu. Once he had consumed the potion, Aishi approached and knelt beside him, helping him up. "Are you feeling any better?" Lin Mu smiled wryly and shook his head. He had been outmatched. Losing was not disgraceful, yet he had not anticipated Aishi would protect him so fervently. The manner in which she had stood up to the principal was astonishing. "Thank you," Lin Mu said. "Lin Mu, dear brother, you are hurt." The ever-adorable angel, with her effervescent charm, rushed over, concern etched on her face as she fretted. "Oh dear. Oh dear, what should I do? You're injured. Will there be any after-effects? What should I do? Uncle taught me that when a friend is hurt, you should do this and that, and then the other. Angel, I have already consumed the potion, and I am fine now. Thank you." Lin Mu chuckled at Angel's antics. Angel nodded vigorously, her chubby little chin bobbing up and down, an utterly adorable sight. Selena stood at a distance. Her teeth clenched, her gaze directed at Bowen, filled with a peculiar hatred. With the duel concluded and Lin Mu's crushing defeat, the students flocked around Bowen, eager to witness the victor. "Wow, Bowen is incredible." For quite some time, I have yearned to teach that disgraceful and arrogant Lin Mu a lesson. Bo1. You are truly remarkable. With such simplicity, you have utterly defeated that worthless Lin Mu. However, Bowen cast a deep glance at Aishi. From that arrow, he had sensed the taste of death. This implied that if Aishi genuinely wished to kill him, a single arrow would suffice. Both of them were 4-star mages, yet the disparity between them was perplexing. How had Aishi cultivated to such a level? Nevertheless, he had triumphed. He was indeed the victor. He took a few steps towards Kent and Nei, inquiring, "Teachers, is the magic dormitory now mine?" Kent glanced at Nei, who sighed inwardly but nodded in agreement. Many were watching. Lin Mu had been defeated by Bo1, not only losing his spot as the 10th on the genius list, but also forfeiting the magic dormitory. "Thank you, teachers, and Vice Dean Kent," Bowen declared, striding towards the magic dormitory with the poise of a conqueror. Before long, the scruffy, rat-faced boy who had knocked on the door at noon approached Lin Mu. Sneering, "How does it feel, magic waste? I warned you that you would regret this. Even 10 of you could never match up to Senior Bowen. What class are you in? Haven't your parents instilled proper manners in you?" Before Lin Mu could respond, and she, standing nearby, erupted in anger, her teeth clenched as if she were ready to bite. "Senior Bowen requests you to tidy up your filthy belongings," the boy spat before hastily departing. At the entrance of the magic dormitory, a crowd had gathered, and as afternoon descended, they laughed at Lin Mu, who stood outside. "This is retribution, isn't it? Just yesterday, he was so arrogant, having bullied dozens of us first years and quite a few second years. He boasted and insulted us all. Look at him now. He resembles a dog.at." That moment, the scruffy boy returned, carrying a pile of junk, and flung Lin Mu's old clothes onto the ground with contempt. "What is wrong with you?" Selena exclaimed, furious as she helped Lin Mu pick up the discarded garments. Yet she interjected, "Stop. What is your name, and what grade are you in?" Faced with Aishi, the rat-faced boy trembled, responding awkwardly, "I am Mei D Fun, a servant of my master Bo. When that if you need something, go find him." He hurried back towards the magic dormitory. Moments later, Mei D Fun returned, this time hefting a sturdy mirror, which he once again smashed down in front of Lin Mu. Crack! The mirror shattered. Mei D Fun scoffed, "My master wouldn't even deign to use such a shabby dressing mirror. It's the trash of trash, and I return it to you." Time and again, Mei D Fun continued to throw Lin Mu's belongings out of the magic dormitory. Throughout this ordeal, Lin Mu remained silent. But in the end, he bent down and retrieved a letter from his old clothes, the one left by the old Garaloo, a letter from hell. He secured the letter close to himself, continuing to remain silent. With all this rubbish, are you a scavenger? Maeve tossed out the last of the junk before proceeding to arrange the magic dormitory for Bo Wen. Is this truly the world we live in? Lin Mu chuckled lightly, dissolving all his dissatisfaction and discontent with it. To be outmatched is not shameful. He still held on to that belief, yet being expelled from the magic dormitory left him feeling quite miserable. Especially the shattering of that mirror, symbolic of the innocence that had also broken within him. He vowed to grow stronger than anyone else. He would reclaim his home with his own hands. He would demand Maeve to pick up each and every one of his belongings. He would never endure such humiliation again. Lin Mu, brother, are you all right? You worry me so, and she said. Noticing something was amiss with Lin Mu, her voice trembling. Little girl, you're overthinking it. It's just a dormitory that I will reclaim it in due time. Lin Mu replied nonchalantly. Reclaim it? Ha! Ha! Lin Mu, you should refrain from boasting. With your talent, how do you intend to take back my master's dormitory? Exactly. What makes you think you can compete with Senior Bowen? Just get lost. Scram. She, and she, Selena, let's go. Lin Mu surveyed the crowd, memorizing the faces of those who had mocked him, then walked towards the academy's exit. The belongings were no longer of concern to him, just as his former innocence had faded. After all, in a world governed by the survival of the fittest, one cannot rely on anything apart from strength itself. In a small eatery on the commercial street south of the academy, Lin Mu jested, 3 beautiful ladies. I am running low on funds. I can only treat you to some skewers. As soon as he finished speaking, and she pouted in discontent, Brother Lin Mu, you're lying. Count Earl Yahung clearly gave you 1 million magic coins. Let us not dwell on such details. Lin Mu said, feeling a tad embarrassed. Once the waiter delivered a table full of skewers, he continued, she, Selena, and she. Thank you for keeping me company during this time. Lin Mu, do not say such things. I do not think you are any less than Bowen. You are only 17, with ample opportunity to surpass him. Selena reassured him, no need for your encouragement. I am confident, Lin Mu responded with a smile. I will speak with Dean Nei Li to arrange for you to have a separate dormitory, so you can be comfortable, or else you can stay in mine, she suggested. Live together? Isn't that inappropriate? Lin Mu teased. What are you thinking? I meant for you to stay in my dormitory while I request another one from the academy. She retorted, exasperated. Brother Lin Mu, you are so bad, even worse than my second uncle. And she said, her cheeks puffed like a hamster as she munched on skewers. You can't even eat without talking. Lin Mu affectionately ruffled in cheese hair. Lin, do not lose heart, she urged. Suddenly, Lin Mu interrupted her, asking, she, I want to grow stronger. The suddenness of his question, coupled with the determination in his eyes, took she by surprise. Is there a way for me to become strong quickly? Lin Mu inquired. She hesitated momentarily before responding. Only mages who have experienced blood and fire can truly grow stronger that I know of a place. The Mercenary Hall. The Mercenary Hall? I understand. Lin Mu smiled, not waiting to hear she's further explanation. Perhaps she was unaware that years later, when she stood atop a snowy mountain, surveying the world, she would not have imagined that her one suggestion had indirectly fostered the rise of a legendary figure. But that is a story for another time. After treating she and the others to a meal of skewers, Lin Mu, resolute in his decision, boarded a carriage bound for the Mercenary Hall. The journey was not far, yet it cost Lin Mu 5 magic coins that as he neared his destination, his carriage aligned alongside another. The driver of the other carriage greeted him. Fortunate Song-heir, you must be transporting a legendary mage. I truly envy your luck. That I think so too. After all, someone as young and accomplished as the mage behind me is a rare sight, isn't it? A compliment from the driver made Lin Mu feel that the world was still a wonderful place. When he disembarked, he willingly paid an extra magic coin for that compliment. Once the other carriage had moved far away, he suddenly came to his senses. Damn, I was careless. I just spent a coin for a mere compliment. A lament echoed in the air, but alas, no one could hear him. The dark Gothic-style Mercenary Hall stood before him, flanked by 2 statues. Though the statues appeared timeless, the resilience of the figures was still evident. Lin Mu couldn't help but gaze at them and asked a nearby young man, Hey, who are the figures in these statues? You don't even know O'Neill and Kobe. The young man looked at Lin Mu with a bewildered expression. Basketball players? Lin Mu blurted out. What do you mean basketball players? They are legendary mercenaries. Do you know the ranks of mercenaries? Bronze, silver, gold, and diamond? I only know the black iron rank is unfathomable, Lin Mu replied. Looking foolish, O'Neill and Kobe are legendary mercenaries above the diamond rank. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. The young man regarded Lin Mu as if he were a simpleton for a moment before walking away. Bronze, silver, gold, and diamond? Is there no black iron? This is quite unscientific. Lin Mu foolishly made his way towards the mercenary hall. Upon entering, he felt as if he had unlocked the door to a new world. His 3 years spent in the magical dormitory were nothing short of a waste of time. Hey, have you heard? The Dwarven Tavern auctioned a giant spider woman yesterday. By the Earth Goddess, I swear that must be the most enchanting treasure in this world. Exclaimed a burly man. I've heard that too. And not only that, they also auctioned more than a dozen youthful slaves. Oh, that skin, that texture. Did you know? Lin Mu was stunned and exhilarated after 3 years of traversing this realm. He felt as if he had been living like a dog. As he looked around, he spotted a weathered old man in a corner and approached him, discovering that he was a seasoned adventurer and veteran mercenary. Having spent his life adventuring, he now had no one to accompany him in his old age. His name was Old Mike, who had come to consider the mercenary hall his home, now unable to wander. He slept and ate within its walls. Old Mike regaled a group of young mercenaries with stories in exchange for meager earnings, saying, as long as you have something to eat, you don't need much. The world is still for you young fools. His tales were captivating. He spoke of the mercenary guild's headquarters in the Wotan Empire, with branches scattered across the globe. Aspiring mercenaries would gather here for meetings or small-scale transactions. He shared several vivid stories, as if he possessed knowledge of everything: astronomy, geography, and even the habits of spiders and ants, weaving his narratives with great animation. When he took a break, Lin Mu offered him a magic coin and inquired, how can I become stronger? Become stronger. Old Mike took the coin, scrutinizing Lin Mu for a moment, then said, turn left out the door to the Dwarven Tavern. Anyone who receives a mercenary task certificate will gather there to form teams. May the Earth Goddess bestow good fortune upon you. What is a mercenary task certificate? Lin Mu pressed, having spent his money on it, after all. Old Mike looked taken aback, then replied, you don't even know this. What are you doing in the mercenary hall then? Out of curiosity, since I've never encountered it before, may I ask you? Lin Mu smiled. Very well, allow me to explain to the mercenary trade. The waters can be quite deep. Generally, mercenaries operate in teams or groups. No one is foolish enough to hunt alone in the wilderness filled with magical beasts. That a mercenary task is a list of demands from the empire or principality presented to the mercenary hall, which distributes them to various branches. You can think of it as completing tasks for monetary reward. Mercenary tasks are graded similarly to mercenaries, categorized into bronze, silver, gold, and diamond levels. However, with many wolves and scant prey, tasks are scarce while mercenaries are plentiful. Thus, when a high-level mercenary task appears, it often leads to fierce competition, and silver-level tasks and above may even result in fatalities if you are fortunate enough to seize a high-level mercenary task. You could sell it at auction for a handsome price, and then perhaps enjoy a night with the giant spider woman. Now that would be quite an experience. Old Mike's demeanor grew increasingly irreverent as he spoke. Thank you, Lin Mu replied, bidding farewell to Old Mike as he exited the mercenary hall, soon arriving at the Dwarven Tavern. His curiosity intensified upon seeing the tavern. A towering tree, large enough for dozens to embrace, stood at the entrance to the left of the mercenary hall. A treehouse tavern. In his past life, Lin Mu had only seen such scenes in anime, and couldn't wait to push the door open. Upon entering the tavern, an array of characters greeted his eyes. Magic swordsmen clad in leather armor, archers with quivers, and robed mages occupied various corners, loudly recounting their past exploits. The air was thick with smoke, a result of the unventilated space, yet it provided a quick sense of relaxation. Lin Mu took a seat at the bar, contemplating a drink. However, upon seeing the price of 10 magic coins for a mug of ale, he promptly abandoned the idea. In the commercial street south of the academy, ale was only 5 magic coins a mug. What a ripoff, Lin Mu thought, not intending to speak. He listened to the tales around him for about an hour until he finally heard what he was waiting for. A burly man with a giant hammer and brown hair stood up and proclaimed, our Wild Wolf mercenary team is looking for 2 members for a bronze-level task. preferably a magic archer or swordsman. Of course, those with combat ranks will be prioritized. As soon as he finished speaking, murmurs of disbelief echoed through the tavern. Did he really expect to find 2 combat-ranked individuals for a mere bronze-level task? Yet, to Lin Mu's astonishment, many stood up to approach the burly man. Over 30, in fact, was a bronze-level task truly so sought after? Lin Mu was taken aback. He listened intently, only to discover that most were 1- or 2-star mercenaries. And the Wild Wolf captain himself was merely a 2-star. After observing for a while, Lin Mu's desire to join a team dissipated. All these individuals were 1- or 2-star mercenaries, with the highest being the Wild Wolf captain. It left Lin Mu feeling quite disillusioned. It wasn't that he looked down on them, but teaming up with them would hardly provide him any training. He would merely have to look after them instead. Sighing, it seemed the advice from Aishi was not reliable. Perhaps it was best to return. With a sense of disappointment, Lin Mu exited the dwarven tavern. However, just before stepping out, he suddenly noticed a middle-aged man in the distance. Raising a drink towards him, "Am I encountering a pervert?" Lin Mu shook his head and walked out. Upon entering, he felt that someone had been watching him, and now that gaze remained fixed upon him. It was indeed a man. Even if the earth goddess descended, it would not alter Lin Mu's desires for women, not middle-aged men. Before the statues of O'Neill and Kobe in the mercenary hall, Lin Mu murmured, "Where to now?" With nowhere else to go, he decided to return to the academy. However, as he passed through a narrow alley, he suddenly ducked out of sight. He hid in the shadows for a moment and soon heard footsteps approaching. Lin Mu gritted his teeth. "It's that pervert. He's following me." A hasty glance earlier had confirmed it was indeed the middle-aged man he had encountered at the dwarven tavern. That it was one thing for him to watch in the tavern, but now he dared to follow. "Does my head look like dough to you?" Lin Mu's expression hardened as he picked up a brick, ready to charge out and knock the man out, but was taken aback by the sight before him. The middle-aged man was a sight to behold, his skin an unsettling brown hue, marred with web-like cracks, 2 fiery red horns protruding from his forehead. He resembled someone whose skin had dried and cracked like parched earth, and those inhuman vertical pupils gleamed with a sinister smile, staring directly at Lin Mu. In that moment, Lin Mu dropped the brick with a clatter. "Hello." The creature, whom Lin Mu could only refer to as the Earth Man, greeted him with a wide grin. "Who are you? Why are you following me?" Lin Mu held his breath, ready to summon a regular zombie at any moment. Since his duel with Bowen at noon, he had regained 13 points of magic power, enough to handle any unexpected situations. In the next moment, the Earthman smiled broadly and, as if performing a trick, transformed back into a human form. A somewhat coldly handsome man. As you wish. I am a 2-star demon-type magic swordsman. My previous appearance was due to the manifestation of a 2-star magic red demon, allowing me greater speed and strength. After all, keeping up with you is not easy. By the way, my name is Blair. A demon type. Lin Mu nodded, though his wariness remained intact. "Why are you following me?" Old Mike mentioned that a certain young man was inquiring about how to become stronger. The handsome man Blair replied with a smile. And then, Lin Mu asked, "Have you encountered any difficulties?" Blair suddenly inquired. "A conundrum?" Lin Mu felt a shiver run down his spine. The earlier image of the red demon conjured by his opponent made it all the more unsettling that it felt akin to a lecherous old man luring a wayward girl into his trap, or like a figure holding out a piece of candy, asking a little girl, "Would you like some?" In any case, this sensation prompted Lin Mu to turn away without hesitation, declaring, "This has nothing to do with you." "Well, you possess quite the talent, but alas, it seems you've missed the opportunity to grow stronger." Blair feigned lamentation. "What do you mean?" Lin Mu halted and turned to question him. Blair suddenly smiled and said, "Since you're donned in a starry robe, your strength shouldn't be lacking, right? 3 stars? Or perhaps 4. What are you implying?" Lin Mu grew more cautious. "Let us engage in a sparring match. If you win, I shall allow you to join my mercenary team." Blair shrugged, his demeanor only enhancing his charm. "Not necessary. Farewell." Lin Mu thought this man was peculiar. "After all, even 10 of you wouldn't be my match," Blair remarked nonchalantly, gritting his teeth at Blair's cold, handsome visage. Lin Mu felt discomfort. He had just endured a similar experience at the academy, and now a 2-star magic swordsman dared to provoke him. "Then let's do this," Lin Mu shouted, extending his hand to push against the ground beneath Blair. With a flurry of movements, for potato bombs appeared without dispute, exploding with a resounding bang and leaving behind a cloud of lingering white smoke. However, just a second before the potato bombs detonated, Blair executed a front flip in midair, effortlessly evading the blast radius. Immediately afterward, Blair ambled toward Lin Mu, appearing as if he were inebriated, somehow finding himself right before Lin Mu, and casually snatched away his magical robe. "Return it," Lin Mu seethed, gritting his teeth and preparing to strike. Yet, Blair deftly sidestepped and, in one smooth motion, undid Lin Mu's hair tie. Before leaving, Lin Mu had meticulously tied his medium-length hair back, and now it cascaded down in disarray. "Now that looks much more pleasant, akin to a lovely young maiden. Quite stunning indeed," Blair chuckled. "You seek death." Enraged, Lin Mu waved his hand, summoning a frost archer and a Peashooter with his remaining 5 points of magic power. While another potato bomb sealed off Blair's retreat, however, Blair jumped in place, evading the potato bomb, while simultaneously extinguishing the frost archer with a swift kick and casually tossing a dagger to obliterate the Peashooter. Thus, Lin Mu was left with only the physical prowess of a 2-star magic swordsman. The ensuing 3 minutes of battle left Lin Mu in a state of existential doubt. Blair was as slippery as an eel. No matter how ingeniously Lin Mu attacked, Blair effortlessly dodged and countered with just the right amount of force. Eventually, Lin Mu sank to the ground, declaring, "I concede." Blair casually returned the hair tie and magical robe to Lin Mu. "What do you truly mean?" Lin Mu, now skeptical, donned his robe and stood to question him. Yet, Blair continued, "It is said that in the last magical epoch, there existed a race known as the Berserk clan, who possessed an innate perception of battle. Are you implying that you belong to the Berserk clan? Thus, you can anticipate my attacks?" Lin Mu was taken aback. This was also due to Blair's extensive combat experience. Despite the lengthy skirmish, Lin Mu had not managed to land a single hit, which seemed highly improbable. No. I have yet to finish my statement, and interrupting someone mid-sentence is not the mark of a gentleman. Blair earnestly reminded Lin Mu, then continued. Later on, the Berserk clan was studied by scholars, evolving into the current combat system that in simpler terms, becoming a combat master can significantly augment a person's strength, even allowing them to fight beyond their level. Having concluded, Blair smiled at Lin Mu. "So you are a combat master?" Lin Mu inquired. "One could say that. Just now, I was merely employing the strength of a 1-star magic swordsman against you," Blair stated with an air of nonchalance. 1 star. Although Lin Mu was reluctant to admit it, he had discerned from their earlier confrontation that Blair had indeed not exerted much power, nor had he utilized any magic. It was entirely the prowess of a 1-star magic swordsman engaged in combat with him. However, his vast experience meant that even the same punch, when delivered from a different angle, could yield entirely different effects, which was precisely what vexed Lin Mu. Moreover, it is not just me. Even the inner dean of your academy is merely a 5-star magician. Albeit with a higher combat rank, Blair added. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu's expression shifted, and he took several cautious steps back, fixing a wary gaze upon Blair. "Who exactly are you? How do you know about my circumstances?" Blair shrugged. "Do not doubt the capabilities of the mercenary guild. The moment you set foot on this street, your personal information was already acquired by certain individuals, merely waiting for someone to offer a reasonable price." "What do you mean?" Lin Mu was utterly flabbergasted. He had only been at the mercenary guild for a little over an hour, and yet they had already grasped his identity information. It was truly terrifying. If they wished to do something to him. More importantly, Blair's series of actions only heightened Lin Mu's conviction that the man was coveting his body and beauty. Why else would Blair investigate him? Why would he intercept him in this deserted alley and strip him of his magical robe? "Oh, what a delightful little creature you are. Too bad I'm not interested in you. However, my mercenary team is indeed in need of a young assistant." Blair chuckled. "You wish for me to join your mercenary team. Does that relate to your investigation of me?" Lin Mu questioned incredulously. "Some teams value strength, others prioritize magic affinity, while mine, on the contrary, places importance on character. You have a clean background. Even if unforeseen circumstances arise in the future, I can still locate you." "Can I?" Blair retorted. "What unforeseen circumstances?" Lin Mu felt it prudent to clarify, "Such as disputes over interests. You know these matters are not uncommon among mercenaries. Thus, I require someone I can trust at the very least. As a student, my teammates, and I would not need to sleep with one eye open around you," Blair stated earnestly. Lin Mu hesitated for a moment, But upon further reflection, he found it reasonable and inquired, "What benefits will I gain by joining your team? I can teach you how to become a combat master." "Even surpassing me," Blair replied. "I still find it hard to believe you," Lin Mu admitted. Though he desired strength, he was not ready to concede. "That is perfectly fine," Blair smiled, producing a small notebook from his pocket and tossing it to Lin Mu. "This is an apology for removing your magical robe." Lin Mu opened the first page of the booklet, which contained only a few lines of writing. When a magician faces a threat to life and the fear of death, they awaken humanity's most primal battle instincts and sense of danger. This nearly primal battle instinct can effectively evade enemy attacks and enable the magician to strike more effectively. This is an introduction to combat masters, which has 4 levels, all documented in that handwritten notebook of mind. As the bard aptly puts it, destiny is needed in the continent of Orlan, isn't it? Farewell, my dear and lovely young creature, with a carefree smile. Blair turned to leave. "Wait," Lin Mu suddenly called out to Blair. "What is it?" Blair humorously queried, looking like a disheveled creature that had been ravaged. "If I have matters to attend to, can I withdraw from your mercenary team?" Lin Mu asked. "Of course. This is merely a temporary alliance. It is not as you might think," Blair replied. "What must I contribute?" Lin Mu pressed on. "What will I be required to do for the team?" "Devote your time and accompany us on missions. This particular task will last approximately a month. However, I assure you, after a month, you will undergo a significant transformation," Blair affirmed confidently. "Very well, I shall join." Lin Mu gazed at Blair with an air of composure. His desire for strength was palpable, and the fact that Blair had bested him with the power of a 1-star sword mage truly earned his admiration. Of course, that notebook had played a significant role as well. He was acutely aware that should Blair choose to take any action against him, resistance would be futile. "Hee, may I assume that you, my little sprite, have succumbed to my charm?" Blair chuckled, looking at Lin Mu with a playful grin. "Get lost," Lin Mu shot him a glare, deftly tying up his disheveled hair. "Ataha. You are indeed quite adorable and captivating. The Earth Goddess is truly biased, bestowing such a graceful visage upon you." Blair feigned a sigh, his tone dripping with jest. "Get lost," Lin Mu reiterated emphatically. "Ha. Blair laughed heartily, leading Lin Mu towards the mercenary hall en route. Lin Mu inquired, "By the way, Blair, but my teammates prefer to call me Uncle Blair." He replied with a mischievous glint in his eyes. "All right, Uncle Blair, I am curious about the ranks of the combat master." Lin Mu recalled the notebook he had given to Blair, which stated that combat masters were categorized into 4 ranks: Frenzy Lower, Frenzy Middle, Frenzy Upper, and Frenzy God. Lin Mu was momentarily at a loss for words. This combat system was derived from the Frenzy clan of the previous magical epic, so were the names really that arbitrary? Although there were only 4 ranks, one should never underestimate any combat master, for doing so could come at a tremendous cost. Why do you say that? In the Duchy of Ebo, there once lived a commoner who lacked the innate talent of a mage, but could, with a single punch, slay a 4-star sword mage. Blair proclaimed that it is said that he was the only Frenzy God-level combat master to have ever emerged on the continent of Olai. The notion that someone without magical talent could kill a 4-star sword mage left Lin Mu utterly astounded. "Oh, by the way, did you not mention that our Academy's inner dean is a 7-star grand mage?" Lin Mu suddenly recalled and posed the question. "7-star? Do you think attaining that rank is so simple?" Blair chuckled, shaking his head. "Your dean is merely a 5-star mage, but his dual mastery of wind and fire enhances his strength considerably. Furthermore, he is a Frenzy middle combat master, so his prowess is comparable to that of a 7-star grand mage." Gasp! Lin Mu inhaled sharply, somewhat shaken by the revelations regarding the combat master hierarchy. The Frenzy middle combat master could elevate oneself by 2 ranks as a mage. What was even more astonishing was the Dean's ability to rise from a 5-star mage to the level of a 7-star grand mage. "Oh, and your Academy's Vice Dean Kent is also just a 5-star mage. However, he is a Frenzy lower combat master, so his capabilities are akin to that of a 6-star. What else do you know?" Lin Mu pressed further. "Little one, your inquiries lack propriety," Blair admonished playfully. "Very well. Uncle Blair, who else from our academy do you know?" Lin Mu's tone softened. "The strongest among your ranks is not the inner dean or Kent, but rather that individual from your library," Blair said with a mysterious smile. "We have arrived. Elder E." Lin Mu paused, momentarily stunned. Before he could ask further, they had already entered the bustling hall of the Mercenary Guild. A place filled with a myriad of people, and he refrained from asking more questions. Blair guided him once more to old Mike. "Hey, Blair, you've indeed captured this charming little sprite," old Mike chuckled, revealing a set of large yellow teeth. Captured the little sprite? Lin Mu suddenly felt a pang of regret, wondering if Blair truly harbored ulterior motives. "Thank you, old Mike, for the information provided. Otherwise, how could I have ensnared this troublesome little sprite? Here is your reward." Blair casually handed old Mike a small jade pendant. Upon receiving the pendant, old Mike exclaimed with delight, "Oh, great Earth Goddess, Blair, you have finally deemed it fit to bestow the jade token upon me." After giving old Mike the item, Blair led Lin Mu out of the mercenary hall. However, before leaving, Lin Mu cast a lingering glance at old Mike, having realized that his identity had been swiftly uncovered by old Mike through his conversation with Blair. Indeed, some veteran mercenaries were far more complex than they appeared, such as old Mike. "What is the jade token?" Lin Mu inquired with curiosity. "It is the VIP token for the Yulon Loft," Blair answered candidly. "And what is the Yulon Loft?" Lin Mu felt like a novice before Blair, utterly in the dark about everything. "You will find out once we arrive," Blair said with a cryptic smile, navigating through twists and turns until they arrived at a solitary building. Unlike the surrounding structures, it bore no signage at its entrance, nothing to indicate its purpose. Upon entering the Yulon Loft, Blair produced a jade token identical to the one he had given old Mike. And only then were they ushered into a private room. During this process, as they passed through the hall, Lin Mu was left utterly dumbfounded. Completely and thoroughly astonished, he beheld young maidens clad in revealing attire parading on a high stage, striking various alluring poses, igniting a fervor within him. Below the stage, a throng of mercenaries whistled in delight. He even witnessed a bald man in the audience offering a magical coin while brazenly groping one of the maidens. Beside him, Blair burst into laughter at Lin Mu's bashful demeanor. "Ha ha ha ha." Lin Mu's face darkened as he quickly realized that this was indeed a den of iniquity. Yet, for the majority, it was undoubtedly a paradise that moment. Blair remarked, "In truth, all the girls on stage are slaves from this city. They earn meager sums to fulfill the mercenaries' every desire." "Every desire?" Lin Mu queried. "Every desire," Blair suddenly laughed. "By the looks of you, it seems you have yet to experience the company of women. Would you like to use this jade token to claim a girl for yourself?" Lin Mu hesitated, truly uncertain. However, he did not accept the token, feigning calmness as he replied, "Perhaps not. If those girls were not slaves, Lin Mu would have had no hesitation whatsoever. After all, in his previous life, although he had not married, he had often frequented places of pleasure and had no particular scruples about such matters. Yet, the fact that they were slaves was a dire reality, and Lin Mu would not stoop to further exploit their plight. Moreover, he had recently recalled the slave lady from the Earl of Yahan's castle and the steward Heave-ho, feeling an unsettling connection between their fates and his own. "Very well, when you wish to think about it. Just come to me for the jade token," Blair said nonchalantly. They were led by a servant to a private room on the second floor, and upon entering, 3 individuals rose simultaneously to greet Blair. "Captain." Upon seeing the third person, Lin Mu was first taken aback, then utterly bewildered. The third individual was a girl of around 15 or 16, her beautiful hair cascading over her shoulders like a brown waterfall, glimmering in the light. However, she was now clad in a suit of black leather armor, exuding a striking presence, an entirely different demeanor from the innocent girl he had met before. "Carlo." Lin Mu regarded the girl with skepticism. "Lin Mu?" Carlo looked equally surprised as she stared back at him. "Oh, do you two know each other?" Blair's other 2 teammates exchanged astonished glances. "Let me introduce you. This is Wanda and Feng Shenyao," Blair said, gesturing towards his companions. "Carlo joined the team last month. Since you two are acquainted, let Carlo guide you." With that, Blair headed towards the exit. "Uncle Blair," Lin Mu exclaimed in urgency, eager to pose a question. But the moment he uttered "uncle," the room erupted in laughter. "Uncle? Ha 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 ha." Giggle. Even Carlo stifled her laughter behind her hand. "Ha ha. Lin Mu has inquiries for you, but I have something else to retrieve." Blair chuckled, winking at his 3 companions before departing. "What is happening?" Lin Mu gazed at the trio, utterly perplexed. Wanda was a hefty fellow, easily weighing 300 pounds, bald with a round face and squinty eyes. His distinctiveness was undeniable. "Feng Shenyao," a nickname, was a tall, slender individual, the polar opposite of Wanda. As for Carloer, Lin Mu had recently performed a song at her banquet, but that experience had not been pleasant. Master Lin Mu, please come sit over here. Carol, familiar with the surroundings, gently grasped Lin Mu's arm and settled onto a sofa in the room. Master Lin Mu? Wanda cast a surprised glance at Lin Mu and inquired. Carol, in which field is he a master? Is he an alchemist or a potion maker? Lin Mu is a romantic bard, Carol replied, her cheeks flushing as she lowered her head. The song Wings of Angels that I sang for you this morning is his creation. Is it all right if I borrow your song, Master Lin Mu? Of course, Lin Mu replied with a nonchalant smile, treating her no differently despite her father, Count Yang. Carol, what were you laughing about just now? Lin Mu asked curiously. Mentioning this made Carol giggle again, and she said, that's because Uncle Blair often teases people. When he went out to form a team, we even made a bet that he said, do you believe I can find a child more beautiful than Carol and have them call me uncle? Carol mimicked Blair's tone. Meanwhile, Wanda and Feng Shunyao stifled their laughter, observing Lin Mu. Truth be told, Lin Mu's handsomeness was not inferior to Carol's. In fact, he might even be more charming. Wow, that guy, Lin Mu, has a dark expression. He had been calling everyone uncle on the way here, yet he didn't expect that guy to be so scheming. Oh right, Carol, how did you end up here? Lin Mu inquired again. It's because my teacher suggested I gain experience by following a mercenary team. Carol explained. Your teacher? Faley, the headmaster of Faley Magic Academy, Carol said, lowering her head shyly once more. Lin Mu nodded. He was aware of Faley Magic Academy and recalled that there was a friendly match scheduled with them soon. But he would likely miss it. Uncle Blair had mentioned that their next mission would take a month, and by the time he returned, that friendly match would probably have already passed. The group had barely exchanged a few words when Blair returned, his expression shifting to one of uncertainty, leaving everyone to wonder what had transpired outside. What's wrong, Captain? Is something the matter? Wanda and Feng Shunyao asked in unison. Nothing much. Let us head out. This mission is quite challenging. We'll discuss some matters on the way, Blair replied with a stoic expression. For someone who usually joked around, such a serious demeanor undoubtedly indicated that something significant had occurred. However, the others tacitly refrained from asking further and followed Blair out of the room. To their surprise, as soon as they stepped outside, they encountered a sharp, piercing voice. Oh, I sent this our dear Blair from the Demon Squad. Leaving in such a hurry? Are you off to find your son, whom you lost over a decade ago? The voice was abrasive and shrill, belonging to a pale, gaunt man with wavy blonde hair and eyes as sharp as daggers. His appearance darkened Blair's expression. At that moment, Wanda exclaimed, Reggie, you complete lunatic. If you dare speak another disrespectful word to our captain, I swear I will punch you into the wall. Wanda's face was filled with anger, while Feng Shunyao even brandished a sharp dagger playfully. I truly apologize, Blair. I thought you enjoyed hearing such remarks, Reggie retorted, stepping back with a smirk before turning to enter a room. As they departed from the Yulon Pavilion and made their way towards the outskirts of the city, Carol quietly explained to Lin Mu that Reggie is the captain of the Thunderstorm Squad, and he often competes with our team for prey, leading to several conflicts. The previous member, Andrea, met her end because of Reggie and was killed by the Flame Hound. In a standard mercenary team of 5, replacements only came after someone had died. Thus, Andrea's death indirectly resulted in Lin Mu joining the team. Are we not a match for that Thunderstorm Squad? Lin Mu asked. That damned Reggie and his Thunderstorm Squad rely solely on a 4-star Lin Yuan. Otherwise, our captain alone could take them all down. Wanda chimed in gloomily. A 4-star magical beast, the Lin Yuan? Lin Mu nodded, recalling the knowledge he had acquired at the academy. After walking for a few minutes, Blair suddenly ducked into a small shop. Lin Mu followed him inside and discovered it to be an alchemical store, with various practical magical potions displayed on the shelves. While Feng Shunyao took charge of purchasing the potions, Blair turned to Lin Mu and said, Little Lin, do you need to maintain your starry robe? Consider it a gift from your uncle for joining the team. Uncle? Lin Mu's expression darkened, yet he still removed the magical robe. Just then, Feng Shunyao finished shopping and glanced at Lin Mu with a smile. Little Lin, you seem quite wealthy, possessing something as rare as a starry robe. Lin Mu had heard of the starry robe before, so he replied, This was a gift from my teacher. Is there something special about it? You don't know about the starry robe? Carol exclaimed, her mouth agape. This is a high-grade magical robe. We don't even have one in Boss City. The market price should be around 5 million magical coins, equivalent to our squad's income for an entire year. Feng Xinyao smiled at Lin Mu. But I wonder how strong your abilities are. Oh, I apologize for my bluntness. 0.5 million. Lin Mu was taken aback. He had thought that the gift from Vice Principal Kent was worth around 100,000. He had no idea it was worth so much. Moreover, he never considered the starry robe to be particularly powerful. He had always regarded it as merely a power bank. Before long, the shopkeeper presented the neatly folded starry robe, and as Lin Mu prepared to pay, he was stunned. The total expenditure for the magical potions had exceeded 200,000 magical coins, while the maintenance of his starry robe alone cost a staggering 132,000 magical coins. Although he didn't have to pay for it, he remained silent for a long time, unsure of what to say. When Blair returned the magical robe to Lin Mu, the shopkeeper remarked, "The greatest strength of the starry robe lies in its protective capability that in the face of danger. It can withstand the full force of a 5-star magician's attack. However, once its protective ability is used, it requires recharging, which can be a hassle, hence the maintenance costs are relatively high." Lin Mu donned the magical robe and noticed that the tear from the duel had been mended, and it now exuded an indescribable charm that fit him perfectly, complementing his tousled hair, making him appear strikingly handsome with a visible air of elegance. "Let us go," he said as they exited the alchemical shop. Lin Mu mentally noted the favor and expressed his gratitude to Blair. "You're too polite. Little Lin. A talent like you indeed deserves such a magical robe to safeguard your life," Blair replied with a smile. "Captain, is little Lin really a genius? He seems rather ordinary to me. I hope he won't hold us back," Feng Xinyao added, quickly following up with an apology for his candor at that moment. Wanda chimed in. "Captain, what level is this mission that requires us to procure so many potions for replenishing magical energy?" "Silver," Blair answered succinctly. With those 2 words from Blair, the team members fell silent for a moment. "By the Earth Goddess, is it truly a silver-level mercenary mission?" Feng Xinyao exclaimed excitedly. "Heavens, this must be the good fortune brought by Lin Mu's arrival." Carol's expression mirrored that of her excitement. Lin Mu, noticing their enthusiasm, paused and asked, "Is it really that exaggerated?" "Ha, Lin, you don't understand. Silver-level missions are not something a team like ours can compete for. If we could, it would surely be a blessing from the Earth Goddess. Completing a silver-level mission offers an income that could sustain us for 2 years, one of the team members said, brimming with excitement, both for the money and the uniqueness of the silver-level mission. Once accomplished, it would serve as a badge of honor, forever etched in the memory of every member of the demon squad. The evening sun cast a particularly beautiful hue over the sunset mountains, though the dark red sky created a somewhat oppressive atmosphere, and the cawing of crows in the forest soured the mood. Beneath a sturdy tree, the demon squad ignited a campfire. Feng Xinyao turned to Lin Mu and said, "Hey, little Lin, could you please gather some dry firewood? This wretched weather makes it so difficult to start a fire." Lin Mu cast a displeased glance at him but obediently went to gather firewood. Yet, in the moment he turned, he felt 2 contemptuous gazes upon him. Upon entering the Sunset Mountain range, he also noticed subtle changes in Wanda and the wind god bird that in this world, everyone is grounded in reality. And Wanda is no exception, nor is the wind god bird. Perhaps entering the wilderness had allowed their taut nerves to relax, leading them to feel it was only natural to command Lin Mu in his tasks. The wind god bird was relatively composed, while Wanda had been rather rude to Lin Mu on several occasions. When he returned with the firewood and set it down, Wanda grumbled, "Hey, didn't your academy mentor teach you? You need some twigs to ignite the flames, so go fetch some more." Just as Lin Mu was about to explode, Carol restrained him, saying, "Lin Mu, let us go together." "Fine," Lin Mu replied languidly, casting another glance at Wanda before following Carol back into the dense forest. At that moment, he heard Blair's exasperated voice. "Wanda, wind god bird, you 2 are being a bit excessive. Captain, isn't this how we treat newcomers? Otherwise, he might think he's a genius and bring trouble to our team. Not to mention it wouldn't be good for him in the future," the wind god bird asserted, adhering to his own philosophy that "I believe the wind god bird is right." Wanda added that as a newcomer, he must find his place, and aside from this trivial task of gathering firewood, I doubt he can accomplish anything else. "Little Lin has decent talent," Blair emphasized. "What does talent matter? He's not a master fighter. And he just graduated from the Magic Academy. He might even soil himself at the sight of magical beasts." The wind god bird remarked indifferently. All right, Captain, I promise that as long as that kid behaves. Wanda, and I won't give him any more orders. Damn it. In the depths of the forest, Lin Mu, while collecting firewood, felt the anger of the day bubbling within him. Lin, are you angry? Carol whispered. You know. It bothers me how the wind god bird and Wanda look down on others. Lin Mu shrugged. Don't take it too personally. They're actually quite good people. Very loyal, Carol said earnestly. Perhaps, Lin Mu replied. A slight grimace on his lips, not expecting his first experience in the wilderness to be so unpleasant. However, he had not lost his vigilance. Throughout the process of gathering firewood, he remained alert to his surroundings. Just when Carol thought they had gathered enough, Lin Mu's expression suddenly changed, and he quickly pulled Carol down. Something's off. Huh? Carol tried to keep her voice low. At that moment, Lin Mu spoke again. It's too quiet. Haven't you noticed? The cawing of crows, which was always present, has abruptly ceased. Then, Carol began, but Lin Mu interjected, we need to retreat slowly, without making a sound. Without a second thought, he commanded. He had read novels and watched anime in his past life. But real-life experience was entirely different, and for the first time, he realized he could be this sensitive to his surroundings. As they retreated, Lin Mu's body suddenly froze, and then he trembled with excitement. Ding! Secondary task triggered. Task 1. Please collect 0 to 10 magical beast soul lights. Task reward. Magic power 10. A secondary task. What is a magical beast soul light? Lin Mu asked as he continued to back away. The system replied, Ding! Magical beast soul light is equivalent to the light of faith. Both are energies required by this system. For every magical beast you personally hunt, this system will automatically collect 1 magical beast soul light. And what about the secondary task? Lin Mu inquired again. A secondary task refers to a chain task that triggers automatically in specific situations. The more links in the chain, the greater the task reward. After hearing the explanation, Lin Mu was nearly overwhelmed with joy. But in the next moment, he was pulled back to reality by a splash of cold water. Hey, you little brat, where are my twigs? Don't tell me you slacked off instead of doing your job, Wanda scolded him bluntly, causing the wind god bird's expression to darken as well. At that moment, Blair suddenly shouted, Alert! Alert! He, too, had sensed something was amiss. Everything around them was unnaturally silent. Since Lin Mu and the others had retreated, the cawing of crows had vanished. Kid, you had better give me an explanation soon, Wanda growled at Lin Mu, his 300-pound frame appearing menacing. Captain, as soon as Lin Mu said something was off, we retreated, Carol quickly explained. You did well. It's far too quiet here. This is not the usual atmosphere of the Sunset Mountain Range, Blair said, his brow furrowed. Captain, Lin Mu began, but before he could finish, a beastly roar erupted from the dense forest they had just retreated from. Whoa! Lin Mu swiftly turned around to find a pack of cloud leopards, each half his height, with small heads, large eyes, black noses, and streamlined, muscular bodies, exuding explosive power in their limbs. Approximately a dozen of them gradually surrounded the group. It's the cloud-treading magic leopard, a 2-star wind-type magical beast. Wanda recognized the creatures instantly, his breath tightening. How can there be so many? 12 in total. No wonder the suppression of life sequences made the crows unwilling to linger nearby. Lin Mu recalled the lessons from Elder Eon magical beasts. Murmuring to himself, this group of beasts was seasoned fighters. Even an ordinary 2-star magician would be no match for any one of them. The wind godbird would protect Lin Mu, while Wanda would shield Carol. In the brief exchange, it was evident that Blair's loose clothing began to inflate rapidly, his skin splitting as if he were a clay figure, clearly having cast a demon-type spell. Wait, Lin Mu called out urgently. If you're scared, stay close to the wind godbird. He'll protect you. The rest we'll discuss later. Blair, in a panic, worried that the cloud-treading magic leopards would become impatient and attack as a group. Hold on, Captain, Lin Mu shouted, halting Blair. Kid, you'd better shut up. Otherwise, you'll disrupt the captain's judgment. The wind god bird glared at him. Captain, could you lend me a few bottles of magic potions? Lin Mu asked directly. Magic potions? What do you need those for? The wind god bird replied, but still fished a bottle from his satchel and tossed it to Lin Mu, saying, This is a basic magic potion. It restores 100 units of magic power, equivalent to the full magic power of a 1-star magician. If you can't hold on later. After receiving the magic potion, Lin Mu's eyes gleamed with fervor, his lips licking in excitement as he drank it down. With only 12 cloud-treading magic leopards, he needed to take down 10 of them. His total magic power was only 17 points, and he thought that completing the secondary task would boost it to 27 points. He was already itching to get started. After drinking the potion, he swiftly filled his starry robe with energy. Although he wasted some of the potion's effects, he didn't care about that anymore. The rest of the team looked momentarily stunned. Noticing how Lin Mu transformed after taking the potion, there was an inexplicable excitement radiating from him. His gaze toward the cloud-treading magic leopards was peculiar, almost joyful. They had never seen someone like him before. Causing a shiver to run through the team that moment, Lin Mu exclaimed, "Captain, I'm going in first." With that declaration, he let out an ecstatic shriek. Wow. His bizarre cry only made the others' expressions more bewildered. "Is this kid's brain fried?" the wind godbird questioned. For someone who has been adventuring for years, you wouldn't expect them to be so thrilled in the face of danger, let alone charge in. Don't they realize those are over a dozen 2-star magical beasts? This is definitely a challenge for our team. 10 points of magic. Let us explode, explode, explode. As he neared the cloud-treading magic leopards, Lin Mu spread his arms wide and thrust forward with force. At the edge of the forest, a multitude of potato bombs erupted into existence. Then, the air was filled with the shrieks of young girls. "He-s a pervert. He-s a pervert. Don't come over here. No, don't come over." Boom! A cloud of white smoke obscured vision as the edge of the forest was flattened by the explosion. The 12 cloud-treading magic leopards lay in a pool of blood, barely clinging to life. Immediately afterward, Blair and the others were collectively stunned, their eyes wide in shock at the scene before them. This. Oh, goddess of the earth. My heavens, how is this possible? In the fleeting moments following the emergence of the cloud-striding demon leopard, the battle commenced and concluded in an instant, leaving the onlookers dumbfounded, while simultaneously extinguishing Lin Mu's interest. Is it really that easy to defeat? Lin Mu murmured coldly to himself that he failed to consider that the scene of over 20 potato bombs detonating simultaneously would undoubtedly rival a grand magical feast. At this very moment, the pinnacle of group combat mages was making its mark. The 12 cloud-striding demon leopards howled in despair, their plight utterly pitiable. Lin Mu staggered toward the bewildered demon squad. Inquiring, "Captain, where's your dagger?" Blair silently handed over a blade of moderate length. Lin Mu eagerly accepted it and approached the first leopard. With the blade poised, he plunged it down. Then to the second. The scene was gruesomely bloody, sending chills down the spines of the demon squad members. Hiss! They had only just regained their senses from the shocking spectacle. When it came to individual combat, aside from Carol, Blair, Wanda, and the wind godbird, any of them could easily vanquish Lin Mu. Each of these three possessed mastery in combat, with Blair having achieved the terrifying rank of frenzy, capable of easily surpassing 2-star combatants. Thus, although Blair was merely a 2-star demon-type magic swordsman, in actual combat, he could unleash the prowess of a 4-star magic swordsman. However, when it came to dealing with magical beasts, they found themselves at a loss. For these creatures had long been embroiled in battle, and their combat experience could undoubtedly match their tempo, unless one reached a higher rank in combat mastery. But Lin Mu, with a mere push of his hands? The explosive spectacle was profoundly astonishing to them. A chilling realization dawned upon them. This gentleman Lin Mu was, unexpectedly, so formidable. "Captain," the wind god bird instinctively altered his address, glancing at Blair that it might be so. Blair nodded stiffly. This was because, during his experimentation with Lin Mu, the latter was depleted of magical power. The visual feast of 4 potato bombs versus 20 was indeed incomparable. At this moment, numerous large trees at the forest's edge lay toppled, leaving behind over 20 craters of varying sizes. Observing Lin Mu, who trembled with excitement, the task notification chimed just as he dispatched the final, 10th cloud-striding demon leopard. Ding! Quest completed. Reward: 10 magical power. Upon receiving the notification, Lin Mu glanced at the system panel, which indeed refreshed with subsequent quest details. Name: Lin Mu magical power. 0, 27, talent, plant space, zombie space second ring quest. Please collect 250 beast soul lights. Quest reward: 15 magical power, 1 enhancement stone. Indeed, the quest rewards had increased, albeit with amplified difficulty. Lin Mu mused. What is this enhancement stone? He pondered silently, promptly inquiring of the system. Ding, the enhancement stone can be used to strengthen any magical device. The system replied succinctly to is it possible to do that. Lin Mu was momentarily taken aback. Since the day he awakened the system, he had never considered using a staff, but this revelation sparked a surge of inspiration within him. While he perused the quest information, in the distance, Blair and the others exchanged glances. What is little Lin grinning about? Is this how geniuses behave? The wind god bird remarked, clicking his tongue. Before long, the group approached. And Blair, with an oddly pensive expression, addressed Lin Mu. You know, little Lin, it's important to express your emotions that you're already a gentleman of age. After saying this, he patted Lin Mu's shoulder. What are you talking about? Lin Mu gazed at them in confusion. You're not harboring any unusual thoughts, are you? Carol couldn't help but ask, her eyes lingering on the gruesome corpses of the cloud-striding demon leopards. Lin Mu then turned to regard the others, each with peculiar expressions, thinking, they can't possibly think of me as a freak, can they? Perhaps his earlier actions had been a tad too exuberant, but surely it wasn't that severe. Dinner time. Wanda and the wind god bird approached Lin Mu. Wanda, his voice always subdued, began, Lin Mu, I apologize for underestimating you before. You are indeed strong, worthy of my utmost respect, and me, that magical technique of yours was simply magnificent. Even the captain couldn't instantaneously dispatch 12 cloud-striding demon leopards. The wind god bird chimed in, You're too kind. Lin Mu replied naturally. However, this feeling was quite pleasant, a sense of respect and validation, and he could tell that these two genuinely accepted him. That was enough. The following morning, the team set out anew, but before departing, there remained an important task to address. Little Lin and Carol, come over here, Blair instructed personally. What is it, Captain? Carol inquired as she stepped forward. Oh, you know what is most precious on a magical beast? Blair asked before viciously slicing open the carcass of a deceased cloud-striding demon leopard, extracting a heart from within. Depending on the magical beast, for instance, within the heart of a cloud-striding demon leopard, there exists a drop of golden blood. Look, with that, Blair retrieved a glass vial he had prepared in advance, piercing the heart with his blade, and indeed, a drop of golden liquid dripped forth. Is this a magical material? Carol's eyes widened in astonishment. Precisely. Or do you think magical devices and potions come into being by mere alchemists' abilities? That's far from sufficient. Alchemists merely combine various magical materials based on distinct recipes in differing proportions. Blair elucidated to Lin Mu and Carol, in a wonder my instructor told me that to truly learn to be a magician, one must venture into the wild. The knowledge I had previously acquired indeed necessitated practical application. Carol remarked, collecting the heart's blood proved to be a simple task, and they swiftly completed it. As the team resumed their journey, Lin Mu turned to the now familiar wind god bird and asked, Old Fong, do you know about enhancement stones? Though it was a casual inquiry, Lin Mu was keenly attentive to his response. Enhancement stones, are they also a type of magical material? The wind god bird's answer caught him off guard. But Wanda interjected suddenly, Little Lin, are you referring to the enhancement of magical devices? Yes, that's it. Lin Mu nodded vigorously. At this moment, Carol joined the conversation. I recall my instructor mentioning that the existence of magical devices relies on enhancements. Only through continuous enhancement can magical devices transcend and become increasingly powerful. How so? Lin Mu pressed further. Ahead, Blair wore a smile, relishing the atmosphere. He enjoyed witnessing his team revel in the joy of collecting spoils and engaging in post-battle reflections. Speaking of enhancing magical devices, Little Lin, you ought to consult our captain, Blair. His demon sword is a precious magical device, significantly strengthened from its initial form. The wind god bird chuckled. Is that so? Captain, Lin Mu called out to the front. However, the response came in the form of Blair's sharp command. Everyone, be cautious. We have encountered 3 Earth-grade terrible tigers ahead. Wind god bird, Wanda, come with me. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Mu's companions darted away with remarkable speed. Lin Mu noticed that once they entered combat mode, they transformed entirely, exuding an aura of fierce ferocity. It's an Earth-grade terrible tiger. We have ventured into the territory where magical beasts roam freely in the Sunset Mountain Range. Carol cautioned as she drew her magical sword, ready for any situation that might arise. Lin Mu observed Blair and the others as they engaged in battle with the terrible tigers, and the more he watched, the more astonished he became. Hiss! This mastery in combat is astonishing. Ultimately, Lin Mu found himself engulfed in profound self-doubt. The trio's combat was remarkably decisive. Every strike and movement was executed with utmost efficiency, never wasting excess energy or magical power. Blair, relying on the physique of a 2-star magic swordsman, did not even summon a single spell. After evading several of the terrible tiger's assaults, he maneuvered to its neck and executed a triple thrust, swiftly eliminating the creature. Seeing this, Lin Mu suddenly snapped back to reality. "Stop! Stop!" he shouted as he sprinted toward them. At that moment, the other 2 terrible tigers were already on the brink of collapse. Having been battered by the wind god bird and wounded as Lin Mu approached, he gleefully snatched Blair's magical sword, exclaiming, "In the name of the moon, I shall punish you vile beasts." Although he wore an expression of disgust and hatred, the 3 observers found themselves in an extremely awkward position. After exchanging glances filled with trepidation, a chill ran down their spines. "Oh, great earth goddess, who can enlighten me? What is the motive behind this little Lin's actions?" Ultimately, the 2 brutish earth tigers, under Lin Mu's relentless onslaught, were on the verge of losing their heads. The second-tier task, the host, is to collect 450 beast souls, with a reward of 15 to magical power and 1 enhancement stone. Upon realizing he was 1 step closer to completing the task, Lin Mu let out a gleeful, gay laugh. This only served to further unnerve the 3 of them. No one could fathom why Lin Mu became particularly exhilarated at the sight of magical beasts. As if he were intent on slaying them all himself. The journey progressed deeper into the Sunset Mountains. An increasing number of magical beasts emerged. 3 hellhounds, obsidian toads, golden-feathered vultures, and countless others appeared. Lin Mu also confirmed the existence of those bizarre magical creatures that Elder E had described in his class. However, throughout this process, the members of the demon squad were driven to the brink of madness by Lin Mu's series of actions. "Don't move. Let me handle this. You insufferable fatso. Have you really killed the obsidian toad without my knowledge? Do you look down on me? Wind Spirit Bird, do you wish for the icy projectiles I shoot to find their way into your rear end? Carol, if you continue to hunt magical beasts on your own, I shall deny you the privilege of beholding my exquisite visage. Blair, if you wish for me to withdraw from the team, just say so. There's no need to covertly kill magical beasts." At noon, in the campsite, the demon squad was in a frenzy. "Captain, I wish to complete my training," Carol said, her voice tinged with grievance. "Captain, just let me practice. Without the thrill of the hunt, my body will decay," Wind Spirit Bird added, a pained expression on his face. The hefty Wanda grumbled. Blair rubbed his forehead, surprised at how thoroughly Lin Mu had outplayed them. Every magical beast they encountered was dispatched by Lin Mu before he could even issue a command. For more powerful magical beasts, they could engage, but Lin Mu insisted that if a magical beast were to be slain, it must be by him. This was quite vexing. In the wilderness, combat is no child's play. One cannot afford to hold back. As a result, if they accidentally killed a magical beast, they would be met with Lin Mu's reprimands. At that moment, the 4 members of the squad turned to the dense forest, where Lin Mu was gleefully torturing a wind wolf with relentless strikes. Despite the beast's demise, Lin Mu showed no signs of relenting. They silently prayed for the magical creatures. This was the first time, after years of harboring disdain for magical beasts, that they felt sympathy for one when Lin Mu finally returned to the campsite. A look of satisfaction on his face. The food was ready. Roasted jerky and hard bread. Lin Mu plopped down, wiped the blood from his hands onto the grass, and, while biting into a piece of jerky, asked, "So, Captain, are you all masters of combat?" No one responded, and Lin Mu turned to the only beauty in the group. "Carol?" "Humph," she retorted, dismissing him with a haughty toss of her head, unwilling to engage. To Carol, this experience was meant for learning and training, not for having her right to hunt magical beasts stripped away by someone. "Little Lin, aren't you going to tell us? Why do you harbor such hatred for magical beasts? Could you perhaps tone it down a bit? Your behavior is adversely affecting the other's adventure experience," Blair said earnestly to Lin Mu. Of course, Lin Mu's smile instantly cooled. "No way. Every magical beast must be slain by my own hands. Though you may experience the thrill of battle," Lin Mu grinned. He was on the verge of completing the second-tier task. After slaying 3 more beasts, he would achieve the goal of 50 magical beasts. At that point, 15 to magical power and 1 enhancement stone would be his, and he would be quite pleased. All right. What were you going to ask?" Blair inquired with a resigned tone, about becoming a master of combat. I still don't quite understand how one achieves that, Lin Mu asked. Isn't it in the notebook the captain gave us? Carol replied. Not only Lin Mu, but also the others in the group had received the Combat Master notebook from Blair, which contained the knowledge he had accumulated over many years. The Wind Spirit Bird and Wanda, who joined the team earlier, had already become combat masters. Although they were only at the frenzied level, they could still fight 1 star above their rank. It was evident that Blair treated his team members sincerely, like brothers and sisters. As for Old Wind, he has been at the frenzied level for many years with ample experience, Blair casually pointed out. Under the shade of a large tree, the 5 sat on the ground. Wind Spirit Bird said, It's quite simple. It involves experiencing life and death crises. At that moment, the body's survival instincts will be triggered, and the underlying fears will erupt, naturally awakening the body's potential, leading to the awakening of the most primal combat instincts. Could you elaborate? What exactly is combat instinct? Lin Mu inquired. In simple terms, if you punch me, I can sense the danger in advance and dodge, making it impossible for you to hit me, while I can seize the opportunity to strike back, Wind Spirit Bird explained, taking a bite of hard bread. That all it takes for combat instinct to enable one to fight 1 star above. Lin Mu remained skeptical. Of course not, but it can be said to be a part of it. Now it's Wanda's turn. Let Wanda speak. Despite his size, he is the most meticulous among us, Wind Spirit Bird said. Combat instinct is the foundation of a combat master, and upon that foundation, systematic training must be added, Wanda replied gloomily. For instance, an arrow of wind magic penetrating through the shoulder will yield a completely different effect than one piercing the heart. Carol interjected. That all. Lin Mu still did not fully grasp it. Little Lin, this is a matter of the heart. Blair pointed to his own chest, explaining, when you experience life and death, and your potential is awakened, your thoughts will become remarkably agile, allowing you to determine the most rational attack plan in an instant. Trust me, when you become a combat master, you will understand the feelings they speak of. The 2nd-tier task was completed, and the task reward was 15 magical power and 1 enhancement stone. The moment he received the task notification, Lin Mu erupted into joyous laughter, disregarding the carnage around him as he opened the system panel to check the next stage of the task. Name, Lin Mu Magical Power, 342, Talent, Plant Space, Zombie Space 3rd-tier task. The host is to collect 150 magical beast souls, with a reward of 20 magical power and 2 enhancement stones. Once again, it was a series of tasks related to magical power. Although he had not noticed other rewards besides magical power and enhancement stones, Lin Mu still smiled foolishly. The increase in magical power was crucial for him to summon plants, significantly impacting his strength. However, as he was perusing the task, a spirit with a sharply arched back was stealthily approaching him from not far away. Beneath Lin Mu's feet lay 3 identical spirits, known as 3-tailed spirits, which were 2-star wind-type magical beasts, and hidden assassins lurking amidst the lush foliage. The time was ripe. Once he processed the magical materials from these 3-tailed spirits, he would regroup with the captain and the others. Lin Mu squatted down, deftly plunging a sharp knife into the heart of the first 3-tailed spirit, extracting its blood, and then severing its whiskers, completely oblivious to the approaching danger of another 3-tailed spirit. As he was handling the second 3-tailed spirit, an urgent cry rang out from behind him. Little Lin, be careful. At that moment, the vengeful 3-tailed spirit sprang into action. A chill ran down Lin Mu's spine as he saw the spirit's 4 sharp claws glistening coldly, lunging directly for his heart, and he realized he could not evade. The 3-tailed spirit was renowned for its speed as a wind-type magical beast, and at such a close distance, no one could save him. Yet, just as the spirit's claws were mere inches from his heart, Lin Mu felt a tremendous force push him aside, followed by a muffled grunt. Humph! As Lin Mu regained his senses, he found himself in a state of shock. The one who had pushed him away was a corpulent man, seemingly weighing around 300 pounds, with a round face and squinted eyes. At that moment, the claws of the 3-tailed spirit had deeply pierced his neck, blood gushing forth violently. Wanda! Wanda! Lin Mu's pupils dilated as he suddenly felt a suffocating breath within him, an overwhelming sense of helplessness. The fact that Wanda had taken the blow for him filled him with self-reproach for his own arrogance. Die, die, die! In a frenzy, Lin Mu threw punches, forcing the 3-tailed spirit to retreat. He then extracted all the magical energy from his starry robe, summoning 5 ordinary zombies to encircle the three-tailed spirit. Wanda, are you all right? Lin Mu hurriedly assisted Wanda to his feet. At that moment, Wanda's front was already stained crimson with the blood flowing from his throat, while he clutched it tightly with both hands, emitting rasping sounds. Fortunately, at that moment, Blair and the others arrived. Upon witnessing the battlefield, Carol was rendered speechless with shock. On the ground lay 3 deceased three-tailed spirits, and not far away, 5 figures staggered as they pursued a three-tailed spirit. Quickly disappearing into the distance, Wind Spirit Bird, healing potions. Hurry, 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 Blair exclaimed urgently. The Wind Spirit Bird, without uttering a word, rummaged through its bag and produced 3 vials of potion. Administering them all to Wanda, the first vial staunched the bleeding. The second alleviated Wanda's pain, and after the third, the Wind Spirit Bird skillfully retrieved a roll of bandages, wrapping Wanda's neck tightly 3 times. Little Lin, what on earth happened? Did I not tell you? Do not act alone. Have you lost your mind upon encountering a magical beast? Blair was furious. At noon, while the team was resting, Lin Mu had spotted 3 magical beasts while gathering firewood and had pursued them without hesitation. The team waited for a while without seeing Lin Mu return, and Wanda went to search for him, coincidentally encountering the scene where Lin Mu almost fell victim to the three-tailed spirit, which is why he had taken the hit for him. Otherwise, it would have been Wanda lying in a pool of blood, not him. It was only due to Wanda instinctively dodging the fatal position when he pushed Lin Mu aside. Had it been Lin Mu, he would have had a 90% chance of dying. I'm sorry, Lin Mu mumbled, lowering his head. Lin, you have truly gone too far this time, Carol said after a moment of contemplation. Fortunately, Wanda is a master fighter and managed to avoid the critical injury. With a couple of days of rest, he should be fine. The Wind Spirit Bird breathed a sigh of relief. Find a place for the entire team to rest for 2 days. We shall set off once Wanda has recovered. Blair immediately made the decision. Wanda, having lost a significant amount of blood, struggled to rise. At that moment, Lin Mu stepped forward and offered to carry him. I'll carry you. Wanda whimpered, his injured throat preventing him from speaking for several days. Seeing Lin Mu's considerate attitude, Blair refrained from further reprimands, though he did not grant Lin Mu a pleasant expression throughout the journey. The 5 ordinary zombies, not having gone berserk, should not pose a threat to that three-tailed spirit. Next time, I must not act so impulsively. Had it not been for Wanda, Lin Mu reflected and felt guilty. Laboring diligently along the way, as a 2-star magic swordsman, he should not have struggled to carry Wanda. However, as they passed through a dense forest, Blair suddenly gestured. Having spent several days together, Lin Mu promptly concealed Wanda in a thicket, then signaled to the Wind Spirit Bird. Awaiting Blair's command, in the distance loomed 3 mounds of yellow-brown earth, each hanging from a giant tree. After assembling the team, Blair, with a serious expression, stated, "We have encountered a fire bee nest. Although fire bees are merely 1-star fire-type magical beasts, their stingers are laced with potent fire poison, causing excruciating pain. Should those nests explode, even 3-star and 4-star mages would find it impossible to escape their encirclement." Blair decisively declared, "We shall circumvent them," maintaining utmost silence. Upon hearing it was a hornet's nest, Lin Mu felt a surge of excitement, only for his thoughts to be immediately seen through by Blair. "Little Lin, I warn you, the fire bee nest is not as simple as you think. Even 4-star mages might not be able to escape, so you better suppress those ridiculous notions." "All right," Lin Mu conceded. Feeling deflated, Wanda's injury had shaken him profoundly that he no longer wished for his recklessness to endanger his companions. Though he had only joined the team for a few days, Wanda's instinct to shield him had deeply touched Lin Mu. The group made a wide detour, ultimately avoiding disturbing the firebee nest, arriving at a mountain gorge where a stream flowed gently. In July, the valley of the setting sun basked in the most gentle sunlight and the most beautiful scenery. The picturesque landscape of the gorge prompted Blair, at Carol's request, to decide that the team would rest there for 2 days. Beside the stream, the Wind Spirit Bird constructed a simple shelter from branches, allowing Lin Mu to finally set Wanda down and support him to sit inside the makeshift hut. "Carol, come help me with the map," Blair called for the team to assemble. That moment, Lin Mu discovered one of Carol's talents, her remarkable sense of direction, which was the complete opposite of Lin Mu's notorious lack of it. As the team moved along, she effortlessly memorized their route. And when Blair pulled out the map of the Setting Sun Mountains, Carol instantly pinpointed their location. "Captain, we should be here on the map, about 3 days' journey from our destination," Carol stated. Blair nodded. Wind Spirit Bird. You will be responsible for taking care of Wanda for the next 2 days. I will take Carol out for a field investigation and teach her some practical combat experience. At this point, Blair shot Lin Mu a fierce glare, saying nothing further. This was also the reason he did not intend to include Lin Mu in their outing. With him present, no one else in the team could expect a better combat experience. For Lin Mu was reckless, at least when encountering magical beasts. Blair took Carol to train, leaving the Wind Spirit Bird to care for Wanda, while Lin Mu sat idly by the stream, tossing stones in boredom. System, where are my enhancement stones? What have you done with them? Lin Mu inquired. Ding. This system possesses a storage function, but once stored items are retrieved, they cannot be returned. The system replied nonchalantly. Quit being so smug. Once I return, I'll buy a spatial ring. Then I won't need your storage anymore. Lin Mu vented his frustration at the system. Suddenly, he felt a weight in his hand, an enhancement stone. Glowing with a pearlescent sheen and roughly the size of a baby's fist, had appeared. However, Lin Mu instantly found himself enamored with the stone's appearance. System, how do I use this thing? Lin Mu asked. Place the item you wish to enhance alongside the enhancement stone and crush the stone. The system instructed. Is it really that simple? Without a second thought, Lin Mu removed his starry robe, though he did not yet possess a staff. This starry robe, valued at 5 million magic coins in the market, was his most treasured possession, so he decided to attempt the enhancement. Before he could begin, the system suddenly chimed. Ding! The higher the enhancement level of the magical device, the lower the success rate. The first enhancement is 100, the second is 90, and the third is 80. I get it, Lin Mu said impatiently as he spread the starry robe on the ground and crushed the enhancement stone. Crack! The enhancement stone shattered, releasing a stream of ethereal light that directly entered the starry robe. In an instant, the enhancement was complete, and Lin Mu observed a noticeable change in the magical robe. First, the silver-blue starry magic now possessed an indescribable elegance, appearing more regal. The cuffs emitted a faint glow, exuding an extraordinary aura, yet it was subtle enough to be overlooked upon casual inspection. System. Was the enhancement successful? Lin Mu eagerly inquired. Starry Robe 1. Features. Magic Power Storage, 60. Solid Garment Technique, 5-star. What does that mean? Lin Mu asked again, but the system remained silent. He had no choice but to put it on and experience it himself. The moment he did, he understood. When he attempted to channel magic into the starry robe, he found that he easily surpassed the previous limit of 50 points, reaching a new maximum of 60 points for magic power storage. The magic power storage limit has increased. What a splendid attribute. Lin Mu's eyes lit up. Subsequently, he asked the Wind Spirit Bird if there existed a magic called Solid Garment Technique. This time, he had asked the right person. As the Wind Spirit Bird raised an eyebrow and replied, Solid Garment Technique is a unique magic of the magical robe that can render the robe as solid as iron at the moment of a fatal blow, thus providing protection against external strikes. What constitutes a fatal blow? Lin Mu inquired once more. A fatal blow indeed, for should the assault exceed the master's threshold of endurance, the enchanted robe would automatically activate its defensive spell. However, this form of protection lasts but a fleeting moment, yet it suffices to preserve one's life. The 2-star magic shield, the 3-star elemental doppelganger, and the robe's defensive spell, these are the lifelines of a sorcerer. Yet, your celestial robe is rather rare. We possess none such in Boss City, and I cannot fathom how you acquired it, the Wind God Bird remarked, feigning a sense of discomfort. You may be envious all you wish. After all, this is the first gift I have received in my life, and no matter what you say, I shan't part with it. Lin Mu laughed heartily. Within the makeshift shelter, Wanda observed the exchange between the two with a smile, appearing entirely unfazed by his injuries. Thank you, Wanda. I shall remember this favor, Lin Mu said earnestly. Wanda stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts, yet he persistently waved his hands. All right, I shall take my rest now. Please refrain from disturbing me, Lin Mu said, leaning against the edge of the shelter and pretending to close his eyes. However, his thoughts drifted elsewhere, causing a finger beside him to incessantly trace patterns in the sand. This marks the first time I have memorized a route. Surely, it cannot deviate too much, Lin Mu mused. Indeed, he aimed to return to the fire hornet nests and eradicate all 3 to fulfill his 4th ring task. Furthermore, those hornet nests appeared sizable. Perhaps he could directly complete the 4th ring task. The more he contemplated, the more feasible it seemed. Yet, just as he was weighing his options for completing the task, Wanda suddenly grasped him with an expression of urgent concern. Lin Mu opened his eyes to regard Wanda. "What is it, Wanda?" "Oh." Wanda vigorously shook his head, gazing at him with a serious and anxious demeanor. The wind god bird had long stated that despite Wanda's hefty appearance, he possessed the keenest mind. While the wind god bird had gone to gather firewood, Wanda had noticed Lin Mu's intentions and was exceedingly distressed at the thought of him seeking trouble with the fire hornets. I do not comprehend. Why not write it down, Wanda?" Lin Mu truly did not understand. Wanda nodded, writing 2 characters in the dirt before looking at Lin Mu with utmost seriousness. "Do not go." "Where would I go? I shall remain here, awaiting the return of the captain and the others." Lin Mu feigned ignorance. "Really?" Wanda, having finished writing, looked at Lin Mu with suspicion. Rest assured, Lin Mu smiled, though inwardly he silently apologized to Wanda. His purpose in joining the mercenary team and coming to the Sunset Mountains was to grow stronger. With the commencement of the third ring task, he needed to hunt 150 magical beasts to complete it. And the demands for the fourth and fifth ring tasks would likely be even greater. If he merely waited passively for his turn, he had no idea when he would complete this trial. Thus, Lin Mu prepared to take the initiative. Moreover, creatures like the fire hornets, which are social yet not particularly formidable, are often difficult to detect. Perhaps by eliminating one nest, he could exceed the task's requirements. The risk was substantial, yet he was eager to try it out on the eve of sunset. Feeling restless, Lin Mu sought out the wind god bird, who was preparing dinner, as he handled the team's dietary needs and logistics with remarkable diligence. "Old foam, keep an eye on Wanda. I need to find a place to relieve myself," Lin Mu said, clutching his stomach. "Did he not wander too far?" the wind god bird cautioned, but by the time he finished speaking, Lin Mu had already departed, mumbling to himself. Otherwise, the captain would return and worry if he couldn't find anyone. Having ventured a distance, Lin Mu glanced back at the demon team's campsite and muttered softly, "Fear not. Those hornet nests shall not claim my life." Initially, Lin Mu had feared being a burden to the team, but now, just a few days later, he had wholly embraced his identity as a member of the demon team. Especially after Wanda had risked his life to save him, he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. It was a peculiar sensation, perhaps akin to camaraderie. Lin Mu pondered. Those 3 fire hornet nests, each undoubtedly housing far more than 150 hornets. Merely destroying one would suffice to complete the third ring task. Lin Mu bolstered his resolve. However, just a few miles into his journey, Lin Mu found himself utterly bewildered. He stood amidst a dense forest, suddenly realizing that everything appeared the same, as if he had lost his way. I recall the path. Something feels amiss. First this way, then that way, and yet, I am lost. Could there be an illusion cast by a high-level magical beast here? Such a thought sent shivers down his spine. Well, perhaps he was overthinking it. As he continued walking, Lin Mu detected a semblance of familiarity, prompting him to press on. Ultimately, just before the sun sank beneath the horizon, he successfully became lost. Damn, why is this place so treacherous? I distinctly remember the route, Lin Mu thought, exasperated. At that moment, a rustling sound emerged from a nearby thicket. Days of adventuring had taught him that such sounds often herald danger. Sure enough, upon turning around, he spotted a wild boar with long horns, charging forth with a group of piglets. The wild boar's eyes glowed red, reflecting a frenzied and ravenous gaze. A horned firewind boar? Lin Mu remained unfazed. Having gained combat experience from previous encounters, he promptly summoned a Peashooter to divert the horned firewind boar's attention. Seizing the opportunity, he launched a side attack on the beast. In the end, he plunged a sharp blade into the horned firewind boar's neck, its blood spilling forth as he ascended a sturdy tree to await the creature's demise. During this time, he had been emulating the combat styles of Blair and the others. Uncle Blair, the wind god bird, and Wanda were all magic swordsmen, with Blair being a 2-star and the latter a 1-star. These past few days of combat had taught him that magical power is always a sorcerer's greatest safeguard. It is entirely unnecessary to expend magic unnecessarily. Therefore, when confronting this 1-star fire type, horned firewind boar, Lin Mu opted to rely on his physical prowess instead. However, while he awaited the horned firewind boar's death, an unsettling scene unfolded before him. The horned firewind boar collapsed, gasping for breath. Its 10 or so piglets emitted mournful cries, nudging their mother with their still tender snouts. One particularly famished piglet even began to suckle. They did not comprehend why their mother lay still. Just as Lin Mu struggled to understand why his own heart felt so heavy. In the end, Lin Mu could not bring himself to slay the 10 or so piglets. As he rose to continue his journey, his spirits were considerably dampened, haunted by the image of that starving piglet suckling at its mother's milk. All living things possess a spirit. Lin Mu could disregard everything for the sake of his task. Yet, there are moments when his mood can sour, such as now. Do not blame me. After all, it was you who sought to consume me first, and I have already spared your offspring. Once he managed to compose himself, the world indeed regained its vibrancy, and he finally navigated his way toward the task's objective. In the distance, 3 towering trees stood, each adorned with a hornet's nest the size of a burial mound. The nests, riddled with holes, buzzed ominously as he approached, a sound that was both irritating and foreboding. Surely, these creatures cannot be lethal, can they? Lin Mu halted at a distance, assessing his current condition, having previously consumed a potion of magical energy. He boasted 42 points of magic, and with an additional 60 points stored within the celestial robe, he had approximately 100 points at his disposal, ample enough for a vigorous endeavor. The fire hornets were 1-star fire-type magical beasts. As long as he remained cautious of their fiery venom, he should be fine, while also reserving some magical energy for emergencies. After a brief evaluation, Lin Mu steeled himself. The 3 hornet nests were spaced several dozen meters apart, rendering it impossible to eliminate them all simultaneously. Thus, he opted for the leftmost one, his fingers tapping rhythmically that a series of potato bombs appeared beneath the hornet's nest. You ruffian, stinky rascal, do not come closer. Do not come closer. Woo, do not move. I have told you not to move. Do not move. As Lin Mu gazed upon a group of potato thunder performing, a shadow passed over his face. The potato thunder had been summoned for a rehearsal, their incessant cries echoing around, finally capturing the attention of the fire wasps. From the wasp nest, a swarm of hornets emerged, spiraling above the potato thunder. At last, one hornet could no longer resist and moved closer. This single step triggered a chain reaction, and a thunderous explosion filled the air. Boom! Boom! 12 potato thunder detonated simultaneously, obliterating the leftmost wasp nest, reducing the entire colony of fire wasps to ashes amidst the smoke and debris. The 3rd tier task was complete, and the rewards were 20 magic power and 2 enhancement stones. The magic power that had just been consumed was swiftly replenished, and an automatic system panel appeared, displaying the next phase of the task. Name: Lin Mu magic power 60-62. Talent: plant space, zombie space. 4th tier task: please collect 2,861,000 monster soul lights. Task rewards: 1 enhancement stone, unlock triple shooter, unlock pumpkin. Goodness, 2 plants to unlock? Lin Mu's eyes widened in astonishment, overwhelmed by joy. He had assumed that the 4th tier task would merely increase his magic power, only to discover that the system had generously bestowed upon him rewards for 2 plants, along with an enhancement stone. Though he was certainly pleased with the increase in magic power, the prospect of new plants invigorated him even more. Without hesitation, he turned his gaze toward the other 2 hornet nests. Following the previous explosion, the other 2 nests had awakened, their surroundings buzzing incessantly with the restless calls of fire wasps. These wasps, the size of a fist, adorned with a spotted pattern, bore a crimson stinger that signified their formidable nature. Now was not the time to act. The fire wasps were agitated, and he needed to wait for them to calm down. Only then could a concentrated assault of potato thunder effectively eliminate the remaining nests. Beside the hornet nests, Lin Mu patiently awaited the swarm's tranquility. He was filled with anticipation, displaying not a hint of impatience. At last, after half an hour, the dimming forest indicated the return of the swarm to their nest. However, he was also met with an unexpected turn of events. A disconcerting buzzing noise emerged from behind him. He turned sharply, only to see hundreds of fire wasps surging towards him in a frenzied swarm. How can there be another swarm? Lin Mu's pupils dilated in shock, unaware that not all the wasps were confined to the nest. This group had evidently just returned home. Damn, I miscalculated. Lin Mu gritted his teeth, a wild spark igniting in his eyes. That it's now or never. A horde of fire wasps could easily overpower even 3 or 4-star magicians. Lin Mu was certainly not foolish enough to confront them head-on. Nevertheless, before fleeing, he resolved to destroy the other 2 nests that had just returned. Without hesitation, he tapped his fingers, summoning 12 potato thunder beneath each of the remaining nests. After completing this, Lin Mu bolted away. At the very moment he turned, the explosions erupted, sending shockwaves in all directions. Boom! Boom! Lin Mu's task progress bar fluctuated, yet he was still over 100 short of completion. It was clear the wandering fire wasps had not returned, resulting in an insufficient count. Despite this knowledge, survival was paramount. Like a nimble monkey, Lin Mu darted through the wilderness. However, he underestimated the fire wasp's ability to organize, even after using several potato thunder to impede their pursuit. He was caught off guard, discovering that 3 fire wasps had managed to flank him from behind. Just as he turned, a sharp pain shot through his back, as if 3 searing silver needles had plunged into him. The pain was overwhelming, causing Lin Mu to arch his back instinctively, rolling on the ground like a shrimp tossed into boiling water. Ugh, ugh, ugh. His expression contorted in agony, a sensation that surpassed human tolerance. If pain were graded, being stung by a fire wasp would equate to childbirth. Ah, damn it. Lin Mu howled in anguish, for the fire wasps were already approaching him from behind. He had to rise quickly. If he were surrounded by the swarm, even divine intervention would be futile. How could it hurt so much? Enduring the searing agony, Lin Mu staggered to his feet, limping back along his original path. Yet, he could not escape the torment of the fire wasps. Each sting intensified his pain, slowing his speed, while more fire wasps rained down with their fiery stingers, piercing his body relentlessly. 1 sting, 2 stings, 3 stings. Ugh, ugh, ugh. The pain surged again, contorting his face into a twisted mask, rendering him almost unrecognizable. In this life and death crisis, fueled by the fear of mortality and an attachment to this world, an explosive realization struck him, shattering his senses. To the left behind, Lin Mu rolled to the right, narrowly evading a fire wasp. After executing this maneuver, he was momentarily dazed, yet he quickly regained focus. The primal instinct for survival. Was this the experience of a martial arts master? He suddenly comprehended that in moments of peril, the instinct to survive had awakened within him. This was a skill reserved for combat masters, allowing them to sense impending danger and evade it. Coupled with his formidable willpower, he found himself capable of resisting the excruciating torment of the fire wasp's venom. What a remarkable fighting instinct. No wonder the captain could defeat him with just the strength of a 1-star swordsman. In this moment of near escape, Lin Mu also discovered that his consciousness was exceptionally lucid, as if a film was playing in his mind. Previously, scenes had changed frame by frame, but now they unfolded in rapid succession. His eyes could perceive details he had overlooked before, his thoughts evolving as he envisioned countless formations for the potato thunder. Glancing back, he noticed hundreds of fire wasps still in pursuit, drawing upon the legacy of the Berserk clan from the last magical era. Known for their innate combat acuity, Lin Mu suddenly realized, of course, how could I be so foolish? If potato thunder can be deployed on the ground, why not in the trees? With a newfound strategy to combat the fire wasps, Lin Mu smirked. Now, it's my turn to strike back. Launching his counterattack, he fled while selecting suitable trees. Ultimately, he found 3 large trees arranged in a triangular formation. As he lured the fire wasps closer, a spark ignited within him, and rows of potato thunder were suspended from the branches. Ah, you ruffians, don't touch me, don't touch me, do not touch me, wah wah wah. The cries of young girls echoed, resembling the terrified final screams of a dozen girls caught in a dreadful situation. As the fire bees pursued Lin Mu, they breached the 3-meter explosive radius of the potato bomb, and a thick white smoke enveloped the area. Followed by a resounding boom. Boom! The 4th ring task was completed, and the rewards were 1 enhancement stone, unlocking the triple shooter, unlocking the squash. The last few hundred fire bees were reduced to ashes in the explosion. And Lin Mu had thoroughly accomplished the 4th ring task he had eagerly anticipated. Simultaneously, 2 miniature plants appeared in the 9-grid space of his botanical realm. Finally, it was done. Lin Mu displayed a relieved smile. However, as he let down his guard, he noticed that among the fallen bees on the ground, a few fire bees had survived. With the torment he had previously endured, Lin Mu's gaze turned cold as he approached and stomped on the remaining fire bees with his foot, crushing them without hesitation. Subsequently, he leaned against a tree trunk to examine his spoils. Triple shooter damage. Cost, 10 characteristics. None. Squash damage. Cost, 10 characteristics. Earth attribute. In addition, he had also stored 3 precious enhancement stones in the system. Just 3 stars? Lin Mu's brow furrowed slightly, but he had no choice but to accept it. Now was the time to test their power. Lin Mu casually pointed ahead, summoning the triple shooter first. It bore a resemblance to the Peashooter, with an oval-shaped head and a single tuft of hair on the back. However, it transformed into 3 heads, each with a dark cannon protruding from it. Upon its appearance, the middle head of the triple shooter automatically aimed at Lin Mu. Sigh. Lin Mu exhaled. The next moment, a voice filled with a chilling sense of determination emerged. Every obsession is a manifestation of instinct. This shot, absolutely peak. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 pea-sized projectiles hurtled toward Lin Mu. He was momentarily taken aback, sitting still in place. The result was that the 3 peas perfectly missed Lin Mu, embedding themselves into the dense forest. Just when Lin Mu thought that perhaps this group of foolish plants had changed their ways, the left head of the triple shooter awkwardly remarked, "That shot was a bit sudden." The right head chimed in. "Cough, that shot almost went awry." Lin Mu facepalmed, realizing that indeed, these foolish plants could never be relied upon. From beginning to end, not a single one was dependable. Following this, the next round of attacks commenced. Featuring an extremely over-the-top monologue, every obsession is a manifestation of instinct. This shot was a bit sudden. This shot almost went awry. It wasn't until the 3rd round began that the bullet from the middle head accurately shot toward Lin Mu. In the next moment, his battle instincts kicked in automatically, sending a shiver down his spine, prompting him to instinctively roll to the side, narrowly evading the pea's attack. Crack. Thud. The tree trunk he was leaning against exploded as if struck by lightning, causing the entire tree to collapse rapidly into sawdust. Are each of these peas wielding the power of 3-star magic? Lin Mu murmured in astonishment. However, thinking of the triple shooter's accuracy and their subsequent self-dialogue, Lin Mu felt utterly exhausted. The middle head exclaimed, "Wow, I hit the target." "Wahahaha." The left head scoffed, "TCH, that was just your luck. It has nothing to do with your skill." The right head retorted, "Say that again." "What did you say?" "Try saying it again. It's so annoying." Ding ding dang dang. Under Lin Mu's watchful gaze, the 3 heads of the triple shooter began to bicker amongst themselves. Their demeanor suggested a fight to the finish. In the midst of their squabble, smoke began to emanate from the left head. Then, the middle head abruptly broke off. Only the right head remained, laughing maniacally. "Ha ha. Ah ha ha. You 2 fools. I am the one favored by Lady Luck. That shot just now was mine." Ugh, so exhausting. Lin Mu groaned in exasperation. If it were possible, he would have liked to discard this foolish plant. However, considering its power, if all 3 heads maintained sufficient accuracy, it could still be a valuable addition to his arsenal. After a moment of despair, Lin Mu gestured, summoning another task reward plant that was a half-meter tall squash, resembling a chubby gas canister as soon as it appeared. It emitted an enthusiastic voice. "I am ready," the squash bellowed. "Let us do this. Count me in. No one is better than me. I am exactly what you need. Come on, what are you waiting for?" Once it finished its monologue, the squash leapt into the air, soaring dozens of meters high. However, as it adjusted its position in midair, it came crashing down towards Lin Mu in response to its launch. Lin Mu instinctively dodged to the side. When he turned back to look, the squash landed like a small mountain, producing a thunderous impact. Boom! Kicking up a cloud of dust, it left behind a crater 5 meters in diameter and 2 meters deep. The power of this was exhilarating to Lin Mu.